Qingzhou One high school was the most prestigious top-tier high school in Beijing City. Here gathered not only the students with the most outstanding grades, but also all kinds of science from wealthy families. Here if you closed your eyes and hurled a brick toward the playground, out of 10 students you hit 8 would come from families with minds. It was Saturday afternoon, the peak of school dismissal. The miserable third-year students only had half a day of break, and by Sunday afternoon, they had to return to campus. An 18-year-old youth was walking through a narrow alley about 1.78 meters tall, a washed-out single-shoulder bag slung diagonally over his shoulder. His gait was lazy and careless, eyelids drooping, as if he had not rested properly for a long time. At this moment, he was strolling absent-mindedly along the back street behind the school. He lowered his head, glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, and muttered, "The coordinates should be somewhere around here." The scene shifted. In a dark, dead-end alley off the back street, a campus tradition full of raw, primitive brutality was being played out. Bang! A young thug with dyed yellow hair drove a vicious kick into the belly of a boy on the ground. Cursing under his breath, Yellow Hair flipped the few red bills in his hand and scoffed, "This is it. Is this what you give a beggar? If you don't double the protection fee next week, I'll beat you every time I see you." Facts prove that no matter where you were, this most primitive form of physical extortion would never be absent. Shen Changan merely stood at the mouth of the alley, casting a brief glance at the unlucky boy on the ground with his nose bruised and face swollen. He looked somewhat familiar. Oh, that was it. Someone from the neighboring class, the type considered a good student. Shen Changan checked his electronic watch again, confirmed that the coordinates pointed exactly here, then slid one hand into his pocket and sauntered in. His crisp footsteps sounded especially abrupt in the deadened alley, and the group of hoodlums turned their heads in unison. The yellow-haired leader narrowed his eyes, sizing up the newcomer from head to toe. The youth before them had a rather handsome, yet distinctly punchable face, his expression listless and bored. Most crucially, he was still wearing the school's standard-issued blue and white uniform, unaltered in any way. Everyone at One High either had their uniform pant legs tailored into slim Korean-style cuts or changed into their own clothes as soon as school ended. In Yellow Hair's mind, only friendless, penniless, honest nobodies would wear this original version of the uniform that looked like a fertilizer sack. "Yo!" Yellow Hair chuckled, blowing out a smoke ring. "What now, buddy? You planning to play the hero?" "I don't have time for that." Shen Changan halted, the corner of his lips curling into a gentle, polite smile. "I'm just here to look for someone in this area. However, since I happen to run into this little act of extortion and lawlessness, I might as well deal with it in passing. After all, I am a law-abiding model student." The words sounded upright and righteous, but paired with his utterly nonchalant, lazy expression that placed no one in his eyes, the provocation in them was pushed to the extreme. "You bastard, are you looking to die?" Several of Yellow Hair's lackeys bristled, instantly fists clenched as they cursed, and began to surround him. "Boss, don't waste words, let's beat him together. We'll strip this kid's uniform today and make him run around One High's track naked." The burly punks closed in from all sides in a fan-shaped formation, the intense sense of oppression instantly filling the narrow alley. If it had been an ordinary high school student, their legs would likely have turned to jelly by now. Yet Shen Changan remained where he was. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Zhao. Lock onto my location. Then have the logistics team come over later to clean up." The gangsters exchanged baffled looks. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, they suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. "Huh. This kid's brain is fried, huh? What are you trying to act cool for?" Yellow Hair laughed until tears almost came out, then suddenly snatched up a rusty steel pipe beside him and pointed it viciously at Shen Changan's nose. "Now you think of calling someone? Too late. Even if the King of Heaven shows up today, you're still going down for me." The rusty steel pipe sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, arcing straight towards Shen Changan's forehead. Anyone else might have already shut their eyes, ready to call an ambulance. But Shen Changan did not even blink. He simply slid half a step to the left, utterly casual. The steel pipe grazed past the tip of his nose, the force of the swing lifting a few lazy strands of hair on his forehead. Yellow Hair's strike hit nothing. Having put too much strength into it, he instantly lost his balance and pitched forward. Seizing the moment, Shen Changan raised his right hand, chopping precisely at the base of Yellow Hair's wrist. Clack! The steel pipe slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Immediately after, Shen Changan leisurely lifted his right knee and drove it squarely into Yellow Hair's stomach. Yellow Hair did not even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back as he curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp retching sour bile. "Damn. Tough one. Get him together." The remaining 3 gangsters roared and lunged from 3 directions. Shen Changan still kept one hand in his pocket. He tilted his body slightly to evade the punch coming from his left, then smoothly grabbed that man's collar and pulled forward, sending him crashing directly into the comrade rushing in from the right. 2 skulls collided with a dull thud. The last man tried to seize him from behind in a waist hold, But without even looking back, Shen Changan flicked his right leg lazily backward, hooking precisely around the man's ankle. With a scream, the last hoodlum took a mouthful of black mud. In less than 10 seconds from start to finish, all 4 robust young toughs were sprawled on the ground groaning. Throughout the entire process, Shen Changan's breathing rhythm had not even changed. Slumped in the corner, Huang had momentarily forgotten the pain in his own body. His eyes were bulging like copper bells. He stared blankly at the boy in a school uniform, his mind spinning wildly. Who was this person? Since when had no one hidden such a martial arts expert? The face looked familiar. He was definitely from their school, but other than always sleeping in class, Huang could not for the life of him recall this ruthless guy's name. Shen Changan ignored the 4 useless lumps on the ground, and instead fixed his gaze on the 5th person at the deepest end of the alley who had yet to make a move. It was a skinny youth with sunken eye sockets and a sharp chin, his hair a messy tangle of dried yellow strands. At this moment he was staring fixedly at Shen Changan with a gaze that was both cold and filled with suspicious alarm. Shen Changan lifted his hand and lightly pressed an inconspicuous button on the chest of his uniform. Beep! A faint electronic tone sounded. Law enforcement recorder activated. Shen Changan murmured to himself, then looked toward the skinny youth. You have violated Article 14, Chapter 3 of the Interim Regulation on Yaokai Management of the Dongwang State by infiltrating human society without prior registration and by suspected involvement in provoking trouble and robbery. The Qingzhou District Jinya Division has now decided to place you under arrest. At these words, the skinny youth's face changed drastically, a flash of terror passing through his eyes. He simply could not understand it. He had always disguised himself so well and only dared to tag along with these third-rate little punks to scrape together some pocket money. How had he ended up on the radar of official personnel? Run! Without a trace of hesitation, the skinny youth spun around his legs, unleashing a spring-like power far beyond that of an ordinary human. Like a giant gecko, he sprang toward the 3-meter-high wall, using both hands and feet to scramble up. Detected that the target is attempting to resist law enforcement. Initiating compulsory apprehension protocol. Before the words had even faded, Shen Changan moved. He slammed his right foot onto a nearby trash can and shot into the air like an arrow loosed from the string. With a clean wall-run jump, he rose nearly 2 meters in an instant, his right hand striking out with precision to clamp around the young man's ankle. Get down here. With a low shout, Shen Changan's arm tightened with force, yanking the youth, who had already half of his body over the top of the wall, back into the alley and slamming him heavily onto the ground. Courting death. Suspended in midair, the youth let out a shrill, piercing scream. He twisted his body violently in the air, his hands instantly mutated, sprouting black claws as sharp as daggers that slashed straight towards Shen Changan's throat. Those claws could have sliced through reinforced steel if they landed. Yet Shen Changan merely lifted his hand with casual ease and caught the fur-covered paw with flawless accuracy. Too slow. Shen Changan gave his assessment, then flipped his wrist and twisted sharply. A harsh crack rang out as bones snapped, the gaunt youth's wrist dislocated in an instant, and he shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Riding the momentum, Shen Changan pinned him firmly to the ground. With his left hand, he reached into his washed-out single-strap bag and took out a pair of specially made metal cuffs. With a crisp click, he locked both of the youth's hands together. The moment the cuffs clamped onto him, the youth could no longer maintain a human form. His face twisted, sprouting a mouthful of sharp fangs and yellow fur, while a furry tail popped out behind him. A second-tier, yellow weasel demon. Let me go, you despicable human. The weasel demon quivered all over from the pain, yet still thrashed wildly on the ground, spitting vicious threats with a bluffing bravado. My dad is Huang Bei of Beishan Ridge. If you dare arrest me, my dad will never let you off. Is that so? Shen Changan stood up, dusted off his hands, his tone perfunctory. He looked down at the little demon on the ground. It seemed the creature had only recently come into human society, and its family had clearly failed to brief it properly. It appeared utterly ignorant of how terrifying the Zenisi truly was. Fine. Let your father come to the Qingzhou branch of the Zenisi to find me. I'll be waiting any time. Just then a screech of brakes suddenly sounded from outside the alley. Blinding red and blue strobe lights sealed off the alley entrance in an instant, and the crowd was dispersed by force within moments. A squad in black tactical combat uniforms surrounded the narrow lane so tightly, not even a drop of water could pass through. A middle-aged man in a black trench coat strode quickly into the alley. His name was Huang, around 40 years old, the deputy director of the Qingzhou District Office for Special Incidents. That office functioned as an affiliated organization of the Zenisi, normally responsible for logistics. Seeing the demon restrained on the ground, Huang immediately stepped up to Shen Changan, came to attention, and delivered an impeccably standard salute. The offender has already been apprehended. Resisted arrest, sentence aggravated. Shen Changan pointed at the yellow weasel demon on the ground, his tone returning to that half-awake languidness. Huang glanced at the yellow weasel demon, then waved to the men behind him. Put a hood on it. Two aides quickly stepped forward and pulled a special black sack over the demon's head, covering it tightly. And these ordinary people. Huang looked at the four punks still wailing on the ground, then at Wang Hao, who was slumped in a corner, completely stunned, and sought instructions. Same as always, clear their memories with the forgetfulness spray. Shen Changan yawned and adjusted the strap of his backpack again. I'm heading back first. You guys handle the cleanup. Understood. Take care on your way. Huang nodded respectfully. Shen Changan did not leave through the alley entrance. Instead, he turned toward the high wall, took 2 running steps, and used it as leverage to execute 2 agile backflips, his figure light, as he vaulted out of the lane. Only after Shen Changan had completely disappeared did Huang turn back, his posture resuming its stern authority. He drew a spray can from his belt and walked up to the wide-eyed Wang Hao. Sir, just now that was. Wang Hao had just opened his mouth to ask something. A soft hiss cut him off as Huang faced expressionless, pressed down on the spray. A faint blue mist burst out and enveloped Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao's eyes rolled back and he collapsed on the spot. Take that yellow weasel back to the holding facility first. As for these 4. Huang cast a look of disgust at the punks sprawled on the ground. Provoking trouble. Hand them over to the regular police station. 15 days detention. Leave a plainclothes officer here to watch this student. Once he wakes up, confirm his memories are fully cleared, then let him go. Yes, sir. The special police responded crisply as the entire cleanup operation proceeded with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Leaving the scene of the incident behind, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The May breeze carried with it a hint of early summer's stifling heat. There was less than a month left before the college entrance examinations. This weekend was one of the rare chances for third-year students to catch their breath. Shen Changan wandered lazily back to his residence, the most exclusive, wealthy neighborhood in Qingzhou District, Guanlon Mansion. The place catered to those who were either rich or noble. Even an ordinary apartment there started at 20 to 30 million. The home Shen Changan was returning to, however, was the best-located standalone villa in the entire complex. Of course, the house was not his. It belonged to his uncle Zhang. For as long as Shen Changan could remember, he had been a boarder, living off the Zhang family's food and shelter. Uncle Zhang Hai and Aunt Liu treated him as their own, practically raising him like a biological son. These days, the couple spent their time at home, tending flowers, the picture of middle-aged wealthy serenity. Back in the day, however, Zhang Hai had been a bona fide lamp-bearer of the Zenisi. Aunt Liu had worked a clerical post. Although Zhang Hai had retired due to severe injuries, the Zenisi was notoriously protective and generous toward its own. So long as you broke no laws, the hefty disability pension and internal allowances were enough to ensure that for the rest of your life you not only wanted for nothing, but could also experience the plain, yet monotonously wealthy life of a quietly rich household. Shen Changan walked up to the imposing front gate of Guanlon Mansion and had just taken out his access card to swipe. A screech of brakes sounded sharply behind him. A garishly painted modified Ghost Flame scooter screeched to a stop just outside the Guanlon Mansion access gate. A girl hopped down from the back seat. Her face was touched with delicate light makeup. She had perfectly inherited Zhang Hai's youthful, sharp handsomeness, and Liyu's beauty, the kind of girl who would turn heads repeatedly just walking down the street. She was Zhang Hai's treasured daughter, Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing wore the same one high school uniform as Shen Changan. Her oversized school jacket hung open, revealing a very form-fitting undershirt beneath. The school skirt, that should have fallen below the knee, had secretly been shortened by 10 centimeters, exposing a pair of long, fair legs. She was a month older than Shen Changan, and also a third-year student at Qingzhou one high school. Damn, Qingqing, you actually live here. The girl on the scooter, hair streaked with multicolored highlights, stared at the gold-and-silver inlaid gate of Guanlon Mansion, eyes sparkling. This place is insanely fancy. Perfect timing, it's the weekend. Let me come in and hang out, yeah? I can get familiar with the place. Another time. Knowing that if her parents saw her bringing people home, without warning they would definitely lecture her, Zhang Qingqing deftly came up with an excuse. It's the weekend, they're both at home. If my dad sees me coming back on your bike, he'll totally blow up. You should go, hurry. But, after several rounds of polite refusal, the highlighted-haired girl could only smack her lips regretfully, then revved her deafening engine and rode off, looking back every few steps. Zhang Qingqing let out a sigh of relief and turned towards the gate. Then she found herself face to face with Shen Changan, who was looking at her expressionlessly. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes dramatically, her disdain evident in her gaze, and asked irritably, "Did you hear everything just now?" Shen Changan nodded honestly. "Unless I suddenly went deaf, it's hard not to hear it." Zhang Qingqing gritted her teeth and warned, "Shen Changan, mind your own business. Don't turn around and report to my parents that I'm mingling with people from the society." Don't worry, I have no interest. Shen Changan yawned and casually swiped his card at the sensor area. With a beep, the gate opened. He stepped inside, thought for a moment, and instinctively reminded her, but that car's brake pads are clearly worn out. If you ride again, next time it's best to buy insurance for yourself in advance. After all, if your face scrapes against the asphalt, Aunt Lee would be heartbroken for you. Originally meant as a kind reminder, but paired with Shen Changan's half-asleep appearance, Zhang Qingqing immediately felt infuriated, sneering. Mind your own business. Who do you think you are? Living off us for free, doing nothing, always asking for leave and bothering my parents, yet you still. As she spoke halfway, as if suddenly touching upon a taboo, she abruptly swallowed the latter part, without parents. After all, having grown up under the same roof, although she detested Shen Changan's parasitic lifestyle that lacked ambition, she still felt some reluctance to use the other party's parents against him. Zhang Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration, let out a heavy snort, and without casting another glance at Shen Changan, she walked past him in her high-top canvas, shoes pouting as she headed towards her family's villa. Watching Zhang Qingqing storm away, Shen Changan did not take this minor friction to heart. As a mature underground enforcer, emotional management was fundamental. Moreover, Zhang Qingqing excelled in her studies, consistently ranking in the top 10 of her grade, aiming for the country's prestigious universities, so it was normal for her to feel pressure. In contrast, Shen Changan's grades were relatively stable. He was consistently stuck around the 300 mark in his grade, barely hanging on to the line for a prominent university. This was not due to a lack of intelligence, that was purely because he simply had no time to study. The Qingzhou District Night Patrol only had 3 official lamplighters left. One of them was injured and gradually shifting to a clerical position. Thus, the first person responsible for the Qingzhou District Night Patrol was either taking leave to hunt monsters or out on weekends catching rogue demon creatures. To maintain his grades above the line for a prominent university was already a testament to Shen Changan's exceptional talent in mathematics and science. Soon he strolled to the front of Villa No. 8 in Guanlon Mansion. As he reached the courtyard, he heard classic family drama dialogues coming from inside the house. Look at what you're— why would you cut your school skirt short? Your eye makeup looks like you've been punched. Are you going to school or walking the runway? When I was your age. Oh my, I'm already 18. This is a light makeup. Do you understand that? It's so annoying. Following that was a series of stomping footsteps up the stairs in a huff, and then, with a loud bang, a door on the second floor was slammed shut. You little brat, dare to slam another door and see what happens. A furious reprimand from downstairs came from Li Yu. Shen Changan paused at the door and pulled out his phone to check the local news. Once the aftershocks within the house completely settled, he pressed the password lock and walked inside. Aunt Li, I'm back. Shen Changan greeted politely in a gentle tone. Hearing his voice, Li Yue, who had just been furious, turned around, and the anger on her face melted away like snow, instantly replaced by a warm smile. Changan is back. Were you tired from studying today? Hurry and change your shoes. Li Yue, in her 40s, looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s, as time had not left too many traces on her face due to her proper care. As she took Shen Changan's faded shoulder bag, she smiled and said, "Go wash your hands. Uncle Zhang is in the kitchen making sweet and sour ribs for you. Oh, dinner will be ready soon." "Thank you, Aunt Li, I'm not tired." Shen Changan smiled. Seeing Shen Changan's obedient and gentle demeanor, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh, casting a glance upstairs in frustration. "Changan, if that little brat upstairs could have just half of your understanding and consideration, neither Uncle Zhang nor I would be infuriated by her every day and lose 10 years off our lives." Meanwhile, in the upstairs bedroom, Zhang Qingqing had thrown herself onto the soft bed, clutching a pillow printed with an anime character, her eyes slightly red, and her emotions had plummeted to the lowest point. Listening to her mother's tender tone towards Shen Changan, downstairs the grievances in her heart bubbled up like soda. Since she could remember, Shen Changan had been in their home. Her parents treated this outsider with more affection than their own. Not only were they providing him with the best food and care, but they also spoke to him softly. Why is this happening? Zhang Qingqing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She studied hard every day, maintaining her outstanding grades within the top 10, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And what about that Shen Changan downstairs? Aside from looking decent, he slept during classes, took leaves every day, lazed around like a social drifter. What made her worse than that freeloader living off others? As her frustration grew, Zhang Qingqing abruptly sat up from the bed and grabbed an ugly, cute gorilla plush toy beside her and threw it on the ground. On the plush toy's forehead, the words Shen Changan were crudely written in marker. "Go die, Shen Changan. Annoying pest. Parasite." Zhang Qingqing mercilessly stomped her sock-clad foot on the Shen Changan face, crushing it with force, venting her feelings of imbalance, as if she wanted to release all her pent-up frustrations from the past years on that ugly face. After a while, the enticing aroma of sweet and sour ribs wafted from the kitchen. The kitchen door swung open, and Zhang Hai stepped out. He was a stout, middle-aged man in his 40s, and even in loose home attire the outlines of his muscular physique akin to steel and iron were discernible. However, his right sleeve was empty, swaying slightly as he moved. Is Changan back? The meal is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Shanghai called out. They'll go fetch Qingqing to eat. Liu wiped her hands on her apron and turned to go upstairs. Shen Changan helped bring out the dishes. Before long, Zhang Qingqing reluctantly followed her mother downstairs. The light makeup on her face had been completely washed away, revealing her naturally beautiful features. But at this moment her expression clearly bore the label, "I am not happy at all." The family of four sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere was initially a bit silent. Zhang Hai placed a piece of rib into Shen Changan's bowl, and casually asked, "Changan, have you been tired lately?" Shen Changan took a bite of rice, his expression calm. He was well aware that Uncle Zhang was not asking about the fatigue of preparing for the college entrance exam, but rather about the work at the Qingzhou branch of the Night Patrol Department. "It's all right," Shen Changan replied lightly. "There are quite a few tasks, and I am relatively busy, but they are all minor matters manageable enough." Zhang Qingqing, sitting opposite, could not help but roll her eyes, muttering softly, "What could you possibly be busy with? You always look half asleep. Are you busy meeting the King of Dreams?" Shen Changan heard her, but merely raised an eyebrow and smiled, showing no intention of refuting her. Zhang Hai shot a glare at his daughter, then cleared his throat, forcibly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Speaking of studies, Qingqing has indeed worked hard recently. In last week's mock exam, she ranked 6th in her grade, which is quite good. If she continues this way, admission to several top universities in the country is basically assured." Upon hearing her father's praise, a hint of pride flashed in Zhang Qingqing's eyes, but to maintain her aloof image, she kept her face stern, desperately suppressing the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise, and merely nodded nonchalantly. However, Zhang Hai shifted the topic, looking at his daughter. "If Changan has any difficulties in his studies, you should help him out more. You two grew up together, it's only right to help each other." Zhang Qingqing's spirits, which had just soared, suddenly fell back to the ground. She lowered her head and poked at the rice in her bowl, mumbling perfunctorily, "Oh, I got it." The meal ended amidst a subtle atmosphere. As soon as Zhang Qingqing set down her chopsticks, she hurriedly slipped away to her room on the second floor, as if avoiding a plague. Shen Changan habitually rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes, but was pushed aside by Liu. "Go on, there's no way to have a child preparing for the college entrance exam wash dishes. Uncle Zhang needs to see you. Go to his study." Shen Changan nodded, turning to follow Zhang Hai into the spacious study, located in the corner of the first floor. Once the door was closed, the noise from outside was cut off. Shen Changan relaxedly slumped down onto the leather sofa in the study, letting out a long sigh of relief. "How has the situation in Qingzhou been recently?" Zhang Hai, seated behind the desk, poured 2 cups of tea. "Nothing major has happened." Shen Changan picked up his cup and took a sip. "The preventive measures are quite good, and the daily patrols are on schedule. It's just that we are severely understaffed. In such a vast Qingzhou, there are only 3 of us working nonstop." Zhang Hai sighed. "It's still old Zhao Yu and that new little demon." "Yes, Baiyin. Shen, a 3-realm spirit cat, and coincidentally, it also attends the same school. It's fairly easy to use, but sometimes its brain doesn't work well and insists on bringing me mice." Zhang Hai chuckled. "All right, be content. By the way, the items you requested from the headquarters were delivered this afternoon." Saying this, Zhang Hai dragged out a long black metal briefcase from under the desk and pushed it in front of Shen Changan. Shen Changan's eyes lit up, shaking off his earlier laziness. He quickly sat up straight, entered the password, and with a click the case popped open. Inside lay 2 heavy metal gun bodies adorned with ancient black patterns. "High-grade spiritual weapon, Tribulation, Cloud Heavy Gun." Zhang Hai looked at the 2 weapons, emanating a fearsome aura, his expression complex. "This thing is generally only available for application by provincial-level figures of the 6th or even 7th realm. You, on the other hand, boldly applied for it, just because you reached the 5th realm at 18. For this broken gun, all the contribution points you accumulated over the years in the Night Patrol Department must have been wiped clean, right? Out with the old, in with the new. After all, contribution points are just for purchasing things." Shen Changan aligned the joints of the 2 gun bodies and twisted them together with force. Click! A heavy long gun about 1 meter long and brimming with a fierce aura took shape, the tip faintly glowing with a dark red light. "Good stuff." Shen Changan stroked the body of the gun contentedly. The reason he went all out to exchange for this Tribulation Cloud was not only because it could perfectly carry his terrifying spiritual energy at the 5th realm, but also because he could assemble it. As a model student who needed to roam around school and the city daily, carrying a long gun 2 to 3 meters long would land him in the news the next day. But as long as it could be disassembled into 2 parts, it could fit neatly into the black guitar case he had prepared. Isn't it reasonable to carry a guitar case to school? It's very reasonable. Zhang Hai watched Shen Changan skillfully disassemble the long gun, his eyes filled with a mix of pride and concern. In the end, he merely patted his shoulder. In any case, be extra careful when you go on missions. Staying alive is the most important thing. By the way, I took the liberty of modifying your vehicle for commuting, though its performance has been upgraded several levels. It's parked in the underground garage, and the key is still the same one as before. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Shen Changan carefully placed the disassembled Tribulation Cloud into the black guitar case, then took his leave from the study. Returning to the bedroom at the end of the second-floor corridor, Shen Changan pushed the door open. This room was likely the most incongruous place in the entire luxurious villa. The room was enormous yet extremely sparse, with hardly any excess decorations aside from a bed, a wardrobe, and a spacious computer desk. Shen Changan liked this minimalist style devoid of any superfluousness. He casually leaned the guitar case against the wall, sat down at the computer desk, and skillfully powered it on double-clicking an icon for a secret software called Black Ancient Tower. This was the internal exclusive intranet system of the Night Patrol Department. The account logged in automatically. ID Changan Changan. Avatar, a completely lifeless solid black image. The interface of the Night Patrol Department was mainly divided into three sections: Internal Forum, Bounty Hall, and Equipment Mall. Shen Changan instinctively clicked on the Equipment Mall, wanting to see if there were any new useful tactical items. However, when his gaze swept to the upper right corner of the screen and saw his contribution points reduced to a big 0, due to the gun exchange, his expression turned blank as he clicked the red cross in the upper right corner. A broke person has no right to browse them all. Shen Changan sighed and opened the contact list. As the nominal first responsible person of Qingzhou District, his list was filled with various work groups. Not only did he have to coordinate with the headquarters in Beijiang City, but he also had to keep an eye on the abnormal reports from several subordinate townships. He first glanced at the large citywide group of hundreds filled with mundane check-ins and pointless banter. Very good, it's another peaceful and safe day today. Shen Changan satisfactorily closed the large group and opened the pinned 4-person work group. This group only had 4 verified members: Shen Changan, by Yin Zhao Chongfeng, and a contact person with a profile picture of a large question mark contact 07. Shen Changan had never seen this contact person in real life. He only knew that the other party was a logistics manager sent by the headquarters, usually responsible for filling in gaps, task settlements, and assisting these frontline operatives in mobilizing various surveillance and weapon resources. He was purely a behind-the-scenes tool. At this moment, messages in the group were flashing non-stop. Contact 07. Shen Changan, today's task settlement: successful capture of a second-tier yellow weasel monster handed over to the shelter. Task rating D. Contribution points earned 100. Task bonus 2,000 yuan expected to be transferred to your bound account within 3 days. Following this, a series of messages flooded in. It was information sent by Baiyin. All pictures of sashimi and grilled fish from a Japanese cuisine restaurant. Old Zhao Baiyin. This is the highest combat command group in Qingzhou District. Do not post irrelevant food information here. Also, the oysters from that restaurant are not fresh. Don't ask me how I know that. Baiyin, cat frantically bowing and sliding GIF. Got it. Sorry, Uncle Zhao. Baiyin, a prominent figure from Qingzhou No. 1 High School, is also the young lady of Qingzhou City's Lingyao Pharmaceutical. In this era where humans, monsters, and demons coexist, demons are born from negative emotions and the abyss existing without reason. They are the absolute enemies of the Night Patrol and the demon clan, needing to be eradicated. However, monsters are different. They absorb the essence of the sun and moon to awaken intelligence, and they can be good or bad, even taking human form to run companies for profit. The Night Patrol's duties are not only to slay demons, but also to oversee the demon clan within human society. In necessary situations, they may also recruit some clean background capable monsters into the official ranks. After all, the Night Patrol is also an organization that values structure and resources. In an old district like Qingzhou, there are usually many trivial matters and little profit, so those top-notch talent lantern bearers are not willing to come here. Thus, Qingzhou District's manpower relies almost entirely on local forces, as both Old Zhao and Baiyin are locals and local monsters. Shen Changan looked at the lively antics in the group, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He stretched lazily, preparing to close the software and head to the bathroom for a comfortable hot shower. Ding ding. Suddenly, the originally quiet 4-person group was abruptly filled with bold red messages from Contact 07. Ding 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 ding. Contact 07. Emergency report. Strong energy fluctuations detected in the abandoned factory area at No. 14, Industrial Avenue, South City, Qingzhou District. Confirmation of the presence of 4th-tier monster aura with energy peaks continuing to rise. Nearby lantern bearers, please proceed immediately to intercept. Initial task level. Following this, a precise red dot location was sent to the group. Shen Changan didn't hesitate at all, his fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard. Task accepted en route. In less than 2 seconds, another message popped up by Ian. Task accepted. Boss him just in South City eating Japanese food, less than 2 kilometers from the target point. He'll go ahead to scout. Without any extra words, Shen Changan grabbed the black guitar case in the corner and the tactical backpack on the bed, opened the door, and rushed downstairs like a gust of wind. Aunt Liam going out for a bit, and we'll be back later. Before Li Yu in the kitchen could react, Shen Changan had already pulled open the fire door leading to the underground garage, disappearing at the staircase. In the underground garage beside Zhang Hai's Maybach lay a pure black steel beast. It was a heavy motorcycle violently modified by Zhang Hai, with a streamlined body coated in light-absorbing material, and the thick exhaust pipes exuded a wild aura. Shen Changan slung the guitar case over his back, quickly attached the tactical earpiece meant for missions to his right ear, and then raised his left hand. The electronic watch on his wrist slid open, projecting a small holographic screen displaying the red dot coordinates on Industrial Avenue. Though he didn't use it often, these high-tech gadgets from the night patrol were indispensable. Shen Changan mounted the motorcycle, inserted the key, and twisted the throttle violently. Boom! Virum! The roar of the beast instantly exploded in the garage, the tremendous rumble causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then the black motorcycle shot out of the garage like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the darkness, leaving a cloud of dust behind. In the second-floor bedroom, Zhang Qingqing was listening to English listening exercises with headphones, but was still shaken by the exaggerated roar of the engine, causing her hand to tremble and the pen tip to leave a long ink mark on the test paper. What the hell is this? Zhang Qingqing took off her headphones and grumbled irritably towards the window. In the study on the first floor, Zhang Hai held a teacup, listening to the gradually receding violent roar outside, slightly frowning. Tisk, it seems the exhaust module is still not adjusted properly. The sound is too loud. Next time he comes back, it needs to be modified again. In the streets of Qingzhou district under the night sky, Shen Changan twisted the throttle to the maximum. The motorcycle crazily weaved through traffic, the red dot on the holographic screen still 10 kilometers away from him. According to the Night Patrol's ratings, 4th-tier monsters already possess the capability for large-scale destruction. This thing is like a mobile high-explosive ammunition depot. If allowed to run rampant in a regular neighborhood for 3 minutes, not only would a street be leveled, but the living inside would also be completely slaughtered. So this was a race against death for position. Zzz. A brief electric sound transmitted through the tactical earpiece, followed by a forced connection to the communication channel. Boss, can you hear me? Baine's voice came through the earpiece, light and slightly hurried, with the background filled with the sound of howling wind. I can hear you clearly. State the situation. I have already reached the edge of Industrial Avenue. The energy fluctuations are even more exaggerated than detected at least mid-4th tier, and possibly nearing the peak of 4th tier. Baine's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Moreover, this aura is extremely violent, showing no signs of restraint. Are there any civilians around? Shen Changan asked the most crucial question. Not at the moment. This is an old industrial zone. The factories are mostly abandoned, and people moved away long ago. Hearing this, Shen Changan breathed a slight sigh of relief. No civilians meant no need to hold back. Bain, listen carefully. Your only task now is reconnaissance. If the target appears, absolutely do not engage directly. Your claws wouldn't even tickle it. Then what if it's do everything you can to stall it, or just run? There was no hint of jest in Shen Changan's voice. Remember, your life is more important than the mission. Wait for me to arrive before doing anything else. Boom, vroom. A deafening roar exploded at the intersection. The motorcycle leaned at a perilous angle, skimming the ground as it tore through the curve, its taillight leaving a trail of crimson afterimage that vanished around the corner in an instant. Damn. In a hurry to get yourself killed. These reckless youngsters have no manners these days. Driving that fast, you'll crash into a tree sooner or later. A few bystanders, still shaken by the noise, cursed loudly at the direction where the motorcycle had disappeared. Shen Changan paid them no heed. The red dot on his holographic screen was now only 2 kilometers away. The old industrial zone in the southern part of Qingzhou district. Once the most bustling heavy industrial area in Beijing City, it now lay as a stretch of ivy-covered abandoned factories, looking especially eerie under the moonlight. On the roof of the tallest factory, Bain landed silently and steadily. She wore a casual gray tracksuit and white sneakers with a canvas bag printed with a cartoon cat paw slung over her shoulder. If not for her appearance on this desolate abandoned factory rooftop, she would have looked like a high school girl fresh from a shopping trip. Bain raised her wrist and pressed a button on a similarly styled custom-made electronic watch. A small blue holographic screen unfurled in midair. The red dot on the screen flickered violently, glaring like a beating heart. So close. Bain closed her eyes, and the keen perception of a cat demon instantly radiated outward. Seconds later, she snapped open her beautiful amber eyes, staring fixedly towards the north. Less than 200 meters away. Having pinpointed the location, Bain pulled a palm-sized silver metal disc covered in intricate runes from her sling bag. This was a standard-issue tactical device from the Night Watch Bureau, a small isolation barrier emitter. Before engaging a demon within the city, the primary task was to deploy the barrier, preventing battle aftershocks from destroying real-world structures, and more importantly, keeping ordinary people from wandering into the battlefield. Bain infused the disc with her spiritual energy and casually slapped it onto the cement roof. A translucent barrier of spiritual energy invisible to the naked eye instantly expanded from the disc, completely enveloping the abandoned factory area within a 3 radius. Barrier set. Now I just wait for the boss. Before Bain could finish her sentence, a sudden change occurred. The roof of a factory less than 100 meters to the north suddenly exploded without warning. Amidst a shower of rubble, a twisted pitch-black afterimage carrying a nauseating stench shot towards Bain's position like a cannonball. Too fast. Bain's pupils contracted sharply. Relying on the cat demon's acute neural reflexes, her body arched, instantly twisting to the right at an almost impossible angle. Whoosh! A blade of dark energy sliced through the air where Bain's afterimage had been. But before Bain could steady herself, the mass of shadows forcibly defied physical inertia in midair. A claw wreathed in thick black chi slammed towards her. Bam! Unable to dodge, Bain could only cross her arms in front of her chest to endure the blow. Accompanied by a dull, heavy impact, Bain was sent flying like a broken kite. She tumbled 7 or 8 times in the air before barely managing to halt her momentum by bracing against a cement water tank on a low factory roof. Cough! A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Bain's mouth. She looked down. The sleeves of her crossed arms had been corroded into a large hole, revealing 3 deep, bone-visible claw marks on her fair skin, which were emitting a black, foul-smelling vapor. Such terrifying power, and this innate corrosive property. Bain gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and looked up at the shadowy figure that had finally halted. It was a monster with a humanoid outline, its entire body composed of thick black mist. It had no facial features, only a pair of eyes glowing with a crimson light. Without a doubt, this was a genuine 4th-rank demon. Demons had physical forms born from animals or plants gaining sentience. Devils, on the other hand, were pure aggregates of energy. Extreme resentment, despair, and murderous intent from human society, when combined with ambient spiritual energy and influenced by demonic chi, would give birth to these killing machines. This humanoid devil often retained the outline of its deepest obsession from its former life. Kill. Kill you all. Everyone must die. The humanoid shadow let out a piercing roar. Its violent resentment radiated outwards like a physical force, causing the surrounding cement ground to rapidly weather and crumble under its influence. Bain took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't fight Hedon. Her body began to change. 2 snowy white, furry, pointed ears sprouted from the top of her head. A long, slender cat tail swayed flexibly behind her. Her neatly trimmed fingernails instantly elongated, transforming into 10 demonic claws that gleamed with a cold, eerie light. But Bain had no intention of attacking. She lowered her center of gravity, adopting a defensive stance, her amber slit-like pupils fixed on the devil before her. Only one thought occupied her mind: stall and wait for the boss to save me. Die. The demonic shadow let out a mournful roar, its massive body leaving an afterimage in its wake. The next second, a foul wind blasted towards her. Every hair on Bain's body stood on end. She pushed off with all her strength, sliding backward on her knees, almost flush against the ground. Boom. The demonic shadow's fist smashed into the cement where Bain had been standing, creating a half-meter-deep, spiderweb-like crater. Using the momentum of her slide, Bain twisted her waist with uncanny agility, planted one hand on the ground, and lashed out with her long right leg like a whip, striking the demonic shadow squarely on the side of its neck. A dull thud echoed. The demonic shadow staggered half a step, but Bain felt as if she had kicked a block of raw iron, the impact numbing the bones in her foot. This is way too tough. Bain cursed under her breath, her form flitting like a phantom through the abandoned steel framework. The demonic shadow pursued relentlessly, its pitch-black claws swinging like a furious storm, shredding the surrounding rebar and concrete to pieces. Rip! During her evasion, Bain seized an opening. Her 10 demonic claws slashed out in a cross, tearing 2 massive-shaped wounds across the demonic shadow's chest. However, before Bain could catch her breath, the black mist at the wounds roiled and healed in the blink of an eye. How am I supposed to fight this? It's got innate max-level super armor and a fountain's health regeneration. Bain grumbled in frustration. Her stamina was rapidly depleting after 2 to 3 minutes of high-intensity evasion. She decisively pulled 3 special silver shurikens from her tactical belt pouch. With a flick of her wrist, she threw them in a triangular formation towards the demonic shadow. Zap! The shurikens exploded in midair, transforming into a high-voltage electric net that instantly enveloped the demonic shadow. Electricity crackled wildly, causing the shadow to let out an ear-piercing shriek. Now's my chance to create some distance. Just as Bain thought to retreat, the demonic shadow, enduring the high-voltage net, tore through the lightning. A massive hand shot out like a steel clamp and seized Bain's ankle, which was a fraction of a second too slow. Damn it! Bain's heart sank. She was yanked forward by an overwhelming force. Bam! The demonic shadow's other hand clenched into a fist wreathed in thick, corrosive black chi and struck Bain solidly in the abdomen. Ugh! Bain's pupils instantly glazed over as a mixture of stomach acid and blood sprayed from her mouth. The punch was immensely powerful. The searing pain nearly made her black out on the spot. Fortunately, the cat demon's physique was resilient enough that she wasn't punched straight through. She was then flung away like a rag doll, crashing heavily into an abandoned boiler over 10 meters away before rolling to the ground. Cough. Hurts so much. Bain clutched her stomach, cold sweat pouring down her face, her vision blurring. If you don't get here soon, you're about to lose your one and only little cat. The demonic shadow in the distance let out another roar, its figure instantly flickering before Bain. With blood-red eyes fixated on its prey on the ground, the demonic shadow raised a massive blade formed from black mist filled with the intent to sever everything and swung it down fiercely towards Bain's head. I'm going to die. But I just celebrated my 100th birthday, I still have hundreds of years to live. I'm still young, I don't want to die. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar of a heavy motorcycle tore through the night sky. Suddenly, a strange black flame ignited on the demonic shadow, without warning. Ah! The once frenzied, killing intent of the demonic shadow instantly transformed into extreme terror. It frantically beat at the black flames on its body, but the fire clung to it like a maggot, growing ever more intense, even beginning to burn its very essence of demonic chi. Swish! The long spear Calamity Cloud carried terrifying momentum and accurately pierced through the demonic shadow's chest with a loud bang, nailing the fourth-tier monster firmly against the heavy load-bearing wall of the factory. The immense recoil instantly covered the entire wall with cracks. Creak! A piercing screech of brakes sounded as a pitch-black heavy motorcycle skidded to a halt a few meters away with a violent tailspin. Shen Changan, 1 foot on the ground, still wearing his blue and white school uniform, removed his tactical headset and glanced at the pitiful Bain on the ground, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Sorry, there were a lot of cars ahead, I arrived late. Bain opened her eyes and, seeing that familiar figure, almost burst into tears. Boss! She coughed out a mouthful of blood-tainted spittle, weakly pointing at the demonic shadow, still struggling madly against the wall. I'm fine. Don't let it escape, beat it to death for me. Received. Shen Changan nodded slightly, turned around, and looked at the fourth-tier monster nailed to the wall. The demonic shadow seemed to sense the horrific threat of death, struggling frantically to pull the spear out of its chest. But Shen Changan had already walked up to it. Trespassing into my territory without permission and injuring my adorable little kitten like this. Shen Changan grasped the grip of Calamity Cloud with one hand, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Are you ready to die? The moment the words fell, Shen Changan's terrifying spiritual pressure from the fifth realm spirit, sea realm, erupted like a tsunami without reserve. Clang! He abruptly pulled the spear from the wall, the spearhead slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The black flames instantly engulfed the entire spear. With a powerful force generated from his waist, Shen Changan swung the 100-pound spear with enough terrifying power to shatter mountains, striking the demonic shadow hard at its waist. Boom! There was no suspense, no stalemate. The fourth-tier monster's proud defenses and regenerative abilities crumbled like thin paper before absolute power. In an instant, as the spear swept through the massive body of the demonic shadow, was explosively severed in half. The entire abandoned factory trembled violently from the aftershock of this strike, the raging wind mixed with the residual heat of the black flames, nearly blinding Bain in the distance. One strike, just one strike, and it was a one-hit kill on the fourth tier. Bain sat dazed on the ground, staring at the youth wielding the spear, as if a god of death had descended, her eyes filled with shock and fervor. So powerful, incredibly powerful. But when her gaze fell on the layer of black flames burning on the spear, her innate instincts as a demonic creature made her shudder involuntarily. No matter how many times she looked, it filled her with deep-seated fear. The demonic shadow dissipated in the air with a wail, leaving behind only a thick, inky essence of demonic chi writhing like a small snake on the ground. Shen Changan stepped forward, took out a specially made transparent glass container from his pocket, uncapped it, and absorbed and sealed the demonic chi, then tucked it back into his pocket. He raised his wrist and pressed the call button on his electronic watch. Old Zhao, the target has been cleared. I collected this strand of demonic chi. Notify the logistics team to come over and clean up, bring some repair cement. A lot of the factory roof has been damaged. After giving his instructions, Shen Changan finally picked up the spear and strolled towards Bai-in, who was barely managing to sit up. Her gray sports t-shirt was torn in several places, the worst being her abdomen, a horrifying patch of dark bruising, but fortunately it hadn't penetrated through. Shen Changan squatted down in front of her, pulling out a small black medicine box imprinted with the emblem of the Night Patrol Division. This was an officially supplied external wound ointment, remarkably effective in promoting the healing of flesh and blood. Bear with it. Without further ado, Shen Changan swiftly lifted the hem of Bai-in's sports top and pressed it directly against her abdomen. The delicate, resilient skin of the young girl's abdomen was instantly exposed to the cool air. Years of martial arts training combined with her cat demon physiology gave her waist and abdominal lines a striking beauty, her skin as fair and delicate as sheep fat jade. But at this moment, the wound crossing over it was a significant blemish. Suddenly, having her clothes lifted so openly by the opposite sex, Bai-in's cheeks instantly flushed with an unnatural crimson. She instinctively shrank back a little, but seeing Shen Changan's expression as if he were inspecting pork, she halted her movement. However, her long black tail was uncontrollably flicking back and forth on the tiled floor. Shen Changan picked up a dab of the cool ointment with his fingertip and gently applied it to the wound. Hiss! Bai-in inhaled sharply, her brows knitting tightly together. Bear with it, the medicine is taking effect. Shen Changan spoke in a flat tone, his hands continuing their work as he meticulously applied the ointment to a few scattered scratches on her arms and shoulders. Once the ointment was applied, Shen Changan stood up, brushed the residue off his hands, and looked down to ask, "Can you stand up by yourself?" Bai-in looked up, her beautiful amber eyes glistening as she gazed at him, her tail behind her curled up in a circle beneath her voice soft and almost pleading. "No, boss, my legs are weak, it hurts so much. Boss, I feel weak in the legs, it hurts so much." As she spoke, she tentatively stretched out her small hands, hovering in the air, her meaning unmistakable. She wanted a hug, or at least to be carried. According to the usual script, the male lead should have heroically lifted her up, leaving a grand silhouette against them. Instead, Shen Changan merely nodded. "All right, since you can't stand, just sit here and rest for a bit. The logistics team should arrive in about 10 minutes. I'll have them bring a stretcher to carry you back to the medical department." Bai-in's hands raised in the air froze instantly, as if 3 symbolic black lines were drawn across her pale forehead. She looked at the wooden figure in the school uniform before her in disbelief, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Shen Changan, do you even understand what it means to cherish delicate beauty? No wonder you're so handsome, yet destined to be a lifelong bachelor." Listening to the furious meows of the little wild cat, Shen Changan felt no anger, but instead couldn't help but chuckle. He certainly knew what the little girl was plotting in her heart. He did not argue, but instead bent down again, stretching out his long hand, which naturally and precisely landed on Bai-in's head. Following the soft strands of her long hair, Shen Changan's movements were extremely professional as he gently scratched the base of her 2 cat ears atop her head, then smoothly stroked downwards. Meow. Bai-in, who had been hissing just a second ago, suddenly went limp as if all her strength had been drained. The 2 white erect ears on her head trembled with comfort, and she even uncontrollably squinted her eyes like a real pet cat, rubbing against Shen Changan's palm, twice purring softly in her throat. When she realized what she had just done, her face had turned as red as the roots of her neck, feeling so ashamed that she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself right there. Shen Changan withdrew his hand, observing the little girl's embarrassed and angry expression, chuckled softly, and murmured, "She really is a little cat demon, not a single habit of a cat is missing." A few minutes later, the night sky lit up again with red and blue flashes. Huang arrived at the scene with his team in a hurry. Shen Changan stepped forward, shaking the glass container filled with primordial demonic energy in front of Huang, explaining the demonic creature has been eliminated, but it suddenly emerged from this vicinity. To be on the safe side, a thorough energy scan must be conducted within a 5-kilometer radius overnight, even digging 3 feet deep to check for any lingering hazards. Understood, I will arrange personnel immediately. Huang answered succinctly. Bai-in, seeing this, disregarded the pain in her abdomen and struggled to move closer, tugging at Shen Changan's school uniform's hem. "Boss, I want to help search." "Search for what? At this rate, you couldn't even catch a mouse." Shen Changan ruthlessly swatted her little hand away and pointed to a nearby ambulance. "Just go lie down in the medical department obediently." Bai-in immediately looked like a deflated balloon, her little ears drooped down as she boarded the ambulance, looking back 3 times. After sending away this battle-damaged accessory, Shen Changan did not rush to finish work as usual. The sudden appearance of a 4th-tier demonic creature felt suspicious. He had to personally oversee the investigation. The night was deep, and a large number of logistics personnel in protective gear advanced slowly, with spiritual energy detectors combing through the abandoned factory area. Time passed second by second. Until 5 o'clock in the morning, a faint grayish light began to appear on the horizon. "Director Shen, Director Wu, we have a discovery." A searcher reported urgently over the radio. Shen Changan and Huang immediately rushed over. It was an old underground warehouse hidden from view with the entrance buried under weeds and garbage. Several logistics personnel were struggling to pry open a heavy rusty iron plate with crowbars. Creak. As the iron plate was lifted, a nauseating stench mixed with the odor of sewage rushed out. Ugh! A young recorder following Huang couldn't hold back and covered his mouth ready to vomit aside. Huang turned sharply, giving a deadly glare. The recorder shuddered in fear, swallowing back the bile that had risen to his throat, tears welling up in his eyes. "He'll go in front." Shen Changan remained unfazed, casually pulled out a powerful flashlight from his bag and descended the steep stairs. The basement was small, dark, and damp. The beam of the flashlight swept across the corner, revealing several decayed and disfigured corpses in front of everyone. The corpses still bore traces of struggle, clearly having suffered inhumane torture during their lifetimes, and the intense resentment emanated from this very spot. Shen Changan stepped forward, using the tip of his gun to flip a piece of torn cloth, and observed, his gaze calm, from the clothing and bone age they should be missing homeless individuals or laborers. This is a typical criminal case, though our night division does not handle such mundane affairs. Let the logistics department contact the homicide squad of the police department to take over. Huang nodded, noting it down, but his expression remained grave. However, director, with such intense resentment, it could only form a vengeful spirit at most. This fourth-tier demonic creature. Shen Changan rubbed his temples, sighing. Demonic creatures are usually divided into two types: those that come from outside to commit crimes, or those that breed locally. External demonic creatures can be killed, but if they are locally bred, the nature becomes very severe. Because for human resentment to transform into demon, a trace of pure primordial demonic energy is required as a seed. The appearance of demonic energy in this place indicates two possibilities. First, a rift connecting to the abyss has appeared nearby, leaking demonic energy from there. If that is the case, then our Qingzhou district might as well be abandoned. Wuhan's cold sweat broke out. The second possibility. Shen Changan's expression turned cold. Is that someone deliberately brought primordial demonic energy into Qingzhou district and chose such an excellent place for corpse cultivation, artificially growing a fourth-tier demonic creature. Can we access the surveillance footage from this area? Shen Changan asked. Huang chuckled bitterly. Director, this old industrial area has been abandoned for nearly 10 years. Those old cameras have long become bird nests, and there's no surveillance to check. He nodded, not surprised. He closed his eyes, his powerful fifth-level perception spread like ripples into the depths underground, confirming several times. After a moment, he opened his eyes, slightly relieved. It's a small blessing in disguise. There are no signs of spatial rifts underground. It seems to be the second situation. Someone is poisoning our territory. All right, you and the police department can handle the remaining cleanup and investigation. Shen Changan tossed the powerful flashlight to Huang and turned to ascend the steps, his tone returning to a lazy, half-awake demeanor. I need to head to the branch office to hand this over. At 6:30 in the morning, Shen Changan rode his black, heavy motorcycle into the most central government street of Qingzhou district. Surrounded by imposing and dignified government office buildings, at the end of the street in a quiet corner stood a dilapidated 7-story building that appeared extremely shabby. The exterior walls were adorned with outdated mosaic tiles from the last century, with a large section already fallen off, exposing the gray cement underneath. It had not been renovated for a long time. As for why the official violent organization did not repair its facade, the documents sent down from above clearly stated to maintain a retro aesthetic consistent with the nearby old city buildings, achieving great concealment within the city. Shen Changan parked the car and approached the entrance to swipe his access card. The guard who had been dozing off in the security booth sprang up straight, like a spring, upon seeing the listless young man performing a standard salute. Shen Changan nodded in greeting and strolled into the building. It was still early, but the first floor's lobby and corridors were already bustling with staff in uniforms, leisurely chatting and warming up. Most of these people were peripheral clerical staff who had been placed here through connections, either to gain some prestige or just to pass the time. After all, even the most marginal positions in the Night Watch Bureau were considered golden jobs funded by the state. Such situations were unavoidable in any organization. Shen Changan headed straight to the third floor and pushed open the door to room 302. This was the true core command room of the Qingzhou district branch. Old Zhao hadn't arrived at work yet, but a young girl was on duty in the office area. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a crisp dark blue uniform with a pretty face but dark circles under her eyes from a night shift. Shen Changan did not recognize her and guessed she was a new addition to the peripheral clerical staff. He paid her no mind and walked directly to the workstation by the window, even though as the primary responsible person, he rarely sat there throughout the year. However, the workspace was quite clean. After spending the entire night on external patrol, Shen Changan was feeling a bit drowsy and could barely keep his eyes open. He yawned, casually pressed the power button on the computer, and prepared to finish writing the report before submitting the magical energy. Hey, that student in school uniform. Xie approached with a cup of water, her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized Shen Changan from head to toe. Did you walk into the wrong office? She was well aware that many young masters and ladies in this building had entered through connections, but those people were generally assigned to the idle clerical departments on the first and second floors. The third floor was... She was well aware that many young masters and ladies in this building had entered through connections, but those people were generally assigned to the idle clerical departments on the first and second floors. The third floor was not accessible to just anyone with connections. I didn't walk in wrong. Shen Changan focused on the system, booting up on the screen, his eyelids heavy. I'm here to handle some matters, you can carry on with your work. To Xie, this response seemed outrageously presumptuous. Watching Shen Changan prepare to operate the internal computer, she grew anxious and reached out her hand. With a snap, she shut off the monitor in front of Shen Changan. He was taken aback, raising his head in confusion. I warn you, don't tamper with the office equipment here. If you keep messing around, I'll call security. Xie admonished sternly, her face serious. This is the core confidential room of a special agency, not your school's computer lab. From the looks of you, I assume you were likely placed here through some connections, right? You should stay in the office you're assigned to and not wander around. Seeing the young girl guarding the computer like a protective hen, Shen Changan found it amusing rather than infuriating. Though her attitude was a bit off, her vigilance was commendable. At least she didn't let outsiders casually tamper with the official system, which was a sign she was taking her job seriously. Shen Changan couldn't be bothered to explain to a young girl and didn't want to delve into details. He leaned back in his chair, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed old Zhao's number. Just as the call connected, a loud vintage ringtone echoed in the quiet corridor outside. Immediately, the door to room 302 swung open. A middle-aged man in his 30s with an unkempt beard entered, wearing a faded uniform. He was holding a stainless steel thermos filled with goji berries. Old Zhao ignored Xie beside him and walked straight to Shen Changan's desk with a cheerful greeting. Changan, good morning. Good morning. Shen Changan smiled, his gaze falling on old Zhao's thermos. How have you been lately? Has that old injury flared up again? It's about the same, not dead, yet still able to put in some effort. Old Zhao then turned to Xie, saying, let me introduce you. This is team leader Shen, the primary person in charge of Qingzhou district. Xie was completely petrified at this point. Her eyes widened in shock. This was the primary person in charge of Qingzhou district. She had not only forcefully turned off his monitor earlier, but also lectured him about not wandering around. Old Zhao, being sharp-witted, glanced at Xie's expression, which looked as if she were about to cry, and then at the blank screen in front of Shen Changan, quickly piecing together what must have happened. What just happened? Old Zhao asked with feigned ignorance. Nothing much, Shen Changan yawned, and replied, I just thought our new colleague had a very serious work attitude, which is commendable. Old Zhao set the thermos down on the desk and waved at Xie, saying, all right, Xie, your night shift is over. Pack up and go get some rest. Looking at Xie's flustered demeanor, Old Zhao turned to Shen Changan and explained, this girl just finished her training and was transferred here a couple of days ago. The materials and photos of our internal core personnel are classified, so she doesn't know you. Please don't take it personally. It's nothing. Shen Changan waved his hand, not taking it to heart. Xie felt like she had been granted amnesty, grabbed her bag, and hurriedly left, head down. Wait a moment. Old Zhao suddenly called out to her, his previously cheerful tone now carrying a hint of admonition. Don't forget the rules. When you go out, don't go around blabbing. Your father should have specifically reminded you that everything in this office is I understand. Xie nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, then respectfully bowed. Goodbye, Director Zhao. Shun. Goodbye, Team Leader Shun. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. The camera shifts to the core. As soon as Xie stepped out, she leaned against the wall, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. She covered her face with both hands in agony, mentally screaming, what on earth did I just do? I actually pressed the screen of my superior. Xie, have you gone silly from staying up late? She felt like crying, without tears, quickly scurrying down the stairs, her mind fixated on one thought, praying that the big boss wouldn't hold her accountable like a rookie. Old Zhao casually pulled out a chair and sat down beside Shen Changan, unscrewing the thermos to drink some goji water as he chatted. That girl Xie is the daughter of our district head Xie. She just graduated this year. Old Xie was concerned for his daughter and wanted to find her a stable and respectable job, so he leveraged connections to get her placed here with us. But from what I've seen these past couple of days, the young girl works pretty efficiently and doesn't have that spoiled temperament typical of rich kids. Shen Changan nodded, uninterested in such matters of human relationships, and promptly steered the conversation back on track. He unzipped his shoulder bag, took out a glass container holding black source magical energy, and gently pushed it in front of Old Zhao. Upon seeing the thick black gas twisting and colliding inside the glass tube like a living thing, the smile on old Zhao's face vanished instantly. Is this the commotion from last night? What was the situation? Shen Changan briefly explained what had happened last night. Fortunately, it wasn't a spatial rift leak. Hearing this, old Zhao let out a long breath, his tense shoulders visibly relaxing. That's good, that's good. As long as it's not a rift, it's manageable. Did you find any clues at the scene? No clues, Shen Changan. That was an abandoned industrial area basement that has been in use for nearly a decade, and the surveillance cameras around there had long since broken down. For specifics, we'll have to see if the logistics team and the police can uncover any useful information. Old Zhao nodded and cautiously placed the glass container into a specially designed storage box. All right, you'll handle the submission of this item and the subsequent report writing. Shen Changan stood up, slinging the guitar case back over his shoulder. After a night of fussing around, I need to hurry back and catch up on some sleep. All right, I'll leave it to you. Old Zhao stood up to see him off. Thanks for your hard work. The sun shone brightly at 9 in the morning as Shen Changan rode his heavy motorcycle back to Guanlan Mansion. As soon as he reached the lawn in front of the villa, he spotted Zhang Hai dressed in a white training suit performing a set of vigorous military punches. Uncle Zhang, good morning. Shen Changan parked the motorcycle in the garage and walked over. Yo, you're back. How's that bike? Did the power increase quite a bit? Zhang Hai stopped punching, smiling as he came over to ask. Shen Changan sighed helplessly. The power is great, but the sound of the exhaust is too loud. When I took it out in the early morning, I was called a ghost fire youth all the way, and I almost got stopped by the traffic police. Zhang Hai rubbed his nose awkwardly at him. Maybe the silencer module wasn't set up properly. I'll adjust it for you later. All right, look at those dark circles under your eyes. Hurry up and take a shower and catch some sleep. Shen Changan nodded, not being overly polite, and headed straight upstairs. Returning to his room, he took off his school uniform and stepped into the bathroom for a hot shower. The water washed over his weary body. Shen Changan stood in front of the mirror at the sink, casually wiping the mist off the glass to simply admire his years of walking the line between life and death in intense battles had completely stripped his body of the frailty of youth. He lacked the exaggerated muscles found in gyms, instead possessing a solid build. Every muscle seemed forged from molten steel, harboring explosive power. On his fair skin, faint traces of old scars could be seen, adding an air of menace to his nearly perfect physique. After casually wiping off the droplets of water from his body, Shen Changan slipped on a loose white t-shirt and pushed the door open to step outside. As he reached the hallway, the main bedroom door swung open and Zhang Qingqing emerged in a silk nightgown, clearly just waking up. The two bumped into each other. Zhang Qingqing's gaze instinctively fell on Shen Changan's still damp physique. She paused, quickly averted her eyes with a guilty conscience, and focused on a painting on the wall. Shen Changan didn't even glance her way, completely ignoring her thoughts, and walked straight back to his room. After drying his hair, he threw himself heavily onto the bed. Considering the other small cases he had dealt with recently, he hadn't slept properly for nearly 3 days. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell asleep instantly. This sleep was exceedingly deep. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon on Sunday. The weekend of a senior is merely a joke. After school on Saturday afternoon, he had to roll back to school for evening study on Sunday night. However, the good news was that he didn't have to be trapped in the dormitory like those boarding students. Commuting was quite convenient. Shen Changan changed into his unchanged original school uniform and stretched as he went downstairs. In the living room, Zhang Qingqing was already ready. Her natural beauty combined with a high ponytail looked youthful and radiant, an age where one can look stunning without makeup. Liu was standing behind the sofa using a hairdryer to dry. Her natural beauty combined with a high ponytail looked youthful and radiant, an age where one can look stunning without makeup. Liu was standing behind the sofa using a hairdryer to dry her daughter's hair. Seeing Shen Changan come down, Liu smiled and called out, Changan is awake. Go wash your face quickly. Oh, dinner will be ready soon. After we finish eating, I'll drive you back to school. Okay, Aunt Li. Shen Changan replied and sat down at the dining table, pulling out his phone to open the app for the night patrol department. In the work group, unread messages had been flashing all day. Liaison Officer 07, Shen Changan, the Blevel emergency incident has been confirmed as resolved. Task reward contribution points 1,000. Bonus of 2,000 yuan expected to be credited before 8 p.m. tonight. Upon seeing this message, a glimmer of light finally shone in Shen Changan's perpetually sleepy eyes. 2 million in cash could only be considered a bonus. What was truly valuable was the 1,000 contribution points. One must know that the Night Patrol Department has stringent precautions against magical creatures, with most tasks usually ranging from E to C level, emphasizing prevention to ensure that incidents do not escalate. Such a direct escalation to a Blevel 4th order magical creature is encountered less than once a year. With these 1,000 contribution points along with the previous 100 points from capturing a yellow weasel demon, Shen Changan's recently depleted funds were finally replenished. Dinner is ready. Liu came out of the kitchen with the last dish of soup, interrupting Shen Changan's thoughts. The family of four gathered around the dining table once more. As they ate, Zhang Qingqing suddenly slowed her chopsticks, her gaze suspiciously darting between her father and Shen Changan. Did I hear the sound of a motorcycle starting in the underground garage last night? Zhang Qingqing fixed her gaze on Shen Changan. Did you sneak out to ride a motorcycle last night? Shen Changan took a mouthful of rice, his face unchanged, not responding. Dad, Mom, aren't you going to say anything to him? Zhang Qingqing looked at her parents' calm expressions increasingly. He's a senior student, out riding such a loud motorcycle out at night. What if something happens? Zhang Hai coughed lightly and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Qingqing Changan is already an adult. Perhaps a friend urgently needed him last night. Besides, his driving skills are excellent, so there's no need to worry. He's an adult, and I'm an adult too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingqing immediately became unconvinced and put down her chopsticks. I want to ride a motorcycle too. After the college entrance examination, I'll get my driver's license and buy a cooler one than his. Nonsense. Zhang Hai's expression turned serious, refusing without hesitation. Girls shouldn't be riding motorcycles, it's too dangerous. If you want a car after the college entrance exam, regardless of your results, Dad will buy you a sports car. Choose whatever you like. Zhang Qingqing nodded contentedly upon hearing this. It's a promise, you can't go back on it. After dinner, it was Liu's responsibility to drive them to school. She didn't drive Zhang Hai's ostentatious Maybach, but instead took an understated old-model Volkswagen Phaeton. For residents of such a high-end neighborhood, this car was typically used for grocery shopping. The car smoothly stopped outside the gate of Qingzhou No. 1 high school. As dusk fell, the gate was filled with weary seniors returning to school. Looking around, the crowd was distinctly divided into two groups. One group had serious expressions, their brows furrowed with anxiety over the college entrance examination and confusion about the future. Some were even reciting English words as they walked. The other group was completely the opposite. They clustered in 3s and 5s, wearing various designer sneakers or limited edition jackets, laughing and discussing which upscale venue they visited over the weekend and how cool the new gaming peripherals were. For these young masters and misses, the college entrance examination was merely a formality. After all, ordinary people might work themselves to the bone for a score of over 600, while the money they earned in a lifetime might not even amount to a year's pocket money for these privileged ones. We're here, study well in school, and make sure to rest. Liu reminded from the driver's seat. Got it, Mom. Zhang Qingqing pushed the car door open, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and without even greeting Shen Changan, swiftly merged into the crowd, trying to distance herself from him as quickly as possible. She didn't want her classmates to see her walking with this oddball. Shen Changan smiled indifferently, shouldering his beloved guitar case and leisurely following behind. Soon the distance between them widened to over 50 meters. He had his hands in his pockets when suddenly a dark shadow darted out from a shadowy green belt up ahead. Wow! An exaggerated scare echoed in Shen Changan's ears. He didn't even lift his eyelids, his steps didn't falter, maintaining his leisurely pace. The shadow froze in place. Senior brother, you're truly insufferable. Baiyin puffed out her cheeks, grumbling in exasperation. I've been waiting right here for 10 whole minutes, yet you haven't even acknowledged me. Baiyin wore a crisp high school uniform, her hair swept into a neat high ponytail. That face, capable of sending adolescent boys into raptures, now bore an unmistakable air of thwarted frustration. Shen Changan sighed. Please, within a 5-kilometer radius of Qingzhou No. 1 high school, you're the only one radiating demonic aura. You hadn't even stepped into view, and I already knew it was you. Baiyin sulked lips, pursed her gaze dark with wounded reproach. Fine, fine. Seeing this, Shen Changan gave a perfunctory half-step backward, clutched his chest with both hands, and delivered his lines with deadpan monotony. Oh, I'm terrified. How utterly frightening. Shen Changan. Baiyin erupted in outrage, abandoning all decorum as she lunged forward, pounding his arm twice with her soft pink-knuckled fists. You're patronizing a child. Enough, enough. No more nonsense. With a faint smile, Shen Changan pressed his palm atop her fluffy head. Though she'd concealed her true form, the texture remained delightfully plush. How's your wound? Has it improved? At this, Baiyin instantly brightened. Completely healed. Senior brother's medicine is miraculous. Not a single scar remains. She arched a triumphant eyebrow and slid her small hand beneath the hem of her uniform blouse. Don't believe me. Feel for yourself. The skin's smoother than before. Without hesitation, she began lifting her shirt, right there in broad daylight. Whoa! Shen Changan's pulse leapt. He seized her wrist in a desperate grip, glancing furtively around like a thief caught red-handed. Sure enough, several passing boys had frozen mid-stride, eyes bulging. Are you insane? This is a school. Shen Changan lowered his voice sharply and tugged her arm, urging her forward. Do you want my name plastered across the campus forum tomorrow? Watching his flustered, guilty expression, Baiyin's lips curled into a sly, vixen-like smile, and she let him lead her away without resistance. Senior brother, You do get nervous sometimes, don't you? She leaned and whispering playfully beside his ear. Please, Auntie, I beg you. Shen Changan pleaded earnestly. I'm already exhausted from grinding away outside school. Can't I at least sleep peacefully here? Just stop tormenting me, all right? Ever since Bai Yin joined the Qingzhou branch, Shen Changan had imposed 3 strict rules upon her. The most critical stipulated within the school's academic zone: she must never initiate contact or appear near him. The reason was simple. Bai Yin, a beauty of transcendent allure, became the instant focal point of the entire campus the moment she stepped foot inside. Shen Changan merely wished to remain an invisible, unremarkable presence, certainly not become a campus-wide pariah because of this mischievous feline. All right. I'll spare you today in gratitude for saving me last night. Bai Yin, ever pragmatic, composed herself instantly. Then I'll head to self-study now, classmate Shun. She nodded once, then turned, gliding gracefully toward the teaching building, bathed in the admiring gazes of countless male students. Shen Changan wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Only after Bai Yin disappeared did he make his way toward his classroom. At Qingzhou No. 1 high school, senior year class assignments followed rigid hierarchy. Class 1 and Class 2 were the crown jewels, havens for genuine academic prodigies. Coincidentally, Bai Yin belonged to Class 1, while Zhang Qingqing occupied Class 2. Both girls possessed breathtaking beauty and consistently ranked among the top performers, cherished by every faculty member like porcelain treasures too delicate to risk dropping. By contrast, Shen Changan's Class 7, Grade 12, was a quintessential melting pot, ordinary, unexceptional, teeming with mediocrity. Even its top student, the class monitor, barely hovered around 100th place in the grade rankings, struggling desperately just to stay upright. Class 7 had 2 defining traits: clusters of modestly affluent heirs, neither destitute nor extravagantly wealthy, and hordes of athletically gifted but academically indifferent sports students. As he pushed open the rear classroom door, a complex bouquet of designer perfumes flooded his senses. Amidst the raucous banter of video games and basketball matches erupting from the back rows, the classroom buzzed with chaotic energy, resembling nothing so much as a bustling marketplace. Indifferent to the clamor, Shen Changan strode directly to his sanctuary, the solitary desk by the window in the farthest corner of the room. He leaned his guitar case against the wall, pulled out his chair, and settled in, perfectly content. Here no one disturbed his naps. His neighbors were mostly silent, studious types who rarely uttered more than 3 words at a time. That he enjoyed such VIP tranquility amid the din wasn't due to charm, but rather to a reputation slightly unusual. Back in grade 10, a campus bully, whose family held sway over a certain deputy director, had swaggered in with 7 lackeys to impose order and assert dominance. Fate dealt them ill. They kicked awake Shen Changan, who the previous night had just slain a 3rd-tier demonic beast. Within 3 minutes, the 7 thugs lay bruised and bloodied, lined up neatly beneath the blackboard, singing surrender in unison. No classmate dared intervene. Everyone stood paralyzed, convinced Shen Changan would be expelled, yet he took only a single day off and returned the next morning, backpack slung casually over one shoulder, as if nothing had happened. 2 days later, that arrogant deputy director was abruptly transferred, officially cited for sudden severe violations of discipline and professional conduct. As for the bully, he fled the city overnight, transferring schools. Rumor said he walked with trembling legs. From then on, wild theories swirled about Shen Changan's identity. Some claimed he was a provincial scion sent down for field training. Others whispered he was the illegitimate son of a shadowy underworld patriarch. Yet no one could pierce the veil. All treated him with reverent distance, terrified of provoking this ominous figure and finding themselves likewise compelled to vanish overnight. Compounding the mystique, Shen Changan served as head of the Night Watch Bureau, so perpetually besieged by urgent matters that he routinely submitted hospital-issued leave slips to skip class. Thus he became the class's enigmatic legend, unfathomably connected and perpetually offline. Aside from the assignment collector, virtually no one dared speak to him directly. Teacher Liu, the homeroom instructor, was a man of pragmatism. To protect the few students still striving for university admission, he cordoned off a silent zone in the classroom, seating the quietest students together. These taciturn souls sat side by side, exchanging not a word. And Shen Changan, though perpetually dozing, emanated an aura so imposing it anchored the row behind, taming even the most unruly heirs like mice before a mountain lion. Should anyone dare raise their voice near Shen Changan, while he slept, no rebuke was needed. A sharp slap from a neighbor would silence them instantly. For Teacher Liu's arrangement, Shen Changan offered only 2 words, perfectly executed. He carefully positioned his guitar case in the corner's blind spot, ensuring no careless classmate would disturb it. If someone kicked it over, and 2 peerless spirit artifacts, radiating palpable killing intent, tumbled forth, tomorrow's headline in the Beijing Morning Post would surely read, "Shocking Discovery. Qingzhou No. One high school unveils cultivation maniac. Just as he opened his textbook to resume his nap, a timid, barely audible voice murmured beside him, Classmate Shen Changan looked up to find a slender girl in uniform standing awkwardly before his desk, her features gentle, unassuming, radiating the quiet charm of a neighborhood girl next door. She wore a simple low ponytail and clutched a stack of subject tests, her clean, unadorned face flushed with nervousness. This was Li Shiwan, the group leader. In Class 7, she was something of a phenomenon. Her appearance embodied the quintessential first love fantasy of adolescence, a soft, luminous white moonlight, and admirers numbered not in dozens, but in legions. Academically, she excelled, consistently ranked among the top 3 in class and solidly placed between 100th and 150th in the entire grade, making her Class 7's foremost candidate for elite universities. What is it, group leader? Shen Changan rubbed his eyes, his tone mild. Your weekend English test papers, please. Li Shiwan hugged the papers tightly, her gaze darting nervously, refusing to meet his eyes. After all, this was the legendary figure rumored to have forced a school director into immediate reassignment. Shen Changan blinked, then rummaged through his bag. Over the past 2 days, he'd either hunted weasel demons or slain fourth-year demonic beasts, the rest of his time devoted entirely to catching up on sleep. He hadn't even touched a pen, let alone completed an English test. Pulling out a pristine, mirror-bright blank sheet, he scratched his head sheepishly. Group leader. I've had family matters lately. Been swamped. Haven't gotten around to it yet. So, he paused, smoothly deploying the classic plea of the struggling senior. Could I borrow your paper for... I'll copy. I'll study it thoroughly and return both papers to you before evening self-study. This. Li Shiwan froze, startled. Instinct screamed refuse. This was blatant academic dishonesty. Yet when her eyes met Shen Changan's, sheer survival instinct overrode principle. Okay. She extracted the topmost paper, its elegant, delicate script immaculate, and placed it gently on his desk. Return it after evening self-study. I'll inform the teacher and deliver it to the office myself. Thank you, group leader. No need to thank me. She nodded once, then retreated to her seat. Shen Changan watched her go. Among classmates, she was the one he interacted with most, largely because she'd served as group leader for 3 years and collecting assignments had fostered easy, familiar exchanges. Just as he picked up his pen to begin copying, a thunderous bellow shattered the calm silence. If you must brawl, take it outside. The front door burst open. Homeroom teacher Lu strode in, face grim. In his 50s, half his hair silvered, he was a grounded, retiring man, just a few years shy of retirement. Normally tolerant of Class 7's privileged whims, his philosophy being, so long as you cause no trouble, I won't trouble you. But this was the final stretch of senior year, and duty overrode resignation. He brandished his teaching rod, slamming it hard onto the lectern, sending chalk dust cascading. The boisterous heirs and athletes instantly fell mute, scrambling back to their seats. Silence descended, absolute and suffocating. Look at you, still chattering about games. Teacher Lu scanned the class with sorrowful disappointment, his heart heavy with unspoken grief. Today is May 10th, 2026. Less than 30 days remain until the National College entrance examination. Even if your family's own mines, or mountains of gold and silver, even if you've secured overseas pathways or succession plans, I beg you, focus these final weeks. He paused, lingering deliberately on the row's most notorious troublemakers. I don't expect miracles, nor demand sudden leaps to first-tier university admission. But I warn certain students, if you refuse to study, don't sabotage those who strive to transform their destinies through this exam. At least honor your shared years as classmates. Even if unfamiliar, don't betray them at this pivotal hour. Close your mouths, open your books. His tirade left the classroom steeped in oppressive stillness. Only the whisper of pens scratching paper broke the silence. Having vented, teacher Lu paced slowly down the aisles, hands clasped behind his back. Reaching the back row, he observed Shen Changan deftly aligning 2 test papers, pen flying across the page, replicating Li Shiwan's English answers with uncanny precision. Teacher Lu's step faltered slightly. His gaze lingered on Shen Changan, complex, unreadable. Unexpectedly, he neither scolded nor issued even a quiet admonition, merely shifted his gaze away and continued walking, hands still clasped behind his back. Teacher Lu was a man of profound insight. Other heirs posed no real threat, but this young man, he could and would. His sole desire was to shepherd this final cohort safely to graduation and retire with dignity. Though ignorant of demons and spirits, teacher Lu had sensed danger in the bizarre overnight transfer of that haughty deputy director and recognized the warning embedded within it. He understood clearly this student, whose absences outnumbered his attendances, possessed connections beyond measure. Most crucially, Shen Changan, though academically average and perpetually drowsing, never instigated conflict. And simply being present in class tamed the rowdy heirs more effectively than any teacher could. Such a stabilizing force, this living anchor, was to be revered, not corrected. Teacher Lu's only wish was for him to glide smoothly through graduation, undisturbed, unquestioned, and absolutely unbothered by trivialities like copied homework. The bell signaling the end of the evening study finally rang. The tranquil Class 7 of the senior year erupted into a cacophony of joyous cheers from the students liberated at last. Shen Changan stretched widely, organizing the completed English exam papers along with Li Ziwen's original paper. He slung the worn guitar case over his shoulder and walked over to Li Ziwen's desk. Group leader, hey, race your paper back. Thank you very much. Shen Changan placed the exam paper on the desk. Li Shiwan, who was packing her backpack, took the paper and noticed the slightly heavy black wooden guitar case behind Shen Changan. A hint of confusion crossed her delicate face as she casually asked, Shen, do you know anything about music? I haven't seen you bring this to school before. Oh, this. Shen Changan patted the hard wooden exterior of the guitar case, nonchalantly making up excuses. Lately I felt that studying alone is too monotonous, so I wanted to learn some art to enrich my soul. With the college entrance examination approaching, I thought I'd dabble in music to relieve some stress. Li Shiwan blinked her sparkling eyes, automatically picturing Shen Changan sitting on the playground strumming the guitar and singing. With his handsome face, he would likely attract many girls. That's great. It seems that the arts really suit you, Li Shiwan smiled politely. You have good taste. Shen Changan gave her a thumbs up and turned to leave for his job. By the way, Shun, Li Shiwan called out softly, looking at his back. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. While art can relieve stress, you still need to pay attention to your studies and not get too distracted. Shen Changan paused, turned back to glance at her, and the smile on his face grew wider. Got it, thanks for your concern, group leader. With that, he strode out of the classroom. One cannot deny that such a gentle and kind girl who treats everyone with warmth and care truly deserves the title of White Moonlight. Yet it is this very gentleness that easily misleads adolescent boys. Especially for those invisible boys who usually lack presence. After chatting with her a bit, they might even start planning which kindergarten their future children would attend. After Shen Changan left Li Ziwen's deskmate and close friend, He-Fei dared to approach her. He-Fei exaggeratedly patted her chest and said, Wan, you are really bold. You actually dared to chat with that troublemaker and even advised him to study hard. Li Shiwan shook her head with a smile while sorting the papers. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I think he's quite easy to talk to. He borrowed my paper and even thanked me. Being nice to others never hurts. Even if he doesn't remember your kindness, at least there won't be any conflict. On the other side, Shen Changan had already reached the school gate. He raised his wrist to check the schedule on his electronic watch. This month, it was his turn for the night shift, while Bai-in worked the day shift. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, his phone vibrated. He took out his phone. The screen displayed an urgent message from the liaison officer. Liaison Officer 07, Shen Changan. At No. 13 Alley, Old Beijia, Qingzhou District. Abnormal demonic energy fluctuations detected. Preliminary assessment indicates a gathering of demons engaging in a brawl posing a risk of injury. Please proceed to handle it as soon as possible. Shen Changan glanced at the location, his brow slightly raised. Old Beijia was a well-known gathering place for demons in Qingzhou District, home to many low-tier demons who legally worked and ran small businesses in human society. Most demons are quite law-abiding. Incidents of fighting are akin to ordinary people getting into conflicts after drinking too much at a barbecue stand, which falls under the routine maintenance tasks of the Night Watch Division and does not earn additional contribution points. Though this job doesn't pay, it is a responsibility that cannot be ignored. Shen Changan quickly messaged Bai-in in the workgroup. Shen Changan, where did you park your vehicle? Please send the exact location. After a few seconds, Bai-in replied, Bai-in, it's in the first parking shed on the right outside the school gate. I sent you the license plate number. Cat salutes. JPG, following Bai-in's location, Shen Changan arrived at the dim parking shed. Upon seeing the vehicle, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was a modified small scooter. The entire body was spray-painted in a deathly Barbie pink, and the front was adorned with an exaggerated Hello Kitty sticker. This taste is truly something else. Shen Changan sighed, helplessly took out the spare key and inserted it into the lock. Click. As he turned the key to ignite the engine, the cute pink little demon suddenly erupted with a roar akin to that of a racing car. Vroom. The noise was so loud that it could wake the dead in the middle of the night. This sudden commotion immediately attracted the attention of the security booth at the school gate. Who is over there? Which delinquent is trying to pick up girls at our school's gate again? The security officer bellowed, a powerful beam of penetrating light from his flashlight sweeping over. Damn! Shen Changan was blinded by the strong light. Ignoring the fact that this scooter was even louder than his heavy motorcycle, he quickly twisted the throttle. The pink Hello Kitty scooter left a flashy pink trail in the night, accompanied by a deafening roar, escaping at a wild speed before the security officer could catch up. In the night, a pink-painted scooter roaring like thunder entered Old Beijia's South City with a flamboyant. This is a typical old urban area in Qingzhou district with low buildings and aging facilities, walls plastered with ads for sewer services and painless abortions. Adjacent to the newly built industrial zone in South City, it has attracted a large influx of laborers and tenants from outside due to cheap rents. At 11 at night, the large shopping malls in the city center had long closed, but Old Beijia was experiencing its liveliest moment. The streets were filled with flashing neon signs, and the smoky aroma of food stalls mixed with cheap perfume, creating a raucous atmosphere. Shen Changan parked the eye-catching pink scooter in a dark, unoccupied corner, locked it up, and swiftly took off his blue and white school uniform jacket, stuffing it into his backpack, and changed into an ordinary black, thin trench coat. As the person in charge of Qingzhou district, it was clearly inappropriate to enforce the law in such a crowded public place with the face of an 18-year-old high school student. He took out a soft, flesh-colored thin film from the pocket of his coat and placed it over his face. This was a high-tech disguise mask produced by the logistics department of the Night Watch Division, breathable and perfectly fitting with no flaws. In just a few seconds, the languid and handsome 18-year-old high school student vanished, replaced by an ordinary-looking young man in his mid-20s with a hint of shrewdness. Adjusting his collar, Shen Changan pinned a discreet black tower badge to his chest, then pressed the switch of the miniature camera at the collar. Beep. The law enforcement recorder has been activated. With the faint electronic sound, the young master Shen began his day of work in such an unassuming manner. Shen Changan followed the location and strolled into the 13th alley of Old Beijia. According to the information sent by the liaison officer, the target location is an outdoor barbecue stall named Fatty's Barbecue. Before getting closer, a heated argument reached his ears, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered around, while two sweating local police officers were desperately trying to maintain order in the center. Refund. It must be refunded. Double compensation. A tourist with a bare torso and a large gold chain around his neck was banging on the table, shouting angrily. What kind of rubbish are you grilling? The meat is rotten. Do you want to kill someone? Nonsense. My meat is freshly sourced every day. The owner of the barbecue stall, a burly man, waved the skewer in his hand defiantly. You all ate almost a whole table of meat before saying it was rotten. If you want to eat for free, just say so. Don't try to frame me here. Everyone calm down, let's talk nicely, no need to resort to violence. The two officers in the middle were almost hoarse from shouting. Shen Changan stood at the edge of the crowd, hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, squinting slightly. Deep within his gaze, a shadowy red flame quietly flickered. The fire I was activated. The world before him instantly shed its disguise. In Shen Changan's view, apart from the two police officers who were genuinely human, both sides involved in the conflict were surrounded by a faint trace of demonic energy. For the demon race to shed their beastly forms and perfectly transform into human shapes, they must at least reach the 6th realm of spirit abyss. Demons below the 6th realm walking in human society are merely using illusions. To ordinary people they appeared human, but under the spiritual sight of advanced practitioners, it was as if they were running around naked. Shen Changan could clearly see that the owner waving the skewer was in fact a standing wild boar demon. The tourist troublemakers were several grinning hyena demons. After discerning their auras, they were all low-level demons of the 1st and 2nd realms. At this moment, both sides were hot-headed, and the beastly instincts of the demons began to override their rationality. The words of the two ordinary police officers clearly held little weight. The hyena demon even rolled up its sleeves, the sharp demonic claws faintly visible, and it looked like the situation was about to escalate into a bloody incident. Shen Changan yawned, parted the crowd, and leisurely walked to an empty table at the far edge of the stall. He pulled out a red plastic chair and sat down confidently. Boom! A momentary release of terrifying spiritual pressure of the 5th realm of spirit sea occurred. This aura went unnoticed by ordinary people, but for those low-level demons with keen senses, it was akin to setting off a stun grenade right next to them. The wild boar demon and the hyena demons who had been yelling just a second before fell silent. They appeared as if their throats had been seized, their hair standing on end, and their demonic energy instantly retreated to their dantians. Several demons stiffly turned their heads, following the source of the terrifying pressure, all looking towards the young man in black sitting in the corner. The young man was staring at them expressionlessly. The black ancient tower badge on his chest gleamed with a cold and deadly metallic luster under the streetlight. The Night Patrol. Night Patrol. A monster of an absurd level. Cough. The leading hyena demon gulped audibly, and its previously arrogant face instantly transformed into a radiant flower. It grabbed the police officer in front of it, its tone as gentle as a model citizen. Comrade police, it's actually all a misunderstanding. The owner's meat is fine. Oh, we're just too picky with our tastes. The wild boar owner of the barbecue stall was also trembling with fear, quickly tossing the skewer he held into the trash and repeatedly waving his hands. Yes, yes, yes. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Today's meal is on me, we are all law-abiding good citizens, how could we cause trouble? The two police officers stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances, completely confused as to how these ruffians who had just been ready to draw their knives suddenly transformed into models of mutual respect and love. Since there are no issues, let's communicate properly in the future and refrain from shouting and causing disturbances, it's bad for everyone. The two police officers, seeing the dramatic change in attitude from both sides, felt relieved despite their confusion. After a routine admonishment, they turned and patrolled to other stalls. The crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed upon realizing there was no longer any excitement to watch. The hyena demons wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, just about to make their escape. Everyone stop. Shen Changan stood up from the red plastic chair, leisurely walked to the center of the barbecue stall, and glanced at them. Fatty pulled down the roller shutters, suspend operations. I understood, officer. The stout wild boar owner displayed surprising agility as he rushed out in a few steps, politely ushering the remaining ordinary diners to leave. With a loud clang, he pulled down the gigantic roller shutter in front of the shop. After blocking the view from the outside, Shen Changan casually pulled up a table to sit down, crossed his long legs, and tapped the table. All right, routine inspection. Everyone take out the temporary residence permit for demons issued by the night patrol. The hyena demons and the fat owner dared not delay, obediently lining up, pulling out a small green-covered booklet from their pockets and handing it over with both hands. Shen Changan opened the booklet and checked the information one by one. Li Daqiang Wild Boar Demon First Realm. Registered in Songjiang Province, Shiyuan City. What are you doing in Qingzhou District? Report, officer. We came from another province to look for work. The hyena demon leader rubbed its hands, smiling in a way that was more pitiful than crying. The competition is too fierce back in Shiyuan City, and we heard that a new heavy industrial area has opened in the southern city, so we wanted to come here to do some labor work like moving bricks and carrying cement. Shen Changan nodded, checked the fat owner's documents, confirmed that there were no overdue or violation records, and tossed the documents back to them. So tell me what exactly happened just now. In my jurisdiction, I won't listen to empty words. Under the pressure of absolute strength, the hyena demons dared not lie and spilled the truth like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that they had just arrived and their money was nearly spent wanting to take advantage of the seemingly honest fat owner to eat a free meal, while also extorting some travel expenses. All right, the matter is clear. Shen Changan took out a special marker and drew a conspicuous red cross on the residence permit of the hyena demon leader. Considering this is your first offense and no serious consequences were caused, I will only issue a warning this time. Shen Changan slammed the residence permit on the table, his gaze slightly cold. You understand the rules. Accumulate 3 warnings, and your permit will be revoked, sending you back to your original residence. By then, don't say you can't move bricks, you won't even be able to enter human society. If you don't want to roll back to the deep mountains and forests to gnaw on tree bark, then be more honest. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, officer, for your leniency. We'll go to the construction site to move bricks tomorrow, absolutely no trouble. The hyena demons seemed as if they had received a reprieve, bowing repeatedly, then quickly scurrying out through the roller shutter. Thank you, officer, for upholding justice. The wild boar owner breathed a sigh of relief and approached with a beaming smile. Officer, the next time you come here, barbecue and beer are on the house, all free. No need, we have discipline. Oh, we won't take a single thread from the people, nor will we take a single large kidney from the demon race. Shen Changan waved his hand, stood up, and pulled open the roller shutter to leave. For the rest of the night, Shen Changan, wearing that disguise, meticulously sifted through the entire demon gathering area of the Old North Street in the southern city and its surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no hidden dangers and that no other minor demons dared to cause trouble in the night, did he return to school, changing back into his blue and white school uniform. Daylight had already broken. Ding! Clock and successful night shift ended. Shen Changan pressed a button on his electronic watch, letting out a long breath of turbid air. Shen Changan. I've completed my shift. I parked the car back at last night's shed. Received. Great job, boss. The cat serving tea. Jiff. Shen Changan put his phone away, rubbed the sore back of his neck, and dragged his heavy steps toward the school, unable to help but complain. The manpower shortage at the night patrol has truly reached an appalling level. Even trivial matters like dealing with free meal fraud require him, the highest responsible officer, to personally mediate. In fact, several years ago, the night patrol had recruited a large number of ordinary people as peripheral patrol officers to handle disputes among these low-level demons. But soon incidents occurred, and it became a scandal. At that time, a team of ordinary patrol officers while on patrol targeted an inexperienced second realm fox demon. Those patrol officers, taking advantage of their official capacity, forcibly detained the fox demon, committing not only violations, but also filming videos to coerce her into engaging in flesh trade for their profit. Later when the matter came to light, those beasts even bit back, claiming that it was due to their lack of cultivation that they couldn't resist the fox demon's natural charm and thus committed a grave mistake. Due to the loopholes in the judgment mechanism at that time, the poor fox demon was executed as maliciously inducing human crime. This incident completely enraged the high-level demons. Several demon kings personally demanded an explanation, and the truth was finally uncovered. Naturally, those patrol officers faced severe punishment, but the repercussions were already irreversible. On one hand, the absolute impartiality of the night patrol was severely questioned. On the other hand, during the coercion of the fox demon, a large number of ordinary people came into contact with the demon race, nearly triggering social panic. During that time, the relationship between humans and demons reached an all-time low, nearly erupting into full-scale conflict. To quell the situation, the high-ranking officials of the night patrol learned their lesson and decisively cut off all ordinary patrol officers without cultivation. They established a strict rule: all incidents involving demons and magical creatures, regardless of size, must be handled personally by a formal lantern bearer. Although this regulation effectively prevented ordinary people from using their power to oppress demons, it successfully turned Shen Changan and his fellow grassroots lantern bearers into year-round tireless workhorses. The reason why young individuals like Shen Changan still need to study in high school is solely due to a strict regulation of the Night Watch Bureau, Mortal Anchors. It is clearly stipulated that all lamp bearers must maintain a complete ordinary human life during their youth. Whether it be attending school or working, they must never detach from the masses. This is to prevent these beings wielding extraordinary power from losing their humanity after prolonged contact with the abyss of demons, ultimately turning into madmen who consider themselves gods. Under normal circumstances, it is already considered remarkable for a lamp bearer to break through 4 realms before graduating from university, marking them as an absolute genius worthy of special training. Individuals like Shen Changan, who directly reached the 5th realm at the age of 18, while also being the head of a district during his senior year, are rare anomalies across the entire eastern Huang kingdom. Thus, the price of genius is to become a powerhouse working during the day and hunting demons at night. Shen Changan casually found a budget hotel near the school and checked into an hourly room. After washing away the fatigue from his late-night efforts and the lingering smell of last night's barbecue, he changed into a clean school uniform from his backpack and strolled into the classroom of Class 7 senior year just as the bell for morning study rang. As per usual, ignoring the noise from the surrounding recitations and idle chatter, Shen Changan walked straight to the quiet area by the window in the last row, pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his arms, and buried his face in them. In one go, he fell asleep in 3 seconds. The noise in the classroom rapidly faded away. When Shen Changan opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer at a desk piled with test papers, but in a boundless space radiating a soft white light. Here we are again. Shen Changan stood up straight, stretched his limbs, and looked around the empty white space. This pristine white dream is Shen Changan's biggest secret in this world. Since he was about 7 or 8 years old, he would occasionally be drawn into this space in his dreams. There is no pattern to this occurrence. Sometimes he would enter once a month, while other times it would be half a year between visits. Calculating the time, it had been exactly a month since he last entered here. Just as Shen Changan finished speaking, a ripple suddenly formed in the pure white space not far in front of him. Immediately after, a shadow engulfed in intense black flames appeared. The figure was indistinct in features and bore no clothing details, entirely composed of a blurred silhouette formed from pure black flames. "Good morning." Shen Changan naturally raised his hand and smiled at the shadow. He considered this shadow an old acquaintance, having interacted for over 10 years. Although this shadow had never uttered a word, Shen Changan had long regarded it as his half-master in the overwhelming black flames it wielded, along with the ability to see through the true forms of demons, were all skills he had learned through repeated one-sided beatings in this dream. The shadow remained unresponsive as usual. It casually raised its right hand, and the black flames surged violently in its palm. In the next moment, a heavy long spear exuding a terrifying aura materialized in its hand. The shadow threw it casually, and the spear flew towards Shen Changan, tracing a black parabolic arc. Bang! Shen Changan caught it steadily. It felt heavy in his grasp, the shaft decorated with familiar ancient black patterns. "Oh, isn't this the Jiayun I just replaced yesterday? You can replicate my external equipment in real time within a dream." Shen Changan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How advanced?" The shadow disregarded his banter. It flipped its hand, and the black flames gathered once more, condensing into an identical Jiayun-long spear. Then, holding the spear with one hand, the shadow lightly flicked its wrist. Clang! The dark red spear tip tore through the air, steadily pointing at Shen Changan's throat. The meaning was straightforward: draw the spear, and then get hit. "Alright, I just got a new weapon, and it only took one strike to take down that 4th-tier demon in reality. I haven't fully adapted to the feel of this spear yet. Shen Changan's earlier laziness vanished in an instant. His legs slightly bent, he spread his stance, gripping the heavy spear tightly, with both hands, the bones in his body cracking like popping beans. With a thought, the violent, annihilating black flames surged from his palm, covering the entire spear with a boom, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding white space. The youth's gaze was sharp and a hint of excited smile crept onto his lips. Then, please take my strike. Boom. Before his voice faded, the pure white ground beneath Shen Changan exploded with a wave of air, propelling him forward like a cannonball, brandishing the burning black flames of the Jiyun and charging ahead. Clang! The two heavy long spears collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing and a shower of black sparks. Shen Changan's attacks were ferocious. Thrusts, jabs, slashes, sweeping strikes. The spear, weighing hundreds of pounds, danced in his hands like a dense storm. Yet the shadow merely held its spear with one hand, moving with the lightness of a stroll, effortlessly blocking and deflecting every lethal attack from Shen Changan. Although he hadn't gained any advantage, Shen Changan felt he could still keep pace, even managing to launch a few tricky side attacks. However, this composure lasted less than a few minutes. When Shen Changan attempted a powerful horizontal sweep to force the opponent back, the shadow's movements suddenly changed. It was too fast. So fast that even Shen Changan's fifth realm dynamic vision could only catch a glimpse of a residual shadow. The long spear in the shadow's hand transformed into a venomous serpent, gliding smoothly around Shen Changan's defensive perimeter at an angle that defied the laws of physics. Thud! A very real sound of flesh tearing echoed through the white space. The spear tip, burning with black flames, precisely pierced Shen Changan's abdomen, directly emerging from his lower back as the black flames began to scorch his flesh. Ugh! Shen Changan's pupils constricted sharply, nearly bulging out of his eyes. Before he could recover, the shadow cruelly twisted its wrist and yanked the spear outward. Swish! A large chunk of flesh mixed with internal organs was violently expelled by the barbs. An unimaginable agony washed over Shen Changan's nerves like a tsunami. In this dream, he wouldn't die, and all wounds would rapidly heal into white light in the next second, but the 100 real feedback of pain was etched into his mind without a trace missing. Shen Changan clutched his already restored abdomen, his face contorted in agony, cold sweat soaked. He gasped heavily, taking a full 10 seconds to forcefully suppress the urge to roll on the ground. He wiped the imaginary blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, gritting his teeth as he stood upright again, forcing out a smile that was more twisted than crying. Damn. It's been a month since I last took a beating, and my pain receptors are still a bit unaccustomed. Bring it on. The shadow wasted no words, flicking its spear, transforming it into a black storm of death. The next moments were a brutal and inhumane one-sided massacre. Shen Changan's proud fighting skills seemed like those of a baby just learning to walk in front of the shadow. The shadow's spear techniques followed no fixed patterns. Each blow struck from angles Shen Changan could never anticipate. Thud! The spear pierced his heart. Crack! The spear shaft shattered his kneecap. Boom! The spear tip stabbed into Shen Changan's forehead, piercing through the back of his skull. Time became irrelevant. Shen Changan was left riddled with wounds in the white space. Even as pain blurred his consciousness, his eyes, burning with dark red flames, remained wide open, fixated on every technique, every footstep change, and every trajectory of the shadow's spear. He was like a withered sponge, desperately absorbing the combat experience from his opponent amidst extreme pain, even attempting to thrust out a retaliatory shot just before being shot in the head. Uncertain how many times he had been killed, he also had no idea how long had passed in this timeless spit. When Shen Changan finally dragged the Jiyun, struggling like a dead dog to rise from the ground, his entire body was spasming uncontrollably. This time the shadow did not initiate another attack. It slowly lowered the long spear in its hand, gazing deeply at Shen Changan. Then the entire pure white space began to shatter and dissipate like a broken mirror. Bang! A loud crash echoed from the last row of the classroom of Class 7 senior year. Shen Changan, who had been sleeping on the desk, jolted awake, his knee crashing hard against the iron pipe beneath the desk. He abruptly raised his head, the ferocity and pain from the dream still lingering in his gaze, panting heavily. Every cell in his body was sending phantom pains of being pierced by the spear to his brain, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. He turned to glance out the window. The dazzling sunlight streamed through the glass onto the desk. It was already noon. The classroom was empty. Most of the students had rushed to the cafeteria, leaving only 5 or 6 classmates in the front row. Startled by the commotion, Shen Changan caused the few classmates shivered and quickly averted their gazes after sneaking a glance. Upon seeing Shen Changan's pale and terrifying complexion, they immediately recoiled, as if shocked, wishing they could bury their heads in their desks, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, a slender figure approached somewhat awkwardly. It was Li Shiwan. She was holding a lunchbox, evidently just finishing her exercises and preparing to eat. Shen, are you? All right. Li Shiwan stood a meter away, concernedly observing Shen Changan's sweaty appearance, and gently asked, "You look unwell. Are you sick? Should I call the school nurse for you?" Hearing her gentle voice, the almost palpable murderous aura in Shen Changan's eyes gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy and intense phantom pain within him. Then leaning back in his chair, he forced out a casual smile, waving his hand in fine, no need to worry. I just had a nightmare dreaming that I scored 0 on the math college entrance exam and woke up scared. I'm off to the cafeteria to eat. Bye. After saying this, he casually closed the book that was soaked with saliva, putting his hands in the pockets of his uniform trousers, and strolled out of the classroom with a faint headache. Shen Changan arrived at the cafeteria and casually ordered a rice bowl with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. He found an inconspicuous corner to sit down. As he shoveled rice into his mouth, he habitually took out his phone and opened the internal app of the night watch. The screen displayed that Bai-in had a stability task today in the day shift, which included mediating disputes among the lower-tier demon clans. Have these little demons been this agitated lately? They seem to be getting into conflicts all the time. Shen Changan muttered to himself. However, he didn't take it too seriously, as such trivial disputes were quite common in the old district. Time slipped away with startling swiftness. Days blurred into naps and idle drifting nights into routine patrols. A week vanished in the blink of an eye. Saturday afternoon, May 16th. Senior high students at last tasted a fleeting reprieve, the brief, hard-won freedom of parole from relentless academic toil. Shen Changan returned to Guanlan Mansion, devouredly used dinner in haste, barely registering Zhang Qingqing's sardonic barbs, then dashed straight to the underground garage and sped off on his heavily modified motorcycle, its muffler recalibrated for silence. Tonight held work, and grim work at that. At 7:30 p.m., Shen Changan guided his motorcycle through the hushed streets into an aging resettlement community on the northern outskirts of Qingzhou district. Half an hour earlier, a crimson emergency alert had flared across the operational chat group. A fatal Yaobeast attack had occurred in room 401, Building B, Beiyuan Residential Complex, Qingzhou district. The scene had already been cordoned off by Logistics Division. The local jurisdictional officer was instructed to proceed immediately for formal classification. Yaobeast homicide. Under the Night Warden Bureau's statutes, this constituted a grave and egregious offense. Once confirmed, bloodshed became inevitable. Police tape already snaked around the building's entrance. Since only Night Warden logistics personnel were present, Shen Changan saw no need to don the synthetic skin mask. Clad in his slightly faded blue and white school uniform and slinging a guitar case over his shoulder, he strode boldly inside. The logistics staff at the gate recognized his signature attire. Not only did they refrain from stopping him, but one even respectfully parted the barrier and saluted. Huang stood smoking at the building's entrance, his brows knotted into a deep Chuan character. Spotting Shen Changan, he promptly extinguished his cigarette and hurried forward. "Sir, you've arrived. What's the situation? Brief me as we go." Shen Changan ascended the stairwell toward the 4th floor. "A couple. The deceased is human, the perpetrator a Yaobi." Huang followed closely behind, voice tinged with resignation. "Though both are women." Shen Changan's ascending step faltered ever so slightly, his brow lifted, then swiftly settled into understanding. "Lesbians?" "Yes." Huang exhaled a weary sigh. These days youth experiment with astonishing audacity, and such preferences grow increasingly common. Within the Night Warden Bureau's weighty provisional regulations on Yao beings, one ironclad decree stood unambiguous: human-Yao romantic entanglement was strictly forbidden. Yet its legal fine print targeted exclusively heterosexual unions, the core intent being to prevent hybrid offspring, unstable, volatile, half-Yao progeny prone to violent frenzy. This created an awkward lacuna in enforcement. The regulation contained no explicit prohibition against same-sex relationships. After all, 2 women, or 2 men, could scarcely produce offspring. Consequently, many lower-tier Yao beings exploited this loophole, seeking human partners of the same sex to cohabit peacefully within human society. Logistics teams, upon discovery, often turned a blind eye. "Has the victim's identity been confirmed?" Shen Changan asked. "Victim's name is Wang Li, 20 years old, a sophomore at the nearby vocational education city." Huang flipped through his tablet. "The assailant is a level 2 rat Yao using the alias Chen Jiji, currently at large." By then they'd reached room 401's doorway. A thick coppery stench of blood pierced even through the reinforced security door. Shen Changan pushed it open and entered. It was a modest single-room rental. The living room lay in ruins, shredded textbooks scattered across the floor, appliances smashed beyond recognition, evidence of a brutal, ferocious confrontation. He walked directly to the bedroom, its door left ajar. Within that cramped space, blood saturated nearly half the bedsheet and pooled across the floor. A young woman lay supine beside the bed, her clothing torn and disarrayed, neck rent by a massive, jagged laceration, the fatal wound. She was long dead. Shen Changan paused at the bedroom threshold, withdrew a pair of medical-grade white gloves and a surgical mask from his trench coat pocket and donned them. Stepping past the debris, he approached the bed and began his examination. Though classified as a crime of passion, the sheer brutality of the scene remained profoundly unsettling. Wang Li's features were delicate and fair, her face still adorned with the meticulous dramatic makeup she'd applied before their date, now grotesquely distorted by the agony and terror of her final moments. Her garments hung in tatters, deep savage claw marks scored her chest and intimate regions, while her limbs bore livid bruises, telltale signs of desperate struggle. What unsettled Huang and the other male officers most was the assortment of specialized accessories strewn across the floor, alongside the shredded clothes. Clearly, this human Yao couple led a life rich in unconventional intimacy. The fatal injury severed the carotid artery, delivered instantly by razor-sharp claws. Shen Changan gently probed the wound with gloved fingers, his tone cool, detached, precisely that of a seasoned forensic examiner. She resisted, but was struck down in a single decisive blow. He rose, gaze sweeping toward the bedroom's open window. The apartment sat on the 4th floor. Glass shards littered the sill, faint gnawing claw marks scored the frame, distinctly rodent-like. Sir, the perpetrator fled through the window. Huang pointed to the sill. I've already dispatched personnel to review the complex's surveillance footage. He leaned out, scanning the exterior cameras, only to find too many blind spots. No need to check the footage. If a Yao intends to vanish, ordinary CCTV will capture nothing. He paused, sensing no residual spiritual energy, a detail that gave him pause. From his bag, Shen Changan retrieved an antique-style aviator's goggle, its lenses shimmering with a soft cerulean pulse upon activation. This was the Night Warden Logistics Division's cutting-edge artifact, the Spirit Light tracing goggles. Through them, human blood appeared dull black, while Yao blood, imbued with spiritual energy, glowed with piercing fluorescent blue. Head bowed, Shen Changan scanned the dark pools of human blood across the floor, until near the wardrobe's corner, he spotted 2-minute semi-dried specks of vivid blue. Found it. He removed his gloves and dabbed the dried Yao blood with his fingertip. Then from his bag he withdrew another artifact, an ancient bronze disc resembling a compass, the 1,000-mile bloodthread disc. A specialized artifact for tracking Yao beasts and demons. Once infused with the target's blood or spiritual residue, it could forcibly lock onto their precise location. Shen Changan pressed his blood-tipped finger onto the disc center. A low hum resonated. Then from the disc's surface a slender crimson thread, visible only to Shen Changan, emerged, piercing through the shattered window and stretching northward across the residential complex. Bearing locked. Shen Changan retracted the disc. Director Wu, the scene is yours to secure. Officially classify this as a standard home invasion robbery homicide. No mention of Yao involvement. Avoid public panic. Understood, sir. Stay safe. Shen Changan nodded. He'd briefly considered leaping directly from the broken 4th floor window, then glanced downward where a growing crowd of curious onlookers had gathered below. He abandoned the flamboyant notion and turned instead toward the stairwell. Underneath Building B of the Baiyuan community, yellow caution tape encircled the area, filled with onlookers from 3 layers inside and outside. On the outskirts of the crowd, Li Shiwan, dressed in a school uniform, looked bewilderedly at her blocked apartment building. Annie, what's going on? Has something happened? Li Shiwan politely asked a nearby lady who was munching on sun. Oh dear, little girl, you just got back? Someone has died. The lady, speaking in authentic Beijiang dialect, lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "It was in apartment 401. I heard it was terrible, blood everywhere." This sentence seemed to flip a switch of gossip, and the surrounding aunties and uncles instantly began chattering excitedly, with the rumors becoming increasingly outrageous. "That's right. I heard that even the intestines were out." "Nonsense. I clearly saw that the murderer threw the person out of the window." An old man pointed towards the broken window on the 4th floor, adamantly insisting, "You're the one talking nonsense. There's no blood on the ground. I bet it was just a domestic fight that smashed the window. No matter what, a murder occurred in this building. It's unlucky. I'm going to find an agent tomorrow to sell the house and move." Li Ziwen's face turned pale as she listened, feeling a wave of fear. How could such an incident happen in her community? At that moment, the entrance door of Building B on the 1st floor swung open. Shen Changan initially planned to exit through the front door, but upon seeing the dense crowd outside the caution tape, with some ladies peering in, he decisively stopped and turned towards the back door of the building. But even with his swift movements, Li Ziwen's keen eyes caught a glimpse of his silhouette. "Hey!" Li Shiwan was taken aback, rubbing her eyes. That figure, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, carrying a huge worn guitar case. How could it resemble Shen Changan so much? How could he emerge from the scene of a murder? Driven by intense curiosity, Li Shuan left the crowd of onlookers, circumvented the caution tape, and hurried towards the back door of Building B. Shen Changan. Shun. When she finally reached the open space behind the building, she found it completely empty. The only movement came from a few ivy leaves on the mottled wall, swaying gently in the evening breeze. Li Shuan stood there looking around in confusion. Did I see wrong? She patted her flushed cheeks from running and murmured. It's also true, how could he possibly be involved in such a murder? I must be seeing things from too much studying these days. Having convinced herself, Li Shuan shook her head and turned to walk back. Shen Changan straddled his pure black heavy motorcycle, twisting the throttle fully open, racing along the faint red line towards the northern suburbs of Qingzhou district. This rat demon was incredibly swift. He needed to intercept it before it escaped the bounds of Qingzhou district. Otherwise, once it crossed districts, the subsequent handover procedures would be a hassle. The motorcycle glided through the night like a bolt of black lightning. Minutes later, Shen Changan suddenly slammed on the brakes outside a deserted grove. The red line projected by the Chinquan thread no longer extended forward here, but tangled together like a messy ball of yarn. Been circling around here for quite a while. Shen Changan pulled out the key, dismounted, and closed his eyes, unleashing his immense perception like an invisible radar. In just 2 seconds. Found it. Shen Changan suddenly opened his eyes, his leg muscles tightening instantly. Boom. A dull explosion sounded from beneath his feet. Shen Changan activated his explosive step, moving, as if teleporting, propelled by a gust of wind towards a thicket several dozen meters to the right. Almost at the same moment he took off, the soil under the bushes began to churn violently. The rat demon's innate skill, digging, trying to escape. Shen Changan rushed forward without hesitation, his right arm bulging with veins, fingers clawed, channeling his ferocious spiritual power through layers of soil, grabbing down fiercely. Puff! Soil splattered, but he grasped nothing. This rat demon not only could dig, but had also pre-dug extensive escape tunnels underground, slipping away like an eel currently darting wildly through the subterranean passage. Playing tunnel warfare in front of me. Shen Changan snorted coldly, slowly rising, lifting his right foot, and with the overwhelming spiritual pressure of his realm, he stomped heavily on the ground. Boom. The ground around his landing point trembled like a small earthquake, cracking in every direction. The violent spiritual power transformed into an invisible shockwave directly penetrating underground. Squeak. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a gray shadow was forcibly squeezed out from underground by the terrifying shockwave, landing in a heap several meters away. The rat demon's concealment technique completely failed. Due to its low realm, it couldn't maintain a hybrid form like Baiyin with cat ears and a tail that was aesthetically pleasing. What lay on the ground was a giant rat the size of an adult dog, covered in gray fur and unappetizing. Spare me, officer. Spare me, officer of the night patrol. The giant rat lay on the ground, bowing, with its forepaws speaking human words and frantically begging for mercy. I didn't mean to. I really don't know why I acted. At that moment I was overwhelmed and couldn't control myself. These excuses can be saved for the interrogation room at the night patrol. I don't have time to listen to your defense. As Shen Changan spoke, he took out specially designed restraints from his pocket, stepping forward to complete this capture job without any commission. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, a strong sense of crisis surged through Shen Changan's spine like an electric current. Bang! From deep within the dark woods, a muffled gunshot rang out. It was the sound of a large caliber sniper rifle fitted with a silencer. Shen Changan didn't even have time to look back, relying purely on his honed combat instincts, his waist twisting sharply to the left. Whoosh! A specially designed spiritual energy bullet grazed past his nose, blasting a hole the size of a basin in a tree behind him. How dare someone ambush the night patrol's leader in the suburbs of Beijing City with a specialized spiritual sniper rifle? Such audacity is simply unprecedented. Shen Changan's gaze sharpened, and just as he intended to roll and find cover, he suddenly noticed the rat demon, which had been prostrating and begging, had a strange crimson glint flash in its pea-sized eyes. It emitted a ferocious roar unlike any rat, its limbs exerting tremendous force, taking advantage of Shen Changan's moment of dodging the sniper, and opened its foul, fong-filled mouth, lunging for Shen Changan's throat like a cannonball. Overestimating itself. Faced with this sudden counterattack, Shen Changan couldn't even be bothered to glance. He simply harnessed the twisting force of his waist, clenched his right fist, and met the airborne rat demon with a violent punch. Boom. No flashy moves, just pure unadulterated physical prowess. The terrifying strength of a fifth-realm cultivator created a sonic boom in midair. The giant rat demon's head exploded upon contact with his fist like a pair of trousers hit by a hammer, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The headless rat carcass fell heavily to the ground like a broken sack. Shen Changan slowly retracted his fist, preparing to turn around and confront the sniper who had taken the shot. Suddenly from the corpse of the rat demon on the ground a wisp of faint black mist began to rise. Shen Changan furrowed his brow sharply, quickly retreating 2 meters and watching the wisp of black mist. Demonic chi. Shen Changan muttered. No wonder this second-tier low-level rat demon dared to kill and became mentally unstable after being captured, claiming it couldn't control itself. It wasn't merely blinded by hatred. Instead, just like the previous 4th-tier monster, it had demonic energy secretly planted inside it. Shen Changan's eyes turned cold as his perception swept out, without reservation, directly covering the woods within a 2-kilometer radius. There was no sound of breathing, no fluctuations of spiritual energy. His figure moved like lightning, arriving at the sniper point where the gunshot had sounded just moments ago. Aside from a patch of trampled grass, the area was deserted. Not even a shell left behind. The retreat had been clean and swift. A classic maneuver of luring the tiger away from its mountain lair, followed by an assassination combo. They first used a low-level rat demon, which could easily lose control due to the taint of demonic energy, to commit murder, drawing Shen Changan, the highest combat power, out of the heavily guarded urban area. Then in the wild outskirts they took a cold shot with a large-caliber spiritual energy sniper rifle. It must be said this tactic was quite deadly. Ordinary 3rd or 4th-tier cultivators, if they hadn't activated their protective spiritual energy in advance and were caught off guard by a headshot, would likely perish on the spot. Unfortunately, the assassin severely underestimated Shen Changan's abnormal neural reflex speed. Shen Changan glanced at the empty woods, not blindly pursuing, but rather took out his phone to call Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, gather the logistics team, North Suburban Woods. I've been sniped. In less than 10 minutes. Accompanied by the deafening roar of rotors, a helicopter emblazoned with the black ancient tower emblem of the Night Watch descended steadily onto the open field. Lao Zhao, draped in a large trench coat, hurried over to Shen Changan, his brow furrowed. Here. Shen Changan casually tossed a glass jar. Lao Zhao, draped in a large trench coat, hurried over to Shen Changan, his brow furrowed. Here. Shen Changan casually tossed a glass jar containing a trace of primordial demonic energy towards him. Lao Zhao caught it, and upon seeing the familiar black mist inside, his expression turned grim. The two walked to the sniper point that left no trace. Lao Zhao crouched down, pinching a handful of soil and musing with a cold snort. Very clean work. However, a heavy anti-material sniper rifle capable of such range and power is not something that can be easily hidden. I will have the intelligence team investigate. He stood up, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath in the night breeze, his mind rapidly analyzing. First, since the opponent chose to use remote firearms for a black shot, it indicates they are well aware of your background, knowing that if they engage in a close confrontation, they might not be able to take you down. Second, there are no residual traces of demonic energy here. It's highly likely that the shooter is a human. Humans using firearms and entangled with dangerously high demonic energy. These madmen have grand ambitions. Shen Changan's hands were tucked in his pockets, his tone calm. In the past week, there have been 2 incidents of artificial poisoning with demonic energy in Qingzhou district. Our territory has become a testing ground for others. This is serious. Lao Zhao crushed the cigarette, but with force. I will immediately expedite tonight's report to the Beijiang City Bureau to see if we can get a few key figures sent over for support. Also, starting tomorrow, I will reinstate myself in the frontline combat roster. There are only you and Baiyin running around in Qingzhou district. It's too much to manage. Shen Changan frowned slightly, looking at the weary uncle. Are you disregarding your old injuries? Get lost. Don't underestimate your uncle Zhao. Lao Zhao laughed while scolding, patting his broad chest. I was once a peak 3rd-tier tough guy. Cultivators aren't as fragile as you young brats think. Alright, stop this nonsense and hurry up and ride your broken bike back to the city. I'll keep an eye on the remaining cleanup work with the logistics team. Once it's done, I'll head back. Shen Changan knew Lao Zhao's temperament and understood that the current situation indeed required manpower, so he didn't press further. Okay, then you take care of yourself. Call for help if needed. Shen Changan turned around, walked towards the pure black heavy motorcycle, mounted it, and with a roar sped away like a shadow towards the city. Around 11 at night, the night wind was slightly cool. The pure black heavy motorcycle slowly entered the underground garage of Guanlan Mansion. As soon as Shen Changan pulled out the key, he noticed a flickering scarlet cigarette, but in the shadowy corner of the garage. Zhang Hai, wearing a coat, was clearly waiting for him for a while. The two tacitly refrained from discussing anything in the garage, entering the study on the first floor one after the other and firmly closing the door. Shen Changan walked to the tea table, poured himself a cup of already cold tea, tilted his head back, and downed it in one go, forcing down the heat from the series of battles and the rush. Is the situation very bad? Zhang Hai pulled out a chair and sat down, his brow furrowed. It's a bit tricky. Shen Changan toyed with the empty teacup. In just a week, there have already been 2 incidents of artificially released demonic energy in Qingzhou district. Moreover, while hunting the demon tonight, I was ambushed by a large-caliber spiritual energy sniper rifle in the north suburban woods. Zhang Hai's weathered face darkened. He understood too well how dangerous such snakes lurking in the shadows could be. As long as you weren't injured, that's good. Zhang Hai paused, suddenly fixing a sharp gaze on Shen Changan. Wait a minute, did you wear a disguise mask when you went on the mission today? Shen Changan's hand froze mid-motion. When he went to the Beiyuan community, the scene had already been sealed off by the logistics team. All of them were his own people, so he had taken the shortcut and gone straight in. Later, following the red thread of the 1,000-mile pulling silk to chase down the rat demon in the north suburbs, he had completely forgotten about the disguise due to time constraints. The sniper lurking in the dark had undoubtedly seen his face clearly through the high-powered 8x scope. Shen Changan rubbed his temples, slightly irritated. I'm used to being a student at school. Ooh, I actually forgot such a basic counter-surveillance detail. You're still too young. Zhang Hai sighed, earnestly advising Changan, you are a born monster with 5th-tier strength. You can walk sideways anywhere. But you must remember that the people around you are not at the 5th tier. Once your true identity and residence are exposed to those crazed individuals connected to demonic energy, they may not be able to do anything to you, but they will definitely target those around you. Shen Changan's expression turned cold as he immediately said, Uncle Zhang, how about I move out tomorrow? I can live alone in the staff dormitory to avoid putting Aunt Li and Qingqing at risk. Nonsense. If you move out now, aren't you clearly telling others that we have a connection? That's suspicious behavior. Zhang Hai glared at him and waved his hand. Since your identity might have already been exposed, just be more cautious in the future. As for your family, you don't need to worry too much. Moreover, there are many individuals in the lantern bearer identity. They might also think you are in disguise. Zhang Hai continued, in the near future, I will find an excuse to restrict Qingqing's outings on the weekends. Qingzhou no. One high school is a gathering place for the children of the city's elite, with high security levels. Even cultists wouldn't dare to conduct a terrorist attack inside. That would be equivalent to tearing apart their relationship with the entire Dongwang Kingdom's officials. Shen Changan nodded, understanding that Uncle Zhang had a point, temporarily suppressing his worries. Returning to his second-floor bedroom, Shen Changan took a shower and sat down at his computer desk, drying his hair. Although Zhang Hai spoke lightly as a guardian, he could never rely on the enemy's dare, not for the safety of. He took out his phone, opened the app with the black Ancient Tower logo, and directly entered the equipment store. The 1,000 contribution points that had just been credited in the afternoon were originally intended to be saved for future cultivation resources, but it seemed that was no longer viable. He entered several keywords such as defense, protection, and alarm in the search bar, and soon a dazzling array of equipment lists popped up. Shen Changan's gaze quickly swept across, finally stopping at an item named Mother and Child Talisman, a disposable micro-defense field generator. It could withstand full-force attacks from 4th-tier spiritual river realm cultivators and below, lasting approximately 3 minutes. Upon activation, the mobile app would immediately receive the highest-level satellite positioning alarm. Price, 1,000 contribution points. 3 minutes is enough for me to rush over and provide rescue. Shen Changan looked at the price, his heart bleeding. Yet he decisively pressed exchange immediately. Ding. Exchange successful. Your current contribution points are 100. The item will be secretly delivered by a specialist tomorrow morning. Please keep an eye out for it. Nuclear-powered cattle and horses, not only working year-round, but also having to pay out of pocket for security fees. When will this life come to an end? In a dilapidated rental room in a dark corner of Qingzhou district. The heavy curtains completely blocked the dim streetlight outside, leaving the room in disarray. A mess of leftover takeout boxes and items emitting a pungent chemical stench scattered on the floor. With a click, the key turned, and the rusty security door creaked open. A man in a loose black windbreaker and had slipped inside, locking the door behind him. In the center of the room stood a large worn wooden table. Around it sat 3 individuals wearing various masks. No luck. Number 8 glanced at number 10, his voice raspy. None of them used names, only code names. Seated at the table were numbers 7, 8, and 9. The hooded man who just entered was number 10. No, number 10 didn't waste words. He slammed the heavy black weapon case onto the table with a thud, then pulled a tactical micro camera from his pocket and tossed it to the center. But I captured the face of the Qingzhou district lamplighter. Hearing this, the others perked up. Number 9 grabbed the camera and pressed play. On the screen, a young face was frozen, one in a blue and white school uniform. It was a snapshot of Shen Changan evading the sniper in the northern suburb woods. A high school student. Number 8 frowned, his tone dripping with skepticism. Are you sure it's not a silicone man? Those nuclear-powered workhorses from the Night Watch always love disguises. How could they be so reckless as to show their real faces in public? Let's just check. Number 9, a tech expert, scoffed. He pulled the memory card from the camera and inserted it into a heavily encrypted modified laptop. His fingers flew across the keyboard as the facial recognition system frantically cross-referenced databases on the dark web and hacked household registration systems. Within a minute, a standard personal file popped up. Match successful. Shen Changan, male, 18 years old. Class 7, grade 12, Uchingzhou no. 1 high school. Number 9 stared at the screen, his brows knitting tighter. Family background clean. Orphan raised in someone else's home. Nothing special. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Then the room erupted in snickers. Fake. It's definitely a fabricated bait file. Number 8 slammed the table. An 18-year-old at the 5th realm, the spiritual sea realm. Do you even know what that means? Of course. Number 10 pulled off his hood, revealing a grim face. It means that if he doesn't fall early, he's guaranteed at least the 8th realm, the spiritual appearance realm. He might even reach the threshold of the 8th realm by 24 or 25 and break through to the legendary 9th realm, the spiritual torch realm, before 30. This is an absolute joke. Number 9 shook his head in utter disbelief. Across the entire Eastern Flame Kingdom, a prodigy of this caliber would be worshipped like an ancestor at the capital headquarters. How could they possibly dump him in a shithole like Qingzhou District as a low-level officer risking his life every day? This is definitely a fake identity cooked up by the Night Watch to lure us out. The three of them argued in unison, all convinced it was a clumsy trap. Just then, number 7, who had been silent in the main seat, let out a cold, sinister chuckle. Whether it's real or fake, we'll find out by testing it. Number 7 stood up, walked to the computer screen, and traced a finger over the class data for Class 7, Grade 12, at Qingzhou no. 1 high school. The Night Watch is obsessed with their damned rule of protecting civilians. I've been refining a magical artifact recently and need a batch of fresh puppets. These high school students, full of vitality and yet to be hardened by society, are the perfect materials. Number 7's gaze swept lazily over the class roster, finally, pausing on one student's ID photo. Let's go with this one. Number 7 tapped the screen. His home address is pretty close to our current safe house. A good target. Tomorrow night. We strike. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the loosely drawn curtains. Shen Changan sat up in bed, ruffled his messy hair, and reached for his phone on the nightstand. As soon as he unlocked it, the Night Watch app's workgroup chat buzzed with endless messages. Due to the reappearance of demonic chi and the sniper incident the night before, the entire Qingzhou District branch was on high alert. Baiyin, patrol of Old North Street, lanes 37 completed, East District Joy City commercial area cleared. All safe. Cat yawning. JPG. Zhao Chongfeng Logistics Department 1 and 2 have fully deployed to patrol the West District's old industrial zone. No anomalies so far. Seeing Lao Zhao and Baiyin's reports of their non-stop patrols across various districts, Shen Changan let out a sigh and casually replied, "Received. Thanks for your hard work." By noon, the special delivery arrived on time at Guanlong Mansion. Aunt Li, who happened to be home for the weekend and was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Shen Changan signed for the package and took it to his room to open it. The protective charm worth 1,000 contribution points was disguised as an antique redwood peace tablet. The wood was of excellent quality, smooth and warm to the touch, carved with seemingly ordinary auspicious cloud patterns that actually concealed a sophisticated miniature defensive array. Carrying the tablet, Shen Changan went downstairs and found Zhang Qingqing sitting cross-legged on the sofa, munching on chips and watching TV. "Here for you." Shen Changan walked over and tossed the redwood tablet onto the coffee table in front of Zhang Qing. Startled, Zhang Qingqing picked up the exquisitely carved tablet, examined it, then looked up at Shen Changan, her big eyes widening. She shoved the chips aside, crossed her arms in a defensive haughty pose, and blurted out, "Shen Changan, what are you doing? Suddenly giving me a gift? You're not trying to hit on me, are you? Let me warn you, even though we live under the same roof, I have no interest in your—" "Stop." Shen Changan cut her off with a deadpan expression, pointing at the tablet. "I passed by Nanshan Temple a couple of days ago and got this on a whim. The old monk said it's made from a century-old lightning-struck tree, said to calm the mind and ward off evil. I figured you've been stressed out from the upcoming college entrance exams, and I didn't want you to drop dead in the exam hall. Just wear it for fun. Don't read too much into it. You're the one who'll drop dead." Zhang Qingqing retorted, rolling her eyes. She pursed her lips reluctantly, took the tablet in hand, and muttered stubbornly, "Fine, since this piece of wood actually has a conscience, I'll accept it. Remember this." Shen Changan suddenly looked at her with intense seriousness. "Since I gave this to you, you must wear it at all times. Don't take it off even when showering, sleeping, or going to the bathroom. Got it?" Startled by his piercing gaze, Zhang Qingqing nodded instinctively. I know. So naggy." With that, she clutched the tablet as if afraid Shen Changan might change his mind, slipped on her slippers, and scurried back to her room on the second floor. Returning to the bedroom, Zhang Qingqing leaned against the door, gazing at the smooth, warm wooden plaque in her hand. Strangely enough, as soon as she held the plaque, her previously restless mind, agitated by studying, miraculously calmed down. She rummaged through her belongings to find a beautiful red string and carefully threaded the plaque onto it. Then she swept up her long hair and put it around her fair neck. The wooden plaque rested perfectly against her delicate collarbone, neither too big nor too small, and it looked quite attractive. Zhang Qingqing looked at herself in the dressing mirror, and an image involuntarily surfaced in her mind of Shen Changan, emerging from the bathroom this morning, without a shirt, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Actually, this guy is indeed quite handsome, and his physique is surprisingly good, like a model. Zhang Qingqing muttered to herself in the mirror, but then her expression darkened as she frowned in annoyance. But his character is just too terrible. Every day he looks so lazy and half asleep, and he's especially weak and cowardly. I speak so harshly to him, yet he doesn't even retort. If he could be a bit tougher and argue with me, I'd hold him in higher regard. Zhang Qingqing grew more irate as she thought about it. She then recalled the incident at the beginning of their first year when Shen Changan had sent the school bully to the hospital. He can fight all right, but when trouble arises he still has to rely on my dad to clean up his mess. Zhang Qingqing remembered that her father used to work in a mysterious classified unit, and she speculated to herself, if it weren't for my dad using his connections from the classified unit and contacting numerous people to settle the matter, Shen Changan would have been expelled and sent to a juvenile detention center long ago. And what about the previous incident? Riding that noisy motorcycle out at midnight, yet my parents didn't say a word. When I said I wanted to buy a car, I got scolded. Why don't they manage Shen Changan? Double standards. Despite her continuous complaints, Zhang Qingqing still honestly kept the wooden plaque close to her. Sunday afternoon. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by Li Yue, the two were set to return to school for evening study. Once again, it was Li Yu who drove them to the gate of Qingzhou No. 1 high school. Mom, we're going in. Drive back slowly. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhang Qingqing immediately resumed her aloof demeanor at school. She adjusted her backpack, not even sparing a glance at Shen Changan, and quickly trotted forward with small steps. This had become her regular routine. At school, she absolutely did not allow any classmate to associate her with Shen Changan, the underperforming student who got in through connections. Shen Changan watched the figure he wanted to avoid ahead, chuckling indifferently, carrying his guitar case with one hand and leisurely following behind several dozen meters, heading towards the teaching building of Class 7 Senior 3. During the evening study for Senior 3, as the countdown numbers on the blackboard continued to decrease, the atmosphere became subtly relaxed. With less than 20 days until the college entrance examination, teachers had long ceased to teach new lessons, and even the distribution of exam papers was rare, leaving most of the time for students to review and discuss their mistakes quietly. For Shen Changan, who sat in the silent zone at the back of the classroom, this was an exceptionally rare moment. He comfortably leaned against the wall, hiding his phone behind a mountain of review materials, the screen lingering on the internal communication interface of the night watch. After staring at it for an entire night, aside from a few trivial check-in records, nothing significant occurred. Another day passed peacefully perfect. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the class dismissal bell rang punctually. The classroom instantly erupted into noise. Shen Changan stretched lazily, picked up the guitar case leaning in the corner, slung it over his shoulder, and walked down the aisle. As he passed the familiar spot in the third row, his steps momentarily paused. Li Ziwen's seat was empty. Although several textbooks were neatly stacked on the desk, even her backpack was absent. Hey, do you think Xuan didn't come for evening study tonight? Li Ziwen's deskmate, He Fei, was packing her bag while gossiping with the girl behind her. Old Lu was just furious in the hallway, saying he couldn't reach her phone and couldn't contact her family either. The girl behind shook her head. I don't know, as she never asks for leave usually. She didn't come. A slightly lazy yet penetrating voice suddenly rang above them. He Fei was startled and quickly looked up, meeting Shen Changan's deep-set eyes. Seeing the class' most elusive and enigmatic plague actively engaging in conversation, He Fei became so nervous that she stuttered. Shen classmate. Yes, Xuan didn't come tonight. Old Lu can't reach her parents. Shen Changan sharply caught the main point. He Fei swallowed hard and explained in a low voice. Actually, Xuan is quite pitiful. Her parents divorced early and each formed new families. Since she was 15, she has been living alone in a rented apartment. Her parents only transfer her living expenses on time, but hardly pay her any attention. So old Lu probably wouldn't gain anything even if he did get through. Shen Changan's expression darkened as he asked directly, do you know where she lives alone? I think it's an old community in the northern suburbs. He Fei tried to recall. Yes, it's called Beiyuan Community. Upon hearing this name, Shen Changan's pupils constricted sharply. Beiyuan Community. He did not ask another word, but simply said, thank you, then turned around without hesitation and dashed out of the classroom, moving so fast that it stirred up a gust of wind, leaving behind a stunned He Fei and the girl behind her staring wide-eyed at each other. As he rushed downstairs, Shen Changan had already pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Shen Changan, Liaison Officer 07. Immediately use your authority to retrieve all household registration and current residence information for the student Li Shiwan of Class 7 Senior 3 at Qingzhou No. 1 High School. Hurry, just 1 minute later. Liaison Officer 07. Information retrieved. Li Shiwan current residence, Beiyuan Community, Qingzhou District Building B Room 604. Looking at the address on the screen, Shen Changan's heart sank like a stone. A strong sense of unease instantly surged within. Beiyuan Community. Building B. Isn't that the same building where the second-tier mouse demon committed murder last night? The mouse demon's crime scene was room 401, while Li Shiwan lived in 604 upstairs, combining that hidden sniper lurking in the shadows. Damn it. Shen Changan rushed to the parking shed, yanked the cover off the pink scooter, not even caring how conspicuous it was. With smooth movements, he took off his school uniform jacket and tossed it into the trunk, changed into a black trench coat, and put on a realistic disguise mask that resembled a 26 or 27-year-old's face. V-room. After getting on the bike, he sped off towards the northern suburbs. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the night was deep and silent, and Beiyuan Community had already fallen into a deep sleep. After last night's murder, the residents of the community had all tacitly turned off their lights and locked their doors early, and not even a shadow could be seen strolling downstairs. A pink scooter without its headlights glided silently into the dark corners outside the community. Shen Changan parked the bike and pulled out the key. He did not approach the rusty iron gate with the dim streetlight still on, but instead walked to a section of the wall on the side of the community that lacked surveillance. His gaze was cold and sharp, pressing lightly on the wall's edge with one hand, his entire being like a nimble night owl silently slipping into the old community, shrouded in gloom. Shen Changan avoided the main road and swiftly made his way to the base of Building B, following the shadows. The scene of the murder that occurred in room 401 last night had been disguised as a burglary, and the lockdown of the entire Building B had been lifted during the day. Aside from the seals still on the 4th floor room, the corridor had returned to normal traffic. Shen Changan climbed up to the 6th floor nimbly like a gecko, using the drainage pipe outside the staircase. He squatted outside the window of room 604, closed his eyes, and his powerful perception instantly pierced through the wall, covering the entire room. Empty, no signs of life. Shen Changan frowned deeply. He fished a long piece of steel wire out of his bag and skillfully fiddled with the old window lock for a moment. With a click, the window was pried open and he leaped into the room. Although it felt a bit abnormal to sneak into a female classmate's window in the middle of the night in these extraordinary times, he could only compensate for the mental distress later. As he murmured to himself for psychological assurance, he took in the environment of the room by the faint moonlight. It was a 2-bedroom apartment filled with the essence of life. Though the furniture was somewhat old, it was kept impeccably clean. In the kitchen sink, 2 bowls that had just been washed earlier that afternoon lay upside down, still bearing the remnants of water that had not completely dried. On the old sofa in the living room, a set of clean school uniforms was neatly folded. Shen Changan walked to the TV cabinet where a somewhat old family portrait sat. In the photo, 7 or 80-year-old Li Shiwan sported 2 pigtails, her round face exuding cuteness. She was surrounded by her parents and grandparents, beaming with joy. However, juxtaposed with what He had said about her parents' divorce, looking at this happy family photo elicited a sense of melancholy. No signs of struggle, and the door lock shows no signs of forced entry. Shen Changan quickly surveyed the room and finally stopped at the entrance. His eyes were suddenly engulfed by a dark red flame, activating the fire eye. However, through the vision of the fire eye, the entire room appeared exceptionally clean, devoid of any residual demonic energy or any fluctuations of spiritual power belonging to a practitioner. It seemed that Li Shiwan had not returned since she left the house that afternoon. Shen Changan immediately took out his phone. Shen Changan, contact 07. Quickly provide me with all public transport route maps from Beiyuan Community to Qingzhou No. 1 High School. Additionally, check Li Ziwen's spending records and mobile phone location for today. Contact 07 was highly efficient. Within 30 seconds, several route maps were sent over. Contact 07. Routes have been sent. Li Ziwen's spending record showed that at 5:35 p.m. today, she made a purchase of 15 yuan at a stationery store just outside Beiyuan Community. However, her mobile phone location could not be retrieved at present, as the signal had completely vanished after her purchase, suspected to be in a shielding area. She was still at the community entrance buying stationery at 5:30 p.m. Shen Changan's gaze sharpened, and he no longer delayed. He directly opened the living room window and leaped out without a glance. Bang! With a faint sound of an air blast, Shen Changan landed steadily in the grass below the 6th floor like a leaf without weight. The sudden appearance startled several stray cats rummaging through the garbage, causing them to screech and scatter in fright. He exited the community, heading straight for the stationery store, which had already pulled down its shutter. Standing at the stationery store entrance, Shen Changan activated the fire eye again to scan the area, still finding no residual spiritual energy. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. Shen Changan closed his eyes, the route map, sent by the contact flashing in his mind, and he began to quickly deduce. To get from Beiyuan Community to Qingzhou No. 1 high school, there were only 2 modes of public transport: the bus and the subway. Given Li Ziwen's usual routine to avoid delaying her night study, she would likely choose the faster and more punctual subway. To the subway station, Shen Changan opened his eyes and swiftly walked along the sidewalk in front of the stationery store towards the subway station, approximately 800 meters away from the community. On the quiet street at night, the streetlights elongated his shadow. Shen Changan compressed his perception to the limit, scanning the ground inch by inch like a radar. Just as he reached a secluded intersection, less than 200 meters from the subway station, Shen Changan suddenly, in the dark red vision of the fire eye, a faint trace of spiritual energy suddenly appeared on the originally clean pavement tiles. It was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. This is... Shen Changan crouched down and gently touched the grayish-black trace with his fingertip. This is not demonic energy, it is the residue of a spell. In this world, aside from the lantern bearers belonging to the official night patrol, there indeed existed many rogue practitioners or small sects. However, the vast majority of these individuals were registered within the night patrol system known as registered practitioners. Moreover, there is an unbreakable iron law in Dongwang Kingdom. It is strictly forbidden for anyone to casually use spells in densely populated urban areas, and absolutely prohibited to employ extraordinary means against ordinary people. Once violated, the night patrol has the authority to execute without trial. Shen Changan's face darkened. He took out the Qianquan threading disc from his pocket, and with a flick of his fingertip he released a wisp of spiritual energy, carefully peeling off the grayish-black spell residue from the pavement and placing it in the center of the bronze compass. Buzz! The compass trembled violently, and then a dark red bloodline shot out from the compass, pointing directly towards a dilapidated building on the outskirts of Qingzhou district. Found you! Shen Changan put away the compass. This time he did not ride the pink scooter. The traffic lights and car flow in the city would only slow him down. His knees slightly bent and the muscles in his calves exploded with terrifying strength. Bang! With a burst of airwaves exploding around him, Shen Changan shot up like a black cannonball, leaping onto the roof of a nearby 6-story residential building. Immediately after, he transformed into a pitch-black shadow in the night, dashing across the rooftops following that dark red guiding line. The perspective pulled back to a dilapidated building on the outskirts of Qingzhou district. 4 masked men were seated around a broken wooden table in a small dark room. Number 7, do you really think that high school student named Shen Changan will be the 5-bound monster we are looking for? Number 8 puffed on a cigarette, his tone still filled with skepticism. Number 7, seated in the main position, leisurely cleaned a bone knife inscribed with blood-red runes, producing a crunching sound. What's the rush? Whether it is true or not, we will know when he comes knocking. If the information is incorrect, we can simply go to No. 1 high school and grab a few more high school students for materials. It won't take much effort. But seriously, that girl named Li Shiwan in the next room has shown some unexpected mental resistance. From the time she was captured at 6 o'clock this afternoon to now, it's almost midnight, and she has endured 6 hours of mental torment in your nightmare array, and yet she hasn't completely lost her mind. This girl is an exceptional specimen. Her innate spirit is tougher than that of ordinary people. A fervent light flickered in Number 7's eyes. Then why not hurry up and refine her? Number 8 rubbed his hands in confusion. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. You don't understand. Number 7 snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at them. To refine a magic puppet, resentment and despair are the best nutrients. Right now her mind hasn't completely collapsed, which means there is still room for squeezing. I want her to experience the most desperate torment in the illusion, building up her resentment to its peak. Number 7 set down the bone knife and took out a sealed black glass tube from his pocket, within which a wisp of dense demonic energy swirled. When her psychological defenses completely collapse, I will seal this wisp of demonic energy along with her soul within her body. This time I will definitely be able to refine a magic puppet with unlimited potential. Looking at that wisp of demonic energy, Number 9 smacked his lips, casting a lustful glance towards the next room. What a shame for such a beautiful, innocent student. Number 7, before refining her, can we let the brothers go in and test it out? After all, she's just a material, no harm in using her right. Are you looking for death? Number 7's eyes froze suddenly, a cold, killing intent locking onto Number 9, causing him to shiver. To refine a top-grade magic puppet, the material's body must be kept pure. Only by maintaining an intact yin yuan and combining it with overwhelming resentment can we maximize the capacity for demonic energy. If anyone dares to ruin my top-grade magic puppet for that trivial matter, I will skin him alive and raise his soul to the heavens. Number 9 shrank his neck, chuckling awkwardly. Just joking, don't take it seriously. In the adjacent room, separated by a wall, there was no light source. Li Shiwan was firmly bound to a rusty iron chair. Several pieces of yellow paper inscribed with strange runes were affixed to her forehead and shoulders, emitting a faint dark glow. At this moment, she was in a state of extreme pain, halfway between consciousness and unconsciousness. Her originally clean and delicate face was now completely distorted from extreme fear and suffering. Cold sweat had already soaked through her school uniform, and strands of hair stuck messily to her pale cheeks. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if undergoing some horrific nightmare. Don't hit me. Daddy. Mommy. Don't leave me. Help. Someone help me. Li Shiwan tightly closed her eyes, tears continuously sliding down her cheeks, mumbling the deep-seated, most painful childhood traumas and despair. The runes affixed to her forehead flickered faster and faster as the nightmare array continuously amplified her inner fear, frantically tearing at her sanity. This string taut for 6 hours had reached the brink of complete rupture, teetering on the edge of irreversible chaos. Shen Changan's figure glided through the night sky, like a black bat finally landing softly in a secluded urban village. This place was known as the no-man's land of Qingzhou district. Dense self-built houses were crammed together like pigeon coops, many small houses, even lacking door numbers, the alleys so narrow that tricycles could not pass, exuding a stench of garbage and waste. The dark red bloodline on the compass finally led into an inconspicuous small house with a yard. Shen Changan did not rashly approach. He squatted in the shadows on the roof of a 2-story self-built house across the street, closed his eyes, and extended his perception like an invisible net, silently enveloping the small house. 4 sources of spiritual energy. Shen Changan quickly made a judgment in his mind. Then his brow furrowed sharply. Beside these 4 sources of spiritual energy, he sensed a faint, nearly extinguished breath of an ordinary person. It was Li Shiwan. That breath was fluctuating violently, on the verge of complete collapse. She can't hold on much longer. Shen Changan opened his eyes, a terrifying, killing intent flashing in the dark red fire eye. He pulled out a small barrier launcher from his coat pocket and tossed it to the ground. Buzz! A faint blue semi-transparent barrier instantly unfolded, completely sealing off the small house and the surrounding area for dozens of meters. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary black room. Even if a battle erupted inside, there would be no sound reaching the outside. He slowly stood up, not using the door, but directly leaping down from the roof of the 2nd floor, landing squarely against a mottled brick wall beside the small house. His perception had already locked onto Li Ziwen's location just behind this wall. Shen Changan took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm suddenly swelled, his fingers clenched into a fist. The violent spiritual energy was frantically compressed at the fist's edge. Then, without any flashy movements, he directly smashed his fist against the brick wall before him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The thick, load-bearing brick wall crumbled under the terrifying power of a 5-bound martial artist, shattered like a fragile cookie, creating a 2-meter-wide hole. Shattered bricks and cement flew into the room like cannonballs. Amidst the billowing dust, Shen Changan stepped expressionlessly into the dark little room. He immediately spotted Li Shiwan bound to the iron chair, with the yellow paper runes flickering with eerie dark light on her forehead and shoulders. Nightmare array, refining a living person into a magic puppet. Seeking death. He casually snapped his fingers. Snap! A wisp of black flame instantly split into several black fire serpents, accurately shooting towards the runes on Li Shiwan. With several hissing sounds, those yellow papers radiating evil energy were instantly reduced to ashes without a single spark harming Li Shiwan. As the illusion array was shattered, Li Shiwan, who had been on the brink of mental collapse, gasped sharply. Cough, cough, cough. Huh. She greedily inhaled the air. Her eyes, which had been tightly shut due to extreme pain, slowly opened a crack. She is still able to maintain consciousness. This mental resilience. Shen Changan couldn't help but murmur. Looking at the girl's pitiful state, on the verge of breaking, his gaze softened somewhat. He stepped forward and gently pressed his warm hand, imbued with spiritual energy, against Li Ziwen's sweat-drenched forehead. It's okay now, just sleep for a while. The gentle spiritual energy flowed like a warm current, instantly calming the violent illusions tormenting Li Ziwen's mind. The girl's tense body finally relaxed completely, her head drooping as she fell into a deep sleep. After ensuring Li Shiwan was calm, Shen Changan pulled out his phone and pressed the voice button. Old Zhao, locate my phone and bring people over to clean up the mess. I've caught 4 big fish here, bring a few body bags. Bang! The old wooden door of the adjacent room was shattered by a kick. 4 masked figures clad in black and armed with weapons stormed in with a fierce aura. Well, it seems the Night Watch Division's hounds are quite sharp. Number 7 immediately recognized the young man in black, standing in the center of the room. Although the opponent wore a realistic mask of a 26 or 27-year-old, he let out a cold sneer. "Stop pretending, Shen Changan. We know it's you. We just didn't expect you to chase all the way here for an ordinary classmate." Being called by his real name Shen Changan showed no sign of panic. He calmly reached back to retrieve an old guitar case and placed it at his feet. "Since you know who I am, that makes things easier." Shen Changan opened the guitar case, and amidst the astonished gazes of the evil cultivators, he assembled 2 heavy black metal rods from inside. Click! A heavy long gun, named Jiyun, appeared in his hand. "In any case, none of you will escape tonight." As he spoke, Shen Changan held the gun with one hand and casually flicked his wrist. Swish! Swish! 2 sharp beams of gunlight sliced through the air like black lightning, precisely severing the thick iron chains binding Li Shiwan without even grazing her clothing. This display of precise control over power caused the 4 evil cultivators across from him to immediately discard their underestimations. What a brazen attitude. Number 8 tightened his grip on a ghostly blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement and cruelty. "Since you've come here to seek death, let's see just how capable this legendary 18-year-old 5-realm genius truly is." As his words fell, number 7, 8, 9, and 10 4 evil cultivators, exuding foul energy and killing intent, strategically fanned out, cornering Shen Changan and the unconscious Li Shiwan against the remnants of a crumbling brick wall. The battle was about to ignite. "Attack!" With a piercing shout from number 7, the already precarious house suddenly emitted a sound of cracking under unbearable strain. "Ha! Taste my binding shadow death formation." Number 9 laughed maniacally, frantically forming. The floor of the room instantly collapsed, and countless thick ink-like black mists surged from below, transforming into tangible black tentacles that swarmed towards Shen Changan, attempting to bind him in place. In the face of these 4 evil cultivators unleashing their 4-realm fluctuations, Shen Changan's expression remained utterly calm. His left arm steadily extended, wrapping around Li Ziwen's slender waist as he protected her securely between his left shoulder and chest. Then with a single hand, he raised the heavy long gun Jiyun and exerted force with his legs. The bricks beneath his feet instantly turned to dust as Shen Changan, cradling Li Shiwan, shot upwards like a spring, crashing through the already damaged ceiling and leaping into the air. "Burn for me." Shen Changan's gaze turned icy dark red, flames igniting deep within his pupils. Boom! The furious black flames surged down his right hand like a black torrent, cascading violently. The thick black mist, said to be capable of trapping cultivators of the same realm, disintegrated upon contact with the black flames, vanishing like snow under the scorching sun, not lasting even a second. Moreover, the black sparks raining down were like a plague, directly hitting the 4 men below. What kind of hellfire is this? It won't go out. Don't use your hands to swat it. The more you swat, the more it burns. The 4 evil cultivators were thrown into disarray. This black flame could even ignite their protective spiritual power, as if it were fuel. Helpless, they had no choice but to wildly swing their weapons, forcibly severing their burning clothes along with their flesh, blood gushing. Just as they were overwhelmed by the black flames, Shen Changan, in midair, suddenly vanished like a ghost. "Old 9. Behind you." Number 7, who had just severed a piece of burning clothing, suddenly looked up and screamed in a pitch that cracked with horror. It was too late. Number 9's wild laughter was still frozen on his lips when a chilling sound of rushing wind exploded behind him. Shen Changan, holding Li Shiwan in one arm, appeared silently behind number 9 like a reaper descending from the heavens. The long gun pierced through number 9's back without resistance, directly penetrating his chest, the dark red tip spewing forth a warm spray of blood. Number 9's body stiffened, unable to believe as he looked down at the gun blade in his chest. Shen Changan did not even glance at him, sharply shaking the gun handle. Buzz! The violent dark energy erupted along the gun body. Number 9's internal organs were instantaneously turned to mush, with not even a scream escaping his lips. Life extinguished, he collapsed like a puddle of mud on the gun barrel. Old 9. Number 10 and number 8 watched helplessly as their companion was killed in an instant, their eyes turning red with rage. "I'll kill you." The 2 roared in unison, charging at Shen Changan from both sides, wielding poison daggers and ghostly blades, attempting to exploit the opening created by him holding someone. "Don't be impulsive. Keep your distance. Don't engage him in close combat." Number 7 was terrified. As the one with the highest combat IQ among them, he knew all too well how terrifying the close combat abilities of someone capable of instantly killing opponents of the same level could be. Charging in at this distance was practically suicide. Number 7 frantically formed hand seals, trying to cast a ranged spell for support. However, Shen Changan merely tilted his head slightly, his eyes burning with dark red flames, locking onto number 7. Boom. Number seven's pupils dilated, and he didn't even sense any trace of spiritual power before a violent explosion of black flames erupted from his chest. The black flames instantly engulfed number seven, who let out a piercing scream, his body transforming into a black fireball as he rolled and struggled on the ground, his spell instantly interrupted. Meanwhile, number 8 and number 10's attacks had already reached Shen Changan. On the left was a ghostly blade that could slice through iron, and on the right was a poisoned dagger aimed at his throat. Shen Changan's left hand remained steady, cradling Li Shuan. His gaze was cold as he flipped his wrist, withdrawing the long gun. Clang! The stout gun barrel of Jiyun precisely blocked the ghostly blade descending from number 8 at an The terrifying power of the 5 realms rebounded along the blade, smashing number 8's hand, causing the ghostly blade to fly from his grip. Before he could scream, Shen Changan smoothly swung the long gun across. Swish! The dark red blade of the gun swept across number 10's neck like a black crescent moon. Blood erupted like a fountain as number 10's masked head flew off the headless corpse, staggering forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. After dealing with number 10, Shen Changan exerted force with his waist, his right leg striking like a steel whip, slamming into number 8's exposed chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed painfully. Number 8's sternum caved in entirely, and he flew backward like a rag doll, crashing against the wall, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, lifeless. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, he crushed them with ease. 3 evil cultivators at the 4th realm were instantly killed, without even forcing out a hand from Shen Changan during close combat. The killing technique forged from countless trials in the dream world wielded by that nameless shadow was nothing short of a dimension-reducing strike in this reality. Shen Changan slowly turned around, gazing at number 7, who was rolling on the ground and about to be scorched to a crisp. He had no intention of prolonging the night any further. With one hand gripping the midsection of the Jayan spear, he elegantly spun it in a black floral motion. Then he slightly leaned back, his arm muscles stretching to their limits like a bow drawn tight. Go! As he uttered a light command, Shen Changan abruptly hurled the heavy spear like a javelin. Boom! The Jayan transformed into a black lightning bolt that tore through the night sky, carrying terrifying kinetic energy as it pierced through number 7's chest, pinning him firmly to the shattered concrete floor. The tremendous impact created a spiderweb-like deep crater on the ground. Shen Changan's eyes turned cold, and as his spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet, he prepared to leap forward and deliver a kick to number 7's head to eliminate any future threats. Suddenly, his forward momentum came to a sudden halt. The perception of the 5th realm went into overdrive with warnings. That sense of crisis was emanating from the underground void that number 9 had just blasted open with the binding shadow death array. Cough cough. You are indeed very strong, worthy of being a genius of the 5th realm. Pinned to the ground, number 7's mouth overflowed with fresh blood as he twisted into a distorted smile, his eyes filled with frenzied malice. But this is the blood and sweat I painstakingly accumulated. Even if I die, you won't be able to leave. As soon as his words fell, the last glimmer of life in number 7's eyes dissipated completely, yet the malicious grin on his face solidified. Almost in the same instant. Boom. The previously calm underground void suddenly erupted like a volcano, billowing forth thick, almost tangible black, demonic energy. Amidst this nauseating demonic energy, illuminated by the faint ambient light, 8 distorted human figures resembling demons crawling out of hell slowly rose from the underground void. Shen Changan furrowed his brow and stepped forward forcefully, pulling the Jayan spear from number 7's corpse, shaking off the blood and positioning it horizontally in front of him. Thanks to the flames of the black fire, he finally discerned the true appearance of the 8 figures. They were 8 corpses that had long lost all signs of life, turned into puppets. They were wrapped in resentment and demonic energy, with hollow eyes that emanated a terrifying oppressive force. The puppets created by evil cultivators can be classified into 3 main types based on the materials and fusion energies used. Human puppets crafted from ordinary human corpses. Demon puppets made from the corpses of demon races. And the rarest and most dangerous type, the demonic puppets, which are special mutated beings infused with primal demonic energy. Shen Changan quickly scanned the 8 puppets. 6 human puppets emanated the peak aura of the 3rd realm. 1 was a demon puppet that had clearly mutated from a pangolin, radiating the fluctuations of the early 4th realm. But what made him most vigilant was the puppet standing in the very center. It was a mass of flesh so contorted that it was nearly unrecognizable as human, exuding pure demonic energy, with a faint spiritual pressure that had already reached the 5th realm. How disgusting. Shen Changan squinted, calculating the situation. If he were alone, this lineup would merely be a slight exertion. But now with Li Shiwan unconscious in his left arm, he had effectively severed his own strength, making it indeed difficult to maneuver. Just as all of Shen Changan's focus was locked onto the puppets below, he did not notice that Li Shiwan, whom he was protecting, had slightly opened her eyes due to the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. Although Shen Changan was wearing a realistic mask that appeared to be 26 or 27 years old, that familiar silhouette. Shen classmate. Her lips moved slightly, trying to call out his name, wanting to ask him why he was here. But having just endured mental torment, she was far too weak, as if a lump of cotton were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't produce even the slightest sound. She could only tightly clutch the corner of Shen Changan's coat. Roar! The 8 puppets below seemed to have received the last command left by number 7 before his death, emitting a non-human roar as they lunged towards Shen Changan in midair. Get lost! Shen Changan shook the spear, pouring all his spiritual energy into its body. The black fire instantly erupted like a furious tornado. He swung the spear with one hand, and the spearhead swept forward with force. Boom! A massive wave of pure black fire surged like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire room. The 6 human puppets leading the charge had no chance to resist, instantly reduced to ashes by the terrifying high temperature, leaving not a trace behind. Although the demon puppet and the 5th realm demonic puppet were also affected by the black fire thanks to their robust bodies and protective demonic energy, they were not instantly obliterated and continued charging forward fearlessly. They'll deal with you first. Shen Changan's gaze turned cold as he locked onto the tough-skinned demon puppet. However, before he could act, the 5th realm demonic puppet launched the first attack. Swish, swish, swish. The body of the demonic puppet, stitched together from various pieces of flesh, suddenly split open, and several thick, barbed black tentacles shot towards Shen Changan, like venomous snakes, sealing off all avenues for escape. Shen Changan snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. He disregarded those tentacles, channeling his strength at his waist, and directly hurling the giant spear at the demon puppet. Simultaneously, his fire-burning eyes erupted with full force. Explode! The small spark of black fire that was previously attached to the demon puppet suddenly ignited explosively, as if doused in gasoline. The demon puppet let out a scream, its form momentarily halted. Puffed! At that very moment, the Jayun pierced through the demon puppet's chest, pinning it firmly against the crumbling wall. Having dealt with the demon puppet, Shen Changan did not even glance at the black tentacles closing in on him. With his free right hand, he swung forcefully, sending several thick chains made entirely of black fire flying out like spiritual snakes. Crack, crack, crack. The black fire chains instantaneously ensnared the tentacles in midair. Come to me. Shen Changan's right arm bulged with muscles as he yanked backward. The 5th realm demonic puppet let out a low growl, its terrifying strength tugging back through the tentacles. Quite strong. Shen Changan muttered, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't pull hard, instead he relaxed his grip to follow the momentum. Boom! The black fire wrapped around the tentacles acted like a perfect fuse, rapidly spreading along the tentacles and instantly engulfing the enormous body of the demonic puppet in flames. The demonic puppet let out a painful howl, frantically swatting at the flames on its body. Shen Changan decisively cut off the flow of spiritual energy, causing the black fire chains to dissipate instantly. Seizing the moment when the demonic puppet was distracted by the flames, Shen Changan swiftly formed a seal with one hand. Earth method to draw a cage. Rise! As Shen Changan's low shout echoed, the ground beneath the demonic puppet suddenly softened, and countless hard soil and rocks surged like living creatures. In the blink of an eye, an incredibly thick half-circular mound of earth formed, trapping the 5th realm demonic puppet engulfed in black fire securely within. Die! Shen Changan's gaze remained cold and indifferent as his free right hand shot outward with sudden lethal force. Whoosh! A jet-black iron chain forged entirely from pure black flame erupted from his palm, spanning over a dozen meters in an instant, and coiled with surgical precision around the Jiyun-long spear that had pinned down the demon puppet. Shen Changan's arm muscles tensed. With a violent backward yank, the heavy spear tore free from the ground and blazed back into his grasp as a streak of obsidian light. The moment his fingers closed around the shaft, his figure blurred, leaving behind only a fading afterimage, as he surged forward like a rampaging black dragon toward the thick earthen mound, imprisoning the 5th-rank demon puppet. Burn it all to ash. Shen Changan poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the spear. Dark crimson flames writhed and compressed violently at its tip before he lunged forward, driving the weapon straight into the hardened earthen mass with devastating force. Boom! The spear pierced the earthen wall as effortlessly as a blade through tofu, and the ferocious black flame detonated deep within, unleashing cataclysmic fury. A shrill, agonized shriek lasted barely half a second, then vanished abruptly. Terrifying heat instantly vitrified the dense earth into translucent glass. The fifth-rank demon puppet, once famed for its tenacious vitality, was utterly consumed, reduced to absolute nothingness beneath the black flame's merciless scourge. A towering wave of black fire exploded outward in all directions. Even the isolation barrier Shen Changan had erected beforehand flickered violently under the searing inferno, its surface fracturing into a web of fine hairline cracks, as if poised to shatter completely at any moment. Shen Changan slowly lowered the spear, his chest rising and falling with quiet exertion. He glanced across the scorched ruins and scattered rubble, preparing to dispel the barrier. At that very moment, the nearly shattered barrier rippled like water, and suddenly expanded outward, splitting open a seamless aperture. Heavy footsteps echoed sharply as Lao Zhao, dressed in a black trench coat, strode in, swiftly flanked by a fully armed logistics team. Whoa, what in the world? No sooner had Lao Zhao stepped inside than the blistering heat and devastation forced him back half a step. His eyes swept over the flattened bungalow, then settled on Shen Changan, standing motionless amid the wreckage, his lips twitching faintly. Did you set off a miniature missile in here? Too much commotion. No choice, Shen Changan replied, flipping his wrist to stow the Jian spear into his guitar case, his voice edged with exhaustion and quiet resignation. 4 fourth-rank cultivators plus a host of human and demonic puppets, and 1 mutated fifth-rank demon puppet. Their numbers were overwhelming, and I was carrying someone. Leaving survivors wasn't feasible. All killed. Phew, 4 fourth-rank cultivators and a fifth-rank demon puppet. Lao Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. Such a lineup could level an entire town in any ordinary district. He clapped Shen Changan firmly on the shoulder, his tone full of unspoken understanding. Killing them all is perfectly justified. Surviving such odds intact is already monstrous. Any other lantern keeper would have needed us tonight to collect their remains. Lao Zhao turned and waved briskly to his logistics team. Get to work. Gather every fragment emitting spiritual resonance. Leave no trace, no clue overlooked. After issuing orders, Lao Zhao's gaze fell upon the school-uniformed girl cradled in Shen Changan's left arm. Who is this? Lao Zhao frowned slightly. Shen Changan carefully passed the still unconscious Li Shuan to him, his eyes flickering with quiet remorse. She's my classmate. Last night, while tracking a rat spirit in Beiyuan residential complex, I grew careless. I didn't wear my mask and was spotted by a sniper hiding in the shadows. They dared not confront me directly, so they traced me and abducted her instead, to forge her into a demon puppet. My mistake. An innocent civilian got dragged into this. Shen Changan exhaled deeply. Lao Zhao accepted Li Shuan steadily, his expression hardening as he studied her pallid complexion and the faint residual talismanic markings etched across her forehead. I see. These lunatics truly know no bounds anymore. Lao Zhao offered quiet reassurance. It's not your fault. No one can anticipate vermin lurking in sewer grates. Leave her with me. I'll take her immediately to the Night Warden Bureau's medical division for full psychic stabilization, physical examination, and memory suppression, ensuring she remembers absolutely nothing upon waking. Shen Changan nodded once. Go on. Head home, shower, rest. I'll hold things down. Good. Intelligence Division will run background checks on these cultists tonight. Full dossier delivered to your phone first thing tomorrow morning, Lao Zhao urged. Understood, thank you. Shen Changan made no protest. He genuinely needed time to settle the turbulent spiritual energy churning within him. Shouldering his guitar case, he vanished into the night, swift and silent. Watching Shen Changan disappear, Lao Zhao instantly shifted into decisive command mode, issuing crisp methodical orders to the logistics team. Move. Erect perimeter barricades beyond the barrier. Seal off every alleyway surrounding this site. Standing amid the ruins, Lao Zhao expertly drew out his radio and filed a routine cover report with local law enforcement. Yes, this is the urban village sector. Standard public statement: this self-built bungalow collapsed due to long-term structural decay and load-bearing wall failure. Fortunately, no occupants were present. No injuries or fatalities reported. And tomorrow, dispatch several excavators to level the site entirely. Lao Zhao gestured sharply toward the scattered corpses of the cultists and puppet fragments strewn across the ground. Bag every shred of flesh and bone in specialized containment sacks. Transport them immediately to the Night Warden Bureau's Sublevel 3 autopsy lab. I intend to find out exactly which faction dares stir such chaos in Qingzhou district. Once all cleanup protocols were secured, Lao Zhao looked down at Li Shuan, her breathing shallow, her life force faint in his arms. Without hesitation, he barked, "Medical helicopter, land now." Then, cradling Li Shuan, he strode rapidly toward the black helicopter idling on the nearby clearing. As the rotors roared to life, the aircraft lifted skyward, hurtling directly toward the Night Warden Bureau's internal medical facility. Inside the cabin, Lao Zhao watched as nutrient solution dripped steadily into Li Shiwan's foreline, and sighed deeply, murmuring inwardly. This young lady must pull through. Chang'an may seem lazy and detached most days, but loyalty runs deep in his bones. He entrusted her to me personally, and admitted fault, something he rarely does. If she dies in that medical wing, how could I ever face that little monster again? Several hours later, the acrid tang of antiseptic mingled with a faint soothing fragrance hung in the air. Li Shiwan's long lashes fluttered, then slowly parted as she opened her eyes. Soft, non-glaring warm white light bathed her vision, along with a pristine, white ceiling above. But her head throbbed with unbearable agony, as though struck repeatedly by a sledgehammer at the base of her skull, her mind ringing with a hollow, persistent drone. Beep, beep, beep. The heart rate monitor beside her emitted a steady rhythmic chime the instant her eyes opened. Immediately a light and hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the foot of the bed, as if someone had dashed out of it. A gentle female voice came from beside the bed. A nurse looking very capable in her white coat quickly approached the bedside and pressed the call button. How do you feel? Is your head still throbbing intensely? Do you feel nauseous? The nurse asked softly while skillfully taking out a small flashlight to check Li Ziwen's pupil response. My head. It hurts like being pricked by needles. Li Shiwan replied hoarsely and weakly. This is a side effect of forcibly stimulating your mental C. Just rest for a few days and don't force yourself to recall those images. The nurse gently reassured her, guiding her to follow the direction of her finger with her eyes and asking a few simple addition and subtraction questions. Once the nurse ensured that Li Ziwen's consciousness was fully clear and her brain had not suffered excessive damage, she finally recorded a few notes in the medical record. At that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Lao Zhao, wearing a somewhat faded black coat and holding an unlit cigarette, strode in. Director Zhao? The nurse nodded respectfully. Have the examinations been completed? If there's nothing serious, you can leave for now. I need to talk to her for a moment. Lao Zhao waved his hand. The medical staff quickly exited the ward, closing the door behind them. Lao Zhao did not sit on the chair, but casually leaned against the white wall opposite the bed, his hands in his coat pockets, surveying the girl on the bed, who still looked a bit frightened. Uncle, may I ask, where is this place? Li Shiwan looked at the bearded uncle nervously, pulling the corner of the blanket, and politely inquired. A special hospital that is only open to internal personnel. You are quite safe now. Lao Zhao tried to keep his tone gentle. A special hospital. Suddenly, several fragmented images flashed through Li Ziwen's mind. A dark room, flickering yellow paper talismans, those twisted masked men, and the terrifying nightmare from which one seems never to awaken. A sharp pain suddenly struck her head, and Li Shiwan painfully covered her head, her body shaking uncontrollably. Stop. Breathe deeply. Immediately stop recalling what happened last night. Lao Zhao's expression changed, and he quickly interrupted her. Your mind has just suffered a heavy blow. Forcing yourself to remember those mentally polluting images will be unbearable for your brain. Li Shiwan gasped heavily, forcibly pulling her thoughts away from those terrifying images. After a while, she gradually calmed down, sitting blankly on the bed, her gaze somewhat vacant as she looked at Lao Zhao. Uncle, what I experienced last night was not a dream, right? Those who use dark arts, are they all real? Lao Zhao was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. It is real. This world is far more complicated than what you usually see at school. But you don't need to be afraid. Those people are all dead, and no one can hurt you again. Lao Zhao leaned against the wall, his gaze suddenly sharp, fixing on Li Shiwan's eyes. He abruptly asked, actually, our medical department colleagues originally planned to perform some light memory erasure on you. But during the routine examination before the procedure, it was found that you had actually briefly awakened before losing consciousness, right? Li Ziwen's body stiffened slightly. Lao Zhao continued to press. So you saw him at that time, didn't you? Who? Li Shiwan instinctively shrank back under the blanket, her gaze evasive. I don't know what you're talking about. I have been in nightmares since I was taken away and don't remember anything. Lao Zhao looked at her obviously lying posture without exposing her, but instead continued to lead her conversation. It was last night. The one who punched through the wall carried you with one hand and killed all the bad guys with a black long gun. Li Shiwan was stunned. A long gun. A man in black. She stammered in a weak defense. I really didn't see anything new. I have no memory. He is not my classmate. It wasn't him. However, Lao Zhao suddenly laughed. The sharpness on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a teasing little girl, you're quite alert. Lao Zhao shook his head. I haven't even told you who he is, so why are you trying so hard to— Alright, don't be nervous, relax. Lao Zhao walked over to the water dispenser at the bedside, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Li Shiwan. I know you recognized him. It's Shen Changan from the same class. Hearing that name being directly pointed out, Li Shiwan suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock and worry. Lao Zhao looked at her expression and waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not here to silence you. I am his colleague, to be precise. Lao Zhao touched his nose, seeming a bit awkward, but still calmly said, although I am over a year older than him in terms of position, he is indeed my direct superior, the highest authority in Qingzhou district. Last night, it was also him who found the clues and personally went out to rescue you. Li Shiwan was completely stunned. She mechanically took the cup of water Lao Zhao handed her mind, recalling the image of Shen Changan, who always sat in the corner of the classroom, looking lazy and perpetually half asleep, often drifting away from the group. That same person who last night descended like a war god, carrying her and slaying monsters in the midst of raging black flames. Was it really him? He is your superior. Li Shiwan felt as though her worldview was being rocked by an unprecedented shock. She struggled to swallow a mouthful of warm water, trying to moisten her dry throat, but found it incredibly difficult to even swallow. After a minute of dazed silence, she barely managed to digest this overwhelming truth. Li Shiwan murmured with a sudden realization. No wonder he spends almost all day sleeping at school and often takes leave. Is he particularly busy? Busy. He is the busiest nuclear-powered workhorse in our entire Qingzhou district branch. Old Zhao sighed, his tone laced with a hint of sympathy and helplessness. He has to keep track of the small matters at the grassroots level, and after the major chaos last night, he had to personally lead the charge. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for him personally handling the situation with that level of evil cultivators last night, no one in the entire Qingzhou district could have managed it. Hearing this, Li Shiwan nodded thoughtfully, and the image of Shen Changan, who had always been labeled as a freak, suddenly appeared more grand and mysterious in her mind. The atmosphere eased slightly, and Li Ziwen's fear dissipated considerably. She bravely asked a question that had been lingering in her heart, that Uncle Zhao, I usually see in those novels and movies that ordinary people like me who accidentally learn the hidden secrets of the world shouldn't be. Silence. Cough. Old Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Little girl, you should watch fewer of those dark and twisted novels. We are an official law enforcement agency of the Donghuang Kingdom, not some anti-human terrorist organization. Why would we silence anyone? However, Old Zhao changed the subject. To prevent social panic for ordinary people involved in extraordinary events, we do have a standard procedure, erasing memories. Li Shiwan was taken aback for a moment and instinctively touched her head. Then, why wasn't my memory erased? Old Zhao put away his lighter, stood straight, and his expression turned somewhat serious. Because you endured for 6 hours without breaking in last night's nightmare illusion array. Your mental strength is exceedingly high, even surpassing some formal lamp bearers. This indicates that you may possess cultivation talent. Old Zhao looked at Li Ziwen's surprised expression and continued, in today's world there are very few people with cultivation talent. It's truly a rare find. It would be a waste of such a good seedling like you with a naturally resilient spirit to erase your memory and send you back to the ordinary world. Therefore, on behalf of the Night Watch Bureau, I intend to try to develop you. Develop me. Li Shiwan pointed at herself, her heart suddenly racing. So could I possibly become someone as powerful as Student Shen? Old Zhao decisively shook his head, ruthlessly shattering her fantasy. Impossible. Shen Changan's talent is the most terrifying and abnormal I've ever seen, bar none. While others cultivate against the current, he cultivates as if riding a rocket. Do you want to reach his level? Too difficult, or rather completely unrealistic. But as long as you are willing to work hard, there is still hope for you to become an outstanding lamp bearer capable of standing on your own. Li Shiwan nodded, not feeling disappointed, as she only muttered softly, so Student Shen is actually such an amazing person. Seeing the curious look on the girl's face, Old Zhao simply pulled up a chair and settled in, casually continuing the conversation. Speaking of which, how does Chang'an perform at school? Is he quite annoying? Not really annoying. Li Shiwan thought for a moment and replied honestly. He's just very reclusive. For 3 years in high school, aside from sleeping, he was spacing out, hardly communicating with classmates. Everyone actually regarded him as a freak behind his back. At the beginning of freshman year, he even sent a school bully to the hospital, which caused quite a stir. Everyone was afraid of him, so they dared not approach him. Li Shiwan reminisced, recounting the small things. Old Zhao listened with great interest, then his gaze shifted, looking at Li Shiwan with a teasing glint, joking. You remember all these little details so clearly. How a little girl like you observes him quite closely. So do you have a crush on Chang'an? Huh. No. Li Ziwen's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands to deny it, then awkwardly lowered her head, explaining softly. I just feel that I can relate to him, so I paid a bit more attention. Relate to each other? Old Zhao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Li Shiwan tugged at the corner of her blanket and said softly. I once overheard the homeroom teacher sigh while I was submitting homework in the office, saying that Student Shen is actually an orphan without parents. And my parents divorced long ago and started new families, so I grew up amidst their endless quarrels and blame. Now I also live alone outside, and it feels like we are both people abandoned by the world. Hearing this, old Zhao's playful demeanor faded, and he sighed, nodding. This kid is also a poor soul. Old Zhao thought to himself, then stood up and patted the railing of the hospital bed. All right, let's end the small talk here. You just suffered a mental trauma and need to rest. You stay here and take a few days to recuperate. Think carefully about my earlier proposal. If you agree to join us on the day you are discharged, I will personally take you to the logistics department for a comprehensive talent assessment. Li Shiwan looked up hesitantly, asking then. If I still disagree after considering it, then I can only follow the rules, erase all your extraordinary memories from these days, and safely send you back to school to continue being your senior student. Old Zhao smiled, gently reassuring. Don't worry, our current memory erasure technology is quite mature, like a good night's sleep, and it definitely won't harm your brain nerves. Li Shiwan looked at old Zhao, nodding seriously. Okay, I will think about it carefully. After settling Li Shiwan, old Zhao rubbed his somewhat swollen temples, turned, and left the medical department, heading straight back to the Qingzhou District Branch Office of the Night Watch Bureau. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a delicate-looking girl approached him. Director Zhao. Xia. He slightly bowed her head in greeting. Old Zhao nodded, about to ask about the inspection progress of last night's evil cultivator corpses, but Xia he lowered her voice and quickly said, Director, someone from the Municipal Bureau is here waiting for you in the first conference room on the second floor. Someone from above. Old Zhao raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming serious. Let's go, come with me. The two quickly walked to the second floor and pushed open the heavy door of the first conference room. In the spacious conference room, a man sat domineeringly at the head of the table. His name was Feng Zhua, and he appeared to be nearly 50 years old with a few strands of gray hair at his temples. However, he showed no signs of middle-age decline. His body, tightly wrapped in black combat gear, was robust, and even through his clothing the contours of his chest muscles and arms exuded explosive strength, clearly indicating years of high-intensity physical training. With his breathing, a wave of stable spiritual power fluctuated throughout the conference room, faint yet palpable. Peak of the Five Realms. The second-in-command of the Night Watch Bureau in Beijiang City, an absolute power player. Director Feng. Old Zhao stepped forward, greeting him respectfully, while Xia he quietly retreated behind him after pouring 2 cups of tea. Please sit down, old Zhao. Feng Zhua picked up his teacup, blowing on the floating leaves, and looked up at old Zhao. I heard things have been quite lively in your Qingzhou district these past few days. I just glanced at the briefing. There have been 2 occurrences of primal demonic energy and evil cultivators. What's the situation? Old Zhao pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a deep breath as he thoroughly reported the battle that took place last night in the urban village, including the ambush by 4 evil cultivators of the 4 realms, the siege by 8 puppets, and that rare and tricky 5 realms demon puppet. What? He slammed the teacup down. 4 of the 4 realms plus 1 5 realms demon puppet. And that kid Shen Changan fought with one hand to protect a hostage the entire time. Yes, all eliminated. The hostage is safe. Old Zhao nodded, a hint of pride barely concealed in his tone. Feng Zhua gasped, leaning back in his chair, his eyes filled with disbelief and admiration. A monster. Truly a complete little monster. 18 years old. And under that level of siege to protect a hostage with one hand, while also slaughtering the opponents. This kid's combat instinct and explosive power are simply born for slaughter. Watching Feng Zhua lavish praise on Shen Changan, without restraint, old Zhao's eyes flickered, leaning slightly forward, and sincerely spoke. Director Feng, since you know what kind of genius Changan is, I will speak plainly. This kid's current strength staying in our little Qingzhou district is a complete waste of talent and resources. Old Zhao interlocked his fingers, arguing his case. In less than 20 days, Changan will finish his college entrance examination. I hope to secure an opportunity for him. Once he finishes, let's transfer him to the provincial headquarters. There are better high-level secret realms and top-tier cultivation methods and resources there. As for our Qingzhou district, you could just transfer a regular 4 realms lamp bearer from the municipal bureau to take charge. Feng Zhua's expression of admiration slightly waned, his gaze flickering for a moment as he picked up his teacup and took a tactical sip. Old Zhao, I understand your feelings. Changan is indeed a good seedling, but transferring him involves quite a bit of complexity, and it's not something I can decide alone. Director Feng, what complexity is there? Old Zhao protested, raising his voice slightly. A seed of this caliber should be sent to the most core place for cultivation rather than spending every day handling trivial disputes with demons in the old district and occasionally having to take risks for us. That's unfair to him. Enough. Feng Zhua suddenly slammed down his teacup, creating a dull thud that directly interrupted old Zhao's words. His sharp gaze fixed intensely on old Zhao, his tone becoming somewhat harsh and undeniable. Old Zhao, you've been in the Night Watch Bureau for so many years that don't you understand the rules? The placement of Shen Changan is entirely arranged by the headquarters. Our Beijiang Municipal Bureau has no authority to intervene. Just trust the senior management of the Night Watch Bureau This is not something you or I can question. From now on, do not attempt to interfere with or speculate on decisions from above. Seeing Fang Zhuo's stern warning, old Zhao opened his mouth, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and slouch back against the chair. I understand. Seeing old Zhao relent, Fang Zhuo's expression softened. He sighed and took out a document from his briefcase, pushing it towards old Zhao. Although he cannot be transferred for now, the Municipal Bureau will definitely not neglect his contributions this time. Fang Zhuo pointed at the document and said, 1-5 realms demon puppet plus 4-4 realms evil cultivators. This has already reached the highest difficulty rating in A-level tasks. The Municipal Bureau approved the reward overnight. This task's contribution value has been directly raised to 10,000 points along with 5 million in cash support. Fang Zhuo paused, emphasizing, these rewards will not go through the branch's public account. They will be counted as Shen Changan's personal account as a special compensation from the Municipal Bureau for his outstanding performance this time. Hearing about the 10,000 contribution points and 5 million in cash, old Zhao's expression finally improved. All right, I'll thank Director Fang on behalf of Changan. Old Zhao nodded, taking the document. I will inform him. Fang Zhuo stood up, adjusting the collar of his combat gear, glancing at his watch. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back to the Municipal Bureau. Make sure to handle the follow-up for that surviving ordinary girl. As soon as there's progress on the background information of the evil cultivators, report it immediately. Understood. Old Zhao and Xia he both stood to see him off. The next morning the sun shone brightly. Shen Changan awoke slowly after sleeping until past 9 o'clock, finally dragging himself out of bed. The energy he had exhausted during the fierce battles last night had been mostly replenished by his formidable recovery ability. He rubbed his eyes and checked his phone. The work group of the Night Patrol Division was buzzing with activity, and after last night's thorough inspection, everything seemed to be in order in the various districts today. Old Zhao sent him a long string of private messages. Director Fang from the City Bureau came down last. Although no new lantern bearer was assigned to stay, they dispatched a fully staffed elite combat team to our division, well equipped. In the future, when dealing with routine magical creatures or evil cultivators around the third realm, we can just let them handle it, making things easier for you. Additionally, your reward has been approved. This time counts as a significant achievement, with a contribution value of 10,000 points, plus a cash subsidy of 500,000, which has already been deposited into your personal account. Also, the girl Li Shiwan has already woken up. Her mental state has recovered well. Once the observation period is nearly over, I will take her out of the hospital. I will handle the follow-up matters, so you don't need to worry. At the end of the message, there was also a sticker sent by Ying featuring a cute cat, giving a thumbs up, evidently indicating that this little spirit cat was aware of Shen Changan's glorious feat of single-handedly assaulting the stronghold of evil cultivators last night. Finally, some good news. Looking at the notification of the 10,000 contribution points and 500,000 deposited, Shen Changan's previously pained mood from depleting his savings finally brightened up. He casually replied with a received, then got up to wash up and changed into a loose set of home clothes before heading downstairs. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor were wide open. In the yard, Zhang Hai was trimming the branches and leaves of several potted plants with large scissors, while Aunt Liu was watering the flowers and plants with a kettle, creating a serene atmosphere of peaceful living. Seeing Shen Changan come downstairs, Liu immediately put down the kettle and cheerfully called out, Changan is awake. I've heated up century egg and lean meat porridge and pan-fried buns for you in the pot. Hurry and wash your hands to eat. All right, thank you, Aunt Li. Shen Changan served himself a bowl of porridge and walked over to sit at the stone table in the yard with a small bun. Zhang Hai put down the scissors and walked over to sit across from him, casually asking, I heard there was quite a commotion last night. You weren't hurt, were you? To avoid worrying the two elders, Shen Changan took a sip of porridge and waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing serious. I just ran into a few blind evil cultivators and dealt with them. Zhang Hai, however, could tell that the boy was downplaying the situation. He took a sip from his teacup and said pointedly, Director Fang from the City Bureau came down overnight, so it seems the matter isn't trivial. But since you're back now, I won't pry further. You don't have duty today. Oh, I've already informed old Zhao, and I also got you a leave of absence from school. Just stay home and rest well today, don't wander around. Zhang Hai advised. Got it, Uncle Zhang. At this moment, Li Yue, overhearing their conversation, immediately approached with curiosity and teased. I heard from old Zhang that you went to save a girl from your class last night. How was it? Did that young lady feel so touched by your midnight heroics that she wanted to offer herself to you? Shen Changan nearly choked on his porridge, helplessly wiping his mouth with a napkin. Aunt Li, please don't tease me. That girl was merely caught up in my task because I forgot to wear my mask and was kidnapped. It was just an unfortunate incident. Oh, come on, even so, our Changan is so handsome. After this, she must have some feelings for you. Li Yu pulled over a chair and sat down, looking at Shen Changan's outstanding appearance, expressing her thoughts with a hint of nostalgia. However, it's normal that your standards are high now. In the future, when you start dating, you'll probably want to find someone within the circle. Li Yu analyzed logically. Right now, you're in this small place of Qingzhou district where not many people in your circle can be found. You might not even like them. Once you go to university or to a big city, you will encounter many outstanding individuals. Finding someone who understands you and can empathize will make your future life more stable. Shen Changan shook his head vigorously, quickly devouring 2 pan-fried buns. Aunt Li, I am busy every day, barely having enough time to sleep. How could I think about dating? Hearing the topic of going to university, Zhang Hai suddenly perked up, leaning forward slightly. Speaking of which, Chang'an, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. Where do you plan to go to school? Any schools you have in mind? No plans, Shen Changan answered honestly. I usually just slack off in class, sleeping most of the time. I'll go wherever I can get into. Hey, what are you worried about your college entrance exam results for? What else should I be concerned about if not the exam results? He paused for a moment. Zhang Hai said, just go wherever you want. In our night patrol division system, there's a special recruitment channel. Looking at Shen Chang'an's slightly puzzled expression, Zhang Hai explained, you lantern bearers work hard to maintain social stability, burning the midnight oil every day. When do you have time to study and prepare like regular students? The higher-ups aren't foolish, so they specifically left an internal channel for young geniuses like you. Generally speaking, as long as you can break through the second realm before turning 18, you can directly apply for special admission to any top university in the country with just a form. You can choose whichever one you want. There's such a good thing. Shen Changan was genuinely surprised this time. He didn't know he had the privilege of being exempt from entrance exams to national universities. Of course, Zhang Hai nodded as if it were natural. Then Zhang Hai coughed a couple of times, his gaze flickering, seemingly casual, but actually harboring ulterior motives. He asked, well, Chang'an, since the school is up to you to choose, have you considered going to the same university as Qingqing? You two grew up together. If you went to the same school elsewhere, it would be good to have someone to look out for each other, right? If possible, that would be nice. Slap. Before Zhang Hai could finish his sentence, Li Yu slapped his shoulder with no good humor, glaring at him. What nonsense are you arranging here? The children's future matters should be left for them to decide. You shouldn't meddle. Feeling exposed in his little scheme to recruit a son-in-law, Zhang Hai's face turned red. He coughed awkwardly and waved his hand. I was just speaking casually. As a suggestion, pretend I never said anything. Shen Changan looked at this couple, who were like lively treasures, and felt no offense. On the contrary, he found the warmth of home quite relaxing. He smiled and played along with Zhang Hai, saying, it's fine, Uncle Zhang. After the college entrance exams are over, I can see where Qingqing wants to apply, and I can consider it then. After finishing his meal, he bid farewell to the elderly couple, took his empty bowl to the kitchen, and then slowly went upstairs to his room. Watching Shen Chang'an's figure disappear around the corner of the staircase, Li Yu's smile faded. She turned to Zhang Hai and slapped his arm with annoyance. You old fool, why bring that up just now? There's not even a hint of it yet, and you're not afraid of scaring Chang'an. Zhang Hai put down his teacup side and lowered his voice. What do you understand? If I don't probe the situation and try to facilitate this, once the boy finishes his exams, he will truly fly away. Zhang Hai pointed upstairs, his expression serious. Chang'an is a loyal and kind-hearted child. He truly is a good kid. No matter how high he flies in the future, he will surely remember us, these two old bones. But if we don't seize the opportunity, now he might really have no connection with our Qingqing. Think about it, this kid has a 5th realm cultivation level, is handsome, and has good upbringing. Once he goes to the provincial capital or the capital city, every prominent family's young lady will be vying to get close to him, right? Once Chang'an steps out, he will stand out from the crowd, and who knows how many eyes will be on him. If we don't take the initiative now, we might not even get a sip of soup later. Li Yu listened, her expression also troubled, but she still shook her head. That's true, but you know how Qingqing views. Although she wouldn't dare to say it in front of us, we can still see her disdain and dissatisfaction privately, can't we? In her eyes, Chang'an is just a slacker who got in through your connections, sleeping through class every day. Li Yu tentatively suggested, how about we simply let Qingqing in on the truth? Let her know about Chang'an's real identity in the night patrol division. No way. Absolutely not. Zhang Hai immediately shook his head in refusal. The work of the night patrol division is too bloody and too dangerous. How old is Qingqing now? I absolutely cannot let her come into contact with this dark side yet. At the very least, I have to wait until after her college entrance exams before telling her, and once she safely finishes her university studies, I will use my old connections to arrange her a safe clerical position in the night patrol division. Hey, what are you thinking? Li Yu was both angry and amused. If you don't let our daughter know how excellent Chang'an is yet want them to date, why bring this up now? Now we should let them develop their feelings in a blind box manner. Zhang Hai replied with conviction. Once they graduate from university, it will be a natural progression, right? This is called blocking both ways. Li Yu rolled her eyes. On one hand, you keep it from your daughter, while on the other you blame her for not liking him. Besides, with Qingqing's current attitude of not yielding to anyone, how could she ever like someone like Chang'an who seems to be nothing? Hearing this, Zhang Hai was also displeased, his neck stiffening. Who taught her that? Isn't it you who spoiled her? She wants the stars, but won't settle for the moon, making Qingqing so proud and domineering that she doesn't even know how to be considerate. Zhang Hai, do you even have a conscience? It was me who taught her. Each time Qingqing acts spoiled, who is it that secretly gives her pocket money behind my back? Now it's all my fault, huh? The elderly couple sat in the yard bickering and shifting the blame for their parenting response. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. I don't want to argue with you. Liu glared at Zhang Hai, stood up, adjusted her clothes, and walked to the door to pull it open. Outside stood a young girl in a light-colored casual sweatshirt, looking sweet and adorable, holding several exquisite food boxes. Liu was taken aback. She was unaware of the personnel situation within the Night Patrol division and asked curiously, "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Hello." Bai Ying politely bowed, wearing a sweet smile, her large eyes crescent-shaped. "I am from the Night Patrol division and also a colleague of Chang'an. You must be Aunt Li, right? Chang'an often mentions how good your cooking is. I happen to have the day off today and heard that Chang'an was tired from a mission yesterday, so I brought some food to check on him." Upon hearing that she was Shen Changan's colleague, Li Yu's initially cautious expression transformed into warm enthusiasm. "Oh, you're Chang'an's colleague. Come in. Li Yu beamed, quickly ushering Bai Ying inside. Bai Ying stepped into the yard and immediately spotted Zhang Hai sitting at the stone table. She certainly recognized him as a retired veteran, thus greeting him pleasantly, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Hai held his teacup, fully aware that this girl was the spirit cat's colleague. "The little girl is thoughtful. Chang'an has probably given you a hard time at the bureau, huh? Go ahead, he just finished eating and is in the innermost room on the second floor." Bai Ying carried the food box to the innermost room on the second floor. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock, she realized the door was ajar and not locked at all. The little spirit cat's eyes twinkled mischievously, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She moved silently like a real cat, making no sound at all, and quietly pushed the door open, slipping inside like a wisp of smoke. Inside the room, Shen Changan was sitting at his desk with his back to the door, wearing noise-canceling headphones, seemingly lost in music. Bai Ying tiptoed up behind Shen Changan, took a deep breath, and suddenly lunged forward, her hands slapping onto Shen Changan's shoulders as she shouted into his ear, "Wow, there's a monster." Shen Changan's body shook in response, nearly dropping the phone from his hands on the desk. Then he turned his head, speaking in an utterly indifferent tone, "I am so scared I might have a heart attack." Bai Ying looked at his expressionless face, pouting slightly. She leaned in closer, her delicate face almost touching Shen Changan's nose, her big eyes suspiciously scrutinizing him. "Boss, did you know I was here all along and were just pretending to cooperate with me?" Shen Changan looked at the little cat demon close at hand and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out a finger and gently flicked her smooth forehead. "Ouch." Bai Ying covered her forehead. "What do you think?" Shen Changan took off his headphones. "As a practitioner at the fifth realm, my perception is always on. I knew you were in the yard on the first floor the moment you stepped in. Next time you want to scare me, you should first get a high-level treasure to block spiritual energy and footsteps." Boring. Bai Ying, unwilling to accept defeat, rubbed her forehead and directly fell back, landing in a sprawled position on Shen Changan's soft bed, muttering, "Just wait. I, Bai Ying, swear that one day I will successfully scare you." As she lay back, she completely relaxed, and her characteristics as a demon could no longer be suppressed. A pair of fluffy white cat ears perked up from her smooth short hair, twitching with her breath. Today Bai Ying was not dressed in the rigid black combat uniform of the Night Watch, but rather in a cool and lively casual outfit. The upper half was a fitted light blue crop sweatshirt, and the lower half was a pair of pure white sports shorts. As she lay down, her perfect legs, completely uncovered by any fabric, were fully revealed. They were straight and slender, with skin so fair it seemed to reflect light. She casually kicked off her sports shoes, revealing her delicate feet wrapped in pure white ankle socks, her toes playfully wiggling in the air. A long snowy white cat tail peeked out from the edge of her shorts, lazily sweeping back and forth across the neat bedsheets, drawing circles. Bai Ying rolled around on the bed for a while, making a fuss. Seeing that Shen Changan had merely turned his gaming chair to look at her without responding, she turned onto her side, propping her chin on one hand, and began to survey the layout of the room with her cat-like eyes. "Boss, your room is too plain. It's like a monk's meditation room." The little cat demon instantly transformed into a master decorator, pointing around the room with a fair finger. "Look, that big white wall is such a waste being empty. You should add a 100-inch 4K anti-light projection screen here. Then over there by the window, the light is good. You can designate an esports area with an L-shaped RGB gaming desk. The corner is too dull. You should add a precious ornamental plant like a welcoming pine or something. Oh, right on the wall by the head of the bed, hang a famous painting. Then you'll truly know how to enjoy life." Shen Changan listened to her renovation plan, rolling his eyes in silence. "Forget it, Master Bai," Shen Changan retorted. "I only come back to this room to sleep, Most of the time I'm outside working for you Night Watch getting no pay. If I decorate it like a presidential suite, who will enjoy it? The ghosts. Bai Ying's tail drooped as she returned to a sprawled position, sighing, that's true, we're all unfortunate grassroots laborers, how can we find time to enjoy life? The two naturally started chatting about the previous night's battle in the village and the matter of Li Shiwan. Last night, you were really impressive taking on a whole group by yourself. The group chat in the bureau exploded. Bai Ying casually played with her cattail, but speaking of your female classmate. Old Zhao's actions are quite strange this time. He actually didn't follow the protocol to erase the memory of the girl, named Li Shiwan, right on the spot, but instead kept her in the medical department, seemingly wanting to do something. Just as she began to speak, Bai Ying's voice suddenly stopped. Her fluffy cat ears perked straight up, clearly realizing she had let slip some internal secret. Shen Changan abruptly halted his turn in the gaming chair. He turned around, his deep gaze fixated on the little cat demon lounging on the bed. Under Shen Changan's oppressive gaze, Bai Ying's fur on her tail stood on end. She sat up abruptly, covering her chest with both hands in defense, stammering, you. Why are you looking at me like that? I warn you, humans and demons are different paths. Don't get any funny ideas. Shen Changan was not amused by her antics, standing up and striding to the side of the bed. He unceremoniously reached out, grabbing the back collar of Bai Ying's sweatshirt, like lifting a misbehaving kitten, pulling her up from the bed. Hey, stop. You're going to choke me with my own clothes. Bai Ying flailed her limbs in the air. Less nonsense. Shen Changan's eyes grew cold. Finish what you were saying just now. Old Zhao didn't erase Li Ziwen's memory. What does he want to do? Under Shen Changan's intangible pressure from the fifth realm, Bai Ying immediately caved, her face drooping as she confessed, I give in. I confess everything. I saw it secretly when I went to the logistics department to check the files this morning. Old Zhao indeed didn't erase her memory, as she's still in the internal hospital. But I swear I really don't know what Old Zhao is planning. Shen Changan frowned tightly. Old Zhao, that old fox, has always been very rule-abiding. This time he forcibly kept an ordinary high school student involved in an extraordinary incident in the bureau without even erasing her memory. What's his real intention? Clatter. Shen Changan released his grip, throwing Bai Ying back onto the bed, and turned to the wardrobe to grab his black trench coat. Put on your shoes. Shen Changan's tone was unquestionable. Come with me to the branch building. After saying that, he pushed the door and walked out of the room. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Shen Changan leaving decisively, Bai Ying hurriedly scrambled up from the bed, not even bothering to straighten her white socks, hastily stuffing her feet into her sports shoes. As she stepped on the shoe cuffs to run out, she shouted in the corridor, boss. Wait for me. I haven't tied my shoelaces yet. 20 minutes later, at the Qingzhou District Night Watch branch in the director's office. With a loud bang, the office door was pushed open. Shen Changan strode in, followed by Bai Ying. At the desk, he was reporting work to Old Zhao while holding several documents. Seeing Shen Changan enter with a grim expression, he froze for a moment. Old Zhao, however, calmly waved his hand. Xiao, we can discuss the case later. You can step out and close the door. Okay, director. He very tactfully exited, shutting the door with a click. Only 3 people remained. Shen Changan approached the desk, leaning on it with both hands, looking down at Old Zhao, and directly stated, Old Zhao, you kept Li Shiwan in the medical department without erasing her memory. What do you want to do? Erasing memories typically only applies to the most recent hours after an event. The principle is to use drugs or low-level spells to induce intense hallucinations, making someone experience everything as a bizarre dream. However, to completely erase memories from 1 or 2 days prior requires advanced mental spells, which are definitely beyond the grasp of someone like Old Zhao, who is only at the 3rd realm. Facing Shen Changan's inquiry, Old Zhao leaned back in his chair without any guilt, and frankly said, it's not that I want to do anything, I just want to test her aptitude. Old Zhao sighed and recounted the judgment he made in the hospital last night. You saw it too, when you saved her last night. An ordinary high school student withstood 6 hours in the nightmarish illusion array, and her mind didn't completely collapse. This terrifying strength of mental power indicates that she must have astonishing talent in the magic lineage. Such a promising seedling, how could we let her go? Then he stood up, walking to the window to look outside, his tone filled with the helplessness of a grassroots leader. You know the current situation of our Qingzhou district branch. We are severely understaffed. You are the only one capable of fighting. In today's society, those with even a little cultivation talent are all pampered young masters and ladies from powerful families or sects, who would come to our night watch to do the hard work. Of course, someone like Bai Ying, who comes to work for us, is an exception. Hey, Old Zhao, do you have any manners? Bai Ying protested angrily. Shen Changan ignored Bai Ying's interruption. Although he understood Old Zhao's desperation in seeking talent, he still frowned and questioned this approach. You're essentially forcing her into this. She's just an ordinary student. Us showing her the cruel reality of this world without erasing her memory is basically pushing her down this path. This is unfair to her. So I didn't force her, I gave her time to choose. Old Zhao turned around and proposed the final discussion plan. These days, I will be responsible for talking to her. If she agrees after being discharged, I will take her to test her aptitude and formally recruit her. If she flatly refuses, then we won't be able to erase such a long-term memory. We can only follow another contingency plan. Make her sign a confidentiality contract of the highest level and give her a generous compensation. After that, we can only rely on the contract to bind her to confidentiality. Shen Changan waited over to this. Indeed seemed to be the safest way to handle it for now, so he nodded. Okay, then let's proceed, as you say, respecting her own wishes and not forcing anything. Don't worry, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Do I understand that logic? Old Zhao smiled, then shifted the topic. Since you took leave today, go check on her in the medical department. After all, you are classmates, and having a familiar face to comfort her is more effective than me, a rough-looking old man speaking. Shen Changan thought for a moment. After all, it was his mistake that led to Li Shiwan being kidnapped, so it was appropriate for him to visit her. Alright, I'll go buy some fruit first. Shen Changan straightened up, turned, and walked out of the office. Watching Shen Changan leave, Bai Ying immediately leaned over to Old Zhao's desk, crossing her arms, and mercilessly criticizing Old Zhao. Are you setting up a scheme for the boss again? Are you just waiting for the boss to come find you, then let him meet Li Shiwan, so that she will most likely agree to participate in the testing? You old fox, always up to something. Old Zhao pulled out a cigarette from the drawer, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled a wisp of blue smoke. Tisk, how can you call it a scheme? That's a harsh word. I'm just preparing for the future, finding a reliable helper for our Changan. That kid Changan has too much talent. He will definitely go far enough that we may only be able to look up to him. But he is inherently too solitary, always accustomed to bearing all dangers alone, used to fighting on his own. Yet in this world, no matter how strong a person is, there are times when they cannot manage everything. To cultivate truly trustworthy confidence, we must start from the young, which is now. Old Zhao brushed off the ash from his cigarette. I've observed that girl Li Shiwan. Her background is clean, her character is resilient, and most importantly, her talent is impressive. Her mental strength is definitely stronger than most of the geniuses currently nurtured by the Bureau. If properly nurtured, she can definitely become Chang'an's most capable right hand. That sounds so grand. Bai Ying pouted, lifting her chin defiantly. Aren't I already his right hand? I can help him in the future too. Old Zhao glanced at her unrelenting, muttering, give me a break. You've cultivated for over 100 years and are still just a third-realm little demon. By human age standards, Chang'an could call you grandmother. How can you help him? Don't drag him down. You're talking nonsense. Bai Ying flared up like a cat whose tail had been. She glared at Old Zhao, showing her cute little fangs, and loudly retorted, our demon race's lifespan isn't the same as yours. When converted to human age, I'm clearly only 18. Okay. Forever 18. In Bai Ying's spirit cat clan, the elders casually live 400 or 500 years. So according to life cycle proportions, Bai Ying's 100 years of age is equivalent to a human's 18 to 20 years, indeed, making her a young lady just entering adulthood. That past century of mine was just laying the groundwork in childhood. Okay. He blushed, desperately defending his slow cultivation speed. Now this young lady has officially come of age. My talent has fully awakened, and my progress will definitely be extremely fast moving forward. Don't underestimate cats. Old Zhao looked at the clawing little cat demon, half-heartedly nodding. All right, 18-year-old grandma. You should hurry to the training room to practice real combat. Don't hide behind Chang'an shouting, boss, save me. Next time there's a mission. Old Zhao, you old bastard. I'm going to scratch you to death. The office was immediately filled with Bai Ying's furious roar. The afternoon sunlight gently streamed through the specially designed glass window of the medical department, casting a warm glow on the wooden floor of the deluxe single-patient room. The door of the room was softly pushed open. Shen Changan entered with a basket of fruit, treading lightly. To prevent any uncontrollable leaks of information, Old Zhao confiscated all communication tools from Li Shiwan during her observation period. As compensation, the bedside table in the room was piled high with various literary classics to help pass. At this moment, Li Shiwan was reclining against a soft white pillow, engrossed in a thick copy of The Hunchback of Notre Dame. She wore a loose hospital gown, her long jet black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Although her complexion still bore the pallor of someone recovering from a serious illness, her eyes were clear, and her overall spirit was much improved compared to the fragile state she had been in last night. Ahem. Shen Changan cleared his throat softly. Li Shiwan, hearing the sound, lifted her head from the book. The moment she saw the visitor, a clear flicker of surprise and panic flashed in her eyes, and she nearly dropped the book onto the blanket. Shen classmate. Even though I confirmed it with Old Zhao this morning, seeing Shen Changan, who had shed the lazy pretense of school, still made Li Ziwen's heart skip a beat. Sorry to disturb you. Shen Changan pulled over a chair and sat down by the bedside, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table. I took the day off to come see you. Are you feeling better? Much better. Thank you for visiting me. Li Shiwan set the book aside, her hands awkwardly clasped together, looking earnestly into Shen Changan's eyes as she said, "Also, I was informed by Director Zhao about what happened last night. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, you don't need to thank me. I'm the one who should apologize." Shen Changan shook his head, interrupting her. He looked at Li Shiwan with a very sincere tone. "Old Zhao probably didn't tell you the details. Actually, your abduction last night was largely related to me." Shen Changan did not hide anything, explaining how he had inadvertently exposed his identity during a mission by not wearing a mask, which led the evil cultivators to retaliate against her, who lived in the same building. After hearing this, Li Shiwan was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that this near-fatal misfortune had such a source. However, looking at Shen Changan's apologetic face, the fear and grievance in her heart strangely dissipated. "It's okay." Li Shiwan gently shook her head, and instead comforted Shen Changan softly. "Director Zhao said that you all usually fight against those monsters to protect the safety of Qingzhou district. You didn't mean to involve me, though I won't blame you. Really." Looking into the clear and understanding eyes of the girl, Shen Changan slightly nodded. The hospital room fell into a brief silence. The only sounds were the occasional chirps of birds from outside. After a moment, Shen Changan broke the silence, his tone becoming somewhat serious regarding what old Zhao mentioned to you. "He wants you to join the night patrol. What do you think?" Li Shiwan lowered her head, quietly listening. She seemed not surprised that Shen Changan would bring up this matter, her fingers lightly stroking the edge of the blanket. "Shen classmate." She looked up, her gaze filled with uncertainty and anticipation. "Do I really have a talent for cultivation?" "From what I can see, you do." Shen Changan replied affirmatively. "Being able to last so long in the mental illusion array means your mental strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. This also means that your talent for cultivation in the spell arts will definitely not be low." Upon hearing this affirmative answer, a sudden brightness lit up in Li Ziwen's previously dim eyes. She looked at Shen Changan, her lips slowly curving into a smile filled with relief and determination. "Then, can I join you?" Shen Changan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. "Have you thought this through? The night patrol is not a glamorous job. It is filled with bloodshed, slaughter, and the ever-looming threat of death. It's very dangerous." "I know." Li Shiwan took a deep breath, her tone becoming exceptionally firm. "But, Shen classmate, I don't want to live that kind of life anymore, where I can see the end at a glance and struggle in numbness every day. Even if it's very dangerous, if it can add a bit of turbulence to my monotonous life, like stagnant water, allowing me to grasp a little power to protect myself, I would be willing to try." She looked at Shen Changan, her eyes shimmering with a light called desire. Seeing her determined demeanor, Shen Changan sighed, inwardly realizing that this girl deep down was more stubborn and eager for change than anyone else. "All right, I respect your choice." Shen Changan stood up. "I will convey your decision to old Zhao. As for the college entrance examination and the leave of absence from school, the night patrol will handle it for you. Your only task now is to focus on recovering your mental state." "Thank you, Shen classmate." Li Shiwan nodded. "Get some good rest." Shen Changan did not linger any longer, turning to leave the room, gently closing the door. When he returned to old Zhao's office, both old Zhao and Bai Yin were still inside. Bai Yin was ungraciously munching on an apple, while old Zhao was typing away at the computer. "How's the situation?" Seeing Shen Changan return, old Zhao immediately stopped his work and asked. Shen Changan pulled out a chair and sat down. She agreed. "Take her through the procedures after she's discharged." "Huh, I told you this girl is definitely a gem who won't settle for mediocrity." Old Zhao joyfully slapped his thigh, immediately assuring. "All right, leave this to me. They'll send someone to handle the confidentiality procedures and leave of absence at school this afternoon. When she is discharged, I will personally guide her through the onboarding process." After finishing, old Zhao shifted the topic. He typed a few times on the keyboard. "Let's not talk about that for now. I just sent a confidential document to your work terminal. It's the analysis report of the 4 evil cultivator corpses from last night, along with the source demonic energy. You should check it out quickly." Shen Changan took out his phone and opened the internal work app. A document marked with a red confidential stamp popped up on the screen, prominently featuring a black swan emblem in flight on the cover. "What is this?" he asked in confusion. "This is the black swan. You've never encountered it before. Black swan refers to unforeseen disasters that, once they occur, will have a profoundly disruptive impact. In the files of the Night Patrol, Black Swan is a notorious anti-human extremist organization within the Eastern Huang Kingdom. Their actions are reckless, and they enjoy roaming across the country, using ordinary people and even entire towns' residents to conduct various cruel supernatural experiments." Shen Changan swiftly swiped the screen. The report indicated that the identities of the 4 evil cultivators he had killed last night had been fully verified. These 4 individuals were all natives of Zhangjiang province, But they were not locals of Beijiang City. Instead, they were wanted criminals who had fled from other prefecture-level cities, all of whom were peripheral members of the Black Swan organization. The previous occurrences of demonic energy were also related to them. The colder Shen Changan's gaze became as he read, the more chilling the atmosphere felt. The file contained several sealed case files of past atrocities. Over the past decade, the Black Swan organization had continuously committed numerous heinous crimes in Dongwon Kingdom. They specifically targeted small towns that were remote and had weak defenses from the night patrol. Every time an experiment went out of control, it resulted in the tragic deaths of thousands of ordinary civilians in the town, creating a severely negative impact. If it weren't for Shen Changan, a monster with combat power far beyond the norm stationed in Qingzhou district, the ordinary combat capabilities of Old Zhao Baiyin and others would have led to the rampage of a 5-realm demonic puppet infused with primal demonic energy, and Qingzhou district might have become the next dead city in the case files. This was purely a horrific cancer against humanity. However, there is some small fortune within the misfortune. Old Zhao, smoking beside him, exhaled a cloud of smoke and pointed to the last few lines of the report. The intelligence team has analyzed the past modus operandi of the Black Swan. Although these lunatics are brutal, they are also cautious, typical of those who hit and run from one place to another. As long as an experiment in one location suffers a catastrophic failure or exposure to avoid being tracked down by the higher-level forces of the night patrol, they will absolutely not attempt a second time in the same place. In other words, for the short-term, Qingzhou district should not face large-scale retaliation from the Black Swan. Old Zhao flicked the ash from his cigarette. But we still cannot let our guard down. Regular patrols must be intensified. Shen Changan finished reading the last line and turned off the phone screen. What do we plan to do next? Old Zhao looked at Shen Changan and inquired. Continue the shifts as usual, nothing changes. Shen Changan replied calmly, putting his phone back into his coat pocket. You and Baiyin will still keep an eye on the street patrols outside. Contact me if anything comes up. As he said this, Shen Changan silently muttered to himself, moreover, the place of Qingzhou No. 1 high school is somewhat special and cannot be left unattended for long. Old Zhao nodded. All right, you handle the school part yourself. If anything unexpected happens, contact the group at then I'll head back to school first. Shen Changan turned and walked out of the office door. He still had classes in the afternoon, although he usually slept through them. Skipping too many would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Hey, boss, wait for me. Seeing Shen Changan about to leave, Baiyin, who was sitting on the sofa, munching an apple, quickly tossed the apple core into the trash and jogged after him. Time swiftly moved to Saturday evening. As the school bell rang, a throng of students poured out of the gates of Qingzhou No. 1 high school. After this weekend, there would only be one more weekend left before the fateful college entrance examination, and the air seemed to be filled with a tense and anxious pressure. Zhang Qingqing, carrying her backpack, walked slowly out of the school gate, preparing to wait for the driver from her family under the shade of a tree by the roadside. Suddenly her gaze was drawn to an eye-catching death-pink scooter across the street. The slender and tall boy straddling the scooter was recognizable, even if turned to ash. It was Shen Changan. What made Zhang Qingqing's eyes widen instantly was that at this moment a sweet and lovely girl was giggling as she ran to Shen Changan's side, straddling the back seat of the Ghostfire scooter, and even grabbing the hem of Shen Changan's jacket. Isn't that Baiyin from the next class? Zhang Qingqing's mind buzzed. Of course, she recognized Baiyin, the renowned top student from the next class. Not only was she beautiful, but her grades also consistently ranked in the top 5 of the grade, making her a school beauty, whom many boys secretly admired. How did Shen Changan, who usually acts like a mute, get involved with the top student from the next class? Watching the two ride away cheerfully, a sense of annoyance inexplicably rose in Zhang Qingqing's heart. She quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of their backs. It's almost time for the college entrance exam, and he's actually out having fun with a girl from the next class. When I get home, I'll show this photo to my parents and let them know he talks to you every day. Zhang Qingqing angrily stuffed her phone back into her pocket. At that moment, a harsh engine roar sounded by the roadside. Virum zing. It was Chao Min, who had taken Zhang Qingqing home last time. Hi, Qingqing. Chao Min propped herself up on one leg and proudly patted her newly acquired motorcycle. What do you think? I just got this battle vehicle, and it cost me almost 10,000 to modify it. Cool, right? Zhang Qingqing glanced at it perfunctorily and nodded. It's all right. What are you doing here today? I invited a few friends from the social circle. We're going to play billiards over by Nanjia. Come on, let's go have some fun, and I'll introduce you to some handsome guys who ride motorcycles. Chao Min enthusiastically invited. Zhang Qingqing shook her head and declined. No thanks, I need to get home and study. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Oh, come on, what's studying? Chao Min scoffed, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Your family is so wealthy, living in a big villa at Guanlan Mansion. Even if you only get into a junior college, you can still inherit the family business, right? Why work so hard? Let's go. I really can't, and my dad is strict. Let's go out and have fun after the exams. Zhang Qingqing remained firm. Seeing that Zhang Qingqing was adamant about not going, Qiao Min felt somewhat displeased and casually changed the subject. All right, the little lady is obedient. By the way, have you thought about buying a motorcycle after the exams? I can take you to buy the latest model of the Ghost Fire, and we can ride around together. What's so fun about the Ghost Fire? Zhang Qingqing recalled Shen Changan's dilapidated scooter and suddenly found the Ghost Fire unappealing. My dad promised me a long time ago that once I pass the exams and get my license, he'll buy me a sports car outright. As soon as she said this, the air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Qiao Min's smile froze slightly. She looked down at the electric motorcycle she had painstakingly modified with her pocket money, and then heard about a sports car worth over $1 million. A strong sense of disparity and jealousy surged within her. Wow, that's too cool. You're amazing, Qingqing. It's really enviable. Qiao Min continued to flatter her insincerely, but the bitterness in her eyes was almost overflowing. Zhang Qingqing, who had grown up in a privileged environment, was oblivious to the subtle change in Qiao Min's emotion. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I need to rush to the billiard hall. Qiao Min felt a pang of jealousy and was too lazy to continue being courteous. She had originally intended to give Zhang Qingqing a ride for a while, but now twisted the throttle. You can go home by yourself, I'm off. Watching Qiao Min speed away, Zhang Qingqing didn't think much of it. A fully enclosed training ground beneath the Qingzhou branch of the Xinye Bureau. 2 days earlier, Li Shiwan had formally completed her hospital discharge and undergone a comprehensive talent assessment administered by the Xinye Bureau. The results matched precisely what Lao Zhao and Shen Changan had anticipated. While Li Ziwen's physical attributes barely met the baseline standard for ordinary humans, her spiritual perception, particularly within the arcane arts lineage, revealed astonishing aptitude. For safety, Lao Zhao arranged for her to reside in staff dormitories inside the branch, and personally assumed the role of her mentor, preparing her to specialize in long-range battlefield control along the arcane arts path. Since you have chosen to enter this world, you must first understand the hierarchical structure of cultivator power. Today I shall introduce you to the lower 5 realms. Lao Zhao's voice resonated solemnly across the vast training hall. The first realm is called the Spirit Awakening realm. Raising one finger, he declared, knock upon the hidden gate, ignite the soul lamp to behold spirits. The hallmark of this realm is perceiving spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, allowing it to enter the body like mist, kindling the inner soul lamp, and thereby unlocking spirit vision. Upon attaining this realm, the mortal body transcends human limits. The eyes pierce through darkness to discern hidden malevolent entities, marking the first step across the threshold into the supernatural. Li Shiwan listened intently, scribbling notes rapidly in a small notebook. The second realm is the Spirit Spring realm. Its verse reads, mist condenses into a cold pool, nourishing the mundane vessel. Gaseous spiritual energy liquefies within the body, coalescing into a spring of spirit fluid within the dantian. At this stage, spirit energy may be infused into weapons, slicing iron as though it were silk, and one may begin formal cultivation of the Xinye Bureau's advanced combat techniques. Lao Zhao paused, then suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of spirit pressure, pale blue luminescence swirling across his skin. The third realm, the one I currently inhabit, is the Spirit Brook realm. Spirit brooks flow through meridians, sustaining life without cease. When the internal spring overflows into brooks, they traverse all 12 primary meridians. Here, spirit energy achieves true external projection. Sword beams and blooddoras can strike beyond the body. Stamina becomes prodigious, enabling prolonged, grueling combat. Li Shiwan gazed at the dense, tangible aura shimmering around Lao Zhao, her eyes alight with yearning. Uncle Zhao, what of the fourth realm? Lao Zhao reined in his spirit pressure, his expression darkening as memories of that brutal battle surfaced. The fourth realm is the Spirit River realm. Qi surges toward the stars, spirit rivers roar. Their meridians widen into vast rivers, every movement accompanied by the thunderous rumble of rushing waters. At this level, cultivators generate terrifying spirit pressure capable of subduing lower-tier practitioners outright. They may negate gravity for brief, gliding flight, and most fearsome of all, they wield explosive force sufficient to reduce entire buildings to rubble. In the apex of these lower 5 realms, a reverent hush softened Lao Zhao's voice. The fifth realm, the Spirit Ocean realm. Waves rise within the sea of Qi. One borrows law from heaven and earth. The dantian transforms into a boundless ocean of spirit energy wherein Qi begins manifesting elemental properties. That torrent of black flame you witnessed that night, the ultimate expression of such manifestation. Lao Zhao gestured toward the training hall's massive entrance door and grinned. Behold, a living Spirit Ocean realm anomaly. 18 years old, fifth realm. Stick close to him, and you'll stride unchallenged across Qingzhou. Li Shiwan turned her head following his gesture. With a soft electronic chime, the heavy metallic doors slid open smoothly to either side. Shen Changan entered calmly, still clad in his black trench coat, one hand carrying a guitar case, the other guiding Bai Yin, who now wore sleek black combat gear. At the sight of that familiar figure, Li Shiwan closed her notebook, her lips lifting into a radiant sunlit smile. Fellow student Shen, you've arrived. Shen Changan approached, offering Li Shiwan a curt nod before gesturing to the girl beside him. Allow me to introduce Bai Yin, our squad scout and support specialist. Li Shiwan studied Bai Yin, now resplendent in sharp, functional black combat attire, and her eyes widened visibly. Having seen her often at school, she blurted out, Bai Yin, I never imagined you'd also join the Xingye Bureau. You're always ranked at the very top in every exam at our academy. A model student at school, just another office drone at the bureau. Bai Yin stepped forward without hesitation, her large eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she cheerfully waved. Welcome to the Qingzhou squad. Just call me Yin, or Xiao Bai. After brief pleasantries, Shen Changan and Bai Yin settled onto a bench near the edge of the training ground. Bai Yin grabbed a chilled carbonated drink from a nearby cooler, popped the tab with a crisp click, and took a long sip. Lao Zhao cleared his throat, resuming his lesson. Right, back to our topic. Within the Xingye Bureau, a mature, universally adopted breathing technique forms the foundation of cultivation, balanced and harmonious. How far one advances and how swiftly depends entirely on innate talent. Lao Zhao demonstrated with graceful hand motions. In the lower 5 realms, the most conventional and fundamental practice is seated meditation, drawing heavenly and earthly spiritual energy inward through regulated breath work. At the word meditation, Li Shiwan diligently recorded the point, then paused, brow furrowing as she glanced toward Shen Changan on the bench. Uncle Zhao, doesn't meditation require considerable time? Yet, I've seen Shen fellow student either napping or rushing off to handle perilous missions. Surely he has no time for formal sitting practice. Hearing his name invoked, Shen Changan lifted his gaze and replied, the 5th realm marks a pivotal watershed. Beyond it, cultivation shifts focus, not merely accumulating qi, but expanding the spirit ocean itself. He tapped lightly over his dantian. My constitution and cultivation method are rather unusual. My spirit ocean expands autonomously, even during daily activity or sleep, so I need not engage in protracted motionless meditation like conventional cultivators. Li Shiwan nodded slowly, comprehension only half formed, but the word unusual alone sufficed to encapsulate Shen Changan's sheer staggering exceptionality. Lao Zhao rapped sharply on the chalkboard to refocus her attention. Enough, don't use him as your benchmark. His path is inaccessible to you. Your immediate goal is simply to draw qi into your body and break through into the 1st realm. Once you become a 1st realm cultivator, you'll be officially registered as an apprentice lampholder, and the Bureau will grant you several foundational arcane arts free of charge. Should you wish to master more profound advanced arts later, you'll need to earn contribution points through field assignments and redeem them accordingly. At the mention of arcane arts, Lao Zhao turned to Shen Changan and beckoned, Changan, come here. Shiwan possesses exceptional arcane affinity, yet she's never witnessed true spellcraft. Demonstrate a few fundamentals. Let her see with her own eyes. Shen Changan rose reluctantly and strode to the center of the expansive alloy floor. First, a geomantic technique. He formed a seal and gently stamped one foot upon the ground. Geomancy, earthbound prison. A series of deep, resonant booms echoed. The reinforced alloy floor cracked violently as 4 thick earthen walls erupted upward, sealing the space into an airtight quadrangular cell. Next, Shen Changan swept one hand outward. Aeromancy, gale wind. Instantly, violent gales erupted within the sealed underground chamber, a compact razor-sharp vortex rising from the floor, tearing the newly erected earthen prison into swirling dust. This demonstrates control and support. His tone remained calm as he snapped his fingers. Pyromancy, fireball technique. A blazing orange fireball, large as a basin radiating searing heat, hurtled forth and struck a distant reinforced target with a thunderous detonation erupting into dazzling sparks. This is standard offensive application. Then Shen Changan thrust his right hand upward. Geomancy, a colossal earthen barrier, half a meter thick, gleaming with the luster of solid granite, materialized instantly before him, perfectly illustrating foundational defensive spellcraft. Li Shiwan stood utterly transfixed, her eyes wide, unblinking. Scenes once confined to cinematic spectacle now unfolded before her, raw and undeniable. These are isolated foundational spells. Shen Changan lowered his hands, his voice gaining gravity. But the true terror of arcane arts lies in elemental synergy and combinatorial fusion. As he spoke, crimson embers flared deep within his irises. Drawing a slow, deep breath, he slammed his palms together before his chest. Composite spell, Tempest Flame Ward. A maelstrom of aromantic energies surged forth, interwoven with his unique black flame, like an ancient slumbering beast awakened in full fury, roaring from his core with cataclysmic force. Boom! Even with meticulous restraint, the tide of black flame, amplified by gale-force winds, engulfed nearly half the training hall in an instant. Terrifying heat warped the air into visible ripples, wind and black fire merged into a single annihilating torrent, an aura of utter apocalyptic destruction. Li Shiwan staggered backward under the oppressive spirit pressure breath, catching in her throat, face pale with awe and visceral dread. Is this the destructive might of the fifth realm? Clap, clap, clap. Lao Zhao applauded approvingly, then dispersed the scorching wave with a ripple of spirit energy. Turning to Li Shiwan, still stunned into silence, he remarked, "See for yourself. This young man is nothing short of a freak of nature. Don't burden yourself if you never reach his world-shattering scale. That's the realm of normalcy." Shen Changan retracted his power. The black flames vanished without trace. Scratching his head sheepishly, he returned to the bench. "Truth be told, my mastery of arcane arts is quite average. I've simply never found time to delve deeply into advanced elemental techniques." Bai Yin, mid-sip on her drink, froze completely. Silently, she crushed the empty aluminum can. With a flick of her wrist, the crumpled can arced fiercely through the air and clanged precisely into a trash bin several meters away. The Katajukai rolled her eyes extravagantly and exploded in exasperation. "You casually sweep an entire floor with a basic composite spell and call that average? You prefer close-quarters brawling. Boss, please stop humble bragging. It's crushing morale for us frontline." With Bai Yin's interruption, the atmosphere in the training ground lightened considerably. Old Zhao chuckled and shook his head, waving his hand at Bai Yin. "All right, stop complaining over there. Shall Bai come over and show Shiwan how the Demon Clan fights, so she can feel the differences between the various systems." Demon Clan. Upon hearing these two words, Li Shiwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the sweet and adorable Bai Yin. In her subconscious, demons were terrifying creatures with green faces and sharp teeth, like the ones from last night. "Yes, she is from the Spirit Cat Clan." Old Zhao took the opportunity to educate them. "Our world is not black and white. Humans and demons coexist in many cases. As long as they don't cause harm in human society, the Night Patrol Division may even recruit some demons with a clean background and gentle temperament as comrades. Now that you've entered this circle, you'll frequently encounter various demons, so you should get used to it in advance." Li Shiwan nodded, seemingly understanding. "Watch closely, newcomer." Just as Li Shiwan turned her head, Bai Yin, who had been sitting on a bench more than 10 meters away, suddenly vanished into thin air with a swish. So fast, Li Shiwan fell to blur before her eyes, unable to even catch a glimpse of the afterimage as a gentle breeze, mixed with a faint scent of shower gel, blew from behind her. Immediately after, a fluffy, soft, snow-white cat tail, like a nimble rope, stealthily wrapped itself around her waist. Oh! Before Li Shiwan could react, the tail gently pulled back. She lost her balance and fell backward, landing perfectly in a soft and warm embrace. Bai Yin hugged her from behind, her fluffy cat ears rubbing against Li Shiwan's cheek as she playfully blew into her ear. "What demons excel at is the innate ability of their physical bodies. For example, our Spirit Cat Clan focuses on, in the world of martial arts, speed is invincible." "Oh, really? That's so fast." Li Shiwan sat dazedly in Bai Yin's embrace. In that moment, she hadn't even had time to feel fear before being completely subdued. "If this were an enemy, I probably wouldn't even know how I died." "Hee, are you scared now?" Bai Yin kindly helped Li Shiwan stand upright. Then the little cat demon's big eyes twinkled mischievously as they locked onto Shen Changan, who was standing by watching the show. Swish! A soft blast of air resonated again. Bai Yin transformed into a white flash, appearing directly in front of Shen Changan, executing the same trick by fiercely swinging her white cat tail, attempting to wrap it around Shen Changan's waist. However, facing Shen Changan, who was at the fifth realm, such a trick was clearer than slow motion. Shen Changan didn't even lift his eyelids, nor did he move his feet an inch. He simply raised his hand casually. "Huh!" Shen Changan's large, powerful hand seemed to catch a baseball in midair, directly seizing Bai Yin's fluffy little head and pinning her in midair. Hey, let go. My head is going to explode." The little cat demon, who had been so cool just a second ago, now resembled a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck, futilely clawing at Shen Changan's wrist with her tiny hands, her two pale legs flailing wildly in the air. Seeing her comical appearance, Shen Changan couldn't help but chuckle and loosen his grip. With a thud, Bai Yin landed on her feet steadily. As soon as she hit the ground, the little cat demon rushed forward, hands on her hips, looking up at Shen Changan, arguing the script shouldn't go like this. "You should have been flustered and caught by my tail, then helplessly fall into my arms. With your little build, do you think you—" Shen Changan disapprovingly curled his finger and accurately tapped her forehead, giving her a playful knock. "What nonsense are you thinking about every day? Woo!" Bai Yin covered her sore forehead, completely losing her temper. She bared her adorable little tiger teeth at Shen Changan, issuing a fierce cat-like warning, "Ha! Seeing the little cat demon's fierce yet cute demeanor, Shen Changan sighed helplessly and reached out. His long fingers wove through Bai'in's soft short hair, skillfully meeting at the base of her fluffy cat ear. In the moment that Bai'in had just been fiercely hissing at him, her body stiffened noticeably for an instant. Then the fierce expression on her face melted away at an observable speed. Her eyes comfortably narrowed into slits, her fluffy cat ears obediently drooping down as she involuntarily let out a soothing purr. Purr. The comfortable vibrations continued, and she even actively nudged her head against Shen Changan's palm. She looked just like a house cat enjoying a good petting. While Shen Changan skillfully petted the cat, he turned to the dazed Li Shiwan and explained, "Do you see? Demons retain a significant part of their animal instincts and habits even after taking human form. So if you ever anger this little cat, don't try to reason with her. Just pet her a few times, and she'll calm down on." Li Shiwan watched the once lightning-fast expert now purring contentedly in Shen Changan's hand, and could only nod blankly, feeling her understanding of this world being once again thoroughly refreshed. After causing a commotion for a while, old Zhao clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back and began arranging the upcoming serious matters. "All right, let's pause the education here." Old Zhao walked up to Li Shiwan, his expression regaining the authority of a director. "Shiwan, you'll temporarily stay in the branch's dormitory for the next few days. I will personally teach you how to perform routine Shi induction training. Before you reach the first realm of spirit summoning, the Bureau will not assign you any dangerous real combat missions. Your primary task now is only one: build a solid foundation." Old Zhao paused, his tone becoming gentler. "Moreover, there is just over a week left until your college entrance examination. For the next few days, your focus during the day should still be on review and preparation, with cultivation taking place at night. Even if you decide to enter the cultivation world, try to finish the secular college entrance exam. Think of it as a fulfilling end to your years of hard study. I've already taken care of things at school. You can go back to class anytime." "I understand, Uncle Zhao. I will work hard." Li Shiwan nodded seriously. Because Shen Changan informed Uncle Zhang in advance that he would stay in the branch with colleagues for dinner and wouldn't return home, Lao Zhao generously treated everyone in the team to a meal at a nearby upscale seafood restaurant. The choice of a seafood restaurant was mainly due to Bai'ing, the little cat demon, who had an ardent love for seafood, and the newly joined Li Shiwan, who had no seafood allergies. In the spacious private room, a magnificent mountain of shrimp and crab shells had already piled up before Bai. She wore disposable gloves and was engaged in a fierce battle with a king crab that was larger than her face. Shen Changan and Lao Zhao appeared much more refined, peeling shrimp while earnestly discussing the follow-up training plan for Li Shiwan. "I will be responsible for teaching her the theoretical foundation of spellcasting and the methods of meditation and breathing." Lao Zhao efficiently assigned tasks. However, in the night watch department, even a mage specialized in spells cannot be fragile. Close combat capability also determines survival in practical situations. Lao Zhao turned to Shen Changan and said, "Therefore you will be responsible for the basics of combat skills, the use of cold weapons and practical striking techniques. After all, no one in the entire Qingzhou district has more authority in this area than you." Shen Changan wiped his hands and nodded in agreement. "No problem." However, her current physical condition was too poor. She couldn't even defeat an ordinary adult male, and directly teaching her combat skills could lead to injuries. Before teaching her lethal techniques, she must undergo rigorous physical training to build a solid foundation. "Right, enhancing physical fitness is the first step," Lao Zhao agreed. The two tacitly finalized the preliminary training plan, deciding to implement this devilish training after the college entrance examination during the summer vacation. Sitting beside Shen Changan, Li Shiwan quietly took small bites of the seafood porridge in her bowl, her bright eyes occasionally glancing at Lao Zhao and then at Shen Changan. Although the devilish training they discussed sounded terrifying, Li Shiwan felt an unprecedented sense of security and belonging. This was the first time since her parents' divorce that someone was taking such a serious and responsible approach to paving the way for her future, meticulously planning her life. "I will work hard," Li Shiwan silently vowed in her heart, determined not to disappoint their expectations. In the evening, in an underground billiard hall on South Street in Qingzhou District, the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and cheap perfume, and the deafening bass music made hearts race. This was a gathering place for local youth and small-time thugs, and it was Wang Chang's territory. He looked to be around 23 or 24, sporting a neat crew cut, with shiny earrings adorning both ears, and his arms covered in tattoos of ferocious dragons. Dressed in loose counterfeit trendy streetwear, he was toying with a billiard cue while surrounded by a dozen sycophantic underlings. Xiao Min parked her heavily modified electric scooter at the entrance and pushed the door open. "Yo, sis is here." Seeing Xiao Min enter, the few underlings playing billiards immediately cheered in a flattering manner. Xiao Min enjoyed this sense of vanity, being treated like a big sister. She proudly lifted her chin and walked over to the billiard table. Wang Chong, seeing Chow Min, smirked and threw down his cue, pulling her into his embrace. His rough hands groped her waist, causing Chow Min to let out a soft pout. Oh, Brother Chong is mighty. The underlings around him immediately erupted into a lewd chorus of cheers and whistles. Wang Chong enjoyed the flattery from his underlings, leaned down to kiss Chow Min on the cheek, and casually asked, "Didn't you say a wealthy classmate would come to hang out with you today? Where is she?" Mentioning Zhang Qingqing reminded Chow Min of her missing Portia, and she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Don't mention it, that girl is a boring good student. She said she wouldn't come because the college entrance exam is approaching and went home to study." What a pretentious act. As she spoke, Chow Min took out her phone and opened the album. Here she looks like this, always acting like a little princess. Wang Chong casually glanced at the phone screen. However, that single glance made his eyes light up instantly. In the photo, although Zhang Qingqing was just wearing an ordinary school uniform, the aura of a wealthy beauty raised since childhood, and her impeccably pretty face were leagues above the heavily made-up girls in the billiard hall. Wang Chong couldn't help but lick his lips, patting Chow Min on the backside. "This girl looks pretty good. You need to think of a way to get her out to have some fun in the next couple of days." "I already told you she won't come out." Chow Min pouted, feeling inexplicably jealous. "The college entrance exam is coming up and her dad is strict with her." "Stop talking nonsense. Solutions are for those who think of them." Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and threw out a bait. "As long as you can get her to come here, I'll take you to buy the latest top-tier Apple phone tomorrow. And," he lowered his voice mysteriously, leaning close to Chow Min's ear, "I can also take you to see the real big shots in our Qingzhou district. Those big shots who can command the winds and rain are guaranteed to be people you've never seen in your life." As soon as Chow Min heard about the latest Apple phone along with the term big shots that could satisfy her vanity, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The tiny bit of jealousy in her heart was instantly replaced by intense greed, and she excitedly nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Chong, don't worry. Even if I have to trick her, I will definitely find a way to get her out for you." In the spacious young girl's bedroom on the second floor of the Guanlan mansion, Zhang Qingqing casually closed the college entrance examination secret sprint paper in front of her, letting out a sigh of relief. On the desk, the expensive by Jia Jian monitor, having not been operated for a long time, automatically brought up the screensaver. Beautiful campus scenery photos of Moda University. This was the ultimate goal she had worked hard for since childhood. Finally done. Zhang Qingqing stretched her back lazily and fell back, sinking comfortably into the soft bed. Her small fair feet skillfully kicked at the end of the bed a couple of times before accurately stepping on the doll, inscribed with the name Shen Changan. "He'll crush you, scumbag, who only knows how to sleep all day and flirts with girls from the neighboring class." Zhang Qingqing vented all the pent-up frustration she had felt at the school gate onto the poor toy, pressing her toes down hard on those three characters. At that moment, her phone, which had been tossed aside, vibrated several times in quick succession. Zhang Qingqing picked up her phone and saw a WeChat message from Chow Min. "Chow Min Qingqing, what are you doing? Still buried in your books?" "Chow Min, hey, the college entrance examination is almost here. You should have finished revising by now. The most important thing at this point is your mindset. If you push yourself too hard, be careful of underperforming during the exam. Chow Min, let's go out and relax tomorrow. I've booked a luxurious KTV private room and invited a few friends from society. There are several incredibly handsome motorcycle guys inside, definitely the kind you won't see in your school. Singing, drinking some juice, experiencing life, and relaxing your mind will definitely help you perform exceptionally in the college entrance examination." Looking at the long message on her phone screen, Zhang Qingqing's finger, which had initially wanted to refuse, paused. These past few days she had indeed felt suffocated by the heavy burden of studying, especially after seeing Shen Changan and Bai Yin laughing together this afternoon, which left her feeling inexplicably stifled. Going out to sing and relax doesn't sound too bad. Anyway, it could serve as a way to relieve stress before the exam. Zhang Qingqing's teenage heart ultimately sparked a desire to get some fresh air. Her fingers flew across the screen as she replied. "Zhang Qingqing, all right, let's go sing for a bit. But I can't in the afternoon. Oh, I have to return to school for evening self-study. Only in the morning." "Chow Min, no problem. Tomorrow morning at 10 Huangchao KTV, don't be late. I'll send you the location." "Done." Chow Min looked at the reply on her phone screen, excitedly shaking her phone as she proudly leaned closer to Wang Chong, saying, "Chong, see, I told you I'd find a way to get her out. Even though it's in the morning, we'll have plenty of time to have fun." Wang Chong, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned in to glance at the chat history. Morning is morning in that KTV place. Oh, once the door is closed, what's the difference between morning and night? He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with greed, as if he had thought of something exciting. This girl is so extraordinary, it would be a waste for just us brothers to enjoy her. I'll also invite Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is usually tired of those girls from the outskirts. He'd love a pure high school girl who's just turned 18, has a clean background, and looks top-notch. If we can leverage this exceptional girl to get close to Yi Xiao, our brothers will definitely be able to walk sideways in Qingzhou district from now on. Yi Xiao, Xiao Min was taken aback. Although she mingled on the streets, she clearly hadn't been exposed to that core circle, and she curiously asked Chang'e, who is this Yi Xiao? Is he more powerful than you? Of course. Wang Chang shot her a glare, his tone carrying an obvious sense of reverence and flattery. Yi Xiao is the only son of our district's Hengtai group. A true heir. Do you know how many residential complexes there are in Qingzhou district? Over half of them were developed by his family. Just a single hair from him is thicker than our thighs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Min gasped. Over half of the residential complexes in Qingzhou district. What terrifying financial power and background must that be? This is the true top-tier rich second generation. The so-called big brothers she used to know who drove modified motorcycles were nothing compared to him. Xiao Min's eyes were instantly blinded by intense greed and vanity. She naturally leaned closer to Wang Chang's arm, using a voice sweet enough to make one cringe. She pouted, Chang'e, since this Yi Xiao is so impressive, can you introduce me to him tomorrow? Let me share in your glory and broaden my horizons. Slap. Wang Chang's smile instantly vanished from his face. He slapped Xiao Min hard on the butt, with a look of disdain and mockery. You filthy bitch, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? With your kind of used-up public bus, how could Yi Xiao possibly be interested in you? Don't dream your ridiculous dream. Having her shallow materialistic thoughts publicly exposed, Xiao Min's face turned a shade of green and white, but she didn't dare to retort even a word. Stop thinking about unnecessary things. Wang Chang gripped Xiao Min's chin, roughly pinching it to leave a red mark. If you serve me well tonight, the Apple phone will definitely be yours tomorrow. Xiao Min was on the verge of tears from the pain, only able to nod in humiliation. I understand, Chang. Watching Xiao Min's submissive demeanor, the wicked fire in Wang Chang's eyes could no longer be contained. He was so disinterested in playing billiards that he directly and roughly picked up Xiao Min. Amidst the excited cheers and lewd whistles from a dozen younger brothers around, Wang Chang strode towards the deepest corner of the billiard hall's VIP room. Chang'e is mighty. Sister-in-law is working hard tonight. Along with the younger brothers' indecent remarks, the leather sofa in the corner creaked under the strain. In the dim light and overwhelming bass, two overlapping figures swiftly vanished into the dark corner, leaving only a few suppressed gasps echoing in the shadows. Until midnight, Shen Changan returned to the Guanlan mansion, dragging a slightly weary body. Tonight he had been at the branch, not only devising a step-by-step basic physical training program for Li Shi, but also helping old Zhao handle a few accumulated trivial documents. In the living room, a dim yellow wall lamp was on, and Zhang Hai and Li Yu were fast asleep. Shen Changan treaded lightly, stealthily, making his way upstairs to his own room. He took a set of clean clothes into the bathroom for a hot shower, washing away the fatigue and dust from outside, then collapsed onto the soft bed, closing his eyes. However, this time the shadow did not carry that chilling long spear. Good evening, senior. Shen Changan knew this senior's temperament was peculiar, yet he still greeted politely. The shadow paid no attention to his pleasantries, casually raising his right hand and lightly waving it in the air. Instantly, hundreds of glowing black runes emerged, swirling around the shadow like stars. Then the teaching began. The shadow flicked a ball of black flame from his left hand, heading straight for the runes. The runes swiftly rotated, intertwining in the air to form a black light shield, firmly blocking the raging black flame outside. Subsequently, the shadow changed his gesture. The arrangement of runes in the air altered instantaneously, transforming into a stream of light that slammed onto the dim ground with a loud bang. Boom! Without any delay, the runes imprinted on the ground erupted with a powerful wave of energy and flames, showcasing immense power. In the following time, the shadow demonstrated two other completely different applications. The runes occasionally morphed into chains, firmly anchoring a void of air in place. At other times, they transformed into flowing light that coiled around the shadow's arm, causing the pressure he exuded to surge dramatically. Shen Changan stood still, staring, without blinking, his mind racing. He understood. This mysterious shadow intended not to teach him combat techniques today, but rather to impart advanced rune techniques. The four transformations just displayed corresponded to the four core uses of runes: defense, instant explosion, immobilization, control, and empowerment enchantment. Before Shen Changan could fully digest this knowledge, a defense rune glowing softly floated unsteadily in front of him, suspended in midair. The meaning was clear. Follow the drawing. Shen Changan took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and condensed a strand of spiritual energy at his fingertips, beginning to trace the intricate path of the rune in the air. He started with the stroke, then the turn, sketching. The rune's texture resembled a complex microscopic spider web, and any slight misstep could lead to distortion. Just as Shen Changan reached the third turning point, the spiritual energy at his fingertip quivered slightly, causing the drawing to go off course by half an inch. Hiss! Before Shen Changan could react, a cluster of black flames shot out mercilessly from the shadow's fingertip, directly striking his shoulder. Hiss! The excruciating burning sensation instantly spread throughout his body, making Shen Changan gasp in pain, unable to help but grimace. In the dream realm, the pain caused by this black flame would be magnified several times, feeling even worse than being cut in reality. Yet upon glancing at the indifferent shadow, he forcibly swallowed back the words of complaint that rose to his lips. He understood that this senior's teaching method was always straightforward and brutal. No nonsense, make one mistake, and face one burn. Clenching his teeth, Shen Changan endured the lingering pain in his shoulder, raised his hand again, recondensing spiritual energy at his fingertips, and focused intently on the rune in front of him, embarking on his second attempt. After drawing runes for an entire night in the dream realm, when Shen Changan opened his eyes, the wall clock had already passed 8 o'clock. Although he had exited the dream, the piercing pain from the repeated burns by the black flame remained vividly clear deep within his soul, as if he could smell the scent of charred flesh with the slightest movement. Fortunately, he had been tempered rigorously in that space, so he still had this level of endurance. Moreover, the suffering of that night was not in vain. He gained a lot. He not only comprehended the operational logic of the runes, but also successfully mastered the defensive rune guardian and the explosive rune blast with a general understanding of control and enchant. Shen Changan rolled out of bed, went to the bathroom for a hot shower, letting the warm water wash away his fatigue and phantom pains, feeling completely relaxed. After changing clothes and going downstairs, Zhang Qingqing's door was still tightly shut, clearly indicating that this young lady was still sleeping in. In the first-floor dining room, Li Yu placed freshly heated soy milk and fried dough sticks on the dining table, while Zhang Hai wore reading glasses and read the morning news. "Awake. Come over and eat while it's hot," Li Yu greeted with a smile. Shen Changan pulled out a chair and sat down, munching on the fried dough sticks while chatting with the two elders. By the way, he also wanted to try the runes he learned last night in reality. According to his understanding, there were 2 ways to use runes. The first was to sketch in midair like the shadow instantaneously manifesting, which required the caster to personally manipulate the spiritual energy. The second involved inscribing the runes onto some medium, creating an item similar to a talisman. "Uncle Zhang, do we have any leftover yellow paper or talisman paper at home?" Shen Changan asked after swallowing the soy milk. Zhang Hai was taken aback, putting down the newspaper. "We do. I kept a few sheets as mementos when I retired." "What do you need that for?" "Just researching something new." Without further inquiry, Zhang Hai stood up and went to the study, rummaging for a while, before pulling out an old wooden box, taking out a few slightly yellowed blank talisman papers, and handing them to Shen Changan. Shen Changan wiped his hands and laid a talisman paper flat on the table, condensing a strand of dark red spiritual energy at his fingertips. He replayed the pattern of Guardian in his mind, quickly moving his fingers across the paper. However, just as the final stroke was placed down, with a muffled poof, the entire talisman paper collapsed into a pile of ashes before lasting even half a second. "No good." Shen Changan shook his head. "The Guardian rune requires sustained extraction and maintenance of the spiritual barrier. Ordinary yellow paper simply cannot withstand such a level of energy flow." Then he switched to another talisman paper, this time sketching blast. As the final stroke was completed, a dark red gleam flashed across the talisman paper, which quickly retracted, rendering the entire paper heavy. "Done." Shen Changan looked at the completed explosive talisman, lost in thought. The explosive rune was a consumable that released all its power at once, requiring no medium to sustain the flow of spiritual energy. Thus, ordinary talisman paper could barely serve as a one-time bomb. However, if he wanted to create a talisman for his elders, he needed to solve the issue of the medium. Looking at the ashes on the table, Zhang Hai seemed to have figured something out and turned back to the study. Before long, he brought out a more exquisite brocade box. Opening it revealed several pieces of jade tablets with a gentle luster and high quality lying quietly inside. Using ordinary paper to draw high-level formations will certainly lead to spontaneous combustion. Zhang Hai pushed the jade towards Shen Changan. "Try this instead. These were leftovers from when I worked at the Night Patrol Agency. This item in the agency's internal shop costs about 10 contribution points per piece, making it a great medium for spiritual energy. I usually just keep it as a little collectible." Shen Changan's eyes lit up as he picked up a piece of jade. He once again summoned his spiritual energy and steadily tapped the surface of the jade. As the profound runes gradually seeped in, a mysterious black flame pattern began to emerge within the originally translucent jade, swirling as if it had a life of its own at the center. The jade remained intact, successfully bearing the magical pressure of Guardian. Shen Changan quickly drew on 2 pieces, handing them to Zhang Hai and Li Yu respectively. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt carry these 2 jade pendants with you," Shen Changan earnestly instructed. "They contain my defensive spell, which will activate automatically in case of danger and should withstand considerable attacks." However, I'm not sure about the specific limit of durability. I'll let you know after I test it at the training ground in the branch. Liu joyfully accepted the pendant, immediately finding a red string to wear it around her neck. Or Chang'an is so thoughtful and considerate. After breakfast, Shen Changan slung his guitar case over his shoulder, greeted everyone, and headed out towards the Qingzhou district branch. The dining room fell silent. Zhang Hai held the warm jade pendant in his palm, gently rubbing his thumb across the faintly visible black flame pattern inside his brows, slightly furrowing as he muttered to himself. This technique and the arrangement of the runes. Definitely not any common spells from the scripture pavilion of the Night Patrol Agency. I wonder where this kid learned it. As someone who has navigated within the system, Zhang Hai could not fail to see through the intricacies. Shen Changan is hiding quite a secret, and he had already guessed some of it. Normal five-realm practitioners, after their dantian transforms into a sea, give birth to attribute manifestations that are mostly the most common elemental attributes like wind, water, fire, and earth. Occasionally a rare genius with lightning attributes may appear, but Shen Changan's dark red-black flame was something Zhang Hai had never seen or heard of in his lifetime. That destructive power, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality and incinerating everything, would surely rival even the highest-tier lightning techniques, perhaps even exceed them. After staring at the jade pendant for a while, Zhang Hai's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he chuckled lightly, tucking the pendant into his pocket. Forget it, no need to think further. It's good for young people to have their own adventures and trump cards. At just past 9 in the morning in the Guanlan Mansion Villa, Zhang Qingqing changed into a simple pure white t-shirt and fitted high-waisted jeans, carrying a small canvas bag as she walked downstairs. Dad, Mom, I made plans with my classmates to review at the city library today, so I won't be back for lunch. Zhang Qingqing lied without a hint of embarrassment. Seeing their daughter working so hard right before the college entrance exam, Zhang Hai and Liu naturally agreed, with Liu even slipping her a few hundred yuan to treat herself to something nice for lunch. As she walked out of the villa area, a harsh sound of an electric scooter engine reached her ears from afar. Chao Min was already waiting by the roadside. Today she was dressed exceptionally provocatively, sporting a tight black crop top on top and a pair of shorts so short they could hardly be called modest, with a colorful tattoo on her thigh fully exposed, drawing the attention of passing security guards. Qingqing, over here. Chao Min took off her helmet and waved. Zhang Qingqing jogged over, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Chao Min's outfit, yet still climbed onto the back seat of the electric scooter. Hold on tight. Chao Min smirked mischievously as she twisted the throttle sharply. With a roar of the engine, the front of the scooter suddenly lifted, executing a dangerously thrilling start right on the road. Oh. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Zhang Qingqing gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Chao Min's waist. Yet alongside the fierce wind blowing against her and the unconventional thrill, her heart raced, but a hint of excitement flickered in her eyes. Noticing the reaction of the girl behind her, Chao Min couldn't help but smirk. Having navigated society for so long, she knew exactly how to handle a sheltered girl from a privileged background who was under immense academic pressure. The more repressed one feels, the more they yearn for the seemingly rebellious thrill. Half an hour later, the electric scooter stopped in front of the resplendent entrance of the Huangchao KTV on South Street. Come on, let me take you up to relax. Today the private room is filled with my acquaintances. I'll introduce you to a few handsome guys in a bit. Chao Min casually took Zhang Qingqing's hand and walked inside. They took the elevator to the luxurious VIP room on the top floor, where the waiter respectfully opened the heavy door. As the door swung open, a strong mix of smoke, alcohol, and a pungent scent of perfume rushed at them. The spacious room, comparable to a large apartment, was filled with smoke, dimly lit and flickering. On the genuine leather sofa sat 7 or 8 rowdy young men, empty liquor bottles piled high on the coffee table, and in the center several scantily clad KTV hostesses danced to the booming music. Zhang Qingqing had never encountered such a scene before. Her steps halted abruptly, and she instinctively took a half step back, feeling a surge of hesitation in her heart. Min. Maybe I should just go back. It feels too stuffy here, and I'm not used to it. Come on, why go back when you've already— Chao Min, quick and decisive, pulled her into the room and shut the door with a bang, cutting off any chance of retreat. Chao Min led her to a corner sofa and handed her a drink of unknown color, saying, "Strong Gu and Yi Xiao will be here soon. They're the real big shots. You should drink some water to wet your throat." Zhang Qingqing took the cup, but didn't drink, instead placing it on the table in front of her, forcing a smile. "I'm not thirsty." At that moment, Zhang Qingqing felt completely out of place. Her legs were tightly together, and her hands awkwardly clutched the strap of her canvas bag, adopting a very conservative and defensive posture. The glances from the surrounding young men, filled with scrutiny and aggression, made her feel like she was sitting on needles, and she increasingly regretted agreeing to come out to play today. But with the door closed, she didn't dare to speak up about wanting to leave. Fortunately, the torment didn't last too long. Soon the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside. The previously loud music was turned down, and all the young men immediately extinguished their cigarettes, standing up in unison. Yi Xiao is here. Strong Gu is here. A young man in his 20s walked in with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of... He had striking golden hair, deep and well-defined facial features clearly of Eastern European mixed descent, and he was indeed very handsome. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant gang leader Wang Chong was now behaving like a dutiful subordinate, respectfully trailing half a step behind the golden-haired youth. Chao Min leaned closer to Zhang Qingqing's ear, whispering excitedly. Qingqing looked quickly. That golden-haired handsome guy in front is Yi Xiao. Yi Xiang casually scanned the private room and quickly locked eyes with Wang Chong before settling on Zhang Qingqing in the corner. The moment he saw Zhang Qingqing, a hint of undisguised admiration and satisfaction flashed in Yi Xiao. Though Zhang Qingqing was dressed simply today, her pure high school student vibe in a plain white t-shirt and jeans was a refreshing contrast amidst a crowd of heavily made-up women. Moreover, her tall and curvaceous figure, shaped by years of dance training, perfectly hit Yi Xiang's aesthetic sweet spot. This beauty looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Ignoring everyone else, Yi Xiang walked straight to the sofa opposite Zhang Qingqing and sat down, greeting her with a smile. Zhang Qingqing, feeling somewhat nervous, clenched her bag and nodded politely. Hello. I heard from Chong that you're still in high school. Which school do you go to? Yi Xiang casually crossed his legs and asked in a friendly tone. Qingzhou, no. One high school. Oh, what a coincidence. Yi Xiang's smile grew even brighter as he leaned forward. I graduated from Qingzhou, no. One high school as well. By the way, we're technically schoolmates now. Come on, Junior, since we're gathered here today, let me toast you with a drink. Saying this, Yi Xiang raised his half-full glass of liquor toward her. Seeing this, Chao Min immediately stood up to cheer. Qingqing, Yi Xiao seldom takes the initiative to toast, so quickly accept it. The surrounding dozen or so young men also began to whistle and bang on the table, shouting loudly, drink one. Drink one. Faced with such a spectacle, Zhang Qingqing, who had never experienced such social pressure, didn't know how to refuse. She awkwardly picked up the glass in front of her, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd bravely took a small sip. The sharp and pungent alcohol instantly burned down her throat and into her stomach. Zhang Qingqing grimaced as she was choked. It was truly hard to swallow. Seeing her drink, the private room erupted into cheers. Yi Xiang smiled in satisfaction, then waved his hand impatiently at the surrounding KTV hostesses, saying, all right, don't be a nuisance here, you all can leave now. The accompanying hostesses immediately took the hint and left in an orderly fashion. Once the casual crowd had dispersed, Yi Xiang stood up and directly switched positions, sitting next to Zhang Qingqing. As the strong scent of cologne and alcohol approached, Zhang Qingqing stiffened and instinctively shifted slightly away on the sofa, trying to create some distance. Yi Xiang keenly noticed her evasive movement, but he wasn't angry, nor did he push her. He leaned back against the sofa, holding his glass, and discreetly observed the anxious Zhang Qingqing with a smirk in his heart. No rush. He had seen too many girls like her who had never stepped out of their ivory tower, appearing high-minded, while actually terrified deep down. As long as she was in this private room and had drunk the alcohol, he was confident he could easily win her over today. In the spacious and bright venue, Bai Yin and Li Shiwan changed into lightweight sportswear and were running laps along the edge of the track. Li Shiwan's physical fitness was poor to begin with, and lacking exercise made her pant heavily and sweat profusely. After barely 3 laps, her steps feeling as heavy as if they were leaden. In the center of the venue, Shen Changan sat cross-legged on a mat, fiddling with a token he had just exchanged from the internal marketplace. On the jade surface, a hint of black flame pattern flickered, which was the defensive rune show he had just mastered last night. Bai Yin, come here for a moment. Shen Changan waved his hand. Upon hearing that she didn't have to run anymore, the little cat demon immediately stopped and darted over. Shen Changan held the token in his hand, activating the defensive barrier, and said to her, try attacking me with all your strength. Bai Yin's eyes lit up as she immediately showcased her sharp claws, transforming into a white shadow and pouncing forward. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of clawing strikes rained down around Shen Changan like a storm. However, a faint black, translucent barrier stood steadfast in front. No matter how hard Bai Yin clawed, even using all her strength, that barrier remained unyielding, not even a crack appearing. Shen Changan had a preliminary assessment of the rune's defensive power. He then walked alone to the fortified corner of the training ground specifically for testing offensive power and secured the jade token. He gathered the spiritual energy of his 5 realms, clenched his fist, and struck down hard. Bang, bang, bang. After enduring 3 full-force blows from him, the black flame barrier on the jade token finally shattered, and the jade itself turned to dust. Shen Changan nodded in satisfaction. Being able to withstand 3 full-force strikes from a 5-realm powerhouse was already quite impressive, more than enough to ensure the safety of old Zhao and the elders. As for the main offensive rune bao, it was a one-time consumable that could be carried on ordinary inexpensive yellow talisman paper, making it very cost-effective. Shen Changan planned to draw more, intending to test their power in actual combat later, and could even distribute them to Bai Yin and Li Shiwan to use as grenades, greatly enhancing the team's firepower coverage. With that thought, Shen Changan decided to take action. He sat directly on the floor of the corner, grabbed a stack of blank talisman paper, and began to draw talismans with focus. In a private room of the Huang KTV. At this moment, several young men in the room were fighting over the microphone, shrieking loudly, and the deafening heavy metal music made Zhang Qingqing's eardrums throb painfully, her stomach churning violently, and her chest felt tight. Beside her, Yisheng still held a wine glass, chatting with her casually, while incessantly encouraging her to drink. Zhang Qingqing could no longer tolerate the suffocating atmosphere, and could only force a smile, finding an excuse. "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." After saying that, she grabbed her canvas bag and hurriedly exited the private room. Watching the door close, Wang Chong immediately leaned over to Yisheng and whispered flatteringly, "Yishao, this little girl is quite wary, probably hard to get drunk. Should I add something to her glass later?" Yisheng disdainfully chuckled, shaking his head. "Using drugs is a despicable trick. I prefer to see them when they're sober. That kind of fearful yet forced compliance is the real thrill." After saying this, Yisheng stood up, adjusted the collar of his shirt, and leisurely pushed the door open to follow. Watching Yisheng's departing figure, Wang Chong's eyes glinted with envy as he smacked his lips. He turned his head and mercilessly pinched Chao Min's thigh hard. "What a shame for such a good girl. I can only wait for Yishao to finish before tasting the leftovers myself." This pinch was quite forceful, causing tears to well up in Chao Min's eyes, yet she could only bite her lip and refrain from complaining. With her inner flames of desire stirred and nowhere to vent, Wang Chong pressed Chao Min's head down, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help me cool off." Chao Min's face turned pale, and she humiliatedly complied, squatting down. The surrounding young men had long since grown accustomed to this scene, occasionally bursting into crude laughter. Zhang Qingqing rushed into the KTV restroom as if fleeing. The moment she pushed the stall door open and locked it, she could no longer hold back and began to retch violently by the toilet. She clawed at her throat, tears streaming uncontrollably due to the physiological reaction. Accompanied by a few painful retches, she finally expelled the few mouthfuls of spicy liquor and her breakfast. It was unbearable. Her stomach felt like it was on fire, and her chest was tight. She splashed her face with cold water, looking at her pale reflection in the mirror. A wave of strong regret surged within her. She should never have listened to Chao Min's nonsense and come to such a place. Zhang Qingqing took out her phone, wanting to find someone to pick her up. However, after scrolling through her contacts, she sadly realized that she couldn't find anyone to help. Call mom and dad? Absolutely not. If they found out she lied about escaping to KTV instead of studying and was hanging out with a bunch of delinquents, she would probably be locked up until the college entrance examination ended, facing endless lectures. Call the police. She didn't even know the background of that blonde man, and he was only getting her drunk for now. If she called the police and things escalated, how would people at school view her? Her fingers unconsciously slid across the screen, eventually stopping at a chat box that she had pinned but never actively messaged. The avatar was a pure black background, and the note read, "Shen Changan the slacker." Zhang Qingqing bit her lip and quickly sent her KTV location, followed by a message, "Shen Changan, can you come pick me up? I'm in a bit of trouble." However, the signal in the KTV restroom was extremely poor. The message kept spinning next to it and couldn't be sent for a long time. Zhang Qingqing was anxious and stamped her feet. She raised her phone high, trying to find a signal. Just as she was about to send it again, a series of heavy footsteps approached from outside the restroom. A chaotic but heavy sound of footsteps came from outside the restroom, getting closer. "You guys keep an eye on the door outside. No one is allowed in." It was Yisheng's voice. Moreover, it sounded like he was only a wall away from the women's restroom. Zhang Qingqing's blood seemed to freeze in that instant. She stared wide-eyed in terror, nearly dropping her phone. She immediately covered her mouth tightly with her hands, barely breathing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Click! The main door of the restroom was locked from the outside. Shortly after, the sound of steady leather shoes echoed step by step as they entered the women's restroom. In fact, when Yisheng walked in, he glanced at the row of stalls and immediately pinpointed Zhang Qingqing's location, because only the second-to-last door at the very back was firmly closed. However, he deliberately did not walk straight over. He relished the thrill of playing cat and mouse, enjoying the process of tormenting his prey in extreme fear. Bang! The door of the first empty stall was violently kicked open by Yisheng. "Oh, not in this one." Yisheng's laughter echoed in the empty restroom like a devil's whisper. "Step, step, step." The sound of leather shoes striking the tiles felt like a hammer pounding on Zhang Qingqing's. Bang! The second stall was pushed open. "Not in here either." The footsteps grew closer, as if the countdown of death was upon her. Zhang Qingqing huddled in the corner of the stall, her face pale, her hands tightly covering her mouth, tears silently sliding down her cheeks, not daring to even breathe. The third stall. The fourth stall. Just as the footsteps stopped outside the stall, where Zhang Qingqing was hiding, her heart nearly leaped out of her throat. However, the footsteps merely paused for a moment before moving past her stall and towards the last one. The door of the last stall was pushed open. Zhang Qingqing suddenly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While he was in the innermost stall, if she dashed out the door, now she might escape. Trembling, she reached out her hand. Just as she touched the cold metal door lock, she hadn't even managed to twist it. Click! The crisp sound of a lighter ignited outside her door. "Junior, how long are you going to hide in there?" Yisheng's sarcastic and cold voice through the thin wooden door almost brushed against Zhang Qingqing's ear. He hadn't gone into the last stall at all. He had been standing outside her door the whole time. "Opt!" Zhang Qingqing screamed in fright, yanking her hand back, as if electrocuted, collapsing to the ground in despair, crying out, "What do you want? Don't come over. That's illegal." "Illegal?" Yisheng outside the door laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, laughing uncontrollably. "Junior, you are still too naive. In Qingzhou district, do you know what the two words Yi family mean? It means I am the law." He exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone shifting to one of threatening, yet patronizing reassurance. "Just open the door obediently. I just want you to accompany me for some fun. As long as you please me in the future in Qingzhou district, you can have what..." Cracks have begun to appear. "Open the door. Open the door for me." Yisheng's furious roar sounded like the growl of a wild beast. Looking at the door that could be burst open at any moment, Zhang Qingqing's face was filled with despair. She could only helplessly curl up, hugging her knees tightly, tears blurring her vision. Accompanied by a sickening cracking sound, the lock of the cubicle door was completely broken. The wooden door was brutally kicked open, slamming hard against the side panel. "Run, keep running." Yisheng, with a ferocious and possessive smile, looked at the trembling prey cowering in the corner and suddenly reached out, aiming straight for Zhang Qingqing's shoulder. Despair engulfed Zhang Qingqing like cold seawater. She closed her eyes in hopelessness, clutching her head tightly. However, just as Yisheng's fingers were about to touch the girl's clothing, a heavy and steady breathing sound unexpectedly rang out behind Yisheng's head, so close it felt as if the Grim Reaper was blowing on the back of his neck. Yisheng was startled, and just as he was about to turn around, a hand like an iron claw gripped his collar tightly. Before he could make any sound, that hand suddenly exerted force. Yisheng felt a dizzying sensation as he was yanked backward, his whole body being lifted like a ragdoll, arcing through the air. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yisheng slammed heavily against the tiled wall outside the restroom, then painfully slid down to the ground, causing dust to rain down from the walls. "It's okay now." A familiar voice sounded at the cubicle door. Zhang Qingqing trembled and opened her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she saw the face belonging to Shen Changan. Usually displaying a somewhat lazy demeanor at school, he now appeared immensely tall and reassuring. The tension that had been stretched to its limit finally snapped, and Zhang Qingqing burst into tears, releasing all her fear, grievance, and aftermath in that moment. Shen Changan sighed lightly and stepped forward to help her up. Zhang Qingqing's legs had gone completely weak, and she had no strength left. Shen Changan simply picked her up and carried her out of the cubicle, gently placing her on the clean marble sink outside. "Rest here for a moment, I'll clean up the trash here." He spoke softly to reassure her. In the corridor, Yisheng, who had been thrown about, climbed up, while holding his chest, grimacing in pain. With a twisted expression, he shouted towards the restroom, "Where the hell have you all gone? Get in here and deal with this brat." Shen Changan turned his head to look down at him, his tone completely unfazed. "Stop shouting. Those outside have already dozed off and won't wake up anytime soon." Yisheng glanced at Shen Changan's cold gaze, a trace of panic flashing in his heart, yet he still shouted arrogantly, "Do you dare touch me? Do you know who my father is? My father is Yi Tianqua from Hengtai Group. Do you believe I can make it so you can't survive in Qingzhou?" Shen Changan frowned, slightly rummaging through his mind for the name Yi Tianqua. No impression. Not having any impression meant he wasn't a significant figure. In the Qingzhou area, he basically knew all the prominent individuals who could reach extraordinary levels, or rather those people all knew him. Seeing Shen Changan lift his foot preparing to continue, Yisheng panicked completely and immediately played his biggest card. "Wait. My brother is Yi Ling. I warn you, my brother is a practitioner who can use spells. He can crush you with a flick of his finger." Upon hearing the word practitioner, Shen Changan's actions paused. Yisheng, seeing this, thought Shen Changan was scared and suddenly became arrogant again, suppressing his pain to mock. "Are you dumb? Country bumpkin, do you think just because you have some skills you can act like a hero? There are too many real aspects of this world that you cannot touch. My brother is a big shot from another world. If you provoke me, you won't even know how you died." Shen Changan looked at him with the eyes of an idiot, then mercilessly kicked out. Bang! Before Yisheng could finish speaking, his face received a solid kick. A crisp sound of a broken nasal bone echoed, and he fell back, blood gushing from his nose and mouth as he screamed in agony while covering his face. Shen Changan ignored the writhing Yisheng on the ground, pulled out his phone, and dialed Lao Zhao's number. Lao Zhao helped me look up a person named Yiling local to Qingzhou. Just a few seconds later, Lao Zhao retrieved the internal file and reported found him. The eldest son of the Yi family. Tested about 7 or 8 years ago, and indeed had some talent and cultivation. However, at that time he wanted to join the night patrol and was personally rejected by brother Zhang Hai. Zhang Shu rejected him. Shen Changan was somewhat surprised. This was indeed unexpected. Yes, brother Zhang noted in the file talent is too poor in temperament, is too impetuous, not useful. Lao Zhao continued reading the information. He is now 27 years old and just registered at the bureau a while ago, barely breaking through to the second realm. What happened? Did he cause trouble? Not much, just encountered a small-time thug. Shen Changan's tone was flat. But you might need to send 2 people from the logistics department to help me clean up a bit. Lao Zhao immediately understood that Shen Changan had taken action, and without asking much he just reminded him, alright, send me the address. After hanging up, Shen Changan walked up to Yisheng, bent down to pick up the latest model phone that had fallen on the ground, and threw it right at his bloodied face. Shen Changan pulled up a cleaning staff chair to sit down, coldly looking at him. Now call your brother. With blood all over his face, Yisheng tremblingly unlocked the phone screen and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, he grasped it like a lifeline, screaming hoarsely, Brother, come save me. I'm at the Imperial KTV, there's a madman trying to kill me. He completely disregards our Yi family. On the other end of the line there was a brief silence before a deep voice, tinged with impatience, replied, Give the phone to that blind fool. Yisheng seemed to gain confidence, gritting his teeth as he handed the phone to Shen Changan. My brother wants you to take the call. Shen Changan expressionlessly took the phone and held it to his ear. I am Yiling. I don't care who you are, but if you touch someone from the Yi family in Qingzhou, are you tired of living? State your name. Shen Changan's eyes showed no emotion as he calmly uttered 3 words, Night Patrol. The other end of the line fell into a dead silence. After a full 5 seconds, when Yiling's voice rang out again, the arrogance and coldness were completely gone, replaced by evident panic and trembling. The change in attitude was faster than flipping a book. Night Patrol. Officer, misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Yiling didn't even have the courage to ask Shen Changan for his specific identity, nor did he ask what trouble Yisheng had caused. He directly sold out his younger brother without hesitation. It's my failure to discipline him. That beast has offended you. You can handle it however you wish. Just spare his life. A few days later, I will personally go to the Night Patrol branch to apologize to you. No need. Shen Changan was too lazy to listen to him express his loyalty, casually pressing the hang-up button and tossing the phone back to Yisheng's lap. The entire restroom corridor was eerily quiet. Yisheng sat slumped on the ground, the voice from his phone loud. He could hear his brother's servile and fearful pleas clearly. Night Patrol. These 3 words struck Yisheng like a heavy hammer, chilling his blood instantly, and he couldn't even feel the pain of his broken nasal bone. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he had once heard his drunk father mention this name with reverence at a banquet. It was rumored to be the most terrifying and inviolable supreme violent organization in the entire Donghuang nation, wielding the power of life and death. No wonder his brother would be so frightened. It was a colossal entity that even their kind of worldly businessmen could never provoke, even at the cost of their entire fortune. On the other side, Zhang Qingqing, sitting on the wash basin, witnessed all of this. Looking at the tall figure in the distance who had scared the once arrogant young master of the Yi family with just a few words, a sense of unprecedented security surged in Zhang Qingqing's heart. But at the same time, a strong sense of unfamiliarity also arose. Was this still the Shen Changan she knew? Night Patrol. Zhang Qingqing silently repeated this term in her heart. She had no idea what kind of organization it was, but clearly the secrets surrounding Shen Changan were far deeper than she had imagined. At that moment, a neat sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. 4 or 5 personnel in black uniforms hurried over. Changan. Huang stepped forward to greet him, glancing at the half-dead Yisheng on the ground. Sorry for the trouble, but I need you to personally run a trip for this private matter. What are you saying? We're all brothers here. Huang waved his hand nonchalantly, laughing heartily. This kid's background was never clean to begin with. Leave this cleanup task to me. Shen Changan nodded, then turned to the still dazed Zhang Qingqing and softly asked, Who brought you here? Zhang Qingqing came back to her senses, biting her lip, a trace of aftershock flashing in her eyes. It was Chao Min, in the VIP room ahead. Huang immediately understood, patting Shen Changan on the shoulder. Got it, well, handle the people and surveillance footage in that room as well. Thanks, Wu Bureau. Shen Changan expressed his gratitude, his gaze returning to Zhang Qingqing, his tone softening. Can you still walk on your own? Zhang Qingqing took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, and nodded obediently. She jumped down from the wash basin and followed Shen Changan, leaving the place that had nearly plunged her into despair without looking back. The luxurious VIP room of the KTV. In the corner, Wang Chang, satisfied, was zipping up his pants and lighting a post-coital cigarette. Beside him, Chow Min was hurriedly adjusting her slightly disheveled collar, her eyes still a bit red. Why hasn't young Master Yi come back after almost half an hour? Wang Chang exhaled a puff of smoke, frowning as he glanced at the closed door of the room. Suppressing her humiliation, Chow Min tried to please Wang Chang by joking, maybe young Master Yi is more enduring, that Qingqing looks pure, perhaps she is now playing hard to get. Shut your mouth. Wang Chang slapped Chow Min on the back of her head and cursed, you filthy bitch, what do you know? Young Master Yi always acts decisively if something must have gone wrong. The more Wang Chang thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He grabbed a teacup and gulped down some water, preparing to stand up and check the situation. Bang! The heavy door of the room was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside, crashing against the wall with a... The music in the room stopped abruptly. Wang Chang and his subordinates jumped in fright, about to react, when they saw Huang striding and accompanied by several grim-faced black-clad personnel. The palpable aura of bloodshed they exuded instantly suffocated the local ruffians in the room. Everyone heads down. Crouch. Huang coldly scanned the room, waving his hand. The personnel behind him rushed forward skillfully and efficiently, beginning the subsequent cleanup and wrap-up work. Shen Changan walked out with Zhang Qingqing through the back door of the KTV, the sunlight outside somewhat blinding. As a breeze blew, the complex smell of cheap liquor, secondhand smoke, and perfume emanating from Zhang Qingqing dissipated in the sunlight, making it particularly pungent. Recovering from her extreme fear, she looked at Shen Changan, her mind swirling with countless questions. Who were those men in black, just now? What background does Shen Changan have? Why was the young master of the Yi family so afraid of him? Shun? Zhang Qingqing opened her mouth, wanting to ask. Shen Changan stopped, glanced at the time on his phone, and said, it's almost noon, let's get you something to eat first. He scrutinized Zhang Qingqing, frowning. Also, you need to take a shower and change your clothes. You smell like alcohol all over. If you go home like this, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li will definitely break your legs. But Zhang Qingqing was eager for an explanation. I know you have many questions. Shen Changan interrupted her, directly walking toward the car parked by the roadside while chattering away. But we'll talk about it later. Given your situation, you might encounter these matters in the future. I'm just letting you know a little bit in advance. He took out a spare helmet from the trunk and handed it to Zhang Qingqing. Get in the car first. Zhang Qingqing took the helmet, filled with doubts, but obediently climbed onto the back seat. V-room. The electric motor whirred as the pink scooter skillfully weaved through the streets, heading straight for the Qingzhou District Night Division branch. 20 minutes later, Shen Changan led Zhang Qingqing into the underground living area of the branch, familiar with the... There was a row of independent dormitories specifically assigned to field personnel, considered a benefit, since even the workhorses serving the bureau needed a stable place to rest. Shen Changan took out his key and opened the door to his dormitory. Go in. The bathroom is on the left. Take your time to fill the water. He pointed in the direction, then turned to the wardrobe. He'll find you some clothes to make do with. He rummaged through the wardrobe, and apart from his uniform, he only found his casual wear. Ultimately, he managed to find a very clean, oversized white t-shirt and a pair of sports shorts, handing them to Zhang Qingqing, who had just finished filling the water. Make do with mine for now. Oh, it's better than the smelly outfit you're wearing. Zhang Qingqing blushed as she took the clothes and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the bathroom door creaked open and Zhang Qingqing emerged, having washed off the alcohol and fatigue. In Shen Changan's t-shirt, she looked like she was wearing a dress barely covering her thighs, making it appear somewhat loose and amusing. Shen Changan. She looked around the empty dormitory, tentatively calling out a couple of times. I'm here. Just as she finished her sentence, Shen Changan walked in from outside, holding 2 bottles of mineral water. Finished washing up. Let's go get something to eat. He'll let you try the cafeteria at our unit today. Zhang Qingqing obediently followed behind Shen Changan. As they walked, seeing the hurried staff in uniforms coming and going in the corridor, her curiosity grew stronger. This is where Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li used to work. Shen Changan walked while casually introducing, like a tour guide. It's a legitimate state institution, but the nature is quite special and not open to the public. The food here is pretty good. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria. It was past mealtime, and only a few logistics personnel were scattered around eating. Shen Changan and Zhang Qingqing each grabbed a hearty meal and found a seat by the window. Just as Zhang Qingqing picked up her chopsticks, eager to ask about what had just happened, a light foot sound echoed from the cafeteria entrance. Boss, you're here in the cafeteria for a meal too. Baiyin, dressed in a pink tracksuit, bounced over, her big eyes curiously darting between Shen Changan and Zhang Qingqing like a cat that had discovered a new land. Huh, boss, who is this beautiful sister? Your girlfriend. Following Baiyin was Li Xuan, now in casual clothes, and old Zhao. Shen Changan paused in his action of picking food, pondering how to explain this complicated relationship. Old Zhao walking behind spoke first, smiling at Zhang Qingqing. Xiaobai, don't say nonsense. According to the generations, this girl should be considered Chang'an's elder sister. Qingqing is actually a few months older than Chang'an. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Qingqing abruptly raised her head, and seeing the somewhat weathered middle-aged face, she widened her eyes in disbelief and blurted out, "Uncle Zhao." "Haha, I'm surprised you still remember me." Old Zhao laughed and pulled out a chair to sit down. Li Shiwan beside them looked at the group curiously. "Director Zhao, do you all know each other?" Old Zhao nodded and explained, "Of course. Zhang Qingqing's father used to be a senior in our bureau. When I first joined the unit, I often went to the old Zhang's house for meals. When she was just born, I even held her. In the blink of an eye, she's grown into a young lady." The group with their trays naturally sat down at Shen Changan's table, forming a circle. The atmosphere at the dining table was initially a bit awkward. Zhang Qingqing held her chopsticks, looking at these seemingly ordinary, yet peculiar people, finally unable to hold back the silence. "Uncle Zhao, what exactly is going on here?" Zhang Qingqing took a deep breath, feeling like her mind was a tangled mess. "And those men in black at the KTV and Shen Changan?" Hearing this question, Shen Changan paused with his chopsticks, raising his head to meet Old Zhao's gaze. Shen Changan pushed a piece of braised pork around on his plate, mumbling, "Old Zhao, maybe you should explain this to her. I'm hungry, so I'll eat first." Old Zhao shook his head with a smile, putting down his chopsticks and looking at Zhang Qingqing with a formal, yet gentle tone. "Qingqing, this is the Night Division branch of the Qingzhou district in Dongguan country, and I am the director of this branch." He pointed to Shen Changan, who was focused on his food, continuing, "As for Chang'an, don't be fooled by his laid-back demeanor at school. In this branch, he is the absolute top authority and the highest-ranking frontline executor in our Qingzhou district." Hearing this, Zhang Qingqing was completely stunned. She stared at Shen Changan in disbelief, unable to reconcile the image of this person, who always looked sleepy, with the authoritative title of top responsible person. Old Zhao didn't pause, instead throwing out an even bigger bombshell. "Actually, your parents Zhang Hai and Li Yue were also people from our night division. They were excellent field officers back then, but after getting severely injured on a mission, they moved to a secondary position. Later, as you grew up, they applied for early retirement to fully care for you. After your parents retired, Chang'an was very capable. Not only did he join the night division, but he also took over your father's position based on his merits." Old Zhao sighed. This was originally a secret in the cultivation world. Uncle Zhang and the others planned to wait until you went to university and matured before telling you. But due to an unexpected situation today, since Chang'an brought you here, the rules had to be bent, so they'll let you know the truth now. Zhang Qingqing felt her worldview undergoing an unprecedented shock. She swallowed hard, her voice a bit dry as she asked, "Then, what exactly does the work of the night division involve?" "It's simple," Old Zhao explained. "Handling the coexistence issues between humans and the demon race, as well as eliminating those who attempt to disrupt social stability, including evil cultivators and monsters." "Demons? Demon race? Monsters?" Zhang Qingqing looked bewildered. "Oh, weren't these things only found in mythical novels?" Seeing Zhang Qingqing's puzzled expression, Old Zhao smiled and pointed at Bai Yin, who was sitting nearby, happily gnawing on a large chicken leg. "See, far away yet close at hand, this one is a perfect example." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yin obediently put down her chicken leg. To Zhang Qingqing's astonished gaze, a pair of fluffy white cat ears shot up from Bai Yin's short hair, and a long white cat tail emerged from behind her, flicking in the air playfully. "Meow, hi Qingqing." Bai Yin greeted Zhang Qingqing sweetly. Zhang Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed at the pair of real cat ears that were still twitching on top of Bai Yin's head, her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Old Zhao understood that this information was too impactful for an ordinary high school student, so he didn't continue, but instead allowed her sufficient time to digest it. Old Zhao understood that this information was too impactful for an ordinary high school student, so he didn't continue, but instead allowed her sufficient time. Bai Yin wagged her tail happily as she enjoyed the extra ribs in her bowl, while Li Shiwan politely thanked him. It took Zhang Qingqing a good 5 or 6 minutes to digest this overwhelming information. She raised her head, glancing at Old Zhao and Shen Changan, hesitating for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Zhao, then, is this job very dangerous?" Upon hearing this question, Old Zhao's smile gradually faded and his expression grew serious. He nodded and gave a harsh statistic, "Very dangerous. The death rate of our frontline field personnel during missions is about 60%. As for the remaining 40%, they mostly suffer from incurable severe injuries or disabilities like your father, which forced them to retire to the secondary line." Zhang Qingqing's heart tightened sharply, and she unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. A 60% death rate. This was not work, it was clearly risking their lives. She couldn't help but turn her head, casting a worried glance at Shen Changan, who was sitting opposite her. Thinking about the terrifying monsters he faced every night along with the cold sarcasm he endured at school, Zhang Qingqing's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Shen Changan seemed to sense her gaze. He swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I'm tough to kill and won't die so easily. I have plenty of means to keep myself alive. Even if the Grim Reapers come, they'll have to deal with me before they can take me. As he said this, a teasing smile appeared at the corner of Shen Changan's mouth, leaning slightly forward as he teased Zhang Qingqing. What's up? You used to want to stomp me to death at home, yet today you're suddenly concerned about my life. Zhang Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively wanted to use her usual retort. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but looking at Shen Changan's face and recalling how he had saved her in the bathroom like a hero, she just couldn't bring herself to say them. After a long pause, she could only lower her head in defeat, poking at the rice in her plate silently. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's conflicted expression, Shen Changan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was like keeping a proud little wild cat. Usually when you fed her, she wouldn't appreciate it and would hiss at you but suddenly one day this little cat not only retracted her claws, but even couldn't hiss at you anymore. This subtle feeling of taming was indeed quite interesting. Zhang Qingqing bit her lip and asked again, do my parents know that you take on such dangerous tasks? Shen Changan nodded, swallowing his last bite of food. Of course they know. However, everything you see here today, as well as matters regarding the Night Watch office, you must not mention a word to anyone outside. Otherwise, not only will you bring great trouble upon yourself, but it will also implicate Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li. The consequences of violating confidentiality regulations are extremely severe. Old Zhao interjected appropriately. That's right. According to regulations, once ordinary people come into contact with extraordinary events, they must undergo immediate memory erasure. The only reason you are being given this small favor today is that you are the child of the previous senior officer of the Night Watch office, and on top of that you are the sister of our current head officer in name. If it were someone else, they would have been taken to the medical department for brainwashing long ago. Zhang Qingqing nodded obediently, feeling her head was filled with too much information causing her discomfort. I understand. I need to digest this properly. At that moment, Bai Yin had already finished the food on her plate in a whirlwind. She grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, stood up with her plate, and said to Li Shiwan, Shiwan, I'm full. I'm going to the training ground to warm up now. Alright, I'll be there as soon as I finish eating. Li Shiwan smiled and nodded. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, Shen Changan stood up, stacked the empty plates together, and said to Zhang Qingqing, let's go, we'll take you home first. When you get back, take a shower, and change into clean school clothes, and in the afternoon, just go to school as usual. Treat everything that happened today as an absurd dream. Nothing has occurred, and after a good sleep tonight it will be fine. Zhang Qingqing looked up at him, her mouth opening slightly, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, yet she did not know where to begin. In the end, she could only silently nod. The two bid farewell to old Zhao and Li Shiwan and turned to leave the cafeteria. The underground parking lot of the division was somewhat cold and quiet. When they reached the pink scooter, Zhang Qingqing stopped. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, gripping the strap of her canvas bag tightly, and finally asked the question that had been nagging at her heart. Shen Changan, why did you all keep this from me in the past? Zhang Qingqing raised her head, looking at the boy before her with slightly reddened eyes. And over the past 2 years, no matter how much I mocked you at home, calling you a waste who only knows how to eat and wait for death, why did you never rebut me? Shen Changan paused for a moment, holding the helmet in his hand. He turned around to look at the questioning girl, a calm smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Keeping this from you was Uncle Zhang's decision. Shen Changan handed her the helmet, his voice echoing in the empty parking lot. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li have suffered too much in this line of work and have witnessed too much life and death. From the day they withdrew, they never intended to tell you these things. They only wanted you to grow up safely, get into a good university, and find a decent job after graduation, living a stable life. They did not want you to get entangled in this muddy water. Shen Changan paused, his tone very calm. Moreover, telling you would only add to your worries. In fact, Uncle Zhang quietly tested your talent when you were very young. You have no aptitude for cultivation, you are just an ordinary person. Hearing that she could not cultivate, Zhang Qingqing's eyes dimmed a few shades. As for how you are usually treated at home, I truly don't mind at all. Shen Changan leaned against the scooter, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. My life was given to me by Uncle Zhang back then. Your family took me in allowing me to live in that home for such a long time. People must learn to be grateful. Shen Changan smiled. Compared to the life Uncle Zhang gave me, what does it matter if you say a few words to me? After hearing these words, the parking lot fell into a prolonged silence. Zhang Qingqing stood there in a daze. She originally thought that Shen Changan's tolerance for her was to some extent due to his introverted nature, or even at one moment she narcissistically thought it was because she was pretty and that he had a slight special indulgence, but now this harsh truth directly shattered her youthful fantasies. Zhang Qingqing took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly from the effort of restraint, and asked the final question. So, all your tolerance and care for me over the years were actually just because of my parents, right? Shen Changan looked at the girl whose eyes shimmered with tears and contained a hint of stubbornness and hope falling into silence. The dim light fell on his face, obscuring his current emotions. After a moment, he gently nodded, giving an answer. Zhang Qingqing's heart felt as if something had suddenly tightened around it, and indescribable sourness surged up her nose. She did not pursue the matter further, nor did she speak again. She silently put on the helmet and climbed onto the back of the scooter. Shen Changan did not say anything more, turning the key to start the vehicle. With the faint hum of the motor, the scooter drove out of the dark underground base, heading towards the blinding noon sunlight in the direction of Guanlan Mansion. The two rode in silence, only the sound of the wind howling in their ears. When they returned to the Guanlan Mansion villa, the first floor was quiet, with Zhang Hai and Liu taking a nap. The two quietly made their way upstairs. Upon reaching the door, Shen Changan paused and casually remarked, "After you change your clothes, just put them directly into the washing machine outside." After saying this, he didn't wait for Zhang Qingqing to respond, and directly pushed open the door to his room, shutting it with a click. Zhang Qingqing opened her mouth, looking at the closed door, and could only swallow the words she had yet to say. She returned to her room, changed out of the oversized clothing, folded it carefully, and placed it in the washing machine in the hallway before returning to her bedroom. She felt completely drained, collapsing onto the soft bed. Turning her head, she looked at the ugly yet adorable doll, with the name Shen Changan written on it, her mind flashing back to the despair she felt in the bathroom today, as well as that figure that seemed capable of sweeping everything away. Unknowingly, her eyelids grew heavier, and she slowly closed her eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 6 in the evening. Outside, Shen Changan's voice came from the door, "Zhang Qingqing, come down for dinner." Zhang Qingqing jolted awake, glancing outside at the darkening sky, quickly getting up to change into her school uniform from Qingzhou No. 1 high school, tidying her hair slightly and sluggishly made her way downstairs. Entering the dining room, seeing her parents sitting at the table, serving themselves food, Zhang Qingqing's gaze flickered, her heart fluttered, fearing she would be met with a storm of accusations. However, Zhang Hai and Liu seemed completely unaware of any abnormalities. Liu placed a bowl of soup in front of her, smilingly chiding, "You girl, even if you're tired from studying at the library, don't sleep so long. You were quiet all afternoon, quickly eat before it gets cold." Hearing this, Zhang Qingqing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Shen Changan, who was quietly eating across from her, realizing that he really hadn't told her parents anything. She obediently sat down, picked up her bowl, and for once did not pick at anything at the dinner table. After dinner, the two of them sat in the family car and arrived at the school for evening self-study. Normally, after getting out of the car, in order to avoid being seen by classmates and causing any intersections, Zhang Qingqing would always run away, quickly wishing to be as far away from Shen Changan as possible. But today she unexpectedly slowed down, silently walking alongside Shen Changan. After walking for a while, Zhang Qingqing lowered her head and quietly said, "You didn't tell my parents about today." Shen Changan, with his hands in his pockets, shook his head and replied, "There's no need to. If uncle and aunt find out, they'll inevitably lecture you with a long-winded talk. Besides, the matter has already been resolved, but it's better to keep things simple." After saying that, Shen Changan stopped, turned around, and looked at her seriously. "However, I hope you think more about the consequences before acting in the future, and don't always act on impulse." Zhang Qingqing, feeling somewhat unconvinced by the reprimand, murmured softly, who knew that going to sing would lead to encountering that unreasonable madman. Shen Changan ignored her retorts and said firmly, "If you go out to have fun in the future, you must remember to report where you are going and who you are with." Looking at the serious expression of the boy, Zhang Qingqing ultimately conceded, nodding obediently like a child who had made a mistake understood. While the two were talking, a shadow suddenly leaped out from behind the greenery. "Take this." Bai Ying rushed out like a small cannonball, aiming directly at Shen Changan, wanting to launch a surprise attack. Faced with such a childish sneak attack, Shen Changan merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly. Bai Ying missed her target, her body leaning forward as she pretended to lose her balance and fall, flailing her arms in the air, dramatically exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm going to fall. Big brother, help me up." Shen Changan stood still with his arms crossed, silently watching her poor performance. Seeing that Shen Changan had no intention of helping her, Bai Ying instantly regained her balance, standing up. "TCH, that's boring," the little cat demon pouted. Shen Changan mercilessly retorted, "Do you think I'm Your spirit cat clan's body coordination is so good that you can walk a tightrope. How could you lose your balance on foot?" At this moment, Li Shiwan, dressed in school uniform, also walked up quickly from behind, smiling as she greeted the two Xinjiang. Shen Changan glanced at the two and inquired, "How did you bump into each other?" "I practiced a bit late at the underground training ground this afternoon, and it just so happened that it was almost time for evening self-study. She finished her return to school procedures, so we came together," Bai Ying explained, flicking her ponytail. Shen Changan nodded in understanding. Li Shiwan looked in the direction of the school gate and suggested, "Shall we go?" "You go ahead, I'll wait a moment before going in." Shen Changan decisively refused. Li Shiwan blinked in confusion. Why? Bai Ying immediately started her incessant chatter. She don't you know him? Big brother is afraid of being associated. Think about it, we two are considered beauties in school. If he walks with us tomorrow, he'll definitely be pushed to the center of school gossip. While Bai Ying was still talking, Shen Changan had already lost interest in her rambling. He waved his hand, turned, and quickly slipped toward the teaching building. Watching Shen Changan flee in a panic, Li Shiwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. So Shen is afraid of unnecessary trouble. Bai Ying nodded in agreement. Of course. He already has enough to deal with at night. During the day at school he'd rather. The preparatory bell for evening self-study just rang, and the classroom for the third years was still buzzing with a bit of restlessness. As usual, Shen Changan walked to his exclusive seat by the window in the back row, propping his chin on one hand and staring out the window in a daze. A few minutes later, Li Shiwan appeared at the classroom door. She waved goodbye to Bai Ying outside with a smile, and then returned to her seat. As soon as she sat down, her deskmate He Fei immediately leaned over with a concerned expression and asked, "Shiwan, you've been sick and on leave for the past few days. I was so worried about you. Are you feeling better now?" "Much better. Sorry to make you worry." Li Shiwan smiled and nodded. He Fei looked her over, and seeing that she indeed seemed well, felt relieved. Then He Fei's gossip spirit ignited as she lowered her voice and asked, "By the way, the girl who just saw you to the door, is she the school goddess Bai Ying from class 1? You actually know her? How come you've never mentioned her before?" Li Shiwan was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit flustered, but quickly found an excuse to cover it up. "I just met a few days ago while reviewing at the city library. We happened to sit together and chatted a bit, and that's how we became." Just as He Fei was about to delve deeper into the details of how the two beauties met at the library, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Old Lu walked in, holding a thick stack of lesson plans and a thermos with a serious expression. The classroom instantly fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Put away any idle books you have and listen to me for a moment." Old Lu placed the thermos heavily on the podium and surveyed the room. "This is the last week of your high school career. After next Sunday, the school will completely lock down for the exam setup, and then it's the college entrance examination that will determine your fate. In the past few days, you should have gone over all the necessary knowledge points. Now the focus is on adjusting your mindset and taking care of your health." On the podium, Old Lu was delivering the annual pre-exam pep talk. Shen Changan listened to these familiar words, silently sighing in his heart. It was that time of year again, the college entrance examination season. However, he had only been watching his seniors take the exam for the past 2 years, and this year, it was finally his turn to take the field. But the exam itself did not pose any pressure for him. What truly gave him a headache were the mountains of issues that would pile up afterwards. According to the usual practice of the Xinye division, after the college entrance examination in June each year, various regional branches would face several major annual events that were quite bothersome. First, there was the annual large-scale talent assessment. During this time, the secular families in the Qingzhou district, which had some connection to the cultivation world or had affluent ancestors, would send their eligible heirs over to use the Xinye division's equipment to test their cultivation talent. If they showed talent, some of these individuals would choose to stay and become candidates for the Xinye division, but the vast majority would simply be taken back to their families for independent cultivation. In previous years, it had mostly been this situation of being taken back. The reason was simple. Those families felt that the resources provided by the Xinye division in Qingzhou district were too meager. Secular families are not short on money. What they lack are cultivation resources. And within the Xinye division system, salaries are calculated using contribution points. As a remote and resource-poor branch, Qingzhou district offers quite meager compensation. For instance, a newly recruited first-level apprentice lantern bearer works hard all month just to earn 200 contribution points. Even for seasoned members like Old Zhao and Bai Ying at the third level, their monthly salary is only 800 points. As for Shen Changan, the top combat power in Qingzhou district with the title of first executor, he earns only 2,000 points a month. In those super-large cities or resource-rich cities, the salaries of lantern bearers vary based on local resources and strength. There, the monthly salary of a fifth-level powerhouse can easily reach over 10,000 contribution points, a full 5-fold disparity. Therefore, those families are quite shrewd and essentially come to take advantage of a free testing opportunity, but once they find good candidates, they send them off to develop in big cities, making it impossible to retain anyone. In addition to dealing with these freeloading families after the large-scale assessments, Shen Changan and his team also have to go to various orphanages and welfare institutions in the district under the guise of providing warmth. This is actually a covert method for the Xinye division to screen cultivation candidates. Only those orphans who have no background ties are truly the direct prospects they can absorb and focus on developing. Unfortunately, finding suitable candidates among ordinary people is exceedingly difficult. In the 3 years since Shen Changan took over the branch, he had also gone to welfare institutions with hope, but encountered only a couple of kids who could barely be guided into cultivation. Later, these children could not pursue cultivation due to physical reasons or poor temperament. Ultimately, in addition to these rigid tasks, there's a mountain of social obligations that cannot be postponed after the exams. For instance, the annual gathering of high-ranking officials in Qingzhou district, as well as disputes among a few local small cultivation families vying for scant resources, all require the Xinye division to mediate and play the role of a peacemaker. Bringing in newcomers, testing talents, visiting orphanages, and even dealing with those old men's lawsuits. Shen Changan was secretly calculating his itinerary after the exams, feeling a throbbing headache at his He originally just wanted to quietly slack off and clock in, so how did he end up in this busy predicament? As the bells signaling the end of evening self-study rang, the quiet campus immediately erupted into a noisy frenzy like boiling water. Shen Changan routinely picked up his guitar case and prepared to leave the teaching building, blending into the flow of students leaving school. In the crowd, once the day's students have dispersed somewhat, I will take you to have a look. Li Xuan was being pulled along by him, watching the students coming and going around them, who had to deliberately avoid them, blinking in confusion. Are we going to hide here and wait? Shen Tongxue, you can't use the eye obscuring technique, can you? Shen Changan's movements stiffened slightly before he awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze drifting. Well, I indeed have not researched much into such purely supportive functional spells, or rather I am not very skilled. In fact, this was a very mild way of putting it. Shen Changan's combat style primarily relied on brute. With the same foundational spells, those destructive offensive spells in his hands could be several times more powerful than in others, even triggering qualitative changes. However, spells like the eye obscuring technique, which require precise control over the fluctuations of spiritual power, emphasize subtlety and deception, often end up turning into a dazzling, blinding technique whenever he attempted to cast it. Seeing Shen Changan's embarrassed expression, Li Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She suddenly felt that this formidable master who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand now had a touch of youthful humanity about him. It turned out he wasn't truly omnipotent and had things he wasn't good at. It's okay, I just learned this from Uncle Zhao this afternoon. Li Xuan said, her expression becoming focused. She closed her eyes and clumsily yet earnestly formed a seal with her hands in front of her chest, her fingertips glowing with a faint spiritual light. Eye obscuring technique. As she activated the spell, a layer of nearly invisible translucent spiritual energy membrane rippled out, like water waves, completely enveloping the two of them. It worked. Li Xuan opened her eyes a bit excited. She leaned closer to Shen Changan and whispered, but Shen Tongxue, don't stray too far from me. I just learned it, and my spiritual power is insufficient, so the range of this spell is quite small. As she drew closer, a faint scent of oranges unique to young girls lingered at Shen Changan's nose. Shen Changan cleared his throat, awkwardly pointing towards the direction of the boys' dormitory. Let's go, we should first check out the boys' dormitory. Walking side by side on the bustling campus path, the nearby students hurriedly passing by seemed oblivious to their presence, as if they were merely a wave of transparent air. Actually, the rumor about our school being built on an old graveyard is true, Shen Changan said softly. Really? Although Li Xuan was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but shrink her neck. Shen, generally speaking, to give birth to the kind of demon you saw in the warehouse last night, a trace of original demonic energy is needed as a trigger. However, even without demonic energy, if a place has excessive resentment and energy over time, it can naturally give rise to some formless, vengeful spirits commonly referred to as ghosts. Our Qingzhou No. 1 high school's new campus has only been in use for less than 10 years. This land used to be a large graveyard. Buried beneath it are countless nameless corpses. The reason the school was built here was to harness the vigorous vitality of the students to suppress the resentment. The spot with the heaviest resentment and the most intense energy in the entire graveyard is right beneath the current boys' dormitory. Why the boys' dormitory? Li Xuan asked curiously. Because boys naturally possess strong yang energy and robust blood vitality, making them a natural talisman to suppress the fiercest points of resentment. When I first entered as a freshman, the resentment underground had not yet been completely eradicated, and occasionally a few vengeful spirits would emerge. However, I dealt with them easily during my late-night bathroom breaks. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the students' yang energy washing over it along with the regular patrols by me and by every 2 weeks, there are hardly any particularly formidable entities left. At most, a few weak wandering souls might occasionally emerge. As they chatted, they had unknowingly arrived at the boys' dormitory. Looking at the boys around who had just showered, wearing only shorts and slippers, bustling about with their wash basins, and completely unaware of the two intruders, Li Ziwen's eyes flashed with curiosity. This eye obscuring technique is truly amazing. Li Xuan looked around suddenly, having a thought, her eyes then. With this spell, can't we sneak into places that we normally can't enter without anyone noticing? As soon as she spoke, she seemed to realize that they were currently under the boys' dormitory, and connecting it to her previous words, her face flushed bright red. Seeing her blushing face, Shen Changan couldn't help but understand what dangerous thoughts were running through him. He lowered his head, slightly moving closer, his tone half teasing and half warned. I must remind you, spells are used to deal with malevolent spirits. Since you have become a member of the night patrol, you must adhere to the rules. Don't think just because you can become invisible that you can use spells to spy on that kind of peculiar places. You? What nonsense are you talking about? Li Shiwan, embarrassed, wanted to find a hole to hide and refuted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who would want to go to that kind of place? I wanted to say, what if criminals learn this trick and use it to sneak into places like bank vaults to rob? Shen Changan coughed a couple of times strategically to cover his embarrassment. All right, it seems my thoughts are too dirty, it's not my fault. Ahem, if it's about that, you need not worry at all. Shen Changan quickly followed her lead to explain. The country's machinery is far more sophisticated than you think. Places like bank vaults, important research institutions, and even government buildings have been equipped with devices that can see through the eye obscuring technique. Moreover, those locations are usually guarded by high-level cultivators from the night patrol or military. The country's think tank is far more thoughtful than we are. Oh, I see. Li Shiwan finally understood, and her worries dissipated. Shen Changan accompanied Li Shiwan to wander around the boys' dormitory again. After a round, they encountered no malevolent spirits, but instead ran into a group of boys just out of the shower wearing flowery shorts, and even shirtless, bustling around the hall and the first-floor washroom. Li Shiwan, originally a shy and obedient girl who had been focused on her studies, was completely unprepared for this display, filled with the hormones of adolescence. Before they could finish their round, her pretty face was already as red as a ripe apple, her eyes darting left and right, unsure where to look. Unable to endure the screen filled with mosaic images, Li Shiwan quickly tugged at Shen Changan's sleeve, lowering her head and suggesting they patrol somewhere else. After leaving the boys' dormitory, the two of them, under the cover of the eye-obscuring technique, strolled into a small forest beside the playground. Not far into the woods, unable to find any vengeful spirits, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a couple secretly meeting behind a large banyan tree. The two were embracing in the night, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Shen Changan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. He casually picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with his finger. Crack! The stone struck the trunk above the couple's heads, making a crisp sound. Hooah! The couple was startled by the sudden noise. The boy thought it was the dean coming with a flashlight to catch them, and in a panic pushed the girl away, both running out of the small forest. Li Shiwan found it amusing to watch the two of them flee in embarrassment, glancing at Shen Changan and complaining, "Shen Tongshui, you're too mean. Tomorrow the school's forum will surely have another tale about ghosts in the small forest. This is called helping them refocus on their studies. It's not right to be in a relationship with the college entrance exams coming up soon," Shen Changan said solemnly. As they continued chatting, they arrived at the last destination for tonight's patrol, the old public restroom near the farthest part of the playground where few people usually went. As soon as they approached, Li Shiwan keenly sensed the temperature around them dropped several degrees, the air carrying a chilling aura. At the corner of the wall outside the men's restroom, a cloud of gray-black mist vaguely showing a half-human shape was aimlessly drifting against the wall. Lucky us, we just happened upon a vengeful spirit that has only recently formed. Shen Changan stopped entering. He pointed at the dark mist, lowering his voice to explain to Li Shiwan. Look at its characteristics. The resentful energy is condensed, showing a gray-black color accompanied by a cold, low temperature. The most direct way to identify them is to see if they have facial features and consciousness. Such newly formed ones are basically just a collection of pure negative emotions lacking any rationality. Remember this. In the future, whether you are with old Zhao or out on your own executing tasks, never believe what those bald monks say about chanting sutras for salvation. Li Shiwan was taken aback. Can't they be saved? I saw it in movies. That's just deceiving outsiders. Shen Changan interrupted her without mercy. These vengeful spirits have no self-awareness. They only instinctively attack all living beings nearby and absorb yang energy. Don't naively think that chanting a few verses will make them let go of their obsessions and go to some afterlife world. For dealing with such things, there is only one correct and safe method. As Shen Changan spoke, he stepped forward boldly. He didn't even use any spells. He simply extended his right hand, infused with pure spiritual energy, and firmly grasped the gray-black mist. And that is to directly eliminate it. With his words, Shen Changan's fingers tightened suddenly. Pop! The newly formed vengeful spirit was instantly crushed in Shen Changan's palm, like a burst soap bubble, dissipating into wisps of energy, thoroughly vanishing into the night wind. Li Shiwan was stunned, only able to nod silently. Time swiftly passed, and June arrived with the college entrance examination entering its final sprint phase. However, Shen Changan, the main leader of the night division in Qingzhou district, was not lying in bed like other examinees to conserve energy. Instead, he was still laboriously executing tasks on the front line. At midnight, in the center of Qingzhou district on the rooftop of an office building, the night wind howled, causing the hem of Shen Changan's trench coat to billow wildly. He stood at the edge of the floor looking down at the brightly lit streets of the city below. A few streets away from the office building, the logistics team of the division had set up a long yellow warning line overnight, while the local police cooperated to block the road sections, maintaining order and keeping unrelated personnel at bay. Changan, the situation has changed. A slightly anxious voice from Lao Zhao came through the earpiece. The latest news from the hospital indicates that the death toll has increased. This ghostly creature is suspected to have emerged from the heavy geographical energy of the hospital's morgue. It was already at the third rank upon birth, and having consumed the essence of several living beings, it may have already broken through to the fourth rank. You must eliminate it quickly before it causes more casualties. Understood. I have already locked onto its approximate location. Shen Changan looked down at the guiding red line from the Qinquan threading plate, which ultimately settled directly beneath him. Confirming the location, it has hidden itself in the city's underground pipeline. Shen Changan put away the Qinquan threading plate and took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he leaped. Whoosh! The sound of the wind became sharp in his ears. At the moment before landing, Shen Changan performed a skillful roll in midair to absorb the impact, landing firmly on a heavy metal manhole cover. Boom! The spiritual power of the fifth realm erupted instantly, and the solid manhole cover along with the surrounding asphalt pavement shattered into pieces, revealing a massive black hole leading deep underground. Shen Changan jumped directly into the sewer. Splash! His feet landed in the foul-smelling dirty water and sludge, and he frowned slightly. The underground passage was narrow and filled with various unknown gases, making it absolutely imperative to avoid using black flames. Otherwise, a methane explosion could send the underground of several streets in the city center soaring into the sky. Without black flames, he could only rely on pure physical attacks and earth-based spells. Shen Changan closed his eyes, his powerful perception rapidly spreading through the underground water network. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto an abandoned pipeline in the southwest direction. His figure moved like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the winding underground passages, soon arriving at his target location. Using the faint light from the tactical flashlight on his wrist, Shen Changan finally saw his quarry. It was a ghost infant. Ghost infants are typically formed from stillborn babies in hospitals, mutated by absorbing heavy resentment and energy. They are extremely small, incredibly fast, and possess highly corrosive venom, preferring to feed on the brain marrow of the living. At this moment, the ghost infant, covered in purple and green pustules with long spider-like limbs and sharp claws, was clinging to the wall of the pipeline. Its face, devoid of features except for a large maw filled with sharp teeth, was still chewing on something, producing a chilling crunching sound. Noticing Shen Changan's arrival, the ghost infant suddenly turned its head and emitted a sharp, piercing screech, using all four limbs to prepare to flee down the pipeline. Trying to escape, Shen Changan snorted coldly, forcefully stamping his right foot on the water's surface. A sturdy rock wall instantly erupted from the other end of the pipeline, completely sealing off the ghost infant's escape route. Realizing its retreat was blocked, the ghost infant was utterly enraged. It let out a piercing scream, transforming into a purple-green afterimage, racing along the wall of the sewer towards Shen Changan at terrifying speed, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Shen Changan remained calm, advancing rather than retreating. He swiftly swept his hand over the tactical pouch at his waist, and several specially made steel darts were already nestled between his fingers. Dark red spiritual energy instantly adhered to the darts. Shen Changan's arm swung violently, launching the darts like bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Wind!" A fierce gust surged, attaching to the tails of the darts, causing their already swift speed to surge further, generating sonic booms in the narrow pipeline. Puff! 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 The ghost infant barely had time to dodge as three darts imbued with spiritual energy precisely pierced its limbs and abdomen, nailing it painfully to the thick earthen wall, where it struggled and howled in agony. Shen Changan gave it no chance to catch its breath. He gripped his right hand, and the Jayun was fully assembled. He leaned back, using his waist to generate force like a taut bowstring, and the spear in his hand shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Boom! The spear accurately pierced through the ghost infant's forehead, the tremendous impact even fracturing the earthen wall behind it. The ghost infant's anguished scream abruptly ceased, its body convulsed violently a few times before rapidly shriveling into a puddle of foul-smelling black water. Lao Zhao, the mission is complete. He then returned to the division, handed over the task, and prepared to leave. Lao Zhao watched Shen Changan prepare to leave and cheerfully encouraged him. Only 2 days left before the exam. Good luck with the college entrance examination. Shen Changan couldn't help but roll his eyes, stopping in his tracks to retort. Lao Zhao, I've realized that the phrase good luck with the college entrance examination seems to be ingrained in the genetic code of all Dongwon people. Whenever they encounter a senior high student, regardless of familiarity, they unconsciously trigger this system phrase. Haha, this is also to let you experience a bit of the mundane world. Lao Zhao was amused, waving his hand. Experiencing the life of an ordinary high school student will be beneficial for your character cultivation. Shen Changan couldn't be bothered to banter with him, casually waved his hand, turned, and left the underground base, riding his bike home to rest. By the time he returned to the Guolan Mansion villa, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Shen Changan quietly ascended to the 2nd floor, and just as he reached his room, he heard faint sounds of pages turning and movement from the room next door where Zhang Qingqing was. It's this late, and she hasn't slept. Shen Changan murmured inwardly, but didn't think much of it. The pressure of preparing for exams often caused sleeplessness. He shook his head and pushed the door to his room to wash up and sleep. The next morning, while Shen Changan was having breakfast in the 1st floor dining room, he encountered Zhang Qingqing, who was also looking for food downstairs. They sat facing each other, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Zhang Qingqing had faint dark circles under her eyes, gripping her chopsticks, occasionally glancing over at Shen Changan. Did you not sleep well last night? Zhang Qingqing nodded gloomily. With only 2 days until the exam, get some rest, and don't stay up late studying. Shen Changan swallowed his food and offered a sensible suggestion. What you're saying? Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but retort. It's just like how boys brush off girls with the line, if you're feeling unwell, just drink more hot water. It's all nonsense. Nonsense is nonsense, but the logic is sound. Drinking more hot water does indeed promote metabolism. Shen Changan tapped the table, earnestly rebutting her. Sleeping time is for sleeping. You must listen to the general's words, understand? Upon hearing this popular online catchphrase, Zhang Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then quietly muttered, that is true. After their back and forth, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but curiously lower her voice and tentatively ask, what about you? How have you been resting lately? Last night, did you sneak out to do a mission again? Shen Changan took a sip of soy milk and nodded. Recently, there haven't been any long shifts that require me to stake out for extended periods, but just occasional night runs, so my schedule is a bit disordered, but it's nothing serious. As they were quietly conversing, the kitchen door suddenly swung open, and Li Yu came out holding a plate of freshly. The two at the dining table instantly shut their mouths, as if shocked, leaving the dining room silent except for the sound. Li Yu looked suspiciously at Zhang Qingqing, then at Shen Changan, placing the fruit platter on the table. What's going on here? As soon as I come out, you stop talking. Are you plotting something bad behind my back? No. We've finished talking. Zhang Qingqing stood up like a startled rabbit, grabbing the milk on the table. Mom, I'm full. I'm going upstairs to review. With that, she hastily ran up the stairs. Watching her daughter flee in panic, Li Yu shook her head with a smile, then pulled out a chair to sit beside Shen Changan, lowering her voice to say, Changan, I've noticed that your relationship with Qingqing seems to have improved quite a bit lately. In the past, when you both sat at the same table, you acted as if you wanted to treat each other like air, but now you can chat. Shen Changan awkwardly rubbed his nose and found an excuse. Maybe it's because we're about to graduate, and everyone has matured a bit. That's a good thing, but it's nice to see you both getting along well. It makes me and Uncle Zhang happy too. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction, standing up to grab a nearby reusable bag. All right, take your time eating. Annie won't disturb you while you study. I'm going to the morning market to buy some fresh vegetables to make a nice meal for you to replenish your brains. The time has come to June 7th, early morning. The annual college entrance examination has officially commenced. The morning rush hour in the entire Qingzhou district has made way for this examination, with traffic police seen everywhere, maintaining order on the roads. Li Yu accompanied Shen Changan and Zhang Qingqing to the examination site outside Qingzhou No. 1 High School. Check your ID card, admission ticket, and stationery bag one more time. Don't forget anything. Li Yu anxiously repeated her reminders outside the car window. Shen Changan tossed the transparent stationery bag in his hand casually, but his gaze subtly scanned the densely packed crowd around him, pondering to himself, in such a significant event, with a high concentration of people, as long as no magical creatures cause trouble, it will be fine. Otherwise, even if he turns in a blank paper, he would have to deal with the monsters first. Just as the two were about to turn and enter the examination area with the crowd, Zhang Qingqing suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at Shen Changan. Although her expression was still somewhat awkward, her eyes sincerely managed to express, Shen Changan, good luck on the exam. Shen Changan was taken aback for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his lips as he nodded. You two do well on the exam. After saying that, they each turned and merged into the vast army of examinees. Shen Changan's prayers evidently worked. The exams over the past 2 days went surprisingly smoothly, and the entire Qingzhou district remained calm until the afternoon of June 8th. With the harsh ringing of the bell marking the end of the last exam echoing over the campus, the 3-year high school life of all seniors officially came to an end at that moment. Compared to his peers in the examination hall who were frantically tearing up their books or embracing each other and crying, Shen Changan felt little turmoil in his heart. He calmly held his stationery bag and walked against the joyful throng of students heading towards the school gate. Then he took out his phone from his bag and glanced at it. The screen was clean with no urgent alerts from the night watch. Phew. Finally finished the exams peacefully. Shen Changan sighed with relief. Just as he exited the school gate, he encountered Li Shiwan, who had just come out as well. How did it go? Shen Changan casually asked. It was all right, performed normally. The questions weren't too difficult, Li Shiwan replied with a smile as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What about you? I wrote everything I could and filled in everything I couldn't, leaving the rest to fate. Shen Changan shrugged and then asked. Now that the exams are over, what are your plans next? Li Shiwan thought seriously for a moment. I plan to pack my things tomorrow and move to the branch's dormitory to live. After all, there's not much to do during the summer vacation. The branch has a dedicated underground training facility where I can practice the basic spells Uncle Zhao taught me every day. Shen Changan nodded appreciatively. This girl's diligence and mindset indeed make her a good candidate for field work. As they chatted, they walked along the sidewalk towards the agreed-upon parking spot. As they reached the end of the shaded avenue, Shen Changan spotted a familiar black sedan parked at the roadside. Old Zhao was leaning against the car door chatting happily with Zhang Hai and Li Yue, who stood beside him. Seeing Shen Changan and Li Shiwan approaching, Old Zhao smiled and waved. Over here, over here. Our examinees are coming out. As he spoke, Old Zhao turned and opened the trunk of the car, pulling out a large bouquet of beautifully wrapped sunflowers and directly stuffing it into Shen Changan's arms. Holding the flowers, Shen Changan complained with a face full of disdain. Old Zhao, what kind of mushy stuff are you doing as a grown man? It's creepy. Just take it, you ungrateful brat, Old Zhao scolded with a laugh. With your lone wolf personality that doesn't know how to win a girl's heart, the first time you'll ever receive flowers in this life is probably this bouquet I gave you. Shen Changan glanced down at the sunflowers in his arms and after a moment's thought muttered, you know what? That seems to be true. After finishing with Shen Changan, Old Zhao turned back and retrieved a bouquet of lilies from the trunk, handing it to Li Shiwan. Here, Shiwan, congratulations on graduating from high school and stepping into a new life. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, Li Shiwan said politely as she accepted it with both hands. Zhang Hai looked at Li Shiwan a few times and smiled. Old Zhao, is this the new recruit you mentioned who just joined? Yes, that's her. Old Zhao turned to introduce Li Shiwan. Shiwan, this is Uncle Zhang, also a senior fieldwork veteran from our branch. Li Shiwan immediately stood up straight and respectfully bowed. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Hello, senior uncle. I am Li Shiwan. Oh, this child is really polite and looks lovely, Li Yu said with a smile, holding Li Ziwen's hand and growing fonder of her. Old Zhao glanced at his watch. Let's wait a little longer, and when the other two girls come out, we can head to the restaurant we've booked for a nice meal to celebrate you all. Seeing Zhang Hai and Old Zhao discussing the night watch topic so naturally in front of Li Shiwan, Shen Changan's heart suddenly became clear. Clearly, Uncle Zhang already knew that Zhang Qingqing was aware of the night watch's details. This old couple had originally retired from the system, and since the window paper had already been pierced, everyone decided to stop pretending. In just a few minutes, Bai Ying and Zhang Qingqing squeezed out of the crowd one after another. Zhang Qingqing spotted the car parked by the roadside from afar, but as she got closer and saw Uncle Zhao standing together with her parents chatting and laughing, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Although she already knew her parents were also part of the night watch, seeing these two worlds harmoniously interweave together felt somewhat unreal. Qingqing, what are you daydreaming about? Come here quickly, Li Yu waved with a smile. Zhang Hai and Old Zhao also presented the prepared flowers. Zhang Qingqing embraced the flowers and finally revealed a pure smile that a girl her age should have. All right, everyone is here. Now let's get in the car and head to the restaurant. Old Zhao waved his hand, signaling everyone to prepare to depart. Just as everyone was about to open the car door, Shen Changan stood beside Old Zhao's car and subtly gestured to Li Shiwan and Bai Ying, pointing his chin towards the trunk of Old Zhao's car. Bai Ying and Li Shiwan instantly understood. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li Qingqing, we can just take Uncle. Bai Ying smiled as she dragged Li Shiwan and climbed directly into the back seat of Old Zhao's car. Shen Changan also took the opportunity to sit in the front passenger seat. He did this partly to give Zhang Qingqing and her parents some private space, and partly because it would be convenient for the night watch members to discuss work matters while they were all in the same vehicle. Old Zhao's black sedan smoothly navigated through the evening rush hour traffic in Qingzhou district. Inside the car, Shen Changan sat in the passenger seat, lowering half the window to let the evening breeze tousle his bangs. Now that the exams are over, how do you plan to fill out your applications? Old Zhao casually asked while steering. I guess he'll just apply to a local university, Shen Changan replied nonchalantly without much thought. The second-tier school is fine if it's close to home and near the branch, so it saves on trouble. In the back seat, Ying immediately raised her hands in agreement. Wherever the boss goes, he'll go. Anyway, I can't get into a good school with my grades. Li Shiwan nodded with a smile. Although she excelled academically, it was clear she also intended to follow Shen Changan's lead. Hearing the plans of these three young people, Old Zhao couldn't help but furrow his brows and advised earnestly, "You young people should have a longer vision. Especially you Chang'an, with your abilities, staying in a small place like Qingzhou is a waste of talent. You should go out and see big cities. The platforms and resources there are incomparable to Qingzhou. Xiwen's grades are so good, she should definitely go to a top-tier university." Shen Changan turned his head and looked at Old Zhao helplessly. "If we all just pack up and leave, who will manage the mess here in Qingzhou district? Are you going to take a few logistics personnel and go hunt monsters by yourself?" "You needn't worry about that," Old Zhao chuckled. "The manpower allocation in Dongwang Nation's Night Watch is centrally dispatched by the headquarters. Usually it is indeed difficult for field personnel to be transferred across districts. However, for Night Watch members of appropriate age like you during the college entrance examination, the headquarters has exceptions. As long as you take the exam in other cities, the headquarters will immediately dispatch several personnel of equivalent strength from nearby affluent defense zones to temporarily fill the vacancies in Qingzhou district. Once you graduate from university, regardless of whether you choose to stay locally or return to your original post, the headquarters will reassign you. Therefore, you needn't worry about the issue of defense being vacated." Shen Changan nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. "So there are such regulations. That indeed simplifies things." Then Shen Changan shifted the topic and asked Old Zhao, "By the way, you came to pick us up so openly today. Does Uncle Zhang already know that Qingqing has discovered the details of our work?" Old Zhao nodded, letting out a sigh. "Old Zhang can't be oblivious. He called me last night. In fact, he originally planned to take the opportunity to be honest with Qingqing right after the exam ended. Now it's just that the plan was moved up by a few days." Meanwhile, on the other side in Zhang Hai's car, the atmosphere inside the car was warm, yet carried a rare seriousness. Zhang Hai held the steering wheel with both hands, glancing at Zhang Qingqing, who was sitting in the back seat and fiddling with her bouquet. "Qingqing," Zhang Hai broke the silence first, his voice warm and heavy. "About the work your mother and I used to do. I believe you should know by now, right?" Zhang Qingqing paused her movements, raised her head, and softly replied with an "mm." "Then let's talk about future." Zhang Hai smiled. "Now that you know this, what do you think of that boy Chang'an?" Upon hearing her father suddenly ask about Shen Changan, Zhang Qingqing's cheeks slightly flushed. She recalled the figure that seemed like a deity in the bathroom that day and how he had scolded her under the streetlight last night, instinctively turning her face away to look out the window. "He is quite good," Zhang Qingqing replied softly. "It's just a bit surprising. I didn't expect someone who seems so laid back to be like that behind the scenes. Chang'an carries more weight on his shoulders than you might imagine," Zhang Hai remarked with a hint of nostalgia before getting to the point. "The time to fill out applications is approaching. Do you want to attend the same university as him?" This question made Zhang Qingqing's heart skip a beat. She didn't instinctively refute or distance herself as she had in the past. Instead, she fell silent for a moment before vaguely saying, "I'm fine with anything." As experienced individuals, Zhang Hai and Li Yu could easily see their daughter's delicate thoughts. Zhang Hai's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor typical of a father. "Qingqing, today, I want to share something with you." He spoke solemnly. "Regardless of how things develop between you and Chang'an or where you go to university, I only hope for one thing. Never get involved in the matters of the Night Watch." Zhang Qingqing was taken aback, looking into her father's eyes in the rearview mirror. "The real other side of this world is far more cruel and dangerous than you can see." A glint of remembrance and fear flashed in Zhang Hai's eyes. "Your mother and I have endured that kind of hardship and have seen too many people who were just having dinner together yesterday only to become a beneficiary list today. So we absolutely will not let you wade into this murky water." Li Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head and gently held her daughter's hand, saying, "What your father said is right. We only hope that you can honestly finish university, find a stable and ordinary job after graduation, and live a peaceful life. That's enough." Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, Zhang Hai quickly switched to a lighter tone, jokingly saying, "Even if we take a million steps back, if you can't find a suitable job after graduation, that's okay. Your old man's pension and savings are enough to support you comfortably for a lifetime. If worse comes to worst, if our family really can't make it." Zhang Hai laughed. "I can still swallow my pride and ask that kid Chang'an to give you a job." "Dad, what are you saying?" Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but protest playfully. The car was immediately filled with warm laughter, clearing away any awkwardness. The two cars parked one after another in front of a well-decorated, time-honored restaurant. This was a private room that old Zhao had booked in advance to celebrate the successful completion of the college entrance examination for the children. At the dinner table, Zhang Hai and old Zhao clinked glasses while reminiscing about their glorious days fighting side by side in the night watch. Li Yu acted like a kind matriarch, constantly serving dishes to the children. Bai Ying, the complete optimist, ate with her mouth full and didn't forget to make everyone laugh. Even Li Shiwan, who was usually the most reserved, and Zhang Qingqing, who felt a bit awkward because she knew the secret, began to relax in the harmonious atmosphere. Only Shen Changan maintained his usual lazy demeanor, occasionally responding to old Zhao's teasing. After more than 2 hours, the dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Shen Changan called out to Zhang Hai, who was about to drive. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, I'm not going back to Guanlan Mansion with you tonight. I plan to move back to the branch dormitory for a while, because there are many things to do in the department." Zhang Hai nodded, knowing that after the college entrance examination, it was the busiest time of the year for the night watch. He patted Shen Changan's shoulder and said earnestly, "All right, work is important. But no matter how busy you are, remember to stay safe. Whenever you have time, come back home for a warm meal. Your room is always reserved for you by Aunt Li." "Got it, Uncle Zhang." Shen Changan nodded slightly, watching Zhang Hai's family get in the car and leave. Then Shen Changan, old Zhao, Bai Ying, and Li Shiwan got into the car. By the time they returned to the Qingzhou District Night Watch branch, it was already past 9 in the evening. As soon as they exited the elevator, they saw Xie He standing at the office door with a stack of files. "Director Zhao, Commander Shen, Commander Bai." Xie He respectfully greeted each one in turn. When he saw Li Shiwan, who was somewhat unfamiliar, he politely nodded as well. "Thank you for your hard work, Xie." Old Zhao instructed, "Bring the prepared annual materials and come to meeting room 1 for a brief meeting right away." A few minutes later, the 5 of them took their seats in meeting room 1. Xie He handed out the thick materials to each of them, then quietly stood off to the side of old Zhao. "All right, since your high school life has ended, it's time to focus on work now," old Zhao said as he tapped the table, diving straight into the topic. "Every June, our branch has 3 unchanging major tasks: the new round of talent tests, the visitation activities for welfare units, and the negotiations for the distribution of cultivation resources for various families in Qingzhou District for the new year. Time is tight, and tasks are heavy, so let's assign the tasks now." At this point, old Zhao looked at Bai Ying. "By the visitation activities for the welfare home and orphanage will be handed over to you. You have a strong affinity with those kids like you. Take this opportunity to thoroughly screen them to see if you can find any good candidates who slipped through the cracks. I guarantee to complete the task." Meow. Bai Ying patted her chest, taking on the responsibility. "As for the resource distribution negotiation meeting, he'll handle that personally. This kid Chang'an only knows how to flip tables. He won't be able to deal with those cunning old foxes from the families." Shen Changan shrugged nonchalantly, as he found it most annoying to play mind games with those worldly family representatives. It was best that old Zhao was willing to take on this hot potato. "So Changan," old Zhao looked at Shen Changan, "the security and team leadership for the talent tests will be your responsibility." "All right." Shen Changan nodded and opened the materials in front of him. "As for Shiwan, since you're new during this period, focus primarily on familiarizing yourself with the environment and practicing basic spells." Old Zhao turned to Li Shiwan and said, "You can join in on these activities if you have time to broaden your horizons, but you don't have to handle specific tasks." After the assignments were finished, old Zhao pointed at Xie He behind him. "Everyone take a look at the materials you have. If you have any questions or need specific details, feel free to ask Xie. She has prepared everything very thoroughly." Xie He hurriedly stepped forward, slightly bowing her head. The meeting room fell silent with only the sound of Shen Changan opened his own file. As soon as he saw it, his brows furrowed. This year's talent test had a total of 121 eligible young people from Qingzhou District Center. Among them, apart from a few being the children of periphery personnel directly managed within the district, the vast majority were heirs or collateral relatives sent by various secular families and conglomerates in Qingzhou District, with a complex web of connections, truly a chaotic mix. Moreover, according to the unified regulations of the Night Watch in Donghuang Nation, the initial screening teams from each district must be consolidated to the municipal headquarters for unified testing. This is actually an unwritten rule of resource interception. Once the testing results are out, those with excellent talents have the privilege of being prioritized for selection and absorption by the municipal bureau. After the municipal bureau has selected, the remaining candidates are either mediocre talents or those rich young masters and mistresses trained with money by their secular families. Truly good candidates from a remote place like the Qingzhou District branch are exceedingly rare. 121 young masters and mistresses, and they have to go across districts to the city. This is quite troublesome. Shen Changan looked at the densely packed names on the list, feeling a headache as he closed the materials. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the morning of June 12th. Today was the day for the large-scale talent test at the Municipal Bureau. Shen Changan got up from bed around 6 in the morning, quickly freshened up, and headed to the underground cafeteria of the branch to have breakfast, holding a bag of milk in his mouth. As soon as he sat down, Li Shiwan, holding a tray, walked over and sat down opposite him. Ever since moving into the branch dormitory, her routine had become even more regular than his, as she spent every early morning practicing spells in the training ground. Shen, can I come with you to the municipal bureau's test today, eh? Li Shiwan asked, sipping her millet porridge with a hint of anticipation. Shen Changan swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth and nodded. Sure, since you usually practice alone, it's a good opportunity for you to see the municipal bureau in action today. By the way, speaking of the test, where did you take your last talent test? It was done in the medical department of our district bureau, and Uncle Zhao personally conducted it for me. Li Shiwan replied honestly. Shen Changan immediately became interested, putting down his chopsticks and asking, what was your score? The talent assessment in the night patrol is usually divided into 3 categories: mental strength, spiritual perception, and physical fitness test. He took the opportunity to explain some basic knowledge to Li Shiwan. Mental strength is the most crucial aspect, representing the strength of human will determining whether one will easily collapse when facing magical creatures. Those with high spiritual perception can better capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing for rapid cultivation. As for the physical fitness test, as the name suggests, it assesses the physical foundation. Generally speaking, as long as 2 of the 3 categories reach the passing line of 60 points, one can become a candidate for the lantern holders. Li Shiwan carefully recalled the data on her report card and said, I remember that my scores for mental strength and spiritual perception were 90 and 85 respectively. However, my physical fitness test was quite poor, only slightly over 40 points, which is failing. Hearing this score, Shen Changan was visibly taken aback, his chopsticks holding pickled vegetables suspended in midair. 90 and 85. Shen Changan looked at her in disbelief. This was not just excellent, as she was practically a once-in-a-lifetime talent in the magical arts. In that moment, Shen Changan fully understood the good intentions of the old fox Zhao. No wonder Zhao had taken advantage of Li Ziwen's hospitalization to secretly conduct the test within the district bureau, even keeping her file tightly sealed. Such an extraordinary mental strength and spiritual perception panel, if sent through the proper channels to the municipal bureau for standardized testing, would surely be seized by the oldtimers at the bureau, who were as greedy for talent as they were for gold, leaving no chance for their Qingzhou branch to scoop up this great opportunity. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my scores? Seeing Shen Changan lost in thought, Li Shiwan asked with some confusion, and then countered, by the way, Shen, what were your scores in those 3 categories when you were tested? Shen Changan came back to his senses and shook his head. I don't know, I haven't been tested. Haven't been tested? Li Shiwan looked even more puzzled. Isn't it said that this is a strict requirement of the night patrol? Rules are for the dead, the living make the rules. Shen Changan chuckled jokingly. People like me are born to be forced by heaven to open my mouth and feed me this bowl of rice. Those conventional testing instruments hold no meaning for me. Looking at Shen Changan's audacious yet unarguable demeanor, Li Shiwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes curving with delight. All right, let's hurry and eat. Shen Changan glanced at the time, quickly finished the rest of his breakfast, and after we're done eating, tidy up and prepare to meet people at the front gate. Those young masters and young ladies are probably arriving soon. At this moment, the front gate of the Qingzhou District Night Patrol branch was already bustling yet orderly. The usually quiet special road was lined with a long queue of cars early this morning. Upon closer inspection, all the cars were top luxury vehicles. Fully armed security personnel at the entrance were raising barricades and directing traffic in an orderly manner. Cars in front. Stop and go. Just let them off and leave, no long-term parking allowed here. The security captain shouted loudly, holding a walkie-talkie. Those being dropped off today were all prominent figures in Qingzhou District. Any one of them could be a billionaire tycoon or the head of an influential family. But here within the territory of the Night Patrol, it was the dragon that coiled and the tiger that lay down. Everyone had to strictly follow the rules, and no one dared to act arrogantly. Young masters and young ladies from various families got out of their luxury cars, lining up to walk towards the branch entrance under the hopeful gazes of their elders. At the security checkpoint at the entrance, 2 rows of armed guards were scanning each person with detectors. Please hand in all electronic devices with communication and video recording capabilities, such as phones, smartwatches, and invisible headphones for safekeeping. Any devices brought into the base will be treated as espionage. A stern warning echoed repeatedly over the loudspeaker. Among the queue of luxury cars, a somewhat low-key black Audi A6 was slowly inching forward. In the back seat of the car, Xia, he serving as the team leader's assistant today, was delicately touching up her makeup with a small powder compact using the faint light from the car window. Today she was dressed in a standard black professional OL suit, the fitted blazer accentuating her beautiful curves, and beneath her knee-length pencil skirt, were a pair of long slender legs tightly wrapped in black stockings complemented by a pair of black mid-heeled leather shoes, exuding a capable, yet charming mature aura. Beside her sat a boy who appeared to be around 18 years old. The boy was quite handsome, resembling Sigh in some ways, but at that moment he was boredly gazing out the window, his expression marked by an unmistakable arrogance typical of a wealthy heir. This was Sieh's younger brother Xie Yiming. Sieh snapped the powder compact shut with a pop, turned her head, and coldly admonished her brother, Xie Yiming, I'll remind you one last time. Once we enter through this gate, put away your young master temper and clever tricks. Xie Yiming frowned slightly, looking somewhat impatient. Sister, I know you've already said it all the way here. You better really know. Sieh's tone was unrelenting. This is the night patrol, not our family's estate, and certainly not the circles where you can act like a king at school. The officials inside could squash you with a mere gesture. She stared into Xie Yiming's eyes, emphasizing every word. Once inside, maintain absolute politeness with everyone. Do whatever you are told, ask no questions, and never confront anyone. Do you understand? Faced with such a stern warning from his sister, although Xie Yiming still felt somewhat unwilling under the pressure of her imposing demeanor, he finally pouted and obediently nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't cause any trouble. As the black Audi came to a halt, he quickly pushed open the car door and jogged into the branch office in her mid-heeled leather shoes. She swiftly completed the handover procedures with the security chief at the entrance, took a thick personnel list, and then turned to guide the group of young masters and misses who were still looking around, leading them to gather in an empty space near the internal parking lot. At that moment, Shen Changan and Li Huang had just finished breakfast and walked out of the cafeteria. Passing by the gathering point, Shen Changan glanced at Xie, who was busy organizing the lineup, and casually greeted her, saying, "You've worked hard." "Good morning, Director Shen." "Good morning, Miss Li." Xie quickly paused her actions and respectfully lowered her head slightly in acknowledgement. Shen Changan nodded and stepped aside with Li Huang to the flower bed, not wanting to disturb Xie's work. He looked at the crowd in the distance and couldn't help but stroke his chin, muttering, "Did this year's families dig out their family trees? Why are there so many people? I remember there were only 50 or 60 at most in previous years." Li Huang looked at the 4 unobtrusive tour buses parked in the parking lot and curiously asked, "Are we taking these buses directly to the municipal bureau? Wouldn't that be too simple? There's no need to make it too conspicuous. Ordinary buses are actually the least likely to cause panic." Shen Changan nodded, then slightly raised his chin, pointing to several fully armed figures in black standing by the bus. "Do you see those teams? Those are special operations teams dispatched by the municipal bureau to assist with the vehicle escort. The first 3 buses will each be accompanied by a fully staffed 4-member special operations team. Don't underestimate their numbers. Each team, in conjunction with heavy firepower, has the capability to handle 3-grade magical creatures or monsters. These individuals are usually treated like treasures by the municipal bureau, rarely dispatched easily. As for the last bus, I'll personally oversee it." Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Xie Yiming ran into a few familiar faces in the waiting line. These individuals were either business partners of his mother or sons of high executives, having crossed paths at various upscale banquets before. "Yiming, the rules here are quite strict. The body search at the entrance just now made it seem like we were entering some national-level classified base." A boy with chestnut-colored hair said, feeling apprehensive. Xie Yiming, upon hearing this, smirked with a sense of pride and lowered his voice to boast, "What's this? Do you see that person in front directing with the list? That's my sister. She is one of the main persons in charge here, and the people she interacts with in the bureau are all those super big shots who can manipulate Qingzhou." Upon hearing this, several friends immediately gasped in low tones, their gazes towards Xie Yiming now filled with admiration and respect. Xie Yiming's vanity was greatly satisfied. He followed the direction of his finger, ready to admire his sister's commanding presence, but was taken aback. He saw his sister standing not far away, checking the number of people against the documents, and surprisingly, there stood a man and a woman beside her. The man was dressed casually, while the woman wore a light blue sports outfit. Most crucially, his sister, who usually held herself high and was as cold as ice, was surprisingly deferential in front of these 2 young individuals. Xie Yiming stared at the 2 in confusion for a long time, mentally going through the prominent young masters and ladies from Qingzhou, but he could not match them with anyone. Which family do these young masters and misses belong to? They can actually stand next to my sister. They seem to hold quite a bit of influence. Xie Yiming pondered privately. Not long after he approached with the form, her expression icy as she began to check identity information one by one. Those confirmed to be correct were orderly arranged to board the bus. After the people in front finished checking, the first 3 buses were quickly filled and started. Xie Yiming and his group were assigned to the last bus. He stood in front of Xie Yiming, her gaze unwavering, completely adopting a cold, businesslike demeanor. "Name, ID number." Seeing his sister being so indifferent, Xie Yiming, wanting to show off his connections in front of his friends, deliberately raised his voice so that those still waiting to board could hear. Sister, these are all my close buddies. Make sure to arrange us a spacious seat when we get on the bus. As he spoke, the other young masters next to him chimed in excitedly, and the originally quiet lines suddenly Xie's eyes turned cold, and she glared fiercely at Xie Yiming, lowering her voice to angrily reprimand him. Shut up. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Follow the rules for identity verification and board in an orderly manner. Xie Yiming shrank his neck at her shout, feeling embarrassed. He dared not retort, and could only obediently report his ID number, boarding the bus with his friends in a dejected manner. Once all the test takers had completed their verification and boarded the bus, Shen Changan and Li Shiwang leisurely walked over and boarded the last bus alongside Xie. In the front row of the bus, 3 reserved special seats were deliberately left empty. Shen Changan and Li Shiwang sat together in a double seat. Xie, holding a folder, respectfully took a seat in the adjacent single seat. As soon as Xie sat down, her peripheral vision caught sight of Xie Yiming in the rear row, turning his head excitedly, preparing to continue whispering to his friends. She turned her head, her gaze piercing like ice. Upon encountering her lethal glare full of warning, Xie Yiming instantly froze like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, obediently shutting his mouth, turning back, and sitting up straight, no longer daring to make a sound. At the age of 18 or 19, the self-esteem and vanity of young men often peak. Boys at this stage like to use various external labels to showcase their uniqueness. Some flaunt their luxury watches worth hundreds of thousands, some boast about the latest limited edition sneakers, while others are eager to showcase the incredible connections they possess. Xie Yiming clearly belonged to the latter. He desperately wanted to prove himself as the most special and core presence in this circle filled with peers. The bus emitted a low rumble as it slowly drove out of the Qingzhou District Night Division and merged onto the highway leading to the city. In less than an hour, the convoy reached the city center of Beijiang City. Beijiang City is considered a city between the second and third tiers in the country. While its economy is not top-notch, it has a deep cultural foundation. The Night Division branch office here is much more impressive compared to the one in Qingzhou District. The municipal bureau was situated on a serene and auspicious site in Beijiang City. Surrounded by lush, ancient forests, its architecture embraced an elegant Eastern classical garden style, upturned eaves, gray bricks, and indigo tiles, exuding an air of solemn mystery and quiet authority. After passing through layer upon layer of heavily armed checkpoints, the convoy finally came to a smooth halt in the bureau's vast central plaza. All personnel, collect your belongings and disembark in orderly fashion. Xie stood by the vehicle door, directing the flow. A dedicated reception team from the municipal bureau had already been waiting for some time. Dressed in black uniforms, they stood with grave composure, guiding the group of youths from Qingzhou District through winding corridors toward the exclusive testing venue. Beijiang City administered 6 counties and districts. This year, for reasons unknown, the number of eligible candidates sent for testing from each district surged dramatically, totaling nearly 600. Adding over 100 children of influential families and internal staff directly affiliated with the municipal bureau, today's total test cohort reached a record-breaking 724. Soon the Qingzhou delegation was escorted into their designated zone within the venue. The immense interior rose in concentric tiered steps. At its center lay an open testing platform equipped with precision instruments and softly glowing spirit stones. Shen Changan glanced at his phone. 930 m. In previous years, only 200 or 300 candidates attended. Testing wrapped up by noon, and everyone returned home by afternoon. But this year's 700. Shen Changan rubbed his temples as he surveyed the sea of heads filling the arena. Will likely work until late evening. Turning to Li Shiwan, he instructed, Shiwan, stay here with Xie. Keep them in line. Don't let them wander off or cause trouble. Understood, I'll stay. Li Shiwan nodded obediently. Clutching his file folder, Shen Changan strode toward the administrative wing deep within the venue. After his departure, the Qingzhou youth settled onto the tiered seating. Xie Yiming happened to sit just 2 rows ahead of Li Shiwan. Ever since the bus ride, he'd been observing this girl in the know. One high school uniform. Her clean, gentle presence, tinged with scholarly refinement, stood out starkly among the extravagantly dressed, heavily made-up heiresses, capturing his attention completely. More importantly, he'd personally witnessed his own icy elder sister treat this girl with uncommon courtesy, and he was determined to uncover Li Shiwan's background. Straightening his clothes, Xie Yiming rose and took the empty seat directly before her, turning sideways with what he believed was a charming smile. Hello, classmate. I recognized you on the bus just now. I'm Xie Yiming, from Qingzhou No. 1 Hi. You're from Qingzhou too, right? May I ask which family you belong to? Li Shiwan, absorbed in her phone, awaiting Shen Changan's message, looked up, puzzled at this presumptuous, which family? She didn't grasp his implication, assuming it was mere high school banter, and simply shook her head faintly, then returned her gaze to the screen. Undeterred by her silence, Xie Yiming found her aloofness all the more intriguing, and leaned back half-propped on the chair behind him, persisting, "Don't be so distant. We're all here for the same test, perhaps colleagues one day. My father is District Director Xie of Qingzhou. Xie He, the one who called roll earlier, is my elder sister. Within Beijiang City's jurisdiction, I carry some weight. Should you ever need assistance, just say the word." He deliberately emphasized District Director Xie and Xie He. Yet Li Shiwan didn't even lift. To someone who had witnessed the transcendent power of the Xinye Bureau, such mundane bureaucratic lineage held no allure whatsoever. She offered only a polite perfunctory nod, then resumed scrolling, making clear she desired no further exchange. Stung by her indifference, Xie Yiming bristled inwardly. To save face, he turned away and launched into loud boasts with his cronies instead. "Hey, what if we jet off to Europe after testing?" His voice carried deliberately aimed squarely at Li Shiwan. "Mom secured me backstage invites to several fashion weeks and private galas last week. We'll charter a jet. I'll show you what true high society looks like." His entourage instantly erupted in exaggerated awe and flattery. Xie Yiming swelled with pride, his peripheral vision darting back repeatedly, searching Li Shiwan's face for awe or envy. Inside the Municipal Bureau's administrative building, Shen Changan pushed open the door to a large con. Several familiar officers from the Bureau's coordination team were already present. "Oldly brother Huang, long time no see." Shen Changan approached, exchanged brief greetings, and handed over his file folder. "This is Qingzhou District's candidate list and handover documentation. 121 individuals delivered intact and accounted for." "Changan, you always get things done efficiently." Oldly accepted the documents with a chuckle, stamped confirmation, and entered them into the system. "All set. Feel free to rest now." Shen Changan nodded and turned to leave. Just then, a sharp whistle sliced the air. From the corridor's blind corner, a figure lunged into view, arms spread wide, blocking Shen Changan's path. The intruder appeared 18, roughly Shen Changan's age, but his attire was strikingly theatrical. He wore an exquisitely tailored moon-white traditional robe, and slung a 3-foot sword across his back, sheathed and ostentatious. Shen Changan's lips twitched. Without mercy, he retorted, "Where'd you cosplay from?" "Sir, this is the Xinye Bureau Municipal Office, not Comic-Con. Take the subway 2 stops left for the convention center." He waved dismissively, like shooing a fly, and attempted to sidestep past him without another glance. "Shen Changan, stop pretending you don't know me." The costumed youth slammed a hand onto his sword hilt, stepped forward again, eyes blazing. "Now that I've found you, you're not escaping. Draw your blade. We duel." The self-styled dramatic youth was Ji Lin, a senior at 18, also preparing for graduation. Unlike Shen Changan, however, Ji Lin belonged to the provincial department headquartered in Zhangjiang City. 2 years earlier, during a provincial inspection visit, 16-year-old Ji Lin, boasting extraordinary talent, having already broken through to Realm 2, had swaggered with arrogant superiority, effortlessly dominating peers. Fate intervened. He challenged Shen Changan, and was dragged into the training hall, pinned single-handedly, and thrashed mercilessly, until even his mother might not have recognized him. Rather than humbling him, the defeat ignited an obsessive fixation on Shen Changan. Whenever Shen Changan attended major municipal events, Ji Lin would appear like clockwork, doggedly staking out venues, desperate for redemption. And Ji Lin was no ordinary eccentric. He was the youngest scion of the Ji clan, Zhangjiang province's most formidable aristocratic house. Locally, the Ji clan was synonymous with raw, unassailable power, the kind that could drive a man headfirst into the earth and insist while pointing at his saws that he was cultivating ginseng. "Brother, I'm here to work. I have urgent tasks awaiting me." Shen Changan sighed, helplessly attempting once more to maneuver around him. "Unlike you, some idle heir tagging along on provincial inspections, doing nothing but seeking fights." "Enough excuses, I've changed." Ji Lin trailed beside him, chin lifted with pride. "Shen Changan, I ascended to Realm 3 last month. Today we fight, fair and square." Shen Changan halted, and stared at him as though appraising a malfunctioning automaton, then burst into laughter. "Did sword practice fry your brain? Surely you recall, I was already in Realm 3 when I flattened you 2 years ago." Ji Lin's face stiffened. Then he defiantly jutted his jaw. "So what? True geniuses transcend." Shen Changan covered his forehead in mute despair. Clearly the boy hadn't been beaten enough lately. His skin had grown itchy again. Just as Ji Lin was still making a fuss, preparing to draw his sword and force Shen Changan to take action, a clear and cold female voice came from the other end of the corridor. "Ji Lin, put away your sword. This is the city bureau, it don't cause a scene." With the sound of high-heeled tactical boots echoing on the floor, a figure radiating a strong sense of authority walked over. The newcomer was Ji Lin's elder sister, Ji Xiaoya. At 28 years old, Ji Xiaoya exuded an air of decisiveness and strength. Standing at a height of nearly 1.7 meters, she wore a tight-fitting black advanced combat suit that perfectly accentuated her well-toned figure, which she maintained through consistent training. Unlike the delicate daughters of noble families, Ji Xiaoya showed clear signs of fitness, embodying a kind of explosive beauty. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, yet carried a hint of heroism, especially with her distinctly healthy wheat-colored skin that made her stand out in a crowd. More importantly, she exuded an overwhelming pressure that was unmistakably that of a fifth-realm powerhouse. Upon seeing Ji Xiaoya, Shen Changan decisively ignored the still shouting Ji Lin and smiled, saying, "Sister Ji, long time no see. What are you doing here?" "Changan." Ji Xiaoya looked at Shen Changan, a hint of warmth breaking through her stern expression. "The Provincial Bureau is taking this large talent test in Beijiang City seriously, so they sent me down as the overall person in charge, while keeping an eye on this kid to prevent him from causing trouble." Shen Changan nodded in understanding. "I see. Well, Sister Ji, you go ahead. I have a bunch of students to look after, so I'll head back to the venue first." After saying that, Shen Changan tried to slip away quickly. "Wait a moment." Ji Xiaoya suddenly called out to stop. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a fervent battle intent similar to Ji Lin's, as she scrutinized Shen Changan up and down, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "You, over these past 2 years, your strength should have improved quite a bit, right? Just right. After the test ends this noon, stay back for a moment. Let's go to the training ground and spar a few rounds." Shen Changan's smile instantly froze. He glanced at the gloating Ji Lin beside him, and then at Ji Xiaoya. Shen Changan sighed, realizing he couldn't escape this duel, and helplessly nodded. "All right, Sister Ji, I'll listen after the test ends." Shen Changan stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled back to the stands in the Qingzhou district. Just as he approached, he saw the usually gentle and capable Xie, he currently lowering her voice, furiously reprimanding Xie Yiming. "Have you lost your mind? Didn't I warn you to behave yourself when you came here?" Xie's exquisite face flushed slightly with anger. "It's one thing to boast and compare with others, but who told you to provoke?" Since they were in a public place, Xie, he didn't dare raise her voice too much, but her eyes seemed ready to swallow her incompetent brother whole. "Sister, I was just greeting her." Xie Yiming was still trying to justify himself quietly. While she was scolding him, Xie's peripheral vision caught Shen Changan walking over. She instantly reined in her anger, pointing at Xie Yiming's nose and gritting her teeth to say in a low voice, "You wait for it, I'll deal with you when we get back." Then he quickly turned around, putting on a respectful expression, and slightly bowed to Shen Changan. "Captain Shen, you're back." Shen Changan nodded, pulled out a chair in the front row, and glanced at Xie Yiming, who looked like a quail being scolded, casually asking, "Is this your brother?" He nodded somewhat awkwardly. "Yes, his name is Xie Yiming. He just turned 18 this year, spoiled by the family since he was young, not very sensible. Sorry for the trouble." At this moment, Xie Yiming's eyes were wide open in shock, staring at this peer who had just stood with his sister. "Captain Shen." His sister actually called this guy, who looked a bit younger than him, Captain Shen. Moreover, the genuine respect in her manner was definitely not feigned. Xie Yiming felt his brain short-circuit instantly. Shen Changan paid no attention to Xie Yiming's jaw, which appeared to be dislocated from shock, and casually returned the compliment. "A spirited young lad, looks quite clever." This two-sentence compliment was like a relative visiting for the new year, when an elder can only awkwardly muster up a praise for a child with no redeeming qualities, saying, "Oh, this child is lively and tall," in a strained manner, completely devoid of nutritional value in terms of conversation. This commotion also caught the attention of the young masters and misses preparing for the test around them. When they saw how respectful someone of Xie's caliber was towards Shen Changan, they cast uncertain glances. They simply couldn't fathom what kind of background this casually dressed, similarly aged boy had. Shen Changan completely ignored those inquisitive gazes and leaned towards Li Shiwan beside him, whispering, "Later during the noon break, there's a sparring session. Do you want to check it out? Maybe learn something." "Sparring?" Li Ziwen's eyes lit up, instantly interested, nodding repeatedly. Time quickly passed in the monotonous testing. The process of the large talent test was not complicated. In the center of the venue stood 2 massive ancient, spiritual tablets. Our testers would place their hands on them, and the tablets would calculate the values of mental strength and spiritual perception based on the feedback of light intensity and color. The physical tests were conducted using modern equipment. Accompanied by the sounds of mechanical electronic broadcasts, the results gradually came out. Shen Changan leaned back in his chair, curiously scrolling through the real-time updated list in the internal work group on his phone. Tisk, it really is dismal. The city bureau's testing efficiency was quite high that entire morning, having tested over 300 individuals. However, the passing rate was pitifully low. Looking around, the vast majority on the list were marked as not qualified. Only 14 people managed to score over 60 in at least 2 of the 3 tests: mental strength, spiritual perception, and physical condition. Moreover, most were just barely passing, and there were none who could achieve a score of 70 or 80. The ones tested so far are from a few nearby counties. We'll have to wait until the afternoon for those from Qingzhou district. Shen Changan glanced at the time. It was almost noon. He stood up and told Xie, "Xiao Xie, take them to the city bureau cafeteria for lunch. Arrange things properly. Li Shiwan and I have some matters to attend to, so we won't be joining you." "Okay, Captain Shen," Xie respectfully replied. After giving his instructions, Shen Changan took Li Shiwan and followed the internal signs of the city bureau, making their way to the underground training ground. In less than 10 minutes, they reached their destination. Wow! As soon as Li Shiwan stepped into the training ground, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The training ground was ridiculously large, practically resembling a small indoor stadium. The walls were reinforced with formations capable of absorbing spiritual impact. The venue was also divided into various specialized simulated combat areas, gravity training rooms, and meditation rooms. All kinds of expensive and advanced training equipment were available. Although it was lunchtime, there were still many agents in city bureau uniforms training vigorously, creating a lively atmosphere. "This training ground is so much better than ours at the district bureau," Li Shiwan remarked. "There's no choice, after all it's a higher level and funding and resources are tilted upwards." Shen Changan nodded and casually replied, "This is nothing. If you went to the provincial office's training ground, that would be truly extravagant." Li Shiwan asked curiously, "Have you been to the provincial office before?" "Once." Shen Changan shrugged. "When I first started, old Zhao took me there to handle some paperwork." As the two chatted idly, the sound of high-heeled tactical boots clattering echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Ji Xiaoya walked in with Ji Lin excitedly trailing behind her like a lackey. "Xiao Changan, you came quite early." Ji Xiaoya strode forward, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on her wheat-colored skin, clearly having warmed up. "Sister Ji called for a duel. How could I dare to be late?" Shen Changan smiled as he stepped forward, then pointed to Li Shiwan beside him, introducing her. "This is Li Shiwan, a new recruit we just brought into Qingzhou district. Shiwan, this is Ji Xiaoya from the provincial office, a fifth realm master. The one behind, who looks like a cosplayer, is her brother Ji Lin." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwan immediately bowed politely. "Hello, Senior Ji." "Hello, Ji Lin." Ji Xiao looked Li Shiwan up and down, her gaze lingering on her seemingly fragile but remarkably calm eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Such pure fluctuations of mental strength. Ji Lin nonchalantly waved his hand. "All right, enough of the pleasantries. Shen Changan, hurry up. Are you going to spar with me first, or with my sister? Let's just give this kid a good beating first." Shen Changan glanced at Ji Lin with a tone full of helplessness. "He keeps yapping all day long. If we don't beat him up, he won't calm down." As he spoke, he walked towards a closed independent advanced training room nearby, turning back to add, "Don't worry, since you've just reached the third realm, I'll suppress my spiritual power to the third realm and fight you." "You said it. Don't regret it." Ji Lin immediately became excited like a shot of adrenaline and rushed into the training room. Inside the spacious closed training room, the protective formations around slowly illuminated. With a clang, Ji Lin drew out a finely crafted long sword from his back, pointing its blade at the weapon rack on the wall, proudly saying, "Shen Changan, go pick a weapon. I won't take advantage of you being unarmed today." Shen Changan stood still, casually rolled up his sleeves, and nonchalantly flexed his wrists and neck, producing a crisp cracking sound. "No need." He didn't even glance at the weapon rack. "I don't need a weapon to fight you. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. You're too arrogant." Ji Lin shouted, unleashing his spiritual power from the third realm, without holding back, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Shen Changan, with his sword, the sound of slicing air accompanying him. Facing the fierce sword strike, Shen Changan stood his ground, rooted in place. He casually formed a basic hand seal. Wind flame barrier. Boom. A burst of intense flames erupted between the two. This was not the terrifying black flames Shen Changan used to deal with monsters, but merely ordinary orange-earth fire. However, under the instantaneous activation and amplification of the wind type spell, the fire borrowed the wind's momentum and instantly transformed into a violent fire tornado, pushing outward like a solid wall of fire. Ji Lin felt a wave of scorching heat rushing towards him, nearly singeing his eyebrows. If he continued to thrust forward, he would surely be engulfed by the fire tornado. With no other choice, Ji Lin could only forcefully retract his sword, pushing off the ground and stumbling backward, trying to create distance. However, in the brief moment, his vision was obscured by the flame barrier. Bang! A dull explosion echoed as it erupted from the training room floor. As Ji Lin landed and swung his sword to cut through the remaining flames, he was horrified to discover that Shen Changan had vanished into thin air. Oh no! Ji Lin's scalp tingled as an intense sense of crisis surged from behind him. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Changan had silently appeared behind him, using the explosion step. He slightly lowered his body, resembling a leopard ready to pounce. Ji Lin hurriedly turned his head and just as he turned half his face, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarging in his vision, rushing towards his nose with a whistling wind. There was no way to dodge it now. In extreme fear, Ji-Lin cowardly shut his eyes and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Wait a minute. Don't hit my face." Hearing this cry of despair, Shen Changan's lips curled into a teasing smile. His fist poised to smash Ji-Lin's nose suddenly halted in midair, abruptly retracting its force. Immediately after, he pivoted around his upper body, exerting force from his waist, and executed a powerful spinning kick that accurately struck Ji-Lin's waist. Bang! Ouch! Ji-Lin flew out like a cannonball, screaming in agony as he crashed heavily against the protective wall at the edge of the training room, producing a loud, muffled sound before sliding down the wall like a heap of mud. A swift kill. The entire match, from Ji-Lin drawing his sword to getting kicked away, lasted less than 5 seconds. Li Shiwan, who was watching from outside the training room, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. So fast. Although she had seen Shen Changan defeat monsters before, witnessing his battle against a human cultivator again was still incredibly shocking. Shen Changan didn't use any flashy or profound special techniques. Or rather, the gap in strength between the two was so immense that Shen Changan didn't even need those complex techniques. He merely used the most basic combination of wind and fire spells to create a visual blind spot and force the opponent to move. Then he connected with the simplest explosion step to close the distance. 2 steps, smooth and fluid with no unnecessary movements, directly ending the battle. It was a complete dimensional reduction strike. Clap, clap, clap. A round of crisp applause erupted. Ji Xiaoya, who was watching, didn't get angry because her brother was defeated. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. What an incredible battle instinct, Ji Xiaoya praised. Then her figure suddenly flickered and appeared at the edge of the training room. She reached out, roughly grabbing Ji-Lin by the back of his collar, like pulling a radish, lifting her whimpering brother from the ground and casually tossing him outside the glass wall. "All right, go sit down and observe." Ji Xiaoya shot Ji-Lin a sidelong glance, scolding him mercilessly. "You can't even see a single move from him. Don't embarrass yourself here." After Ji-Lin was unceremoniously thrown out, Ji Xiaoya closed the protective door of the training room. She stretched her long neck and looked at Shen Changan across from her. "The speed and strength you just used, although deliberately suppressed, that level of control over your spiritual power is not something a third realm can achieve." Ji Xiaoya's lips curled up slightly, her gaze sharp as she stared at Shen Changan. "Be honest, you should have broken through to the 5th realm by now, right?" Shen Changan casually placed his hands in his pockets, not hiding anything, and nodded calmly. "Just broke through not long ago. It's not quite stable yet." Although she had anticipated it, hearing Shen Changan admit it still stirred up a storm of shock within Ji Xiaoya, a 15-year-old in the 5th realm. As a core combat force of the provincial department, Ji Xiaoya knew all too well what it meant to reach the 5th realm at such a young age. This indicates that this young man before her is not just extraordinarily gifted, his potential for future achievements is simply immeasurable. "Good kid, you've been hiding quite deep." Ji Xiaoya's fighting spirit intensified, and she reached for the zipper of her combat suit's jacket. "Since we're both in the 5th realm, I won't hold back this time." With that, Ji Xiaoya swiftly removed her black combat jacket, tossing it aside, while wearing only a tight black sports tank top. With her jacket off, Ji Xiaoya fully revealed her perfect physique, resembling a mother leopard. Years of high-intensity training had given her a clear set of abdominal muscles, and the muscle lines on her arms and thighs were tight and full of explosive power, combined with her healthy tan skin exuding a wild and lethal beauty. "Come on, Sister Ji, let me see the value of the provincial department." Shen Changan also set aside his previously lazy demeanor, slightly bending his legs and assuming a tight defensive stance. Outside the training room, Li Shiwan watched the tense standoff between the two and took a deep breath, pressing the start button on the control panel. Beep. The sharp, buzzing sound rang out. Shen Changan's eyes instantly became incredibly focused. This was his first official match against Ji Xiaoya. At their level, cultivators awaken their own external attributes, such as Shen Changan's black flame. Without knowing the opponent's background, rashly attacking is a major taboo. He must first probe and understand Ji Xiaoya's attributes. Shen Changan's fingertips glimmered with spiritual light as he prepared to cast a wind-type spell to create distance for probing. However, just as he initiated his move, within those fleeting moments, boom, a violent thunderous roar suddenly erupted in the training room. Accompanied by a sharp smell of ozone, a fierce wind surged. So fast, Shen Changan, he was unable to complete his spellcasting. Relying on his terrifying battle instinct, his body instinctively reacted, leaning backward violently. Whoosh! A long leg wrapped in blinding blue arcs of electricity descended like a battle axe, almost slamming down right beside Shen Changan's nose. The fierce leg wind even sliced through a few strands of hair on Shen Changan's forehead. Barely avoiding that whip kick, Shen Changan immediately backflipped to create distance, finally seeing Ji Xiaoya's current state. Ji Xiaoya was enveloped in violent blue arcs of electricity with tiny bolts of lightning dancing wildly across her hair, fingertips, and skin, producing a crackling sound. Deep within her eyes a flicker of thunderous light could be seen. So it's a lightning attribute. Shen Changan's heart silently trembled. Lightning is one of the rare and domineering external attributes. Not only does it possess terrifying destructive power, but it can also significantly stimulate a cultivator's physical vitality, granting them an abnormal explosive speed. Not bad, keep it up with another strike. Ji Xiaoya didn't give Shen Changan a chance to catch his breath. After missing her first strike, she leveraged the explosive force of the lightning to defy the laws of physics and reverse her trajectory in midair. Bang 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 bang. Ji Xiaoya's attacks poured down like a torrential storm. Fists, elbows, knees, legs. Each strike accompanied by deafening thunder, moving so fast that only a series of blue afterimages could be seen. Shen Changan instantly fell into a passive defensive state. Faced with the lightning attribute's astonishing explosive speed, he found that while his nerve response could keep up, his physical actions always lagged by half a beat. He couldn't afford to focus on spellcasting for counterattacks, so he channeled his entire Buddhist spiritual energy to form a thick layer of chi shield over his arms and body, bracing against Ji Xiaoya's furious close-quarters combat. However, what secretly shocked Ji Xiaoya was that although she had the speed advantage over Shen Changan, in terms of power clashes they were actually evenly matched. With each collision of fists and feet, she could feel the surge of raw, overpowering strength erupting from Shen Changan, which was not in any way inferior to her, a seasoned veteran in the fifth realm. Meanwhile, outside the training ground, Jilin clutched his sore lower back from being kicked by Shen Changan, leaning against the glass protective wall, watching the intense melee battle inside, unable to help but exclaim, "This kid is truly a monster. What's wrong?" Li Shiwan looked worriedly at Shen Changan, who was being pressured. Jilin shook his head and explained, "You don't understand. Among all the fifth realm masters in Sanjiang province, there are hardly any who can take so many of my sister's lightning-type physical techniques without flinching. My sister's cultivation is not your average fifth realm." Jilin's tone carried a hint of reverence. The fifth realm is a crucial transitional stage, primarily to open up the spiritual sea within. The larger the spiritual sea open, the easier it is to break through to the sixth and seventh realms in the future. My sister broke through to the fifth realm at 23. Now at 28 she has spent a full 5 years honing her skills at this level. Her spiritual sea reserves and combat experience can be considered the pinnacle of the fifth realm. This kid, having just broken through, can contend with my sister in power without falling behind. He's simply a Li Shiwan listened, somewhat understanding, but not entirely, yet seeing Shen Changan being passively beaten while maintaining a calm expression and impenetrable defense eased her tension somewhat. But Jilin stroked his chin, staring at Shen Changan inside with confusion, muttering, "Why is this kid just taking hits without fighting back? And at this point, what could his external attribute be? How come we haven't seen even a hint of it?" Bang! Another muffled collision echoed through the air. Shen Changan slid backward for several meters, feeling a slight numbness in his hands. In the rapid exchange of offense and defense, he quickly calculated his strategy in his mind. "I must not use the black flame," Shen Changan thought. "The adhesion and destructiveness of the black flame are too strong. Once it touches something, it is incredibly hard to extinguish. In this friendly sparring session, if I can't control the intensity, it could seriously injure someone." Moreover, Shen Changan could see that while Ji Xiaoya's attacks were fierce, she was actually holding back. She did not use the powerful lightning-based destructive spells, but merely attached the lightning attribute to her body to stimulate her muscles and enhance her speed for close combat. "Since I can't use the black flame, I'll have to rely on ordinary spells combined with tactics." As Ji Xiaoya transformed into a blue lightning bolt again, Shen Changan's gaze sharpened, and he advanced instead of retreating. Using the force of Ji Xiaoya's punch, he agilely executed a backflip. At the moment his hands touched the ground, he unhesitatingly injected a massive amount of spiritual energy into the earth. Earthbound prison. Boom. The hard metallic floor of the training room instantly cracked, and thick solid earthen walls rose from the ground, like a gigantic prison, enclosing Ji Xiaoya, who was advancing in an instant. However, less than half a second later, a violent thunderclap rang out. That seemingly indestructible earthen prison was shattered by Ji Xiaoya's powerful punch. Countless fragments of stone and swirling dust instantly filled the entire training room, severely obstructing visibility. "Such a little trick won't trap me." A confident voice emerged from the dust. "I certainly know it won't trap you," Shen Changan, hidden in the haze. He had not expected this move to harm someone at the pinnacle of the fifth realm. What he wanted was the chaos of the swirling dust. Suddenly, a faint orange-red glow ignited in Shen Changan's eyes, resembling two burning flames. "Fire-eyed." Through the swirling dust, Shen Changan clearly captured the image of the violent blue lightning, representing Ji Xiaoya moving at high speed. With hands flying, Shen Changan swiftly formed an ancient seal. Guard. This isn't the perverse defense made from the destructive black flame that I'm usually best at, but a shield entirely formed from ordinary crimson flames. At the moment the shield took shape, Ji Xiaoya had already pierced through the dust like a ghost. Her punch, imbued with the force of thunder, struck the flaming barrier hard. Crack. The barrier, made of crimson flames, emitted a sound of unbearable cracking, its surface instantly covered in a web of cracks, looking as if it would shatter at any moment. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ji Xiaoya's eyes. She had thought this punch would directly penetrate Shen Changan's defense, as she did not expect this seemingly ordinary flame shield to have such high spiritual energy density. Interesting, but not enough. Ji Xiaoya shouted fiercely, unhesitatingly launching a second punch. Bang! The flame barrier exploded into countless sparks. However, at the moment the barrier shattered, Ji Xiaoya discovered that Shen Changan was not behind the shield at all. Left in place was only a flickering figure of humanoid flame, gradually dissipating. Fire-based substitution technique. Just a petty trick. Ji Xiaoya snorted coldly. Just as she was preparing to disperse her senses to search for Shen Changan's whereabouts, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! Several chains made of blazing crimson flames suddenly shot out from the surrounding dust, like venomous snakes, heading straight for Ji Xiaoya. This was another of the 4 core seals Shen Changan currently mastered. Control. The flames of the chains moved swiftly, and before Ji Xiaoya could react, they had accurately coiled around her arms and legs. Though these ordinary flame chains could not break through the layer of violent lightning protective chi surrounding Ji Xiaoya's body, they were enough to restrict her movements for a short time. Little Changan, you have quite the range of skills. You even know how to use such niche sealing techniques. Ji Xiaoya set her arms, suddenly exerting force. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by the explosive sound of thunder, the 2 flame chains coiled around her arms were violently torn apart. I was just a bit bored and casually researched a little obscure path. Shen Changan's voice came from Ji Xiaoya. Hearing the voice, Ji Xiaoya's lips curled into a confident smile. Got you. She didn't even bother with the chains still wrapped around her feet, directly urging the thunderous force beneath her feet, preparing to use the burst step to rush towards the direction of the sound at the fastest speed. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. Just as Ji Xiaoya was about to exert force to dash forward, she suddenly felt a terrifying pulling force at her feet. The chains on her feet, which she thought could be easily broken with a little force, remained completely still. Little did she know Shen Changan had intentionally made the chains wrapped around her arms weak, creating an illusion that they could be easily broken. The 2 chains meant to bind her feet, however, were infused with a massive amount of spiritual energy, making them as durable as fine steel. This sudden resistance caused Ji Xiaoya, who was in the midst of an all-out burst, to lose her balance, and her body involuntarily fell forward. However, for a seasoned powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 5th realm, this loss of balance did not pose a dire threat. Ji Xiaoya reacted quickly. She contracted her abdomen, preparing to complete a clean forward roll on the ground to dissipate the momentum and readjust her posture. But just as she was about to roll out, Shen Changan had silently appeared right in front of her thanks to the burst step. His original plan was simple. At the moment Ji Xiaoya lost her balance, he would strike a cool pose with his fingers shaped like a sword poised at her throat, and casually say, "Thank you for the lesson," perfectly concluding this spar. However, he never expected that Ji Xiaoya would choose to explosively roll forward directly after losing her balance. In an instant, the distance between them was dangerously closed. Shen Changan had initially prepared to thrust his finger if he continued, potentially piercing Ji Xiaoya's throat. In a split second, he awkwardly changed tactics, transforming his finger into a claw and reaching out. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the training room, the lingering dust had yet to fully dissipate. Shen Changan and Ji Xiaoya remained frozen in an awkward position. Ji Xiaoya held a half-squatting, forward-leaning posture. However, Shen Changan's hand did not stop just an inch from her throat as it would in a movie. Instead, it was completely gripping Ji Xiaoya's neck. Shen Changan could even distinctly feel the powerful pulse of her carotid artery in his palm, along with the warm sensation from the fine beads of sweat. An indescribable awkwardness hung in the air. 2 seconds later, Shen Changan suddenly snapped back to his senses, swiftly releasing his grip, as if he had been electrocuted, and took 2 steps back. He cupped his fist against his lips and awkwardly coughed twice. Ahem. That's Sister Ji, my apologies. Ji Xiaoya straightened up, touching her neck, where she had just been grasped. Her expression was somewhat unnatural, yet there flickered a rare glint of astonishment and complexity in her beautiful eyes. Fortunately, due to the dust cloud created by the previous strike, Li Shiwan and Ji Lin, who were observing outside the glass wall, had not witnessed this awkward and ambiguous moment. Ji Xiaoya stood still, touching her still warm neck. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly replayed the entire process in her mind and soon grasped the key points. You little rascal, you deliberately made the fiery chains tied to your hands that fragile, didn't you? Ji Xiaoya looked at Shen Changan, her eyes filled with unreserved admiration. You specifically created chains of different strengths, exploiting my habitual thinking to create a flaw, and even set a psychological trap during such a rapid exchange of attack and defense. Very clever. Shen Changan scratched his head, reverting to his usual lazy demeanor, and humbly replied, just some trivial insights I pondered on normally, nothing worth mentioning. Sister Ji, I concede. Ji Xiaoya had a personality that could take and let go. Since she had lost half a move, she acknowledged it straightforwardly without any pretentiousness typical of aristocratic youth. A loss is a loss. Your combat intuition and reaction speed are indeed superior to mine. Shen Changan smiled, snapping his fingers casually. Whoosh! A fierce whirlwind suddenly materialized, swiftly sweeping away the dust in the training room. At this moment, Li Shiwan and Ji Lin, standing outside the protective glass, were eagerly watching the scene. As the dust settled, they saw that the two had ceased their actions and were unscathed, completely unaware of the thrilling contest that had just transpired in those brief seconds. Shen Changan and Ji Xiaoya walked side by side towards the exit. As soon as they pushed open the door, Ji Lin hurriedly approached, looking back and forth at the two. Sister, how was it? Did you finish? I lost, Ji Xiaoya said candidly. A narrow victory, just luck on his part, Shen Changan added, generously giving face to her. However, Ji Xiaoya shook her head, not continuing the conversation. She knew very well that it was far from just a narrow victory. Not to mention that she hadn't even used her most devastating thunder techniques. Shen Changan hadn't even revealed his true external attributes throughout this encounter. Just how deep were this kid's hidden cards? It was simply unfathomable. Ji Xiaoya calmed her surging blood from the intense battle, picked up her jacket from the side, and waved her hand generously. Let's go, it's just about mealtime. Today I'm treating ill, let's head to the cafeteria for dinner. On their way to the cafeteria, Ji Lin, like a curious child, clung to Shen Changan, asking, Hey, how did you win? My sister is at the peak of the fifth realm, you've just broken through. How could you possibly defeat her? Just a normal spar. Took advantage of Sister Ji's mistake and narrowly won half a move. Shen Changan casually deflected the question, not elaborating on that awkward throat-gripping scene. Ji Lin's suspicious gaze darted back and forth between the two. One wouldn't elaborate on the details of their victory, and the other was tight-lipped about the loss. Was it an unsightly win or an embarrassing loss? But he didn't think much more about it. After all, at their level, it was normal to hold back during sparring, not a life-and-death battle. The group quickly arrived at the cafeteria of the Municipal Bureau. One must say the treatment at the Municipal Bureau was indeed incomparable to that of Qingzhou District. They had an independent cafeteria set up specifically for the night watchman, not only luxuriously decorated, but also not having to crowd with ordinary administrative staff. Most importantly, the exclusive window for the night watch provided a special ingredient known as spiritual. Spiritual meat is sourced from certain low-tier demon beasts, or specially bred livestock nourished by spiritual energy, containing rich, gentle spiritual energy that can greatly improve one's physique and accelerate spiritual recovery with long-term consumption. This stuff is precious. There are no quotas at the Qingzhou District branch, where everyone usually eats ordinary pork, beef, and lamb. At the Beijing Municipal Bureau, every officially appointed light bearer has a monthly allocation of a full 20 pounds of spiritual meat. The group got their meals and sat down. Shen Changan picked up a piece of glistening aromatic braised spiritual meat and put it in his mouth, feeling the warm spiritual energy spreading down his throat, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's still the Municipal Bureau. This standard of food is way better than ours. Li Shiwan also ate in small bites, nodding in agreement. Ji Lin, sitting opposite, immediately scoffed, his face filled with disdain as he boasted, huh, what's this? Shen Changan, hurry and applied a transfer to our provincial office. The provincial office gives official employees 100 pounds of spiritual meat every month, with all sorts of dishes you could eat until you were stuffed. Bang! Just as Ji Lin finished speaking, he received a solid thump on the back of his head from Ji Xiaoya. You talk too much. Eating won't block your mouth. Ji Xiaoya glared at her brother and scolded him. Even with so much good food fed to you at the provincial office, I haven't seen you get any stronger. Weren't you just taken out with one kick today? Ji Lin covered his head, feeling wronged as he pushed his rice around in his bowl. Though he was extremely dissatisfied inside, he didn't dare to retort in front of his sister, who had both bloodline suppression and overwhelming strength. After all, it was a fact that he was kicked away by Shen Changan. After scolding her brother, Ji Xiaoya turned to Shen Changan, her tone becoming serious. By the way, Changan, your college entrance exams are over. Now you need to fill in your application. Which city are you planning to attend university in? Shen Changan took a couple of bites of rice, thought for a moment, and said, it depends on the situation. However, old Zhao also mentioned that with my current strength there's really no development space in Qingzhou, and going to a big city might be better. At this point Shen Changan felt somewhat puzzled. According to the unspoken rules within the Night Watch, a strength at the 4th realm is already sufficient to serve as the top leader at the district and county level. Once one breaks through to the 5th realm, they are generally transferred to the municipal bureau as a powerful figure at the team leader level. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd realm 2 years ago, and now he had stepped into the 5th realm. Logically, he should have been reassigned by now. It's probably that the higher-ups at the general bureau have their own arrangements. I can't be bothered to think too much about it, or as long as I get my salary it's fine, Shen Changan muttered to himself. Xia pondered for a moment and gave a serious suggestion. If I were to recommend, I suggest you apply to universities in Modu or Yaodu. Modu. Yaodu. Shen Changan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why not go to Daidu? Isn't the resource there top-notch? Xia shook her head. The resources in Daidu are indeed the best, but it's the power center of Donghuang, and the waters there are too deep. Various ancient families and sects are interwoven with open and covert struggles happening every day. With your spontaneous and unrestrained personality, it would be easy for you to get caught up in those political whirlpools among the upper echelons there. In contrast, Modu and Yaodu lean more towards practical combat and the front lines. Although there are also family forces in those places, the rules are relatively simple and brutal. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The environment there is most suitable for a practical genius like you to showcase your talents. Xia continued, glancing at Jilin beside her. Anyway, once the results come out, I also plan to let this kid choose one of Modu or Yaodu for some practical experience. He can't always stay sheltered at home relying on the family background like a greenhouse flower. After hearing this analysis, Shen Changan found it quite reasonable and nodded seriously. All right, Sister Ji, I will consider it carefully. Hearing that Shen Changan was interested in going to these 2 major cities, Jilin, who had just been sulking, instantly perked up. He excitedly leaned in and said, Hey, when you decide which university you're going to, remember to let me know in advance. I'll apply to that city too, so we can at least have each other as company. Jilin's motives were evident. Finding a companion was just a pretense. The real goal was to latch on to someone who could spar with him anytime and serve as a top-tier bodyguard. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the talent test resumed after a brief lunch break. With the sound of the announcement, it was finally the turn of the eligible youth from Qingzhou district. 121 individuals lined up in a long queue, stepping onto the testing platform one by one. However, reality proved to be far crueler than imagined. As the devices repeatedly lit up with red lights indicating not qualified, the originally excited and hopeful group became gradually enveloped by a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that all personnel from Qingzhou district completed their tests. Out of the 121 participants, only 6 barely reached the passing line of over 60 points in 2 subjects. Moreover, these 6 individuals mostly scored just 61 or 62 points, perilously close to failing. Whether they would be retained by the Qingzhou district branch for training depended on whether the city bureau found them acceptable. However, according to past practices, such barely passing scores would definitely not be favored by the city bureau and were likely to be kicked back to Qingzhou district like a hot potato. At this moment, the rest area of the venue was filled with an unmistakable sense of disappointment and silence within the Qingzhou district camp. In fact, the young individuals selected by various families and district offices to participate in the test had all exhibited some degree of extraordinary talent during their childhood. For instance, some had a light constitution and could often see blurred spirits by the roadside. Others were sensitive to negative energy and would inexplicably feel feverish near cemeteries. Their elders had long instilled the concept of supernatural powers exist in this world, leading them to believe they were the chosen ones among countless others. Although everyone knew that even if they passed the test, it didn't guarantee they would become official agents of the Night Watch, it was at least a ticket to another magical world. But now the cold hard scores had utterly shattered their dreams of being the protagonists. As it turned out, the vast majority of them were just ordinary mortals. Among this dejected group, Xie Yiming's expression was particularly grim, even pale. He clutched the freshly printed score sheet tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. Spiritual perception, 52 points. Physical fitness test, 51 points. Mental strength, 34 points. Totally abysmal. He didn't even touch the edge of the passing line. Especially concerning the crucial mental strength, a score in the 30s ranked him among the lowest in the entire Recalling his earlier arrogance as he boasted to friends on the bus, Xie Yiming felt a burning shame on his face, as if he had been publicly slapped several times, wishing he could just vanish into a crack in the ground. On the other side, in stark contrast to the gloom and despair here, stood Shen Changan and his companions in a corner of the rest area. Shen Changan was standing with Xie He and Li Shiwang facing 4 boys and 2 girls lined up neatly in front of them. These 6 individuals were the only fortunate ones to barely pass from Qingzhou district today. The 6 young people were flushed with excitement, unsure of where to put their hands, their eyes brimming with hope for the future. Shen Changan looked at them and spoke, "Don't be too happy too soon." His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the 6 overly excited young individuals. The passing score you hold is merely a ticket. It only proves that you are qualified to open this door. It does not mean you have firmly established your footing in this cruel world. Starting tomorrow, over the next 3 months, you must stay in the underground closed dormitory of the Night Watch branch for intensive training every day. These 3 months are a probation period as well as a phase of elimination. You must successfully guide qi into your body within this time and step into the path of cultivation, becoming a true first-level apprentice lantern bearer. Furthermore, you must pass subsequent rigorous practical assessments. Shen Changan paused, his tone very stern. After 3 months, anyone who fails to cross that threshold or does not pass the practical assessment, regardless of which family is backing you, will be sent packing back to where you came from. Do you understand? Understood. The 6 young people were intimidated by Shen Changan's presence, instinctively straightened their backs, and responded loudly, filled with tension, yet ignited with fighting spirit. Only then did Shen Changan nod in satisfaction, his tone slightly softened. "All right, I won't keep you tonight. You can take the bus back and report good news to your parents and pack your belongings if needed. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, bring your personal essentials and report to the Qingzhou district branch punctually." "Yes, sir." After outlining the arrangements, Shen Changan glanced at the time on the big screen. It was already 6:15 in the evening. Phew. This day's turmoil is finally over. Shen Changan let out a long sigh, rubbed the sore back of his neck, and turned to Xie He beside him, saying, "Go notify everyone to gather. Count the numbers, and prepare to board the bus for the return trip." At 7:30 in the evening, the bus convoy slowly entered the gate of the Qingzhou District Night Watch branch under the cover of night. After dispersing those who had yet to recover from their disappointment, Xie He stayed behind to organize the 6 fortunate candidates for temporary identity registration, while Li Huang went to familiarize herself with the dormitory. Shen Changan, dragging his slightly fatigued body, took the elevator back to his office and slumped into the comfortable ergonomic chair, just about to pour himself a glass of water. Ding ding ding. The sharp, jarring red alarm rang abruptly from the tactical terminal on his wrist. Shen Changan frowned slightly and opened the screen, revealing a cross-district dispatch order from the City Bureau's United Front Center, stamped with a bright red, extremely urgent seal. For Shen Changan, such cross-district dispatch orders were a regular occurrence. Typically, if a subordinate district or county experienced a severe incident involving high-level magical beasts or demon tribes, and the special operations team from the City Bureau could not arrive in time due to distance or prior commitments, the command center of the City Bureau would issue a dispatch order to have nearby experts provide emergency support. After all human lives are at stake, magical beasts will not wait for you to dawdle in gathering support. Shen Changan quickly skimmed through the task briefing and decisively pressed the received and execute immediately button. He jumped up from the chair, grabbed the car keys from the desk, and rushed towards the underground exclusive garage in leaps and bounds. With a roar of the engine, a motorcycle tore through the night and burst out of the division's gate. According to the coordinates on the dispatch order, the incident occurred in Shiping District, specifically Linhai Street. 2 rogue demonic cultivators of the 4th realm had maliciously attacked civilians and violently resisted arrest after being surrounded. The head of the Shiping branch was merely a novice cultivator who had only recently ascended to the 4th realm. Confronting 2 peers of equal cultivation level was far beyond his capacity. A forced engagement would almost certainly endanger nearby civilians, risking mass casualties. Over 30 kilometers. Shen Changan glanced at the estimated arrival time on his navigation system and slammed the accelerator to the floor. 10 minutes. At the edge of Linhai Street, Shiping District. This area had originally been slated for a seaside resort villa development. Yet due to the recent downturn in the real estate market and the developers' collapsed funding, the half-finished villa complex had long since become an overgrown, abandoned construction site rarely visited by anyone. Now, however, it served as the perfect hideout for the 2 rogue, demonic cultivators. At present, the entire derelict villa zone was sealed tight beneath a thick, faintly amber-hued energy barrier. For this operation, the Shiping branch had deployed its elite forces, a standard 334, Formation 2 seasoned 3rd Realm field agents, and 1 4th Realm lampbearer officer. These 3 were now trapped inside the barrier, locked in a desperate evasive struggle against the 2 frenzied, demonic cultivators. Outside the barrier, a special tactical unit had established a maximum security cordon, weapons drawn and fully loaded. Increase energy output. Under no circumstances must this barrier shatter. If they break through into the city, the consequences will be catastrophic. Ma Xiaoyuan, director of the Shiping branch, stood before a command vehicle, sweat pouring down his face as he barked orders into his radio. Director, we're running out. An assistant operating the barrier's formation disk rushed over pale-faced. The high-grade spirit stones in the formation disk are nearly depleted. The nearest resupply vehicle won't arrive from the branch for another 20 minutes. A cold dread seized Ma Xiaoyuan's heart. His gaze locked onto the radar screen aboard the command vehicle. Its real-time scan tracking the fluctuating energy signatures within the barrier. On screen, 3 faintly pulsing green dots represented the lamp bearers, while 2 blazing violent red masses signified the demonic cultivators still roaring with terrifying intensity. This confirmed that the battle inside had not ended, and that the situation was deteriorating rapidly for Shiping. Damn it, they're 2 fourth-realm demons. Ma Xiaoyuan's eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. If these 3 lamp bearers fell here, Shiping branch would suffer a catastrophic rupture in its elite combat capability. Worse still, if the barrier shattered, those 2 maddened fourth-realm demons could storm into the densely populated residential districts just a few kilometers away, unleashing a massacre of unspeakable horror. Has the Municipal Bureau's emergency dispatch been sent? Any response yet? Ma Xiaoyuan whirled toward his assistant, voice raw with desperation. Sent. Already sent. The assistant's voice trembled. The dispatch center replied, 10 minutes ago. Shen Changan of Qingzhou District has accepted the assignment and is en route at full speed. Hearing the name, Shen Changan, a flicker of desperate hope finally ignited in Ma Xiaoyuan's despairing eyes. Silently he prayed. Faster, faster. Inside the barrier, the once luxurious seaside villa ruins had been reduced entirely to rubble. Shards of stone flew like shrapnel, spiritual energy roiled violently, the shockwaves from clashing techniques ripped up weeds by their roots. The 3-member Shiping team now stood back-to-back, breathing raggedly, their bodies smeared with dirt and blood, barely holding together a crumbling defensive formation. Their leader was Lu Feng, the 4th-realm lamp-bearer and head of the Shiping branch. Flanking him stood 2 veteran 3rd-realm field agents, Huang lay on his left, Chen Meng on his right. Chen Meng wiped cold sweat from her brow, chest heaving as she gritted her teeth and swore, "What rotten luck. I just delivered those spoiled brats from Municipal Bureau headquarters, hadn't even taken a sip of water, and this hits us." Less than 30 meters ahead of them, 2 colossal demonic entities coiled in their true forms. To the left loomed a black-scaled venomous serpent, thick as a water pipe and over 10 meters long, its triangular head crowned with a fleshy tumor, its scarlet tongue flickering with a bone-chilling hiss. To the right crouched a monstrous gray-furred rat, its body the size of a compact fin, tiny beady eyes gleamed with cruel cunning, and its razor-sharp incisors still bored dark red streaks of blood. SSSSS. The serpentine demon flicked its tongue, its vertical pupils fixed unblinkingly on Lu Feng, the foremost among them. In their last perilous clash, its barbed tail had slashed deep across Lu Feng's right arm. Now his combat uniform was corroded wide open along the wound, flesh around it twisted into a grotesque violet-black wisps of foul-smelling white smoke curling from its edges. "Surrender, human." The serpent spoke, voice sharp, rasping, dripping with mockery. "My innate demonic venom courses through his veins. He won't last long. The toxin already spreads through his meridians. Withdraw the barrier now, and perhaps you too might yet survive." Both demons grew increasingly agitated. They knew full well how swift and comprehensive the Night Warding Bureau's reinforcement network was. If this standoff dragged on much longer, high-tier lamp-bearers from neighboring sectors would inevitably arrive, leaving them no escape. All they needed was to shatter the barrier, flee into the sea, just hundreds of meters away, vanish with the currents, and mask their spiritual signatures. Then they'd have one last sliver of hope. Yet Lu Feng denied them that chance. He glanced down at his right arm. Numb, lifeless, the violet-black poison surging relentlessly upward toward his shoulder, veins bulging across his forehead. Without hesitation, Lu Feng drew his custom battle blade with his left hand. Chua! A flash of steel cut the air. Thud! Blood erupted like a fountain. A blackened, severed limb crashed heavily onto the ground. Erg! Pain contorted Lu Feng's face into a ghastly pallor. His features twisted, a guttural, bestial roar tearing from his throat. He violently channeled spiritual energy to seal the ruptured vessels at his shoulder, stanching the gush of blood. "Captain!" Wang Lei and Chun Ming cried out in unison, eyes burning crimson. Even the colossal serpent recoiled instinctively, its vertical pupils contracting slightly, voice laced now with wary respect, brutal. "To sever your own arm, just to hold us back. Heh, this pain. Huh." Lu Feng grimaced, gasping hard, but his gaze, sharp and wolf-like, never wavered from the 2 demons. He knew the odds were against him. Direct combat meant certain death. His sole advantage lay in buying time. As long as he held out until reinforcements arrived, time itself would fight for him. You think escaping into the sea guarantees survival? Lu Feng planted his blade into the earth, leaning heavily upon it to stay upright. This stretch of ocean is already woven with formation arrays. Your spiritual fluctuations have been locked onto by municipal bureau sensors. Even if you breach the barrier, heavy ordnance awaits you outside. Surrender now. Return with me to the night warding bureau, and you may yet keep your corpses whole. Yet the rat demon, which had remained silent until now, its beady eyes darting shrewdly, immediately saw through Lu Feng's ruse. Don't listen to his lies. This bastard's stalling. The rat demon let out a piercing scream. Its hind legs kicked off the ground, and its massive body soared into the air like a mountain of flesh. His spiritual power is dissipating. Ignore those two useless ones. Attack together. Kill him first, then break the barrier. The snake demon also reacted, its enormous body sliding along the ground, opening its gaping mouth to reveal two sharp poisonous fangs, coordinating with the rat demon to launch a deadly pincer attack on Lu Feng, who had lost an arm. Huang Lei, Chen Meng, form the earth formation. Lu Feng shouted loudly, holding his sword with one hand, unleashing the spiritual energy from all directions, without reservation, forming a thick spiritual light shield in front of him. Huang Lei and Chen Meng frantically squeezed the remaining spiritual energy from their bodies, and two spells barely merged into Lu Feng's shield. The terrifying sound of impact echoed within the barrier. The combined assault of the four realms monsters was not something three exhausted candle holders could withstand. Especially with Lu Feng having lost an arm, his breath was in chaos, and the defensive formation was instantly torn open, creating a massive gap. The enormous backlash force sent the three of them flying out, crashing heavily into the ruins, blood spewing wildly, and the situation had reached a critical life-or-death moment. Just as the giant rat demon and snake demon opened their gaping mouths, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the injured Lu Feng and his companions, suddenly a huge tear was forcefully ripped open in the nearly collapsing light yellow barrier by a powerful external force. Immediately after, a jade tablet shimmering with faint light shot out like a cannonball, making a piercing sound as it precisely struck between the two demons and Lu Feng's group. Boom! The jade tablet instantly unleashed a terrifying backlash force. The two monsters, who were originally certain of victory, found their combined attack forcefully blocked by this power, and their massive bodies were even pushed back, plowing two deep furrows into the ground. Before they could stabilize themselves, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from the spot where the jade tablet landed. Hiss! So hot! What kind of fire is this? The snake demon and rat demon let out terrified curses. Their proud hard scales and thick fur were instantly scorched and crackled like paper in front of the black flames. However, even more despair awaited them. In midair, more than a dozen yellow talismans had fallen. The vermilion characters on the talismans flickered crazily in the night. The two demons hadn't even had time to react. Explode! A cold voice echoed in the air. Dozens of talismans exploded simultaneously. The violent black flames surged like a long-dormant volcano, instantly engulfing the entire ruins. The terrifying destructive force shattered the already unstable barrier, completely turning it into countless drifting specks of light. Everyone outside immediately retreat 50 meters. Shen Changan's voice came from the center of the black flames. Outside, the barrier director Ma Xiayuan, who was still intently watching the radar, seized the voice like a lifeline, immediately grabbing a megaphone and shouting hoarsely, "Everyone! Immediately retreat 50 meters. Hurry back. Medical team prepare." Amidst the sea of black flames, dozens of chains made entirely of pure destructive black flames surged out like raging dragons from all directions. These black flame chains were countless times more terrifying than the ordinary crimson chains used against Ji Xiao. With their overwhelming sealing power, they instantly wrapped around the massive bodies of the rat demon and snake demon, binding them tightly like zongzi. The two monsters let out piercing screams, crazily writhing in an attempt to struggle, but under the terrifying burn and suppression of the black flames, all resistance seemed utterly futile. It was only then that Shen Changan's tall figure, like a fallen leaf, steadily landed beside Lu Feng. He crouched down, pressing one hand on Lu Feng's remaining left shoulder. A gentle and pure spiritual energy rapidly flowed into his body, forcibly calming the chaotic breath caused by the severed arm and poison, and temporarily suppressing the spread of toxins at the wound. Huff! Thank you, brother. Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion slightly easing, filled with gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Should we leave a survivor? Shen Changan glanced at the two demons still writhing in agony within the black flame chains. Lu Feng weakly nodded, pointing with his chin at a tactical backpack scattered on the ground not far away. Cough, cough. Leave it. The municipal bureau might need to interrogate their escape routes. That bag has the sealing nails. Shen Changan stood up, walked over to pick up the muddy backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a dozen specially made sealing nails used to deal with large demons. These metal nails were entirely a cold, dark silver color covered in complex sealing runes. Just taking one out, its length around 20 to 30 centimeters, made one shiver. Shen Changan weighed the nails in his hand, bending his knees slightly, and leaped into the air like a large. In midair, he executed a neat turn around his hands, creating a flurry of afterimages. Puff, 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 puff. Accompanied by a series of sickening sounds of flesh being pierced, Shen Changan accurately drove the sealing nails into the snake demon's vital 7-inch point and the rat demon's crucial spinal joints. Each demon had 5 or 6 nails driven into them. Snap! Shen Changan landed, snapped his fingers, and the black flame chains binding the 2 demons were instantly retracted. If they burned a little longer, these 2 four-realm demons would probably be nothing but ashes. As the black flames dissipated, the 2 enormous demons now lay limp on the ground like 2 piles of dead. The sealing nails had completely locked their demon cores and meridians, leaving them helplessly twitching, unable to move even a finger. After confirming that the demons posed no further threat, Shen Changan turned to look outside the blockade, waved his hand, and shouted loudly, "Director Ma." 2 hours later. The time had reached midnight. Shen Changan leaned against the soft sofa, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, idly scrolling through his phone. The corridor outside remained bustling with activity. The emergency lights of the medical team were still on, and 3 severely injured lantern bearers, Lu Feng, Wang Lei, and Shen Meng, were receiving urgent treatment inside. Especially Lu Feng, although his severed arm could not be saved, his life had been rescued. Before long, the door of the resting room was pushed open. Director Ma, sporting 2 heavy dark circles, walked in with a weary expression. "Brother Shen, I can't thank you enough today. If it weren't for your prompt arrival, our Shiping district would have been completely..." Director Ma walked briskly to Shen Changan, bowing solemnly, his tone filled with regret and fear. "I genuinely apologize for troubling you from Qingzhou district at such a late hour." "Director Ma, you're being too polite. We're colleagues just doing our jobs," Shen Changan replied, setting down his coffee cup before asking. "But I'm quite curious, how could those 2 massive beasts from the 4th realm lurk beneath your noses for so long?" Upon hearing this, Director Ma sighed and rubbed his face heavily. "Brother Shen, you may not know. These 2 creatures have been secretly causing trouble in our Shiping district for the past half-month. They are extremely cunning, cleaning up after each crime so thoroughly that not a trace of demonic energy remains. Our division's 1,000-mile threading web has been practically useless over the past half-month, unable to track their location at all." Director Ma gritted his teeth, a flash of hatred in his eyes. It wasn't until a couple of days ago that they couldn't resist attacking several late-returning civilians, causing casualties and revealing their whereabouts, allowing us to finally corner them in that unfinished villa area today. Little did we know. Not only were these 2 beasts from the 4th realm, but their combat power was so formidable that they nearly turned the tables on the 3 lantern bearers of Shiping district. Shen Changan nodded in understanding and continued to ask, "How is the interrogation going? Have you found out which faction they are associated with?" "The interrogation department is working overnight with rigorous methods," Director Ma answered. "They've sealed their cultivation with spirit-locking nails. They are now just meat on the chopping block. However, the mouths of 4th realm creatures are quite tough. It will likely take some time to pry them open." "All right, as long as you all have it under control," Shen Changan nodded. "Then, Brother Shen, you should take a break. There's still a pile of mess and injured families to comfort. I need to handle that first. Call someone outside if you need anything." After thanking Shen Changan once more, Director Ma hurriedly left the resting room. After he left, Shen Changan picked up his phone and opened the internal group chat of the Night Watch department. The group was bustling with activity, primarily discussing the attack by the 4th realm creatures on Shiping district tonight. A message popped up distinctly tagging him directly. "Fangzhou Qingzhou district, Shen Changan. Changan, you did an excellent job tonight. Lu Feng and the other 3 sustained serious injuries, and Shiping district is now lacking high-end combat power, making it prone to chaos. I have already dispatched a special operations team and 2 4th realm lantern bearers from the municipal bureau to replace them. Before the support team arrives, I need you to hold the fort in Shiping district for a few hours and stabilize the situation." Shen Changan moved his fingers and replied briefly with 2 words received. Just after finishing in the large group, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was a private message from a small internal group of their Qingzhou district. Bai sent a cute sticker of a little cat peeking from the corner, followed by a voice message. "Boss, how's the situation on your side? Are you on a rampage? Meow." Li Shuan quickly followed up with a message. "You weren't injured, were you? Was the mission smooth?" Looking at the 2 girls who were still awake in the group in the dead of night, Shen Changan's face broke into a faint smile. He pressed the voice button and replied in a relaxed tone. "Nothing major, just 2 slightly larger mice and worms, all taken care of. We still need to wait for the municipal bureau's people to come for the handover, so you all should head back and get some sleep. We have work tomorrow." After sending the voice message, Shen Changan tossed his phone onto the table and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed second by second. Around 3 in the morning, accompanied by glaring beams of headlights slicing through the night sky of Shiping District, the support team dispatched by the Municipal Bureau finally arrived. The two Fourth Realm lantern bearers leading the team quickly entered the division and conducted a brief handover of defense duties with Shen Changan. After confirming that the defense array of Shiping District was operational again and that high-end combat power was in place, Shen Changan finally stretched and walked out of the Night Watch Department's door. With a deep engine roar, the motorcycle sped like a bolt of black lightning into the vast night, heading back towards Qingzhou District. The next morning, Shen Changan woke up to a series of continuous vibrations from his phone. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up from the single bed in the underground dormitory, and opened the internal group chat of the Night Watch Department. The group was currently flooded with messages, all reading, received, in unison. Shen Changan scrolled up and found that the Municipal Bureau's United Front Center had released the latest notice. The incident last night involving the lurking Fourth Realm creatures in Shiping District was not an isolated case. Recently, it seemed that a hidden and illegal force, including rogue demonic clans and underground evil cultivators, had been secretly active within the range of Beijiang City. The Municipal Bureau issued a strict order requiring all district and county divisions to immediately intensify the investigation of abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations in their jurisdictions. Simultaneously, starting today, the second comprehensive registration of practitioners for this year was to be fully launched. Each division must strictly verify the lists of practitioners from previous years, conduct surprise visits, and ensure that all black household, rogue cultivators hiding in the shadows and not on the registration list are brought to light. Shen Changan yawned and casually replied in the group with 2 words received. Just as he exited the large group, another private message popped up on his WeChat. It was a message from the liaison officer. Good morning, team leader Shen. The task of providing cross-district support to Shiping District last night has been settled and rated. This task has been assessed as level danger. The task rewards have been issued 2,000 internal contribution points for the Night Watch Department, along with a cash bonus of 2 million Daxiao coins, which have been credited to your exclusive account. Please check. For him at present, the worldly wealth of 2 million was just that, enough for daily meals and games. But those 2,000 contribution points were genuinely valuable. He got up, washed up, and quickly resolved a breakfast at the cafeteria. Shen Changan held a cup of soybean milk and arrived at his spacious office. He sat in front of the computer, logged into the internal system of the Night Watch Department, and pulled up the roster of practitioners in Qingzhou District. The screen displayed rows upon rows of dense information. In the past, there were a total of 79 local practitioners recorded in Qingzhou District, including members of various families and casual cultivators. Shen Changan scrolled with the mouse, calculating in his mind, adding the 6 unfortunate souls who just passed the test and are coming to report today, along with Li Shiwan. The total number of legal practitioners in Qingzhou District is exactly 86. Within the next few days, he had to locate and interview all these 80-plus individuals, while also uncovering any potential hidden black households. The workload was immense. Shen Changan stroked his chin, beginning to tally the available personnel in the current branch in his mind. Old Zhao went to the meeting room at the district government early this morning. He's probably arguing with the old guys from the families in Qingzhou District over the resource allocation ratio this year. Bai Ying took the logistics team to various orphanages and welfare homes for charity activities early this morning, while also using the spirit stones to search. After calculating, he realized that apart from the ordinary logistics and security personnel, the only practitioner left in the entire branch was the newly hired Li Shiwan. I can only draft able-bodied individuals. Shen Changan sighed, holding the soybean milk as he exited the office and made his way to the training ground. At this moment, the 6 newcomers who barely passed the line yesterday stood obediently in a row at the edge of the training ground, waiting for the commander's speech. Li Shiwan, dressed in a clean and neat tracksuit, was practicing the basic spiritual energy control that old Zhao had taught her in the center of the field. Shiwan, stop for a moment and come help. Shen Changan waved his hand. Hearing this, Li Shiwan immediately withdrew her spiritual energy and jogged over to Shen Changan, fine beads of sweat on her fair forehead. What's wrong? Shen Changan pointed to the 6 nervous newcomers not far away and said the Municipal Bureau just issued a strict order to conduct an urgent inspection and re-registration of all practitioners in the district in the next few days. I have to personally lead the team to run around, and I probably won't be in the branch the whole day. Our branch is currently severely understaffed, and both old Zhao and Bai Ying are absent. So, Shen Changan looked at Li Shiwan and smiled somewhat apologetically. Today, I can only trouble you to temporarily act as an instructor. You are responsible for the initial guidance and basic physical training of these 6 newcomers. No need to teach anything too profound. You just have them run a bit practice stances and feel the spiritual energy. Don't let them get idle and cause trouble. Li Shiwan glanced at the several young individuals who were about the same age as her. Although she had only recently started her cultivation, her composed personality and strong sense of responsibility made her not refuse. No problem, leave it to me. Li Shiwan nodded earnestly and agreed. You can rest assured to do the inspection, I will keep an eye on things here. Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal once this busy period is over. Shen Changan said with a sigh of relief, then packed his things and turned towards the garage, preparing to start today's tedious but important inspection task. Time flew by, and it was already 11 in the morning. Shen Changan rode his black motorcycle and had been running for a whole morning. He had already verified the first 11 individuals on the roster. Among them, 2 casual cultivators had recently moved away from Qingzhou district to develop elsewhere, and Shen Changan had made the corresponding markings in the system on his tablet. Next is the 12th one, and also the last target for this morning. Shen Changan glanced at the information. The target was named Li Xinan, 42 years old, with a cultivation level of the 2nd realm, and his occupation listed as feng shui consultant. For casual cultivators like him, with somewhat meager cultivation, if they remained law-abiding, they could actually lead a rather comfortable life in the secular world. Running off to practice feng shui and fortune-telling occasionally, using a low-level spell to create some phenomena to scare people, those superstitious wealthy bosses would definitely treat them as living deities and support them handsomely. This is also why the information showed that Li Xinan lived in a high-end villa area. He parked his vehicle at the entrance of the villa area. Facing the routine questioning from the security personnel, Shen Changan skillfully pulled out a special department credential stamped with the emblem of the Donghuan Kingdom. This credential was specifically used by the Night Watch Department to deal with ordinary units and secular inspections. After all, the existence of the Night Watch Department is still strictly confidential to ordinary people. Upon seeing the bright red seal and the designation of a special unit, the gatekeeper immediately became respectful and without further ado lifted the bar and let him through. Following the tree-lined path, Shen Changan parked his vehicle in front of villa number 09. After pressing the doorbell, it wasn't long before the door opened with a click. Opening the door was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stubbly face and a very thin frame. On this hot day, he was wearing a loose-fitting blue Taoist robe and even holding a string of walnuts in his hand, deliberately adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Who are you looking for, my friend? If it's for feng shui, I'm resting today and not seeing guests. Li Xinan squinted, his tone carrying a hint of aloofness and impatience. Shen Changan couldn't be bothered with his pretense. He directly pulled out the black iron badge of the Night Watch Department representing power and authority and waved it in front of him. Night Watch Department conducting a routine inspection and registration across the district. The moment Master Li, who had been so high and mighty just a second ago, saw the badge, his legs suddenly trembled. His previously aloof expression instantly crumbled, and faster than flipping a book, he changed to a fawning smile. Oh my, so it's the officer from the Night Watch Department. You see, I was blind. Please come in. Li Xinan hurriedly stepped aside, nodding and bowing as he welcomed Shen Changan inside. Shen Changan followed him into the living room, but his brows couldn't help but furrow. This seemingly glamorous villa was a complete mess inside, looking like a garbage dump. Takeout boxes, empty bottles, and discarded talismans were thrown everywhere, making it impossible to find a place to stand. Li Xinan awkwardly rubbed his hands and hurriedly summoned the little spiritual energy he had to cast a clumsy wind spell. A slight breeze blew through, barely pushing the trash into the corners and clearing a path. I apologize for the mess, officer. I've been busy with divining the heavenly secrets lately and have neglected my housekeeping. Li Xinan explained with a forced smile, pointing to a sofa covered in unknown stains and dust. Please have a seat, officer. Shen Changan wrinkled his nose in disdain. He would rather stand than sit on that sofa. In the past, wasn't it always Director Zhao who came personally for the registration? Why do I have the trouble of having such a young officer come today? Li Xinan rubbed his hands nervously while cautiously trying to start a conversation. Old Zhao has been busy lately and hasn't had time to deal with you all. Shen Changan replied blandly while reaching into his pocket to pull out a palm-sized bronze statue and casually placed it on the nearby coffee table. The statue depicted one of the dragon's 7 sons, Bian. Bian, a legendary beast known for its ability to discern right from wrong and judge impartially. In the Night Watch Department, this statue serves as an effective lie detection device. Once it detects the emotional and spiritual fluctuations of the questioned individual, when they are lying, the statue's eyes will emit a red light. Otherwise, they will emit green light. Fix your eyes on it and answer my questions. Shen Changan lifted his chin slightly, entering his work mode. Yes, I'll answer truthfully. Li Xinan swallowed hard, staring nervously at the statue. Have you left Qingzhou district in the past 2 weeks? Have you been to Shiping district or any other district? Shen Changan asked. Absolutely not. I haven't even stepped out of this upscale neighborhood in 2 weeks. I've been home gaming. I mean meditating every day. Li Xinan waved his hands frantically. The Bishia statue remained utterly still. Have you recently encountered any unknown rogue cultivators? Or heard of underground cult groups like the Black Swan? Shen Changan locked his eyes on him, posing the most critical question. At the mention of Black Swan, Li Xinan's face turned pale with terror, as if he had heard of some monstrous scourge. He shook his head like a rattledrum officer. Don't scare me. Even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare get involved with those murderous madmen. I'm a law-abiding taxpayer. The Bishia statue on the coffee table remained utterly silent, its eyes devoid of any red glow. He then asked a few more questions, all without irregularities. Passing the test proved Li Xinan was not lying. All right. Shen Changan straightened up, picked up the Bishia statue from the table, and pocketed it. Thank you for your cooperation. This year's registration verification is complete. You may continue your divination. Yes, sir. Thank you for your hard work, officer. We'll see you out. Seeing Shen Changan about to leave, Li Xinan felt a huge relief, letting out a long sigh. He put on a fawning smile and followed behind, ready to see the guest out. Shen Changan reached the entrance and was about to push the door open. Just then his movement paused slightly. His keen spiritual sense seemed to detect something. He turned his head with some suspicion, casting a glance at a tightly shut door on the second floor. However, that flicker of fluctuation vanished in an instant, as if it were an illusion. Shen Changan showed no sign of abnormality, merely giving that direction a deep look before pushing open the door. Take care, officer. If there's ever anything this humble one can do for you, just say the word. Li Xinan stood at the doorway, his face beaming with a fawning smile, waving obsequiously. As Shen Changan was about to walk away, he let out a long sigh, raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and reached out to slam the heavy door shut. In the last instant before the door closed, a powerful hand suddenly gripped the edge of the door, holding it. Li Xinan's heart leaped. Before he could react, the thick solid wood door was slowly pulled open by an irresistible brute force. Through the crack, Shen Changan revealed half of his stern face. His pitch-black eyes pierced straight into Li Xinan's gaze. And from Li Xinan's blind spot, Shen Changan's other hand was quietly holding the Bishia statue. It just occurred to me that I forgot to ask 2 routine questions. Shen Changan stared at him, his voice devoid of emotion. First, have you had any contact with the demon race in the past few days? The fawning expression on Li Xinan's face instantly froze, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He forced a swallow and stammered a denial. The demon race? Officer, you must be joking. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone get involved with those man-eating monsters. In Shen Changan's blind spot, the eyes of the Bishia statue instantly blazed with a glaring red light. Shen Changan's expression remained unchanged as he promptly posed the second question. Second, what exactly is hidden in that room at the far end of the second floor? Li Xinan's pupils constricted, sharply, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet he still forced out an ugly, dry laugh. That room is just a storage room. It's filled with some junk and props I use for feng shui and rituals. The Bishia statue's eyes once again flickered with a blood-red glow without any surprise. You're lying. Shen Changan spat out these 3 words decisively, then shoved the door open, strode back into the entrance hall, and reached out to subdue the man directly. Damn it, you asked for it. Did you really think I was afraid of some brat like you? Seeing his cover blown, Li Xinan dropped the act. The subservience on his face was instantly replaced by a ferocious, murderous glare. With a furious roar, the faint spiritual energy within Li Xinan, originally only at the second realm, suddenly surged like a breached dam, skyrocketing wildly as it crossed that threshold, revealing a solid third realm cultivation. I've been lying low for years, even fooling the inspections of your Night Watch Bureau, and today I'm undone by a little brat like you. Li Xinan's hands moved rapidly to form seals. A bone-chilling, sinister wind instantly swept through the living room, sending trash and talisman papers flying everywhere. Let alone an ordinary agent like you. Even if Xiao Changfeng of your Qingzhou district came in person, I could still trade a few blows with him. Faced with this menacing third realm gale, Shen Changan's expression didn't even flicker. He completely ignored the wind that cut like blades, not even bothering to activate his protective aura, letting the gale whip his clothes noisily. Schwa! Shen Changan's form moved like a phantom, instantly piercing through the wall of wind. Li Xinan didn't even see Shen Changan's movement. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a hand like an iron vice had already clamped precisely around his neck. Ugh! Li Xinan's arrogant shouts were cut short. His feet were instantly lifted off the ground, his whole body like a duck caught by the neck. Without wasting a single word, Shen Changan dragged him by the neck, striding purposefully toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Let go. Li Xinan's eyes bulged as he desperately clawed at Shen Changan's wrist, struggling with all his might. He frantically channeled his proud third realm spiritual energy, trying to cast a counterattack. However, he lamentably discovered that the slightest attempt to mobilize his energy caused the grip on his neck to tighten proportionally. That terrifying force felt as if it could snap his cervical vertebrae as easily as crushing a cookie. Feeling this overwhelming power that left him utterly helpless, the arrogance in Li Xinan's heart was instantly consumed by boundless terror. He dared not entertain any thought of resistance, allowing himself to be dragged upstairs like a dead dog. In truth, the moment he was about to leave through the entrance, Shen Changan's keen spiritual sense had already caught a faint trace of demonic aura wafting down from the second floor. Although that demonic aura was extremely well concealed, so faint that even a fourth realm lamp keeper standing there might not detect it, he was a solid fifth realm powerhouse. He trusted his combat instincts and perception. He never believed in so-called illusions. Since there was demonic aura, he would root it out directly. Shen Changan dragged Li Xinan to the door of the deepest room on the second floor like a dead dog. The door was extremely heavy, locked with several complex mechanical locks, and even faintly glimmered with a low-level formation designed to block breaths. Shen Changan couldn't be bothered to glance at it. In his free hand, a dark flame as deep as an abyss suddenly surged forth. A sizzling sound reminiscent of melting rang out. The black flame didn't even touch the door panel. Merely approaching it caused the specially designed metal door handle and lock, known for their explosion-proof capabilities along with the attached formation, to instantly melt like butter into a pool of scalding molten iron. Shen Changan kicked the broken door open. The sight inside made a hint of terrifying killing intent flash across his originally indifferent gaze. The spacious room had been transformed into a dark style. 5 or 6 specially made iron cages crafted from steel were prominently displayed. Inside the cages curled 7 or 8 figures bound by iron chains. Among them were several human girls, while others bore obvious traits of demons, fluffy fox ears, and cat tails. Without exception, all the victims had their eyes tightly shut, clearly having been injected with some potent anesthetic. Human and demon trafficking. In this peaceful secular world, such a dirty and filthy underground industry lurked. Shen Changan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He slammed Li Xinan against the wall with one hand, and then pulled out his phone to dial Xie's number. Immediately bring 2 teams of logistics personnel and a medical team to Jingxiu Villa Area No. 09. There are serious cases of illegal detention and human demon trafficking here. After hanging up the phone, Shen Changan unfastened a pair of specially made spirit-locking handcuffs from his tactical belt, and with a click secured Li Xinan's hands tightly to the heating pipe in the corner. Shen Changan dragged over a chair sitting in front of Li Xinan and placing the statue of the Lianlin back at his feet. Speak, what is your purpose? Shen Changan's voice was as cold as a block of ancient ice. I. Li Xinan looked around the room filled with cages, realizing he was completely finished, and began to stammer his confession. They are wealthy bosses. They grew tired of the ordinary and seek excitement, especially fond of these fox demons and cat demons who haven't fully transformed yet. I am just a mid-level channel making a profit. I only act as a cover, using the identity of a feng shui master scouting or receiving supplies in the Qingzhou district and then hand them over to my superior. I swear I really don't know who the specific buyers are. They always wear masks during transactions. Shen Changan glanced at the statue of the Lianlin at his feet, which emitted a faint green light from its eyes, indicating that he was not lying. As for the issue of your superior, you can explain that when you return to the bureau. Shen Changan leaned slightly forward, staring at him. Now tell me who else in the Qingzhou district is collaborating with you on this dirty work. Li Xinan's eyes flickered, swallowing hard. There are no others. Just me. There's no one else, just me. Buzz. The eyes of the Lianlin statue instantly lit up with piercing red light. Not being honest. Shen Changan's eyes turned cold, and he was too lazy to waste more words. He slowly raised his right hand, a wisp of fine black flame igniting silently at the tip of his index finger. He flicked his finger, and that wisp of black flame accurately landed on the back of Li Xinan's hand. A terrifying pain that struck at the soul, as if even the marrow was being ignited, instantly swept through Li Xinan's entire body. It was not just a physical burn, but an extreme torment of the soul. Li Xinan screamed in agony, thrashing around in the corner like an electric eel, his eyes bulging out from the extreme pain. Bloodshot. He'll tell you. Just take it away. Take it away. Li Xinan broke down in tears, his psychological defenses shattered by this inhumane torture. Huang Hai. The Huang Hai who runs an antique shop on East Street. And the butcher next door named Sun DePeo. Lastly. The last one is Zhang Zuhua, the old lady who usually sets up a stall to tell fortunes under the overpass. Just the 3 of them. All the scouting and abductions were done by the 4 of us together. With each name reported, the Lianlin statue under Shen Changan's feet would flicker with pure green light. After confirming that all names and numbers matched, Shen Changan expressionlessly snapped his fingers and retracted the wisp of black flame. In just those few seconds of burning, a deep charred blood hole had already appeared on the back of Li Xinan. He was drenched in cold sweat, like someone pulled from the water, slumped on the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath, with only pure fear left in his gaze directed at Shen Changan. 10 minutes later, dense footsteps echoed outside. He rushed into the villa with a fully armed logistics team and a medical team carrying first aid kits. Seeing the shocking iron cages in the second-floor room, his expression turned grim. "Captain Shen, this place. Take this scum back and lock him in the highest security interrogation room with strict supervision." Shen Changan stood up, pointed at Li Xinan in the corner, and coldly instructed. Then he glanced at the cages. "Take all these demon and human victims back to the medical department for a thorough examination and treatment. Pay attention to the emotions of the demons. When they wake up, focus on comforting them. If there are signs of rebellion, then use tranquilizers." "Understood." He immediately commanded his subordinates to begin acting in an orderly manner. After explaining the follow-up matters at the scene, Shen Changan brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to walk towards the stairs. "Captain Shen, where are you going?" He asked from behind. "To clean up the mess. There are still 3 oblivious scum waiting for me to catch them." He stopped outside the agricultural market in the old city. It was noon, and the liveliest morning market was over. Most vendors had begun to pack up or lean back in their chairs for a nap, the ground slightly damp, and the air filled with the mixed stench of raw meat and seafood. Shen Changan, hands in his pockets, strolled down the narrow passage to the west suburb meat stall. The stall's owner was none other than Sun Depeo from the files. He was a sturdy-looking middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, but always wore a friendly smile. At that moment, he was wiping the countertop with a rag, chatting and laughing with the owner of the dried goods store. In a small corner of the meat stall, there was a greasy little folding table. A boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old was lying on it, chewing on the tip of a pencil as he diligently wrote his summer homework. Not far away in front of the vegetable stall, a middle-aged woman who looked very honest was bargaining with the vegetable vendor while holding a plastic bag. She was Sun Depeo's wife. Looking at this warm family of 3 filled with the aroma of the market, he felt a bit surprised. Shen Changan walked up to the meat stall, gazing at the child who was doing homework, his eyes flickering slightly. He did not directly exert his pressure or take action. "Little brother buying meat. Would you like some ribs or pork belly?" Sun Depeo greeted with a habitual friendly smile upon seeing a customer. Shen Changan remained silent, merely pulling out the black Jinya Division dark iron badge from his pocket and gently waving it in front of Sun Depeo. The moment Sun Depeo recognized the special totem on the badge, the smile on his chubby face instantly froze, and his pupils shrank sharply like pinpricks. As a recorded practitioner of the 3 realms, how could he not recognize what this represented? But after just a moment of panic, he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart, regained his composure, and pretended to be confused, lowering his voice to ask, "Officer, what are you doing?" "I'm just an honest citizen running a legitimate business. I don't know how I offended you." "Li Xinan." Shen Changan looked at him and calmly uttered these 3 words. The mere mention of a name made Sun Depeo feel as though all the bones in his body had been drained away. His previously sturdy physique instantly wilted, and his face turned as pale as paper. He knew it was all over. Sun Depeo raised his head slightly and glanced at Shen Changan with the corner of his eye. The officer before him looked far too young, at most appearing to be 18 or 19. Moreover, Shen Changan stood quite casually at the side of the meat stall, not completely blocking his escape route, relying on his physical explosiveness as a practitioner of the 3 realms. If he were to suddenly attack, now flip the stall, he might be able to escape amidst the chaos. This idea grew wildly in Sun Depeo's mind like a weed. His muscles had begun to tense, and his spiritual power was secretly mobilizing within him. However, just as he was preparing to fight desperately, he turned his head and saw his son in the meat stall, scratching his ears and cheeks in frustration over his homework, and glanced at his wife, who had just finished buying vegetables and was smiling foolishly at him. Sun Depeo's tensed muscles instantly relaxed. His rough, large hands hung weakly at his sides, the fierce light in his eyes completely extinguished, replaced by deep despair and resignation. "What? Not going to run?" Shen Changan observed his change in expression closely. Sun Depeo forced a bitter smile and shook his head, his voice hoarse. "Even if I run, what about my wife and child? They are innocent, they don't know anything." "Very clever." Shen Changan put away the badge and said lightly, "If you had truly chosen to flip the stall and run just now, you should already be lying dead on the street over there." Shen Changan signaled with his eyes and walked towards a secluded alley outside the market, saying, "Let's talk outside, don't scare the children." Sun Depeo took off his greasy apron and called out to the inside, "Daddy is going out for a smoke," then lowered his head, following Shen Changan like a defeated rooster as he walked out of the market. In the narrow alley, Shen Changan leaned against the wall, took out his phone, and opened an encrypted file. "Let's talk about the human trafficking and illegal detention incidents." Let's get straight to the point. Li Xinan has confessed everything. How did you four divide the work? Officer, I'm really just a laborer. Sun Depeo fell to his knees with a thud, his face contorted. Li Xinan was responsible for selecting targets. Huang Hai provided the drugs and magical tools. I was in charge of secretly transporting those who had lost their resistance. Oh no, victims to Li Xinan's basement at night, because I am strong and work as a butcher. As for the ultimate goal and who the boss is, I really have no idea. I just follow orders. Whose orders? Shen Changan's gaze sharpened. Zhang Quihua's. Sun Depeo hurriedly deflected blame. She's the old lady who sets up a fortune-telling stall under the overpass. She is the one who leads and makes decisions among us. Shen Changan frowned slightly, quickly scrolling through the roster on his tablet. Zhang Zuehua. There is no such person on the list of 79 registered practitioners in Qingzhou district. Of course she is not on the roster. Sun Depeo hurriedly explained. That old lady is an outsider. She probably only came to our Qingzhou district to set up her stall under the overpass about half a year ago. She is a black household who knows a bit of sorcery and has never registered with the Xinye division. It was after she came that we were dragged down by her coercion and temptation. A black household who just arrived half a year ago knows sorcery. Shen Changan narrowed his eyes. This person was not registered. Just as the two were conversing, a van quietly stopped at the entrance of the alley. Several plainclothes operatives from the logistics team hurried, overtaking out locking spiritual handcuffs to firmly restrain Sun Depeo. Captain Shen, are we taking the person away? The leading operative respectfully inquired. Take him away. Inform the Bureau that this case involves outsiders and evil cultivators, and when you return, interrogate them, strictly squeezing out every bit of their dirty deeds over the years. Shen Changan waved his hand, and then turned to leave the alley, saying, You all take him back first. I will continue to catch the remaining two. Especially the one named Zhang Zuehua. I want to see what kind of monstrous creature she is. After bidding farewell to the shivering butcher, Shen Changan hurriedly drove to a large overpass in Qingzhou district. Under the blazing sun, the area beneath the overpass was a cool retreat. Not only were elderly men and women playing chess, but several small stalls offering fortune-telling, selling medicine, and other services lined the dimly lit passageways. Shen Changan parked his car by the roadside, hands in his pockets, strolling under the bridge like it was a normal day. There were 4 or 5 fortune-telling stalls here, but strangely, while the other stalls run by blind people wearing sunglasses or old men in tattered Taoist robes were empty, the stall deep inside, with the sign, Iron Mouth Straight Verdict, had several young clients waiting for readings. Sitting behind the stall was the old woman named Zhang Zuehua from the files. She wore a dark gray coarse cloth coat, her face lined with wrinkles, and her triangular eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Shen Changan stood in a shadowy corner several meters away, a flicker of orange-eared light quietly igniting deep within his eyes. The fire burning eye was activated. In the vision of the fire burning eye, the other fortune tellers appeared empty within, merely ordinary people relying on their tongues to deceive. Only Zhang Zuehua exhibited fluctuations of spiritual power within her body. 4 realms. Shen Changan muttered in mild surprise. No wonder Li Xinan and Sun Depeo, those 3-realm tough guys, were completely under her control. It turned out she was a genuine 4-realm evil cultivator. Moreover, it seemed the old woman's disguise was flawless. No wonder she had been lurking in Qingzhou district for more than half a year without being discovered by the patrols of the Night Suppression Division. An evil cultivator of the 4 realms poses significant destructive power when cornered. We must act swiftly, otherwise it could trigger widespread panic. Shen Changan calculated in his mind, not rushing to alarm her. He took out his phone and sent an encrypted message to the logistics team, target located under the Zizimin overpass. 4-realm evil cultivator. Immediately dispatch someone to set up barrier nodes around, bringing along forgetfulness spray. Once we take action, all the nearby fortune tellers and witnesses must undergo memory erasure. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a low voice came from the earpiece. Captain Shen, the barrier nodes at all 4 positions have been discreetly placed. As soon as you give the order, the first-level ceiling barrier can be deployed at any time. Shen Changan leaned against the cold bridge pillar, watching the occasional passerby, and the few clients waiting for fortune-telling, sighing helplessly, murmuring, "It's really troublesome to act in the city." He waited patiently for a few more minutes. As lunchtime approached, the crowd under the bridge began to decrease significantly. The clients in front of Zhang Quihua's stall finished the last reading, satisfied, scanned the payment, and left. At this moment, apart from Zhang Zuehua, there were only 4 fortune tellers dozing off, and a couple of delivery guys rushing past in the bridge's arch area. The impact range had shrunk to a controllable level. Act. Shen Changan issued the order coldly into his miniature earpiece. Virum. Along with a slight tremor, an imperceptible transparent barrier instantly unfolded beneath the overpass, completely isolating this space from the outside world. At the very moment the barrier took shape, Shen Changan moved. He didn't even use the explosive step and directly formed a black rune radiating a terrifying aura in place. Control. A pitch-black seal instantly crossed over 10 meters, appearing directly above Zhang Zuihua sensed the terrifying destructive aura coming from above, and her old face instantly filled with horror. Before she even had time to lift her head, the rune exploded with a bang, and dozens of thick iron chains burning with black flames surged forth, like a raging python, instantly sealing off all her escape routes. What the hell is this? My God, is this magic or a movie? The nearby dozing fake fortune tellers were frightened out of their wits and scrambled away in a panic. And at the center of the encircled black flame chain, Zhang Zuihua let out a sharp, piercing scream, realizing she had encountered a master from the Night Suppression Division. At the life and death moment, the old woman decisively bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Secret technique: insect substitute. As the black blood sprayed out, Zhang Zuihua's shriveled body suddenly exploded with a bang, transforming into thousands of disgusting black beetles. These beetles swirled like a black whirlwind, frantically escaping through the gaps of the black flame chains. For trivial trick. Faced with this seemingly bizarre escape method, Shen Changan merely scoffed dismissively. The so-called insect substitute technique sounded mystical, but it was merely a form of low-grade sleight of hand. It used spiritual power to create large-scale visual and perceptual interference, leading opponents to mistakenly believe that the caster had split and escaped the scene. However, in reality, the caster's true body hadn't run far at all, hidden within this illusion. Such tricks were laughable before Shen Changan's fire-burning eye. Whoosh! Shen Changan's figure instantly vanished from the original spot, appearing like a ghost in a blank space midair. His right hand, wrapped in raging black flames, brutally reached out toward the seemingly empty air ahead. Sizzle. A piercing sound of flesh burning filled the air, and an acrid smell of charred flesh wafted through the atmosphere. The swarming illusory beetles shattered and dissipated like bubbles. My shoulder. The Zhang Zuihua, originally hidden in the air, was forced to reveal her true form. At this moment, Shen Changan's right hand, resembling an iron claw, was gripping her right shoulder tightly. The terrifying black flames had burned through her clothes, turning her flesh to char. Shen Changan didn't even bother to look at her pained and twisted old face. He pulled out the specially made shackles from the Night Suppression Division, and with 2 clicks locked her hands tightly. As soon as the shackles were secured, the chilling four-realm spiritual power within Zhang Zuihua was instantly sealed, causing her to fall to the ground like a lump of mud, wailing in agony. Meanwhile, outside, the barrier logistics team members, who had long been ambushed, and special police urgently dispatched from the municipal bureau, surged in like a tide beneath the bridge. They quickly set up a cordon. Several logistics personnel in black suits carried small devices resembling spray cans, swiftly approaching the stunned fortune tellers and passersby. Everyone, there has just been an explosion caused by a gas pipeline leak here. To prevent inhalation of harmful gases, please cooperate with us as we spray a bit of disinfectant. Looking at this red light. PFF. A burst of white mist sprayed out, and the expressions of the ordinary people instantly became dazed and vacant, subsequently being orderly guided away from the scene by the police. Shen Changan lifted the charred Zhang Zuihua as if she were a chick and casually tossed her to the approaching logistics team. This old woman is a big fish, a four-realm evil cultivator. She should have a lot of intel about human trafficking and the underground black market. Take her back to the bureau for the interrogation department to handle her properly. Shen Changan dusted off his hands, his gaze shifting to another direction in the old town. Please clean up this place. I still have to rush to the next scene. There's still one last person named Huang Hai. We must catch them all today. After dealing with Zhang Zuihua under the sky bridge, Shen Changan drove directly to the antique shop on East Street, ready to capture the last target, Huang Hai. However, when he stopped in the quaint alley on East Street, Shen Changan found that the antique shop, named Haina by Chuan, had its door tightly shut with an old wooden sign hanging that read, "The owner is celebrating, closed for a few days." Furrowing his brows, Shen Changan walked to the adjacent shop that sold calligraphy and paintings and knocked on the counter. "Boss, why is the antique shop next door closed? When did it close?" The owner of the calligraphy shop looked up, adjusted his reading glasses, and recalled, "Oh, young man, you came at an inopportune time. Old Huang next door has been closed for several days. It was probably last Friday or Saturday. In any case, I haven't seen him come to open the shop for days. He must have gone back to his hometown for a wedding or something. He closed a few days ago." Shen Changan's eyes narrowed, sensing something was off. Li Sinan and Sun DePeo had still been operating normally these past few days, yet Huang Hai had closed shop and fled ahead of time. Was it a coincidence, or had he caught wind of something? Shen Changan immediately took out his phone and dialed the internal line to Xiehe. "Xiao Xie, check the whereabouts of Huang Hai, the owner of the antique shop Haina by Chuan on East Street, immediately. Also locate the mobile number he registered in the system." "Understood, Captain Shen. Please hold on." In less than 2 minutes, his somewhat serious voice came through the earpiece. Captain Shen Huang, Hai's phone signal cannot be located. The system shows that this number has been turned off for 5 days, or the SIM card has been physically destroyed, or additionally, I just retrieved the surveillance footage from around East Street and sent it to your phone. Shen Changan opened the monitoring video received on his phone. The footage displayed that on a deep night 5 days ago, Wang Hai walked out of the antique shop alone, pulled down the roller shutter, and hurriedly disappeared into a blind spot of the surveillance carrying a black travel bag. Since then, he had not appeared on this street again. Can we piece together his escape route using surveillance from other? Shen Changan asked. That would be difficult, he replied. The surveillance cameras in the old city have many blind spots, and he deliberately avoided the cameras during the night. To conduct a massive data comparison and piecing together will take quite some time. Investigate as quickly as possible. Shen Changan hung up the phone. Since he had already fled for 5 days, wandering around the streets was futile. Shen Changan decided to return to the department first and personally meet with that Zhang Zuohua to see if he could extract any useful information from her. In the Qingzhou District Department, in the interrogation area, this place rarely sees daylight, and the air is filled with a cold, oppressive atmosphere. As Shen Changan entered the monitoring room of the interrogation area, a logistics assistant responsible for the interrogation respectfully approached him, handing over 2 thick witness statement files. Captain Shen, these are the final statements from Li Xinan and Sun Depeo. They couldn't withstand the torture and confessed everything. The statements have undergone dual verification with a lie detector and truth serum, and it's basically confirmed that they did not lie. Shen Changan quickly skimmed through them. The 2 statements were highly consistent, and all the dirty work and final orders pointed to the old woman named Zhang Zuohua. Shen Changan closed the file and threw it on the table. Take me to Interrogation Room 3. Interrogation Room 3 is specifically used for detaining high-level dangerous individuals. Behind the heavy blast-proof isolation glass, Zhang Zuohua appeared in a miserable and disheveled state. She was tightly bound to a specially designed alloy interrogation chair. The Night Watch Division has strict and cruel control processes for dealing with this kind of evil cultivator. Her limbs were not only bound by shackles inscribed with sealing runes, but even each finger was forcibly restrained to prevent her from performing hand seals for spells. A special gag with a breathing hole had been shoved into her mouth. Before being locked in, the medical team had thoroughly examined her mouth to ensure she had not hidden any poison or sharp objects in her teeth for suicide. Shen Changan's black flames had left horrifying charred burns on her right arm and shoulder. Although the medical team had performed basic hemostatic treatment to ensure she wouldn't die, the soul-burning pain was evidently still tormenting her, making her appear 10 years older and more frail than before. Shen Changan pushed the door into the interrogation room, pulled out a chair, and sat across from Zhang Zuohua. The assistant stepped forward and removed the gag from Zhang Zuohua's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Zuohua coughed violently, her slanted eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Shen Changan. I'm in a hurry, so we'll only ask you 3 questions. Ignoring her gaze, Shen Changan directly raised one finger. First, where did Wang Hai go? What is your relationship with him? Gasping for breath, Zhang Zuohua's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Wang Hai. He's a very cautious fox. He is also one of the organization's informants, and moreover, he is the one in this area with the closest contact to the higher-ups. Half a year ago, he was the one who contacted me first, promising a lot of resources to get me to come to Qingzhou District to help him hold the fort. As for where he went, I don't know. I've been unable to reach him for 5 days. That bastard probably got wind of something and rolled up his bedding and fled, leaving us as bait to attract your attention. Mentioning Wang Hai, Zhang Zuohua was filled with resentment, and this statement also lit up green under the lie detector's scrutiny. Shen Changan frowned slightly. It seemed Wang Hai was the core figure in this line. Second question. Shen Changan raised his second finger. Who are the targets you've selected among the monster clans and humans, and who are they ultimately sold to? This question made Zhang Zuohua's eyes flicker, but under the threat of black flames emerging from Shen Changan's fingertip, she still succumbed. I've really never seen the true face of the behind-the-scenes boss. Every time, they sent someone to meet for transactions. Zhang Zuohua shrank her neck and explained. However, during one delivery, the contact's collar accidentally revealed a tattoo. I looked a bit longer, and it was a logo of 3 mountains stacked together. Hearing 3 mountains, the nearby assistant immediately began to frantically search on the tablet he was carrying. In less than 10 seconds, the assistant handed the screen to Shen Changan and whispered, Captain Shen, I've found it. 3 Mountains Group. This is a local giant multinational group in Beijing City involved in real estate, pharmaceuticals, and import-export trade. Our Qingzhou district is just the location of one of their small branches. 3 Mountains Group. Shen Changan silently noted this name in his heart. Shen Changan withdrew his gaze and raised his third finger, staring intensely into Zhang Zuohua's eyes. One last question. Who is your direct superior besides Wang Hai? Or rather, which evil cult organization did you come from? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Qihua's pupils instantly constricted. She began to shake her head frantically, a sickly flush appearing on her already pale face, her breathing becoming labored, making strange gurgling sounds in her throat, refusing to utter a single word. This was not due to loyalty or mere resistance. Shen Changan observed her almost on the verge of collapse. Is it that common silencing curse or soul restriction? Once you speak about the organization's core secrets, the one who casts the curse will immediately detonate the restriction in your mind, causing you to lose your soul. Shen Changan had seen too many such methods used by evil cult organizations to control their subordinates. He swiftly seized her throat and directly knocked Zhang Cuihua unconscious. Knowing that he couldn't extract anything further here, Shen Changan stood up and instructed his assistant beside him, keep an eye on her. This old lady is a key witness. Oh, don't let her die, and don't let her find an opportunity to commit suicide. They'll have the professionals from the municipal bureau pry her mouth open. After saying this, Shen Changan left the interrogation area and took the elevator back to the office area on the ground floor. As he pushed open the office door, Shen Changan was surprised to find that old Zhao, who should have been in a meeting, was sitting on his sofa drinking tea. Old Zhao, you're back, just in time. Shen Changan walked over and threw the freshly printed logo of the Three Mountains Group onto the coffee table, briefly recounting the results of the interrogation. Old Zhao picked up the logo, glanced at it, and the previously amiable expression on his face turned serious. The Three Mountains Group. This is a tough nut to crack. Their network in Beijiang City is deeply entrenched, and they must have hired guest cultivators within their group. This matter is too big, it's beyond what our district bureau can handle on its own. Old Zhao looked up at Shen Changan and said, for now I will use my old connections to quietly probe their bottom line and check if there have been any unusual financial flows or cargo transports recently. As for you, don't worry about this for today. Focus on completing the registration and investigation of the remaining personnel on the roster. This is a strict order from the Municipal Bureau and cannot be delayed. All right, checking this will just be a matter of running around. Shen Changan nodded, then pointed towards the basement. What about the three locked up down there? Especially Zhang Cuihua, who has a restriction in her mind. I can't extract anything from her about the mastermind. Old Zhao replied, leave that to me. I will contact the Municipal Bureau's United Front Work Department immediately and have them send a special operations team to take custody of these individuals. The interrogation department of the Municipal Bureau has specialized soul-searching experts who can extract information even if she is dead, as long as there is something left in her mind. That's best, it saves me from having to look at them. Shen Changan was very satisfied with Old Zhao's arrangement. Such intricately involved matters were best left to a veteran like Old Zhao to handle. Shen Changan stretched lazily, turned to prepare to go back to work, and as he reached the door he turned back to add, Old Zhao, be careful while probing the situation. If you encounter something tough that you can't handle or need to act forcefully, call me. I'm more experienced with such rough. In the next 3 days, Shen Changan delegated all the follow-up work of the interrogation and case to Old Zhao while he drove an SUV, methodically continuing the registration of cultivators in Qingzhou District. During these 3 days, the underground cultivation circle in Qingzhou District experienced a minor upheaval. Shen Changan acted swiftly, thoroughly investigating everyone on the roster. In the process, he indeed apprehended a few rogue cultivators who were involved in illegal activities behind the back of the Night Patrol Department. For such individuals, Shen Changan couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly abolished their cultivation and expelled them from Qingzhou District, permanently banishing them. Additionally, several who had indeed moved away to make a living elsewhere drastically reduced the original list of 79 individuals. However, including the 6 newcomers who had just begun training and successfully drew qi into their bodies, the latest record of legal cultivators in Qingzhou District ultimately settled at 67. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Shen Changan pushed open the door to the branch office, holding a thick, newly compiled booklet. Xiehe, the roster investigation is complete, and the remaining 67 individuals are all clean. Shen Changan tossed the booklet onto Xiehe's desk and stretched widely. You need to input this data into the system and sync it with the Municipal Bureau. Understood, Captain Shen, you've worked hard. Xiehe respectfully accepted the booklet. Just then the door to the adjacent office opened, and Old Zhao emerged with his signature thermos cup. Changan, have you finished the investigation? Yes, it's done. I'm exhausted. So Director Zhao, do you have any instructions? Shen Changan slumped. Old Zhao blew on the goji berries in his thermos, his expression turning serious. Since the investigation is complete, and there are no other urgent matters at hand, you need to come with me to the Municipal Bureau shortly. The United Front Work Department at the Municipal Bureau has already made arrangements to conduct a surprise inspection on the Beijiang branch of the Three Mountains Group tonight. For such a large operation, you as a 5th-level expert must be present to maintain order. So soon, and we are to act tonight. All right. Shen Changan nodded, then turned to look at Xie, he who was inputting data. Stop for now, and come with us to the Municipal Bureau with your equipment. You might be needed for data analysis. Understood. Xie immediately saved the document and skillfully picked up his tactical briefcase. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the underground parking garage. Old Zhao drove. Shen Changan sat in the front passenger seat, and Xie, he was in the back seat. As the Audi A6 smoothly exited the branch and headed towards the city, the atmosphere in the car shifted into a work mode. Shen Changan adjusted his seat, leaned back, and turned to ask Xie, he in the back seat. Xiao Xie, it's been 3 days already. How's the lead on that antique shop owner Huang Hai? Xie, he shook his head, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and reported in a serious tone, Captain Shen, there are no leads at all. Over the past few days, I've accessed all the surveillance cameras in the neighborhoods surrounding the antique shop, trying to piece together his movements. However, much of the surveillance in the old city has fallen into disrepair, resulting in missing footage. Moreover, the most critical issue is that too much time has passed. Xie, he sighed. By the time we realized he had fled, it had already been a full 5 days. The spiritual fluctuations he left at the scene had long since dissipated, and the 1,000-mile thread has lost its effectiveness, making it impossible to track him down. Shen Changan frowned slightly and nodded. Indeed, once a cultivator is determined to escape, the first 24 hours are the golden period for pursuit. Missing that optimal time makes capturing them akin to finding a needle in a haystack. This situation is very unusual, Xie, he continued. In these days, there has been no activity on Huang Hai's phone's location system, bank card transaction records, or even the real-name ticketing system for high-speed trains and flights. It's as if he has evaporated from the face of the earth. From criminal psychology and past case files, it's impossible for someone to erase themselves so completely in modern society. Unless we cannot rule out the possibility that he is already dead, because only the dead can disappear so thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Murder to silence him. Shen Changan pondered silently. If Huang Hai was indeed an important intermediary for the Three Mountains Group, it would be entirely reasonable for him to be eliminated by higher powers once he was exposed or attempted to escape. At this moment, old Zhao, who was driving, picked up the thread of conversation. Let Huang Hai's lead go, it's all. In the past few days, the soul-searching experts from the Municipal Bureau have conducted a deep extraction of Zhang Qihua's soul and have unearthed an even more significant lead. Oh, what did they find? Shen Changan perked up. Indeed, Zhang Qihua's mind has been cursed with a vicious soul restriction, nearly causing the soul search to fail. Fortunately, the experts from the Municipal Bureau are highly skilled, and they forcibly extracted a fragment of memory. Old Zhao said solemnly. Behind Zhang Cuihua is a place in our Zhangjiang province called Baigu Mountain. It's a small, evil cultivation sect hidden deep in the mountains, specializing in unorthodox methods, and its core members are insect cultivators who play with poisonous insects. Zhang Cuihua was sent by that sect as a low-level operative to interface with the Three Mountains Group. Old Zhao's tone shifted as he made a turn in the steering wheel. This Baigu Mountain is entangled with provincial-level evil cultivation forces, which is beyond the jurisdiction of our Beijiang City Bureau. The Municipal Bureau has already reported this intelligence to the Zhangjiang Provincial Headquarters, where experts will be dispatched to directly eradicate it. It is not for us to worry about. Shen Changan nodded. Indeed, such sectarian power that crosses city and even provincial lines is not something their district bureau should manage. Thus, in summary, combining all the leads, testimonies, and intelligence obtained through soul searching that we currently have, this case can now be preliminarily classified as a large-scale illegal trafficking operation of people and demon clans funded by the multinational giant Three Mountains Group, colluding with local evil cultivation sects and domestic rogue cultivators. Tonight is the first step in our effort to eradicate this malignant tumor. Half an hour later, the black Audi A6 came to a steady stop in front of the Night Division headquarters building in Beijiang City. As the door opened, many fully armed elite agents were already seated in the conference room. Sitting in the main seat was the second-in-command of the Night Division in Beijiang City, that is Shen Changan's direct superior, the Deputy Director Fang Zhua. Everyone take a seat. Now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Seeing Lao Zhao and Shen Changan seated, Fang Zhua wasted no words and directly pressed the remote control on the table. The large screen instantly lit up with a detailed, three-dimensional structural diagram of the Sanshan Group's Beijiang branch building. This operation against the Sanshan Group involves not only the members from Qingzhou District, but also the special forces from the 1st and 3rd teams from the City Bureau. Fang Zhua pointed to the two groups of people sitting on the opposite side. Shen Changan glanced over and indeed saw a standard 3-3 for elite configuration, 2 seasoned agents of the 3rd realm per team, plus a 4th realm expert leading the team. The Sanshan Group's influence in Beijiang City is deeply intertwined, making it difficult to confront them directly. Therefore, tonight's operation is divided into 2 parts, overt and covert. Zhua picked up a laser pointer and drew a circle around the main entrance of the building on the screen. On the surface, I will personally lead the first team along with the logistics team, entering in a grand manner under the guise of routine spiritual energy safety inspection. Our task is to attract all the attention of the senior management of the Shen Changan group and take over their surveillance and security hub. Subsequently, the laser pointer's light moved to a complex underground pipeline area behind the building. The covert operation will be handled by Shen Changan and the third team. Zhua looked at Shen Changan. The third team will be responsible for infiltrating the outer floors to collect written evidence, while Changan, you will act alone and find a way to infiltrate the core area of the building's lowest level through the underground drainage system. The places mentioned in Zhang Qihua's testimony used for detaining or trading with demon races definitely cannot be found on the surface. They must be hidden deep underground. No matter what obstacles you encounter, make sure to secure the evidence. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. You have 5 minutes to check your equipment, and we will depart on time in 5 minutes. Zhua ordered. Shen Changan stood up and walked to the equipment room to collect his personal supplies. He opened his black tactical backpack and carefully counted the items inside high-explosive smoke bombs, miniature spiritual energy shielding devices. Everything was there. Finally, Shen Changan picked up a specially designed tactical communication earpiece and connected it to the internal encrypted operational network of the City Bureau. Attention, all units, communication test is normal. Depart. As night fell, the lights began. Shen Changan rode in an inconspicuous black, unmarked van, silently circling to a secluded alley behind the Sanshan Group building. As soon as the van came to a stop, Shen Changan slipped out like a Lightfoot night owl, landing steadily beside a large manhole covered deep in the alley. According to the blueprint, this was an abandoned drainage tunnel leading directly to the underground core area of the Sanshan Group. TSK. Shen Changan wrinkled his nose at the faintly unpleasant smell in the air, expressing his disdain as he muttered, "Such dirty and exhausting work of crawling through sewers is meant for us young workers at the bottom." Although he complained, Shen Changan's hands moved swiftly. He clasped the heavy iron grate weighing hundreds of pounds with both hands, exerted force with his arms, and with a creak easily moved the grate aside, then leaped into the damp, moldy sewer. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the building, creak. A series of piercing brake sounds shattered the streets. Several armored vehicles bearing the emblem of the Special Law Enforcement Agency of the Eastern Huang Nation arrogantly parked directly in front of the grand revolving glass doors of the Sanshan Group. The Sanshan Group is truly the leading enterprise in Beijiang City, a colossal entity valued at nearly 10 billion. This building, over 60 stories tall and entirely clad in glass, symbolizes wealth and status. Faced with such a powerful local tyrant without solid evidence, even the Night Division would hesitate to use force directly. The vehicle doors opened and the logistics team members jumped out fully armed. They presented special credentials and swiftly took control of the entrance and several key security nodes before the security guards even had a chance to react. Zhua, clad in a black trench coat, walked in slowly with Lao Zhao and Xia, he who was carrying equipment. The employees and security personnel working the night shift in the lobby were all dumbfounded by this sudden display. A middle-aged man in a suit with a manager badge on his chest ran over, sweating profusely. Though nervous, he forced a smile, saying, "Good evening, leaders." What is happening? Is there some misunderstanding?" Lao Zhao smiled and patted the manager on the shoulder, saying amiably, "Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. We received reports from concerned citizens indicating that there have been unexplained fluctuations in spiritual energy and fire hazards in your building recently. We're here on official duty to conduct a routine inspection. Just cooperate and it won't be difficult for anyone." Routine inspection. Routine inspection. The manager wiped his cold sweat and nodded repeatedly. "We will definitely cooperate. Definitely cooperate. I've already sent someone to urgently contact our president. He will be here shortly. Leaders, you've worked hard. The staff here are a bit hasty. Would you all like to step into the adjacent VIP lounge?" The manager gestured invitingly, trying to placate these prominent figures. "All right." Zhua nodded approvingly and led Lao Zhao and Xia he towards the lounge. Behind them, the logistics team members, resembling wolves and tigers, had already begun a thorough routine inspection on each floor openly, using various instruments. In no time, the double doors of the VIP lounge were pushed open from the outside. Director Huang, "Director, I sincerely apologize. I was caught up in an important multinational video conference and couldn't greet you properly." Accompanied by hearty laughter, the president of the Sanshan Group, Chen Xiaowei, strode in. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with neatly combed hair, exuding the aura of a successful business elite. President Chen is young and accomplished, managing to make the Sanshan Group the leader in Beijiang City. "We understand that you are busy with business." Lao Zhao stood up, smiled, and shook hands with him, adopting an official tone. "Tonight's surprise inspection is also under directives from above, merely a routine procedure and we hope President Shen can understand. Not at all cooperating with the Night Division's inspection is the duty of our legal enterprise in the Eastern Huang Nation. Chen Xiaohui naturally took a seat on the sofa, waving his hand, as if to express his openness. Director Fong, Director Zhao, feel free to check. The Sanshan Group's doors are wide open and can withstand any scrutiny. With a crash, the louver at a secluded vent on the bottom floor of the building was roughly removed. Shen Changan brushed off the dust from his clothes and stealthily slipped into the corridor like a nimble night owl. He cautiously glanced around, discerning the direction and the damp, cold environment, confirming that he was indeed in the underground space at the very bottom of the building. Shen Changan raised his hand and pressed on his earpiece, lowering his voice to inquire. Team 3, report your location. The voice of the captain of the 3rd Special Operations Team soon came through the earpiece. We have infiltrated the upper floors of the building through the ventilation shaft currently in position and are conducting exploration. Receive. Shen Changan cut off the communication. A flicker of orange-eyed light ignited in the depths of his eyes as his fire eye activated to full power. He supported himself on the cold marble floor with one hand, his spiritual sensing ability extending outward like ripples in water, searching for any unusual fluctuations in the underground space. However, less than 20 meters away, his mental perception hit an invisible wall abruptly cut off. Shen Changan frowned slightly and retracted his hand. After all, the Sanshan Group was a multinational giant with a market value of billions, and their business had long since crossed into the realm of cultivation. Laying down a barrier to block spiritual perception in their core underground base was a basic operation for such a financially powerful organization. Since my perception is blocked, I can only rely on the most primitive methods to search. Shen Changan sighed inwardly, his figure instantly merging into the shadows of the corridor. Due to the ostentatious routine inspection by the logistics team upstairs, most of the building's security system's attention was drawn away, leaving the underground floors unusually empty and silent, with not a single patrolling guard in sight. Like a ghost, Shen Changan perfectly evaded one hidden infrared camera after another at the end of the corridor. He searched through the intricate underground maze for over 10 minutes, but found nothing, just ordinary storage rooms and electrical distribution rooms. Just as he was about to lose patience, a sudden hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the left front corner of the corridor, quickly rushing towards a certain direction. Shen Changan's eyes sharpened, and in an instant he adhered to the blind spot of the ceiling beams like a gecko, holding his breath as 2 men in white protective suits hurried past beneath him. Watching the 2 men run away, Shen Changan dropped down silently and followed them. As he pursued, he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Tisk, it seems I need to find time to strengthen my skills in concealment and stealth spells. Relying on my physical body to evade cameras is too passive." He trailed the 2 men in white coats to a heavy "Tisk, it seems I need to find time," one of them anxiously inputting complex fingerprint and iris commands on the keypad, while the other urged her, "I heard the night patrol has already started checking the surveillance." The supervisor issued a strict order to dispose of this batch of waste inside immediately, using the dedicated underground sewage pipeline to remove it and leave no traces. Got it, stop urging me." With a click, the alloy door emitted a dull mechanical unlocking sound and slowly slid open. However, just as the door opened, a crack, a rush of wind swept through. The 2 men in white coats suddenly felt a terrifying pain in their necks, unable to let out a single scream before their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the ground like sacks. Shen Changan flicked his wrist, crossing over the bodies of the 2 men and stepping into the extremely cold room that resembled a cold storage facility. As soon as he stepped in, a pungent smell of formaldehyde assaulted his senses. Inside the room, several cold stainless steel autopsy tables were neatly arranged, covered with black bodies. Shen Changan's expression darkened as he quickly approached and unzipped one of the body bags. Inside lay the corpse of a human male, no older than 20. He unzipped several more bags in succession. The sight inside was horrifying, both male and female, along with several members of the demon race who bore obvious scales or fur. Without exception, these victims, both human and demon, had already lost all signs of life, and their bodies bore the marks of professional surgical suturing. With a slight investigation, Shen Changan discovered that their vital organs, as well as the demon cores from the demon race, had been brutally extracted and hollowed out. These beasts! Shen Changan gritted his teeth and cursed. Not only were they trafficking in humans and demons, but the Sanshan Group was also secretly engaging in the bloody and lucrative business of organ and demon core smuggling. Shen Changan immediately took out his phone and captured high-definition photos of the body bags and the bodies with removed organs from various angles. Then he promptly connected to the internal communication channel of the City Bureau, Director Fong Oldjiao. Core evidence found in Area B, southwest corner of the underground 3rd floor. The photos have already been sent to the encrypted group. There was a second of silence in the earpiece. What about survivors? Oldjiao's voice had grown considerably colder. No survivors. Shen Changan stood amidst a pile of body bags. This is a slaughterhouse. The confirmed charges large-scale slaughter of humans and demons, as well as illegal organ and demon core trafficking. In an instant, the atmosphere in the VIP lounge dropped to freezing point. Fang was stared at the bloody and horrific images of the underground slaughterhouse on the screen, a glint of terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his head and instantly locked eyes with Chen Xiaohui across from him. Director Fang. This photo is. Chen Xiaohui maintained his elite smile, though sweat began to bead uncontrollably on his forehead. Fang Zhuo paid no heed to his theatrics, coldly uttering 2 words. In the Night Patrol, this was all that. The reason the Night Patrol is referred to as a national-level extraordinary violent agency is because they do not require the cumbersome procedures of applying for search and arrest warrants like ordinary agencies when handling cases. Once the evidence is solid, all that remains is the most violent suppression and capture. With a thundering command from Fang Zhuo, a massive ceiling barrier instantly rose around the entire Sanchon Group building. This completely isolated the building from the outside world. In the lobby, the logistics personnel who had been cordial and conducting routine checks suddenly tore off their disguises. Ka. The sound of bolts being drawn echoed throughout the lobby. All the special operations team members drew their real guns loaded with spiritual power armor-piercing ammunition, their cold black muzzles aimed mercilessly at all security personnel and employees. Everyone, hands on your heads and squat down. Do not move. In the VIP lounge, Fang Zhuo strode up to Chen Xiaohui, looking down at him. Chen Xiaohui, I hereby formally arrest you in the name of the Night Patrol Bureau for illegal smuggling, organ trafficking, and large-scale massacre of humans and monsters. Chen Xiaohui's smile froze on his face. He glanced at Fang Zhuo, and then at Zhao Chongfeng, who had already placed his hand on the hilt of his knife. He did not resist or shout injustice. He understood too well the modus operandi of the Night Patrol Bureau, the national-level super-violent organization. Once they started tearing off the mask and began arresting people, it meant they already held undeniable evidence that could pin him down. Resisting the Night Patrol Bureau in this situation was tantamount to suicide. Crack. 2 fierce Special Forces soldiers rushed in, roughly twisting Chen Xiaohui's hands behind his back and putting heavy spirit-binding shackles on him before escorting him out. Action team, pay attention, this is Zhao Chongfeng. Old Zhao pressed the ear microphone and began issuing combat orders instead of Fang Zhuo. The target building has been completely sealed off. All Special Forces teams immediately conduct thorough armed inspections to control all security nodes. Any resistance will be met with immediate lethal force. After the inspection, notify the local police to come in and take over the ordinary criminals. Then Old Zhao switched to another frequency. Team 3 on the roof, Chang'an, pay attention to safety in the underground and upper levels. If you discover any related ledgers or experimental data, save them immediately. The Special Operations team has gone down to support you. Zzz. However, just as Old Zhao finished speaking, a chaotic static noise came through the ear microphone. Immediately afterward, a fierce sound of fighting and terrified cries for help came from Team 3's channel. Captain, over here. Before Old Zhao could figure out what happened to Team 3, Shen Changan's grave voice rang out on the channel. Old Zhao, don't let the Special Forces come down yet. The situation underground is not right. Sizzle. The ear-piercing high-frequency static instantly drowned out Shen Changan's voice. Then all communication on the underground frequency was brutally cut off, leaving only a disconcerting static sound. Shen Changan looked at the tactical ear microphone that had been forcibly cut off, cursing, "Damn it, these lunatics really dare to play with fire." At this moment, outside the spacious cold storage room where Shen Changan was located, the originally empty corridor was now packed with a dense crowd of monsters. They were a group of puppets. Some were stitched together from human corpses into human puppets, while more were transformed from various monster corpses into monster puppets. Among them, Shen Changan even saw the antique shop owner Wang Hai, who had been missing for 5 days, at the very front of the human puppets. However, at this moment, Wang Hai's eyes were rolled back, his body covered in strange black stitching clearly turned into a pain-free killing machine. The number of these monster puppets was vast, estimated to be no less than 40 or 50. Most of them were of 3rd-tier strength, but at the forefront of the corpses stood 6 furious 4th-tier monster puppets along with 2 5th-tier monsters, exuding terrifying pressure. What a grand gesture to eliminate witnesses and delay time. They've even emptied their coffers. Shen Changan's eyes turned cold. He opened his tactical backpack, his hands flying swiftly, and with a click he neatly assembled the bifurcated Ji and spear. Since the communication is cut off, then let's break out. Facing the tide of puppets surging in, Shen Changan decisively formed a one-handed seal. Wind flame barrier. Boom. The violent black flames, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly spread out madly in all directions from Shen Changan's center. The black flames driven by the fierce wind reached terrifying temperatures, quickly filling the entire court. In the face of this destructive storm of black flames, the third-tier puppets, without protective spiritual energy, didn't even have time to scream. They instantly turned to ash upon contact. Even the 6 fourth-tier monster puppets were grievously burned by the sudden black flames, their stitched wounds bursting open, emitting a foul, burnt smell. In just one move, the battlefield was cleared. Shen Changan, holding the spear in one hand, looked at the ashes emitting black smoke on the ground and murmured, "With such a scale of monster puppets, there must be a hidden manipulator nearby. The distance cannot be too far. I need to deal with these troublesome guys in front of me first." In this narrow and enclosed space, the power of explosive characters was too great. A careless mistake could easily trigger a chain collapse and bury himself alive. Shen Changan instantly made a tactical judgment. As the black flames dissipated, only 8 monster puppets remained standing in the corridor, 2 massive 5th-tier tiger monster puppets and 6 4th-tier monster puppets. Roar! As if sensing Shen Changan's terrifying strength under the faint commands of the hidden controller, the remaining 8 monster puppets charged at Shen Changan, like ferocious beasts attempting to take him down quickly. The fastest were the 2 4th-tier wolf monster puppets. They leaped forward on all fours like 2 black flashes, lunging towards Shen Changan's neck. Die! Shen Changan's eyes narrowed, and the giant spear in his hand darted out like a venomous serpent. Puffed! The spear tip accurately pierced through the hard skull of the left-side wolf monster. With a sharp flick of his wrist, a domineering force erupted along the spear shaft. Bang! The entire upper body of the wolf monster was gruesomely blown apart by this terrifying force. Using the force of the thrust, Shen Changan agilely tilted his body backward, narrowly dodging the right wolf monster's fierce claw strike. Then he gripped the end of the spear with both hands, swinging it like a heavy iron rod, delivering a furious counterattack that struck the wolf monster's waist. Boom! The wolf monster was sent flying like a terrifying cannonball, crashing violently against the hard wall, instantly turning into a pile of gruesome meat paste. In the instant he sent the wolf monster flying, the flames in Shen Changan's eyes blazed brightly. The faint black flame clinging to the spear tip ignited instantly, completely incinerating the pile of remains. In just 2 seconds, he had slain 2 4th-tier monsters. The hidden mastermind controlling these puppets seemed to realize Shen Changan's exaggerated close combat abilities, understanding that sending ordinary 4th-tier monsters would only lead to foolish death. The remaining 6 large monsters tacitly stopped their charge and instead blocked the entrance of the cold storage. The 2 slender 4th-tier snake monsters suddenly opened their terrifying jaws. A thick purple-black poisonous mist surged toward Shen Changan like a deadly sandstorm. Shen Changan calmly crushed a talisman that he had previously held between his fingers. Buzz! A fiery barrier radiating pure crimson light instantly formed in front of Shen Changan. The lethal purple-black mist collided with the fire barrier, producing a piercing sizzle sound, instantly evaporating cleanly due to the scorching heat. Want to play from a distance? Then let's see whose reach is longer. Shen Changan's lips curled into a cold smile as his left hand swiftly drew in the air. Control. Whoosh! Dozens of thick black flame chains materialized from the runes like a frenzied, venomous dragon. Shen Changan had a clear target. He intended to use the chains to control the 2 troublesome snake monsters that spewed poison before engaging in close combat to deal with the rest. However, the 2 5th-tier tiger puppets, which had not moved until now, bravely charged forward, attempting to block the black flame chains with their formidable bodies. My black flame chains are not so easily obstructed. Shen Changan scoffed. Sizzle. At the moment of contact, the domineering black flame chains disregarded the thick protective spiritual energy covering the 5th-tier tiger monsters, instantly breaking through their defenses and coiling around the 2 massive creatures like a terrifying giant python. In the brief moment the 2 tiger monsters were momentarily restrained, Shen Changan decisively plunged the giant spear into the ground. He swiftly retrieved 3 sharp, specially made steel darts from the side pocket of his tactical backpack. Enchant. A solid strand of black flame instantly wrapped around the blades of the darts. Shen Changan narrowed his eyes, unleashing terrifying arm strength. As he threw the darts, he cleverly layered a wind-type spell to accelerate them. Whoosh! Uff! Uff! With a piercing sound, the black flame darts flew at an incredible speed. There were 2 dull piercing sounds as the darts ruthlessly penetrated the hardened skulls of the 2 5th-tier tiger monsters. Thud! Thud! The massive bodies of the 2 5th-tier monster puppets stiffened abruptly before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. TSK. Shen Changan looked at the charred blood holes in the tiger's head, somewhat surprised as he murmured, "The penetrating damage is much higher than I expected." Clearly, the controller hiding in the shadows never anticipated that his prideful 2-5-realm tiger demon puppets could be so easily annihilated within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. This moment of daze directly led to a fatal delay and panic in his control over the remaining 4 demon puppets. The 4 originally prepared to coordinate their attack were now visibly stiffened in their movements. The flaw is too great. Shen Changan instantly seized this fleeting opportunity in battle. He exerted force with his legs, and with a loud bang his entire being transformed into a furious black shadow charging directly into the midst of the 4 remaining demon creatures. This was an utterly one-sided slaughter at close range with no suspense. Shen Changan's left hand shot out, gripping the throat of a 4-realm dog demon with the precision of an iron claw. He squeezed fiercely, creating a crisp crack as he crushed its cervical vertebra. Immediately afterward, his right leg swept out like a battle axe, the violent force kicking another dog demon that lunged at him in half. Facing the 2 snake demons attempting to entangle him, Shen Changan advanced, instead of retreating, brutally grabbing their slippery 7-inch necks. His arm muscles swelled instantly, and with a horrifying tearing sound, he tore the 2 4-realm snake demons apart into 4 segments using sheer physical strength. In less than 3 seconds, they were all annihilated. Amidst the blood and flesh scattered on the ground, a piercing light erupted from the depths of Shen Changan's orange-eyed fiery eyes. Through the dissipating spiritual energy of these demon puppets, he keenly captured several subtle threads of spiritual power connected to their heads. Shen Changan quickly pulled out a 1,000-mile threading plate from his tactical backpack. He yanked the dissipating threads of spiritual power from midair and pressed them directly onto the eye of the buzz. The runes on the threading plate instantly illuminated, and a faintly glowing red virtual pointer spun rapidly, ultimately locking firmly onto a heavy load-bearing iron wall on the right side, as if the red line penetrated the wall and extended infinitely into the depths. Found you. He gripped the spear in one hand, took a deep breath, and the 5-realm spiritual power within him surged into the spear like a tsunami. Open up for me. Accompanied by a roar, Shen Changan thrust his spear forward without any embellishment. The terrifying destructive power erupted in an instant. That half-meter thick reinforced concrete iron wall crumbled like tofu in front of the giant spear, being punctured directly and exploding into a massive opening large enough for a person to pass through. Amidst the flying debris, Shen Changan did not hesitate to pass through the opening, entering a wild pursuit mode. On the other side of the iron wall was a dim underground maintenance passage. In the darkness ahead, a figure dressed in a gray tight combat suit was fleeing in a panic. Shen Changan moved through the passage with ease, rapidly closing the distance between them. Don't run, you can't escape. While maintaining his high-speed pursuit, Shen Changan sneered and mocked, his voice echoing clearly in the empty underground tunnel. In the territory of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, provoking our Night Watch office while hoping to leave unscathed is not a wise choice. The figure ahead remained silent, merely attempting to accelerate once again, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. Shen Changan's gaze turned cold as his spiritual power precisely locked onto the figure's back. He abruptly halted in his high-speed movement, twisting his waist like a bowstring pulled taut. Whoosh! The giant spear in his hand transformed into a terrifying black lightning bolt, accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air as it was hurled towards the figure's back. Simultaneously, Shen Changan quickly drew a symbol with his left hand. Control. A multitude of black chains followed the spear, sealing off the entire passage like a heavenly net. The gray-clothed man sensed the deadly crisis behind him and finally displayed his genuine 5-realm. His body twisted in a bizarre manner contrary to ergonomics while running at high speed, resembling a boneless loach. Swish! Swish! He narrowly brushed past the spear's blade, evading the lethal strike of the giant spear, while simultaneously using the wall to rapidly rebound and jump, moving at an unbelievable speed, managing to slip through the gaps of the black flame chains. However, just as he barely dodged the chains and prepared to land and catch his breath in that half-second moment of vulnerability, bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound of sonic boom, Shen Changan had already executed the explosive step, appearing directly in front of him, as if teleporting. Having dodged the spear and chains, he could never evade Shen Changan's frenzied close-quarters barrage. This was a clash of pure physical force devoid of flashy spells, a raw bite and collision of flesh. Boom! Shen Changan delivered a heavy punch filled with terrifying kinetic energy, striking directly at the gray-clothed man's face without any embellishment. The gray-clothed man had no way to dodge and could only let out a furious roar, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. The gray-clothed man was sent sliding backwards several meters by the force of that punch, his arms twisted unnaturally, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. It's not over yet. Shen Changan gave him no chance to catch his breath, closing in once again like a malignant tumor. Fists, elbows, knees, legs. Every part of Shen Changan's body transformed into lethal weapons pouring down on the opponent like a torrential storm, each blow landing squarely. The opponent was nearly unable to fight back, and with one punch Shen Changan sent him crashing into the distant wall, the heavy impact almost knocking him unconscious. Damn, you forced my hand. Secret technique. Beetle demon body. The gray-clothed man let out a shrill scream, not resembling a human's. His previously normal human muscles suddenly swelled grotesquely, like they were inflated, and a layer of dark cyan chitin-like shell appeared on the surface of his skin, with eerie cracking sounds emanating from his joints. This was a fringe technique that overdraws one's life force, a bug technique. By integrating certain abnormal power bug creatures into their bodies, practitioners can temporarily mimic the attributes of those insects like rhinoceros beetles and ants, unleashing terrifying physical strength that exceeds their weight limit by several times, or even a dozen times. With this bizarre power enhancement, the gray-clothed man's ability to withstand blows and strength surged, instantly managing to barely keep up with Shen Changan's rhythm, even fiercely countering Shen Changan's punches. Bang, bang, bang. The pure physical collisions of two five-realm powerhouses sounded like heavy bombs exploding, shaking the entire underground passage, causing spiderweb cracks to continuously appear on the walls. The power has indeed increased quite a bit, but unfortunately, your technique is too poor. During the fierce exchange of blows, Shen Changan keenly captured a small flaw caused by the gray-clothed man's excessive inflation. Shen Changan took the brunt of the opponent's heavy sweeping leg, using the momentum to expertly half-turn his body, retracting his right fist sharply to his waist. The five-realm spiritual power within him, along with all the muscle strength of his body, was perfectly twisted into a single strand in that moment. At the same time, it was enveloped in black flames. Die for me. Accompanied by a furious roar, Shen Changan's right fist struck like a terrifying siege hammer, carrying a sense of devastation, crashing down hard on the gray-clothed man's proud chest shell. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. The hard, dark cyan chitin layer shattered like fragile glass under the sheer force. The gray-clothed man let out a piercing scream, his entire ribcage visibly caving in. His inflated body flew back like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily against the wall at the end of the passage, spewing out a mix of blood and internal fragments, completely losing combat ability. A few minutes later, bang! Shen Changan dragged the unconscious gray-clad man out of an underground passageway of the building, as if he were a dead dog, casually tossing him onto the bright marble floor of the lobby like garbage. He originally thought he would have to play a part in rescuing the rooftop team members, but it turned out that it was no longer his responsibility. After all, there were no opportunities for personal heroism to single-handedly turn the tide here. Everything proceeded according to protocol. In reality, the Night Patrol Department of the Dongwang Kingdom operated like a highly efficient national-level violent machine. Just at the moment when old Zhao sensed that the underground communication had been cut off and realized something was off, he decisively pressed the reinforcement alarm and directly contacted the City Bureau's United Front Center. At this moment, the headquarters of the Sanshan Group was already surrounded tightly. In addition to the first and third teams, at least 8 fully armed special operations teams had dramatically been dispatched to the scene. In the sky, there were even 2 armed helicopters circling and searching. And in the center of the lobby, besides Fang Zhou, stood 4 other captains, exuding terrifying pressure from the 5 realms. Seeing Shen Changan emerge unscathed, old Zhao finally relaxed his tense heart and quickly approached him. Old Zhao, you're quick to call for reinforcements. Shen Changan dusted off his hands, greeted him with a smile, and pointed to the underground. There's nothing going on down there for now. I've finished the job. At this moment, Deputy Director Fang Zhou also strode over with several captains from the 5 realms. Fang Zhou glanced down at the gray-clad man whose chest had caved in and was barely recognizable, and he immediately saw the residual fluctuations of 5 realms' spiritual energy within him. Well done, Changan. Fang Zhou generously praised him, then inquired what was going on down there just now. Shen Changan succinctly reported the situation regarding the slaughterhouse in the underground cold storage on the 3rd floor, as well as the crazed 4 realms and 5 realms demon puppets and human puppets. Using human and demon corpses to refine puppets. Fang Zhou took a deep breath and patted Shen Changan. This case is deeper than we imagined. Changan, you've made a significant contribution tonight. The follow-up cleanup and interrogation work will be handled by us. You can go rest now. All right, Director Fang, thank you for your concern. I'll take my leave now. Shen Changan was naturally happy to have some free time. He hated this tedious aftermath work the most, and without hesitation, he turned and climbed into a logistics support vehicle, falling asleep instantly. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Beijiang City, the Night Patrol Department had already completely taken over the entire Sanshan Group. However, the Sanshan Group was a leading enterprise valued at tens of billions, involving the employment of tens of thousands and the operation of a massive social economy. To avoid causing social panic and stock market turmoil, the Night Patrol Department did not directly seal it off, but adopted a discreet upper-level takeover mode, maintaining the group's normal operations on the surface. At 8 in the morning, old Zhao brought Xie to the side of the support vehicle. Chang'an, wake up, it's time to head back to the district. This is now the main stage for the joint investigation by the City Bureau and the Provincial Department, and we have nothing more to do here. Old Zhao knocked on the car window. Shen Changan stretched open the car door and got into old Zhao's vehicle with Xie. The car smoothly entered the morning rush hour traffic. Shen Changan glanced at Xie, who was sitting in the back seat organizing data on a tablet, and casually asked, "So how do you feel about experiencing such a large-scale operation for the first time last night?" Xie adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, took a deep breath, and answered truthfully, "It was thrilling, to be honest. A bit nerve-wracking too. Especially when the special forces in the lobby drew their guns to control everyone. I felt like my heart was about to stop." Old Zhao, who was driving, looked at the rearview mirror, smiled kindly, and comforted, "You'll get used to it. What we do in the Night Patrol Department is a dangerous business. You'll face more scenes like this in the future. Your father sent you down from above to our grassroots level to let you see more blood and learn practical experience that can't be found in textbooks. By the way, Chang'an, once we finish this major task and eliminate those few tumors, we can consider the recent hidden dangers in Qingzhou district completely cleared. The upcoming deep investigations and cross-provincial arrests won't require us to follow up. There will naturally be special task forces to handle them, and we can finally enjoy a few days of peace. This is the greatest benefit of being in a large and well-functioning national system. Responsibilities are clear, and everyone has their role. Grassroots are responsible for investigating and providing clues when encountering tough cases or those that exceed the scope. They report directly upward. There will naturally be higher-level national machinery to take over and crush it, and there's no need for you to struggle alone like a lone hero. It's about time to take a break." Shen Changan nodded in agreement. He took out his phone and checked the date on the screen. It's already June 20th. In a few days, the college entrance exam results should come out. What? Are you worried about your scores? With your academic level, it's tough to get into a good university, but aren't you planning to go through the special recruitment channel within the Night Patrol Department? That's not the case. The scores don't matter since there's special recruitment. Shen Changan casually shrugged. I plan to study the special recruitment process in the next couple of days, and then enroll in a driving school to get a C1 driver's license. Getting a driver's license. Buying a car. Old Zhao was somewhat surprised. Yes. Over the years, I've completed various tasks, and with the bonuses from those tasks, I have over 100 million in cash sitting in my internal exclusive account, and it's been lying there and used, nearly going moldy. Getting a driver's license and buying a car can at least help stimulate domestic demand for the country. Old Zhao and Xie in the back seat couldn't help but twitch their lips. This kid is truly an undisguised hidden millionaire. You don't need to worry too much about the special recruitment at school. Old Zhao cleared his throat twice, forcibly bringing the topic back on track. I'll send you the application materials you need to fill out later. You just need to sign them. With your current monstrous 5 realms cultivation and experience, the special recruitment review is merely a formality, and you'll definitely pass easily. At this point, Old Zhao's expression became slightly serious. However, Chang'an, based on the potential you are showing now, once the special recruitment results are announced, many major forces will likely come to recruit you. Recruit me? Shen Changan raised an eyebrow. What do they want? I'm already with the Night Patrol Department. You're thinking too simply. Old Zhao patiently explained, you need to understand that even in the bustling cities like Modu and Yaodu, the Night Patrol Department's branches, or among the locally entrenched ancient cultivation families, they also need a large influx of fresh blood to maintain their status. Those old fellows aren't fools. Our resources are limited. For talents like you who have no background, but possess exceptional practical abilities, they are definitely envious. They will happily extend an olive branch to you, offering money, treasures, techniques, or even alliances through marriage, trying to bind you to their chariots. At that time, you must keep your eyes wide open and not be deceived by small benefits. Time flies, and it has now arrived at June 24th. For the high school seniors across the Eastern Huang Kingdom, today is undoubtedly a tense and thrilling day. Today marks the day the college entrance examination results are announced. The morning sun spills into the courtyard of the Guanlan mansion. Shen Changan, dressed in a loose training outfit, is leisurely practicing Tai Chi under the old locust tree with Zhang Hai. In the past few days, Shen Changan has completed all the necessary documents for the special recruitment of the Night Watch Division and submitted them to Old Zhao. Old Zhao swiftly forwarded the application to the provincial headquarters, awaiting news from major cities regarding which key universities would be willing to accept him. While filling out the forms, the only section that troubled Shen Changan was the family background part. As an orphan, he had been picked up by Uncle Zhang from the roadside years ago. Uncle Zhang himself had no idea who the child's biological parents were, not even leaving behind a token. Thus, when filling out the form, Shen Changan lazily refrained from fabricating any details and simply listed Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li Yu's names in the guardianship section. After finishing a slow-paced Tai Chi session, Shen Changan let out a long sigh and returned to the hall with Uncle Zhang. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Li Yu and Zhang Qingqing were nervously sitting side by side on the sofa, fixated on the laptop on the coffee table, repeatedly pressing the F5 key to refresh the page, waiting for the results portal to open. "Is it not open yet?" Shen Changan casually asked. "I'm dying of anxiety here. They said it would open at 9, and it's already 8:50, but the website won't load at all." Li Yu complained without looking up. "You all take your time refreshing. I'm going to take a shower first." Shen Changan, unfazed, went upstairs to wash up and changed into a fresh, clean outfit. Upon returning, he noticed that the mother and daughter were still struggling with the lagging web page. He leisurely walked over to a nearby single sofa, took a sip of the cooled tea made by Uncle Zhang, and casually opened his phone. At this moment, the high school class group chat was buzzing with messages at an uncatchable speed. Classmates who usually remained silent were erupting, some lamenting about potentially failing the exam, others praying for the passing line to be lowered, and many sharing various exam god memes. Observing his classmates' vibrant reactions, Shen Changan leaned back on the sofa, intrigued, as if watching a youthful comedy. At that moment, a private message popped up on WeChat. It was from Li Shiwan. "Li Shiwan, Changan, have you received any news about your special recruitment application?" Shen Changan moved his fingers to reply, "Not yet. Old Zhao said the results should come out in the next couple of days. Are you feeling nervous?" Li Shiwan replied, "A little. I'm worried that not many good schools will be willing to accept me. After all, I have only been with the Night Watch division for less than a month, and I haven't achieved any merits yet. I have only just barely stabilized my cultivation at the first level. Schools in big cities certainly have high standards." Shen Changan replied to reassure her, "What are you worried about? Even though you're only at the first level, your elemental law talent is highly sought after everywhere, okay? Don't worry about it. Many universities will definitely be eager to recruit you." Li Shiwan, "But what if I get assigned to a school in a remote city? I'm still a bit scared. Being alone is a bit." Seeing Li Ziwen's still anxious reply, Shen Changan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. "Do you want to be with me?" Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou District Night Watch Division branch in the training room, when she saw the message from Shen Changan that said, "Do you want to be with me?" Li Shiwan froze in an instant. Her breath caught sharply, her originally rosy cheeks turned crimson at an observable pace, even the slender neck showed a hint of blush. Is he being this direct? Li Shiwan nervously bit her lip, her heart racing wildly in her chest, and countless scenes from idol dramas flashed through her mind. Though she felt extremely shy after a brief struggle within herself, she bravely typed a single word on the screen, with trembling fingers accompanied by a shy wave emoji. "Want." As soon as the message was sent, Li Shiwan buried her face in her knees, not daring to look at the screen. However, merely 3 seconds later, Shen Changan's reply popped up. "Shen Changan, then that's settled. I'll accommodate you when the time comes. After all, for me, it doesn't matter which university in a big city I go to. Old Zhao told me that our special recruitment status is essentially tied to the Night Watch Division's quota, and in the end we all need to transfer to the local Night Watch Division branch. So as long as there's a school in any city willing to accept you, just let me know, and I will apply to that city, so we can look out for each other." After sending this message, Shen Changan, sitting on the sofa, had no idea that his somewhat ambiguous question could be interpreted in various ways, and he felt quite satisfied with his team-oriented decision. Meanwhile, in the training room, peeking at her phone screen through her fingers, Li Shiwan initially froze, then her clever mind quickly realized that Shen Changan's being together referred to working together in the same city's Night Watch Division branch. Though a slight disappointment flickered in her heart seeing Shen Changan's statement, "I'll accommodate you," Li Shiwan couldn't help but smile sweetly, and her previous anxieties vanished in an instant. Li Shiwan, "Okay, thank you. Cute cat. GIF." This was a meme she had pilfered from Baiying. Just as Li Shiwan was happily holding her phone and grinning. Thud. The training room door was pushed open and Baiying entered with 2 towels and 2 bottles of sports drinks. "Shishi, the training is over. Hurry and wipe your sweat so you don't catch a cold." Baiying stepped forward, handing over the towel, but suddenly froze. She suspiciously stared at Li Ziwen's face, which was as red as a ripe apple, and leaned in to ask, "Shishi, why is your face so red? You look like a monkey's butt. Did you just suffer a backlash of spiritual energy and go into a trance?" "Huh. No, not at all." Li Shiwan was startled, nervously hiding her phone behind her back, her small hands frantically fanning her cheeks, her eyes darting as she defensively replied, "I'm fine. It was too stuffy in the training room today, a bit hot." "Yes, too hot. just turn the air conditioning down a little. It was a little past 9 in the morning. After countless web page crashes and refreshes, a sudden excited scream from Liu echoed through the hall. We got in. We got in. It's confirmed. Liu exclaimed, hugging Zhang Qingqing, her voice trembling with excitement. Zhang Hai, who had been pretending to read a newspaper in the back, hurried over, his eyes fixed intently on the numbers on the screen. Total score 689. An exceptionally high score. Though aiming for the 2 top universities in the capital might still carry some risks and difficulties nationwide, other prestigious schools could be chosen with closed eyes. Well done, congratulations, Shen Changan said, leaning on the sofa with a smile, casually asking, have you decided which university you want to choose? Zhang Qingqing, who had been elated at the high score, suddenly calmed down noticeably upon hearing Shen Changan's question. She turned her head, her clear eyes filled with a hint of anticipation and testing, looking at Shen Changan. What about you? Which city school are you planning to choose? Me? I still don't know, Shen Changan replied, taking a sip from his teacup. It depends on a new female colleague at our unit. Wherever she goes, that's probably where I'll go too. A trace of disappointment fleetingly crossed Zhang Qingqing's eyes, but she concealed it well, simply nodding obediently and saying, I see. I still have a few schools I really like. It's hard to choose. They'll think about it some more. Watching Zhang Qingqing turn back to continue discussing the application guide with her mother, Zhang Hai and Liu exchanged a hidden glance. As parents who had been through it all, how could they not see their daughter's hidden youthful stirrings? It was just that Shen Changan seemed a bit oblivious in this regard, and their previous relationship had not been great. Since he was indifferent, the couple naturally refrained from exposing anything, merely sighing silently in their hearts. Just as Zhang Qingqing and her mother continued to study the screen, Shen Changan's phone, placed on the coffee table, began to vibrate wildly. Opening WeChat, he saw a message from Baiyin. The screen was filled with various arrogant stickers of little cat setting off fireworks, and little cat shaking its butt, interspersed with a screenshot of a score. 719 points. Boss, am I awesome? Praise me. Praise me. Little cat. Seeing this terrifying score, Shen Changan raised an eyebrow, intending to type a compliment like impressive, but paused with his finger hovering over the screen. Wait a minute. Upon reflection, Baiyin was a cat demon who had lived for over 100 years. The level of her intellect and mental strength had long surpassed that of ordinary humans. If she had lived for over 100 years and still couldn't score high on a human college entrance exam, that century would have been a complete waste. Thus Shen Changan deleted his original message and replied, not bad, at least you didn't waste your long lifespan of over 100 years not spending all your time feeding dogs. Baiyin replied instantly, hey. Although I've lived long, I really have only studied for 3 years, okay? This is my first time in high school as a cat. Little cat wronged. Shen Changan, too lazy to argue, said, alright. You can choose any school in Donghuang. Where are you planning to go? Baiyin, whatever city you choose, I'll apply to a university in that city. Baiyin was no fool. As an old cat navigating human society, she was quite shrewd. In an organization like the Night Patrol, the identity of a demon was always in a rather awkward and marginal position, making it hard to fit in. Now with a genius under 20 who was a top powerhouse, how could she not hold on to such a golden leg? If she didn't find a strong ally, wouldn't she struggle in the Night Patrol in the future? Watching Baiyin's reply, Shen Changan typed, then wait for news from Shiwan. Once she confirms which school she can attend, we'll decide together. Upon seeing this message, Baiyin immediately became displeased, a strong sense of jealousy and sarcasm wafting through the screen. Baiyin, you've started calling her Shiwan. You sound quite affectionate. We've known each other for years, completed many tasks together, yet I've never heard you call me by my nickname. Forget about nicknames. When we go out to coordinate with other units, you just point at me and say this is our colleague Bai. Now you're so intimate with a newcomer calling her by her name. Sigh, it's disheartening. The real disheartening part is not making a big fuss. Looking at the series of bombarding messages from the dramatic cat on the screen, Shen Changan remained expressionless, typing 2 words and sending them fool. The next second, Baiyin sent a fierce sticker of little cat puffed up and hissing. Baiyin, you're the fool. Your whole family is a bunch of fools. I'm furious. Just wait, when you come to the unit next time, I'll definitely have to bite you, the fickle-hearted scoundrel. Shen Changan laughed upon seeing this, old and hissing. 2 days later, at the Qingzhou District Night Patrol Division, in the office. Thud. 2 brown paper bags sealed with wax were tossed onto the coffee table. Old Zhao, holding a thermos cup, watched the two on the sofa with a smile. The special recruitment results are out. Let's open and take a look. Shen Changan lounged on the sofa lazily, tearing open the documents. Beside him, Li Shiwan appeared noticeably more nervous, taking a deep breath as she cautiously pulled out the notification letter. The next second, her eyes widened in disbelief. Imperial Capital University. Imperial Capital University of Technology. Magic City University, Demon City University. Li Shiwan's face was filled with disbelief as she suddenly looked up at old Zhao. Director Zhao, is there a mistake? I'm only at the first level. How could I be accepted by all these top universities in the country? Old Zhao replied leisurely, there's no mistake. The higher-ups are very satisfied with your legal system talent and have given you a high evaluation. Although you started a bit late, it doesn't affect you. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwan's face flushed with excitement, and she instinctively glanced at Shen Changan beside her. At that moment, Shen Changan was staring at his own list, frowning. Old Zhao is our unit now involved in human trafficking. Shen Changan shook the paper in his hand. Why does my list of schools have a long string of prices next to them? Big brother, that's the bonus. Look carefully. Old Zhao walked over, pointing at the numbers on the list. Your report has caused a stir in the headquarters system. Just look at this sincerity. The Imperial Capital Branch was the first to quote, offering 100 internal contribution points and an additional 10 million cash for relocation if you choose a university in the Imperial Capital. Shen Changan scoffed. Is this the best they can offer under the Emperor's feet? Only 1000 contribution points. Don't rush, look below, Old Zhao chuckled. The Magic City branch is much richer, directly offering 300 contribution points and an additional 50 million in cash. And they promised that as long as you agree, the 50 million can be transferred to your card tonight, and the contribution points will be provided after the report. The office fell silent for 3 seconds. 50 million plus 30,000 contribution points. Shen Changan wasted no time, directly picking up a pen and signing his name in the confirmation box next to Magic City University. The action was fluid, without a hint of hesitation. Decided already. Yes, Magic City is by the sea with good climate, suitable for a lazy person like me to retire. Shen Changan nodded with righteous determination. It's definitely not because of the 50 million and 300 contribution points. Old Zhao scoffed, too lazy to argue, turning to Li Shiwan. What about you? Li Shiwan tightened her grip on the pen, stealing glances at Shen Changan, her heart racing slightly. I also choose Magic City University. Afraid of her thoughts being exposed, she quickly added earnestly, I heard there are many demons there with more opportunities for practical experience. I want to improve my strength quickly, so I won't hold everyone back. Shen Changan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very aware. Seeing that Shen Changan didn't think of anything else, Li Shiwan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Li Shiwan was chuckling to herself, the office door was suddenly slammed open with great force. Accompanied by a menacing hissing sound from a small cat, a slender figure burst in like a cannonball and pounced directly onto Shen Changan, who was sitting on the sofa. Bai Ying nimbly climbed onto Shen Changan's shoulder, her 2 straight legs firmly clamped around his head, shaking vigorously like a frenzied plush ornament. He'll make you regret your wandering heart. He'll bite you. He'll bite you. Faced with this cat's fierce assault, Shen Changan remained as steady as a mountain. He completely ignored Bai Ying, who was wreaking havoc above him, and turned to Zhao Changfeng behind the desk. Old Zhao, after securing the school, what are the next steps to take? Once I submit your application forms to the provincial department and expedite the special admission approval process, it should go through quickly. At that time, someone will take over the situation in Qingzhou district. Hearing this, Bai Ying, who had been gnawing at Shen Changan's neck, paused her actions. She poked her fluffy head out, her face full of curiosity. What were you guys talking about just now? Li Shiwan quickly stood up and removed the feisty little cat from the main character's body, softly explaining, we were discussing school selection, I was just about to tell you. Bai Ying took the opportunity to leap into Li Ziwang's soft embrace, comfortably rubbing against her, and proudly saying, still our CC is the best. Then she turned and asked, so where did you guys decide to go? Modi University. What a coincidence. Bai Ying's eyes lit up, and she immediately raised her paw. I've decided to go there too. Shen Changan, seeing everything had been settled, stood up and stretched. Alright, it's settled then. He'll head back first. An hour later, at Guanlan Mansion, Shen Changan pushed open the door and saw Aunt Liu sitting on the living room sofa watching television. Changan's back. Liu smiled and greeted him as soon as he entered. Has the admission to the special school been finalized? Oh, yes, it's settled. Shen Changan changed his shoes and walked into the living room. I've chosen Modi University. Modi University is great. It's a big city with a broad perspective. Liu nodded, her eyes brightening as she said with a hint of anticipation, since you're going to Modu, I want Qingqing to also apply to Modi University. You two can look out for each other at the same school. What do you think? Sure. Shen Changan nodded without hesitation. He glanced upstairs and asked, is Qingqing up there? He'll go tell her. Yes, she just took a nap. Go ahead. Liu smiled broadly. On the second floor outside Zhang Qingqing's bedroom. Knock knock. Shen Changan casually knocked on the door. Coming. A sound of slippers scraping against the floor came from inside. The door opened, and Zhang Qingqing was clearly just waking up. She was wearing a slightly oversized pure cotton loungewear, the collar askew, revealing a small section of her delicate collarbone. Her usually meticulously managed long hair was lazily cascading over her shoulders. However, when she rubbed her eyes and saw Shen Changan standing outside the door, she instantly froze, her sleepiness vanishing in an instant. Is there something you need? Zhang Qingqing instinctively tightened her grip on the doorknob. Shen Changan didn't mind her rigidity, and with his hands in his pockets went straight to the point. I've applied to Modi University. Aunt Li said to have you apply too, to go together. Do you want to come along? Zhang Qingqing was taken aback. She raised her head and quickly nodded vigorously. Okay, he'll go with you. After agreeing, the atmosphere fell into a brief awkwardness. To break the ice, Zhang Qingqing awkwardly asked, What major did you apply for? Major? Shen Changan was momentarily taken aback by the question. He hadn't really thought about it. The special admission list sent by the headquarters didn't mention anything about majors, just the funding and contribution values. I don't know, it should be arranged by the unit. Shen Changan rubbed his chin and replied honestly. After all, my profession is quite special. Attending school is just a formality. I feel like whatever major I apply for, in the end, it's all just to pass the time. Zhang Qingqing looked at his nonchalant attitude towards life, and her previously tense nerves inexplicably relaxed a bit, a smile creeping onto her lips. She obediently nodded. Okay, I understand. Then, he'll go register on the computer first. A few days later, July 3rd, in the hall of Guanlon Mansion, boring afternoon news was playing on the television. Shen Changan was slumped on the sofa without any image, and suddenly his phone screen lit up with a WeChat message from Old Zhao. Old Zhao, Modi University class of 2026, Major Business Administration. The admission process has been completed. Following that, Old Zhao sent a voice message lasting 30 seconds. Shen Changan clicked on it. This major is something I specifically negotiated with the Modi branch. They've arranged you all into liberal arts majors, emphasizing the convenience of passing time. You won't have to spend time in the lab or deal with any nonsense research, just cram a bit before finals to pass. After all, we as lamp bearers don't rely on this lousy diploma for work. As long as we can slack off, we're good. Shen Changan very much agreed with this arrangement, and casually replied with an okay. By the way, there's something I need to let you know in advance. Old Zhao's messages kept popping up. The situation at Modi University is quite special. This year's total admission number is 8,342 students. Do you know how many of them are related to the cultivation world? There are 1,431 young talents sent from various places across the country to the Night Watch office. And there are 3,214 others from civilian cultivators and sect disciples. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Shen Changan raised an eyebrow. Does this mean that over half of the new students at Modi University are cultivators? Don't be surprised. As a top-tier institution in the country, Modi University attracts the best of the elite. It's quite normal for ordinary people to come into contact with the cultivation world at that level. However, Modi is a melting pot with various forces intertwined. Once you get there, don't treat it like an ordinary school and slack off. Shen Changan nodded. There's one more thing. Old Zhao shifted the conversation. The provincial department will send someone to take over the lamp bearers in Qingzhou district, but they won't arrive until September. So before school starts in September, you all need to stay in Qingzhou district and keep an eye on things. Make sure to wrap up any mundane affairs you have in these 2 months. Get a driver's license or confess your feelings to that high school crush of yours or something. Looking at the last message, Shen Changan felt a wave of frustration. Crush. He was usually so busy that he felt like a dog, always either at work or on his way to work. When would he have the time for a crush? Does he think everyone is a relaxed supervisor who has time to brew goji berries in a thermos? But speaking of high school, Shen Changan casually opened the class group chat. The chat was buzzing with discussions about the graduation dinner after the admission notices came in mid-July. He rubbed his chin. After all, it had been 3 years of high school life, marking the end of an era. He clicked on Li Ziwang's profile and sent a message. Are you going to the class graduation dinner in mid-July? If you're going, I'll tag along and grab a free meal. His phone vibrated, and Li Shiwang quickly replied. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye more than 10 days had passed. On July 18th, the admission results from all universities were finalized and the acceptance letters began to be sent out. Today was the day when several classes from Qingzhou No. 1 high school had agreed to hold their graduation gathering. In the evening, Shen Changan changed into a clean black t-shirt and slipped into his sneakers as he walked downstairs. Uncle Zhang, I'm going out for a graduation dinner, Shen Changan said. Zhang Hai, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, looked up and nodded with a smile. Go ahead, it's good for young people to socialize. Shen Changan waved his hand and turned towards the garage. Just then, Zhang Qingqing, dressed in an exquisite dress, came down from upstairs, and they bumped into each other in the garage. In Zhang Qingqing's parking space, there was a brand new red Porsche sports car. This was the graduation gift that Uncle Zhang had bought for her. In Zhang Qingqing's parking space, there was a brand new red Porsche sports car. This was the graduation gift that Uncle Zhang had bought for her. Out in Villarite. It's scorching hot today, why not ride with me? Shen Changan stopped in his tracks and took a glance at the sweltering heat outside that could melt asphalt. His damn driver's license wasn't finished yet, so hitching a ride in an air-conditioned car seemed like a good choice. Sure, Shen Changan wasn't polite and directly opened the passenger door and sat down. The car had a pleasant fragrance reminiscent of orange's light and completely devoid of the nauseating feeling caused by low-quality car air fresheners. Seeing him get in the car, Zhang Qingqing let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief, skillfully starting the car and driving out of Guanlan Mansion. Half an hour later, the Porsche steadily parked in the outdoor parking lot of Ju Fu Mountain Villa. This was a high-end Chinese-style garden dining area in Qingzhou district where many classes from Qingzhou No. 1 high school had chosen to hold their graduation gatherings. "I'm heading to our class private room first," Zhang Qingqing said softly as she unbuckled her seatbelt. Shen Changan pushed open the car door. "See you later." The two walked in different directions. Shen Changan glanced at the time on his phone, which read, the gathering was set to officially start at 6. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Li Shiwan, "Have you arrived?" The reply came almost immediately, "I'm here already." "Changan, where are you? Send me your location and he'll come pick you up." Meanwhile, in the Haidang Hall private room on the second floor of the villa, Li Shiwan looked down at her phone, her lips curling into a pretty smile. She stood up and said to He-Fei, who was beside her munching on sunflower seeds, "Fei-Fei, I'm going out to pick someone up, they'll be right back." With that, she dashed out of the private room like a nimble deer. A few minutes later, as Shen Changan walked to the artificial lake inside the villa, he heard a clear and pleasant voice coming from not far away. "Changan, over here." He turned his head to look. A few meters away, Li Shiwan was standing under a tree waving. Today she wasn't wearing her usual training sportswear, but had changed into a pair of clean white sneakers, loose beige pants paired with a plain white t-shirt without any patterns. Her smooth black hair was tied into a high ponytail that swayed gently as she jogged towards him. With no excess makeup and no deliberate adornment, she looked fresh and clean. As Shen Changan watched her approach, a smile crept up the corners of his mouth. "You came so early." Li Shiwan stopped, slightly out of breath, her fair cheeks tinted with a hint of pink. "I took the day off from Uncle Zhao and went out to play in the city with some friends and came here directly in the afternoon." She walked over to Shen Changan's side and pointed towards the second floor. "Let's go, our class is in the Haitang Hall upstairs. Old Lu and the others have already arrived." Pushing open the heavy double wooden doors of the Haitang Hall, a wave of warmth mixed with the delicious smell of food and the sound of chatter rushed towards them. Almost all 40 or so people from the class had arrived, gathering in small groups, and the atmosphere was already lively. Shen Changan habitually scanned the room, preparing to find a corner to hide in. "Changan, sit here." Li Shiwan pulled out a chair beside her. Shen Changan walked over to take a look. This table was mostly girls, and the only 2 boys looked like they were there to accompany their girlfriends. However, he usually didn't care about these things and didn't decline, smoothly pulling out a chair and sitting down. Just as he settled in, He-Fei next to him froze. She elbowed Li Shiwan hard and whispered with raised eyebrows, "What's going on? When did you two get?" Li Ziwen's gaze flickered. "Oh, it's just a normal classmate relationship. There weren't any good spots over there, so I thought it was better to let him sit here." He-Fei eyed the two of them, suspiciously, pouting with a look that seemed to say whether or not she believed her. Next, the class teacher, Old Lu, went from table to table toasting, and as he spoke his eyes became red, passionately recounting the difficulties of the past 3 years. After the emotional segment, everyone began to toast each other with drinks and exchange graduation gifts. Yet amidst this somewhat bittersweet atmosphere of youth, Shen Changan appeared out of place. He was wholeheartedly focused on tackling a plate of signature roasted lamb chops on the table, eating with great enthusiasm. "The food here is really good. The meat is firm and cooked just right." He muttered softly, contemplating how he could bring Lao Zhao and Bai Yin here often for a feast in the future. During this time, the door of the Haitang Hall was pushed open several times. Many boys from other classes, and even from his own class, fueled by alcohol and the impulse of impending separation, blushed as they called Li Shiwan out to the corridor to confess. But not long after, Li Shiwan would return empty-handed, politely and firmly rejecting them all. For a girl like Li Shiwan, with her clean appearance and high ponytail, the impact on those budding high school boys was simply devastating. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the gathering finally reached its conclusion. Old Lu, with red eyes, finished his last words of gratitude, declaring the end of their high school journey. A faint sound of sobbing arose in the private room. Li Shiwan, being an emotional person, had tears welling up in her eyes as she gently wiped them with a tissue. Shen Changan, on the other hand, lazily leaned back in his chair, his deep gaze sweeping over the sobbing boys and girls. At this moment, looking at this ordinary yet pure display of the many facets of life, he felt a rare sense of tranquility. As the gathering dispersed, a large number of students surged onto the street outside the villa. "How are you getting back?" Shen Changan asked, looking at Li Shiwan, who was standing under the streetlight. "He'll just take a rideshare," Li Shiwan replied, and then suddenly seemed to make a certain decision. She took a deep breath, her fair hand reaching into her pocket to pull out a somewhat heavy black square box. Her movements seemed stiff and awkward, and even her speech had a slight stutter. Changan. This Shen Changan was taken aback for a moment as he took the box and opened it. Inside lay a tactical watch quietly waiting. Li Shiwan had spent all of her contribution points, over 100 that she had saved up over the past month, to buy this watch. For someone new to the First Realm, this was her entire fortune. I noticed that the tactical watch on your wrist is worn and aging around the edges. Li Shiwan had her hands behind her back, her toes unconsciously tracing circles on the ground, too nervous to look him in the eye. So I got this for you as a graduation gift. Looking at the brand new tactical watch in his hand, Shen Changan felt a rare sense of embarrassment. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Thanks. But I'm used to being rough around the edges. I didn't think to prepare a gift. No need for a gift. Li Shiwan suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, her lips breaking into an incredibly bright smile. You've already taken care of me a lot, and that's enough. At that moment, with a low rumble of the engine, an eye-catching Porsche slowly drove along the roadside and finally stopped beside the two. The window of the red Porsche slowly rolled down, revealing the delicate face of Zhang Qingqing. Li classmate, long time no see. Zhang Qingqing took the initiative to greet. Hello, Zhang classmate. Li Shiwan waved politely. Shen Changan opened the passenger door and effortlessly sat down, rolling down the window to wave at Li Shiwan. I'll head off first, be safe on the road. The engine emitted a deep rumble as the Porsche merged into the flow of traffic under the night sky. Li Shiwan stood under the streetlight, tightly clutching the empty watch box in her hand, watching the red taillights gradually fade away, a sweet smile still lingering on her lips. Half an hour later at Guanlan Mansion, Shen Changan and Zhang Qingqing returned home and went to their respective rooms. Shen Changan kicked off his shoes and comfortably lay on the bed, casually opening the internal communication group of the Night Watch. As soon as he logged in, a private message from Liaison 07 popped up. The reward for the last Sanchan Group incident had finally been approved. Contribution points 2000, cash 800 yuan. Shen Changan calculated, adding the 1700 points he had painstakingly saved over the past few years, along with the promised 300 points from the future Magic Capital University, plus this substantial 2000 points. His total assets would directly soar to 6700 points. To be clear, he had only accumulated over 500 points in the past few years, all of which were spent in the headquarters armory to exchange for that Jiyun. Now this feeling of sudden wealth was indeed quite exhilarating. Although the 3000 from Magic Capital University wouldn't come so quickly, it would still be enough. It's time to make some purchases. Shen Changan opened the internal exchange mall of the Night Watch. His current shortcoming was quite obvious, a lack of diverse magical means. Every fight relied solely on the destructive power of the black flame and the quality of his physical body. When encountering enemies skilled in pulling and dragging, it could occasionally become troublesome. He quickly browsed through the display, locking his gaze on the spell section, decisively acquiring 3 spells: the Wind Element's Gale Blade, a basic cutting spell excelling in instant casting and speed. The Earth Element's Little Petrification Mountain, priced at a staggering 200 contribution points. Its effect was formidable, capable of instantly enlarging ordinary stones to the size of mountains for area crushing. Although it's only temporary, reverting back once the spiritual energy dissipates, it serves as a physical amplifier in combat, making it a true ground-clearing technique. The Fire Element's Flame Spirit Transformation. It allows flames to take on a physical form, condensing into fire beasts that can independently attack in battle. The 3 spells totaled a consumption of 300 contribution points. After purchasing for himself, Shen Changan stroked his chin, redirecting his gaze to the basic spell area. He casually spent 300 contribution points to exchange for a collection of intermediate spells, sending it directly to Li Ziwen's terminal. In the world of magic, spells cannot be lightly disseminated. The Night Watch strictly prohibits lantern holders from privately teaching high-level spells, allowing only common spells open to all for free learning. The intermediate spell compendium recorded more powerful spells, essentially a mixed collection. Shen Changan had bought this before, but found it too cumbersome and never fully learned it. Usually he would find a way to get close and deliver a punch, since his left fist dealt high damage, while the right could also deliver significant blows. For those below the 4th realm, 2 punches would usually suffice. Now with a gun, he just needed to find a way to get close and shoot. If the opponent didn't die, he would fire again. But Li Shiwan was different, as she was a true genius in spells, and this would be far more useful in her hands than in his. A few seconds later, Shen Changan's device began to vibrate wildly. Li Shiwan Changan, why did you suddenly send me such an expensive item? 3000 contribution points. That's way too extravagant, I can't accept this. Shen Changan casually typed back, just take it as a return gift. Your talent isn't spells, learning more life-saving means won't hurt. On the other, Li Shiwan tightly held her phone, rolling excitedly on the bed twice. Li Shiwan, okay. I will definitely work hard to learn it all. Thank you. Little cat bows in gratitude. Time flew by, and it was early September. The school season arrived on schedule. Ding dong. The doorbell of Guanlon Mansion rang. Li Yu quickly wiped her hands and walked to the door. 3 people stood outside. Old Zhao still wore his unchanged attire typical of the bureaucratic system, a polo shirt paired with black trousers. Li Shiwan was dressed in a light-colored comfortable sports outfit looking fresh and clean. Bai-in, on the other hand, was clearly well-dressed in a pleated short skirt, knee-high white socks, and 2 lively pigtails embodying an energetic 2-dimensional style. Come in. Are you all ready? Li Yu warmly welcomed them inside. In the living room, Zhang Hai greeted them. Xiao Li Xiao, Bai, quickly sit down and have some fruit. We'll set off once we've rested a bit. Just as they were chatting, footsteps came from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Shen Changan, wearing a plain short-sleeve shirt, casually carried a small black carry-on suitcase and walked down slowly. Before long, Zhang Qingqing also came out of her room, followed by 2 oversized checked luggage and carrying several. Bai-in bit into a piece of apple, looking at the pitiful little suitcase in Shen Changan's hand, unable to resist mocking. Are you going to university or going on a weekend outing? Your luggage is even smaller than my snack bag. Why bring so much junk? Shen Changan casually placed the small suitcase on the ground. If you lack anything, just buy new ones over there. After all, money isn't an issue now. Bai-in rolled her eyes at his ostentatious display of wealth. With everyone gathered, they didn't delay any longer. Old Zhao and the others drove the group of young people to the airport. After a simple farewell and reminders, the 4 turned and went through security, boarding the flight. 2 hours of flight passed in the blink of an eye. The plane landed steadily at Magic Capital International Airport. As soon as they exited the terminal, a gentle breeze, mixed with moist air, rushed towards them. In September, Magic Capital was in the rainy season, the sky overcast, and a light drizzle was falling outside. Arriving in this unfamiliar super metropolis, Shen Changan and the others felt utterly lost. In the past, whenever he and Bai-in went out on assignments, they relied on old Zhao's driving or coordinated arrangements, hardly venturing far. Li Shiwan was even more of a good girl, having hardly left Qingzhou City. The 3 of them were complete novices when it came to travel planning. Fortunately, there was Zhang Qingqing. She had traveled around since childhood and was very familiar with these processes. She had already booked a business 7-seater car for the airport pickup in advance. Under her guidance, they got in the car, stored their luggage, and headed straight for their destination. An hour later, the business vehicle came to a steady stop outside the magnificent gates of Magic Capital University. At that time, the entrance was buzzing with voices. Luxury cars gathered everywhere, and there were senior students holding banners and umbrellas to welcome the new students. As soon as Shen Changan and his group got out of the car, they instantly became the center of attention. 3 top-tier beauties with distinctly different styles stood together, making it hard not to draw eyes. I'm from the law school. My reporting location is in the East District. It's not on your way, so I'll head over first. Zhang Qingqing glanced at the campus map on her phone and turned to say, okay, you go ahead and get busy then. Shen Changan nodded, casually advising, contact me on your phone once you're settled in. Let's go out for dinner together. Hearing the invitation, Zhang Qingqing's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded vigorously, sure. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qingqing, Shen Changan and the other 2 followed the address on the notice, inquiring along the way, and arrived at the Social Sciences building located in the West District. On the 3rd floor, room B304. This is the exclusive registration point for the special admissions of the Night Patrol Division. The 3 of them casually piled their luggage in a corner of the hallway and stepped inside. The spacious lecture hall was already filled with around 100 people, all around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in various styles. Undoubtedly, these were all young individuals from the branches of the Night Patrol Division across the country. Shen Changan's eyelids drooped slightly as his mental energy quietly swept across the classroom like rippling water. Then, with a hint of boredom, he stroked his chin and muttered softly, what's going on? More than half are at the 1st level, and there's not even one at the 3rd level. The voice was not loud, but it was particularly jarring in this gathering of practitioners. A buzzcut boy sitting in the front row immediately turned around and rolled his eyes, dramatically sneering. Where did this country bumpkin come from thinking about the 3rd level? Do you think it's as easy as cabbage? Reaching the peak of the 2nd level at 18 is something the provincial branches treat as a treasure, let alone the 3rd level. Only a prodigy specially trained by the provincial headquarters could achieve that. Surrounding people also looked over, gazing at Shen Changan with expressions of disbelief, whispering about the difficulties of breaking through levels. Shen Changan couldn't be bothered to deal with these novices and directly walked to the front of the podium to line up. Soon it was Bai-in's turn. The one in charge of registration was a middle-aged teacher wearing black-framed glasses. He took Bai-in's file bag, glanced at the documents, and his hand trembled. 3rd level. The teacher couldn't control his volume and gasped. At the utterance of these 4 words, the originally noisy classroom fell into silence. The boy who had just mocked Shen Changan widened his eyes, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. However, the teacher's gaze continued to scan down and saw the race category. Oh, a demon race spirit cat lineage. The teacher sighed with relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The people in the classroom also collectively breathed a sigh of relief. A demon race, after all. They live long. This seemingly delicate little girl might actually be an old hag who has lived for 70 or 80 years. Being at the 3rd level is quite reasonable and not embarrassing. Bayin felt the surrounding people looking at her with the gaze of an old hag. She gritted her tiger teeth in anger, but held back from exploding, receiving the dormitory key and stepping aside. Next, it was Shen Changan's turn. Name. The middle-aged teacher didn't even lift his head, mechanically going through the process. Shen Changan. He handed over the file bag in his hand. The middle-aged teacher casually opened the wax seal and pulled out the thin document. At first glance, he saw the age 18. On the second glance, he looked at the level assessment category. The middle-aged teacher's gaze suddenly froze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and stared intently at those 2 words, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. In the next second, bang! The middle-aged teacher suddenly stood up, his knee crashing heavily against the podium, causing the chair behind him to fall to the ground. He trembled as he held the file. You? Please wait here for a moment. Don't leave. The middle-aged teacher's voice was shaky, even using honorifics. He didn't even bother to pick up the pen that had fallen on the ground, clutching the file, and hurriedly ran towards a small room at the side of the classroom. In less than half a minute, the door to the office inside was pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray suit, wearing rimless glasses, briskly walked out. He walked straight up to Shen Changan, his gaze revealing an unhidden scrutiny and respect. You are Shen Changan. The middle-aged man confirmed. Shen Changan nodded. I am Chung Bei, the director of the University Office of Moda University. Chung Bei adjusted his glasses and directly handed over a set of keys and the file. Your registration procedures have already been communicated in advance with the headquarters and are all completed. Accommodation is arranged in a single apartment in the special admission area. Here are the keys. The new students around, who had been listening intently, exchanged astonished glances. The university office director personally came out to hand over the keys. This treatment is simply absurd. Then Chung Bei took out a letter sealed with wax from his suit pocket and handed it to Shen Changan with both hands. Additionally, this is something someone entrusted me to deliver to you. Shen Changan took the envelope and curiously walked to a corner of the classroom to open it. The letter contained only a brief line: tonight at 9 o'clock, see you at Beverly Manor. Zhao Haitang. Shen Changan raised an eyebrow. Beverly Manor. That name carries a strong scent of Western capitalist nouveau riche. He casually searched for it on his phone, and the location popped up directly in the core affluent area of Modu, where any villa would start at a dozen small targets. Who is Zhao Haitang? Shen Changan muttered. At this moment, Li Shiwan had also completed her registration. She and Bayin curiously leaned over, asking, Changan, what are you looking at? Shen Changan handed over the letter. The two stared at the unfamiliar name and location for a long time, equally puzzled. Just as the 3 were staring at the letter in confusion. Smack! The door to the classroom was pushed open forcefully. The originally quiet classroom was instantly drawn to an eye-catching figure. The newcomer wore a moon-white, ancient-style long robe with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, stepping in cloud-soled shoes, and flamboyantly holding a water-ink folding fan. Amidst this group of new students dressed in modern casual clothes, he looked like a character straight out of a cosplay convention. The newcomer was Ji Lin. Ji Lin immediately spotted Shen Changan in the corner. With a flick of the folding fan, he swaggered over, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Changan, what a coincidence we meet again. Shen Changan looked at him expressionlessly. What a coincidence, why are you here? That's not fair. You came to Modu and didn't call me. Ji Lin tapped his palm with the folding fan, proudly stating, Fortunately, I used internal permissions to check your transfer information and applied to come over with the higher-ups. Shen Changan was speechless. Aren't you just a pure-born fan? What pure-born fan? Don't say it so harshly. Ji Lin closed his folding fan, defending himself earnestly. I'm just keeping an eye on my colleagues' movements, enhancing revolutionary friendship. Bayin looked at the two. Oh, is there such a segment? He won't be that type, right? Shen Changan knocked Bayin's head, unsure what this silly little head was thinking. All right, enough chit-chat, let's go sign the paperwork first. Ji Lin adjusted the hem of his robe and strolled over to the registration desk, handing his documents to the still recovering ordinary registration teacher. Name Ji Lin, right? The teacher rubbed his temples, opened the file, took a glance, and then his voice suddenly rose an octave, even cracking slightly. 18 years old. 3 levels peak. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire B30 for classroom fell silent. If Bai Yin's third level could still be forcibly explained by the long life of the demon race, then the one standing in front of them now was a genuine human genius, with only 18 years of bone age. What kind of celestial battle is this? Why are monsters popping out one after another? Jilin relished the shocked gazes directed at him. He happily took the dormitory key, turned around, and walked over to Shen Changan, flamboyantly waving his fan. Registration is done, what should we do next? Shen Changan picked up the small suitcase on the floor. First, let's go to the dormitory to drop off our things and tidy up our bedding. Jilin waved his folding fan. Perfect, let's go together. Leaving the social sciences building, the four of them followed the tree-lined path to the accommodation area for special recruits. This area consists of a cluster of high-rise apartment buildings. In the true land of precious real estate like Magic City, being able to allocate such a large area for special recruits to build single apartments demonstrates the terrifying financial power behind Magic City University and the Night Patrol Bureau. The rules here are simple. It's first come first served without sorting by student number. Shen Changan found the high-rise elevators troublesome and directly chose room 308 on the third floor. Jilin decisively took the adjacent room 309. Li Shiwan and Bai Yin chose the fifth floor of the girls' apartment building. Pushing open the door to 308, the environment was unexpectedly pleasant. A 30 square meter single room with a separate bathroom for wet and dry areas and a small balcony for drying clothes, all basic appliances included. Shen Changan casually tossed his small suitcase beside the wardrobe and tidied up briefly. Then he glanced at his phone. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. Stepping out of the room, Shen Changan went to the adjacent 309, lightly knocked on the ajar door, and directly pushed it open. As soon as he stepped in, he froze. He stepped back to check the room number, confirming he hadn't made a mistake, and then walked in with a bewildered expression. The originally modern and minimalist single apartment had been transformed into a quaint and antique dwelling. An antique display shelf, a purple clay tea tray, a complete set of roux kiln tea utensils, and even a black and white chessboard engraved with cloud patterns were placed by the balcony. Jilin was polishing a celadone vase with a cloth, and upon seeing Shen Changan enter, immediately boasted, "What do you think? Isn't this decoration quite impressive? Is this for studying or for acting in a period drama as a young scholar?" "Oh, you misspoke there." Jilin threw the cloth aside, saying, "In life, a sense of ceremony is absolutely essential. All right, are you done tidying up? Let's go out for dinner." Shen Changan was too lazy to argue with him. "Also change out of that theatrical costume. If you go out like this, others will think I brought a monkey." Jilin glanced down at his meticulously tailored moon-white robe, pouted, but obediently rummaged through his suitcase to find a set of ordinary black casual wear to change into. The two of them went downstairs, and Shen Changan took out his phone to tag Li Shiwan and Bai Yin in the group chat. He also sent a message to Zhang Qingqing arranging to meet at the school gate. 5 people. We'll need to take 2 cars, how troublesome. Shen Changan muttered. "What do you mean take cars?" Jilin leaned in. "I'll have my family's driver come pick us up." Shen Changan looked at him in confusion. "What's so strange about that?" Jilin shrugged nonchalantly. "My family has some business in Magic City." 15 minutes later, outside the school gate, a long black commercial vehicle stopped by the roadside. Shen Changan looked at the vehicle and then at Jilin beside him, silently labeling him as a wealthy young master. Zhang Qingqing, Li Shiwan, and Bai Yin arrived at the school gate on time. Jilin had met the other two, but he had never seen Zhang Qingqing before. He introduced her to Jilin, saying, "Zhang Qingqing, she's like my sister." "Like a sister?" "She's 2 months older than me." Jilin nodded. "Hello, Miss Zhang. Since you're 2 months older than Chang'an, you certainly deserve to be called sister." Zhang Qingqing politely nodded, acknowledging the greeting. With everyone present, they boarded the excessively spacious commercial vehicle. "What are we having for dinner?" Shen Changan casually asked, as he was completely unfamiliar with the cuisine of Magic City. The few girls, also newcomers, exchanged glances. "Leave it to me." Jilin patted his chest and instructed the driver in the front seat. "Take us to Yulinglong." Yulinglong is not just an ordinary restaurant. The owner is a well-known practitioner in the inner world. This place specializes in high-end private cuisine, has an extremely high threshold, and only receives guests with connections. Although the Ji family does not mingle in Magic City, they still have enough influence to easily obtain an entry ticket. Half an hour later, the commercial vehicle drove into a quiet alley and stopped in front of a vine-covered small Western-style building from the Republic of China. The private room inside was elegantly decorated. Jilin fully displayed the demeanor of a wealthy young master. He didn't ask the waiter for recommendations, but directly and skillfully listed a long series of dishes, then waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave and not serve beside them. The ingredients here are cultivated using special methods that contain trace amounts of spiritual energy, making the flavors absolutely exquisite. Jilin poured a cup of tea, smiling as he began to liven up the atmosphere. Soon several exquisite private dishes were served. The trace amounts of spiritual energy in the ingredients enhanced the taste, and even Shen Changan, who wasn't picky about food, picked up his chopsticks a few more times in satisfaction. Halfway through the meal, Shen Changan felt in his pocket, pulled out the envelope sealed with wax, and casually tossed it onto the table in front of Jilin. "You're well informed. Help me identify who Zhao Haidang is." Jilin glanced at the signature on the envelope, and the piece of fish he had just picked up hovered in the air. His gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately put down his chopsticks. "Zhao Haidang. You don't even know her." "Of course not. I'm not part of your circle." Jilin casually grabbed a napkin nearby to wipe his mouth and said seriously, "She's a core figure of the Zhao family, one of the top families in Magic City, and also a member of the board of trustees at Magic City University. In this area, she has significant power and influence." Shen Changan furrowed his brow slightly. "Then why is she looking for me? Did you receive a reward for special recruits before coming to Magic City?" "Yes, I did." Jilin thought for a moment and smiled as he explained, "Those rewards you received when you filled out your application form, did you think they all came from the Magic City branch? In fact, the majority of the funding is from the top families in Magic City." Seeing the slightly wary look in Shen Changan's eyes, Jilin waved his hand to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's not about making you do anything in return, and you certainly won't have to pay any extra cost. This is common practice in our circle. Back in Zhejiang province, our Ji family often spent heavily to extend olive branches to those prodigies willing to settle here. This transaction was essentially completed the moment you signed to choose Magic City University. The Night Patrol Bureau serves as a guarantee, and no one dares to play dirty. Ms. Zhao is likely just inviting you for a formal meeting. Having spent so much money, she would want to meet you in person, get familiar with you, and establish a good rapport. It's just a team meeting, so don't feel burdened." Shen Changan nodded, feeling reassured as he took back the letter. Since the money was already in his pocket, a team meeting was just a small issue. "By the way, there's one more thing." Jilin shifted the topic. "There should be an internal meeting for practitioners in the next couple of days, but we probably only need to attend the internal meeting of the Night Patrol Bureau." Li Shiwan, who was cutely sipping soup, raised her head puzzled. "Huh, we have to attend a meeting. Didn't we all? This happens every year at the start of the school season, and it's held by all universities in Magic City. Do you know how many new practitioner students are coming to Magic City this September? Over 23,000. Jilin held up two fingers to emphasize. The moment this number was mentioned, even by Ian, who had been focused on dealing with hairy crabs, widened her cat-like eyes. Magic City isn't just our Magic City University. There are dozens of other universities. Just from our Night Patrol Bureau, over 3,000 young talents from across the country have been transferred or specially recruited this year. The remaining 20,000 are all disciples sent in by major sects and hidden practitioners." After dinner, several people returned to their dormitories. As expected, the moment Shen Changan lay down on the single bed in room 308, his phone began to vibrate wildly. An invitation to join a group popped up. After clicking accept, Shen Changan found himself added to a massive group chat named Moda Town Night Department Class of 26 Freshman General Group. He glanced at the group members. Besides the 1431 specially recruited freshmen, there were also dozens of management members with prefixes like instructor and supervisor, bringing the total number to exactly 1,500. The atmosphere in the group could be described as dead silence. Soon a group leader named Zhou Niancy posted a notice for all members tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. All freshmen are to gather at the school's one auditorium for a meeting. Additionally, this group also serves as a social group for everyone. Any questions regarding daily life or cultivation can be discussed within the group. As soon as the announcement was made, a long string of received messages filled the chat. With so many leaders watching, not a single person dared to post a meme. At that moment, Shen Changan's WeChat popped up with a friend request. "Note, fellow freshmen." Shen Changan casually clicked accept. The other party immediately sent a group chat invitation link along with a message, "Bro, join this." This is a private group chat created by the freshmen without any leaders included, and it has been set to anonymous mode, so everyone can enjoy themselves. Shen Changan raised an eyebrow and muttered, "These people know how to handle things." As soon as he clicked to join, messages on the screen began to flood in like a waterfall. Once everyone donned their masks, the classmates who had been timid in the main group completely shed their disguises and let loose. "I'm suffocating. Why does the spiritual energy in the Magic City feel thinner than in the countryside? Seeking, are there any muscle-bound body cultivation practitioners in this class? CPDD. I am a second realm sword cultivator, 180 centimeters tall, looking like Peng Yuyan, seeking a gentle magic type sister to date, someone who can duo with me in games." Looking at the chaotic messages flooding the screen, Shen Changan shook his head and chuckled. He casually created a small group of 4, pulling in Jilin, Li Shiwan, and Bai Ying. "You all joined that big group and the anonymous group, right?" Bai Ying quickly replied with a little cat peeking. "JPG. Joined both. I'm currently lurking in that anonymous group. The conversations there are super entertaining. Just now, several of my compatriots from the demon race added me as friends." Li Shiwan also chimed in there too, but the messages in the anonymous group are coming in too fast, I can barely keep up. Glancing at their replies, Shen Changan turned off his screen. It seemed these guys were adapting quite well. He looked up at the wall clock. It was already 8:20 in the evening. There were only 40 minutes left until the appointed 9 o'clock. It's time to meet that wealthy miss. Shen Changan sat up from his bed, casually put on a thin black jacket, left the apartment building, and took a rideshare straight to Beverly Manor. The rideshare weaved through the night, stopping half an hour later at the entrance of Beverly Hills, where rideshares were not allowed to enter, so he had to stop there. Shen Changan got out of the car and walked for 10 minutes before reaching the core area. The tall, hollowed-out iron gate glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the streetlights, and beyond the gate was a straight tree-lined avenue, where he could vaguely see the distant, staggered European-style buildings and fountain sculptures. As Shen Changan approached the gate, he was immediately stopped by 2 security guards dressed in sharp uniforms. "Sir, this is a private estate. Please show your reservation proof." The guard's tone was polite, but his posture was as upright as a pine tree. Shen Changan's eyes flickered. Although the guards did not deliberately release spiritual pressure with his perception, he instantly captured the fluctuations of spiritual energy circulating within the 2 guards. Second realm. They really spare no expense. Second realm experts could easily find a position in Qingzhou district, yet here, they can only stand guard. Shen Changan muttered to himself, reaching into his pocket to pull out the letter sealed with wax, and handed it. The guard took the letter, and upon seeing the signature and wax seal, immediately stood up straight and bowed, pressing the door open button. "Mr. Shen, the young lady is already waiting for you. Please proceed along the main road. The white western building at the far end is where she is." Shen Changan nodded and walked along the broad tree-lined path. A purely white European building steeped in classical Western aesthetics appeared before him. At the foot of the stairs stood an old butler dressed in a tailcoat with graying hair. "Mr. Shen, hello. I am the butler here." The old butler slightly bowed, his etiquette impeccable. However, upon seeing this old butler, Shen Changan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids twice. Fifth realm. Shen Changan gained a new understanding of the terrifying foundation of the Magic City. "Mr. Shen, please follow me." The old butler gestured for him to enter the building. The first floor was a vast hall with an extremely high dome, the floor covered with gleaming marble, and above was a dazzling giant crystal chandelier. The walls were adorned with seemingly old Western oil paintings. Shen Changan followed the old butler up the spiral staircase, carpeted with soft red, to a room at the end of the corridor. "The young lady is inside, Mr. Shen, please enter." The butler pushed open the heavy carved wooden door for him and respectfully stepped back outside. He stepped into the room. It was an elegantly decorated study and reception room. His gaze was immediately drawn to a figure standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a tall woman, estimated to be at least 175 centimeters tall, wearing a pair of black high heels, standing there almost eye level with Shen Changan, who was around 180. The woman wore a fitted dark green off-the-shoulder cheongsam, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. Her long black hair was casually tied back, held in place by a simple jade hairpin. "Ms. Zhao Haidang." Shen Changan broke the silence. Hearing his voice, the woman slowly turned around. It was a face imbued with an innate noble air. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with slightly upturned eyes that hinted at a trace of alluring charm, and a gentle, composed smile permanently gracing her red lips. Habitually, he released his divine sense to probe her realm. However, in the next second, he slightly furrowed his brows. It was completely empty. He could not sense even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from this woman. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either she was an ordinary person with no cultivation, or her realm had already surpassed Shen Changan's 5th realm, reaching the 6th realm of Spirit Abyss, where one could perfectly conceal their aura, or even higher. Just as Shen Changan was inwardly on alert, Zhao Haidang suddenly let out a light laugh. "No need to trouble yourself guessing, Shen." She strode over to him on high heels, her long legs moving with unhurried grace. As she drew near, a scent akin to some precious wood fragrance lingered at Shen Changan's nose. "I'm just an ordinary person with no spiritual energy at all." Zhao Haidang stopped less than half a meter from Shen Changan, her red lips parting in a smile as she gazed at him with amusement. Shen Changan's heart tightened. This woman had no cultivation, yet she could see through his use of spiritual sense to probe her. "How did you know I was sensing your spiritual energy?" Shen Changan concealed the contempt in his eyes, his body instinctively shifting into a slightly tense defensive stance. Zhao Haidang turned and walked to the sofa nearby, sitting down with her legs crossed, her long fair calves faintly visible beneath the hem of her cheongsam. Simple, just observation and logical analysis. She picked up the purple clay teapot on the coffee table and poured 2 cups of tea. "You fought your way up from the small-time Qingzhou district, Shen, becoming its top official at such a young age. Spending years handling dangerous demon incidents in an environment lacking strong backup inevitably fosters a cautious, even suspicious nature. She slid one cup of tea toward the seat across from her, looked up at Shen Changan, and her smile deepened. So when you step into a completely unfamiliar environment, your first instinct isn't to sit down and make small talk, but to instinctively analyze the surroundings and the people in them, judging whether they pose any threat to you. Zhao Haidang picked up her own cup, gently blew on the steam, then offered a warm smile. Of course, this is just my personal speculation, nothing to take seriously. Please don't mind it, Shun. Have a seat. She gestured for him to sit on the sofa opposite her. Try it, it's Mingxian Longjing. Shen Changan sat down, but didn't touch the tea. He cut straight to the chase. Ms. Zhao, the 50,030,000 contribution points as settling in funds are no small sum. What exactly do you want from me by summoning me here? You worry too much, Shun. Zhao Haidang set down her cup, her eyes sparkling and her smile gentle. Although our Zhao family are merchants, we also respect heroes like you who guard a region. This resource investment is mainly to forge a good connection. Meeting you today, I see you are truly distinguished and outstanding. A dragon among men. Shen Changan was speechless. He had been here less than 5 minutes. How was he already a dragon among men? This capitalist flattery came so easily. Still remembering that she was the generous benefactor who had just given him 50 million, Shen Changan felt he had to muster some business etiquette. Old Zhao had said the best way to deal with a strong-willed woman from a wealthy family was to compliment her. Her looks, her figure, it never failed. Shen Changan cleared his throat, sat up straight, and began earnestly. You flatter me, Ms. Zhao. If anyone is a dragon among men, it's you. In that Chang Sam, your figure is graceful and alluring. You are truly stunning. What's more, you're not only beautiful, but also have sharp insight, seeing at a glance that I, Shen Changan, am no ordinary person. Stop. Zhao Haidang clearly hadn't expected such a crude and blatant flattery. Caught off guard, she faltered for a moment, her dignified smile nearly cracking as she quickly raised a hand to stop him. Gazing at Shen Changan's expressionless face, Zhao Haidang couldn't tell if he was sincerely complimenting her or deliberately trying to annoy her. To mask her slight embarrassment, Zhao Haidang took a tactical sip of tea and awkwardly changed the subject. Let's get down to business. I invited you here today mainly to fulfill the promise of those 30,000 contribution points. She took out her communication terminal, quickly completed the transfer, and then gestured for him to leave a contact. Shen Changan readily scanned the code and added her as a friend. With the goods in hand, he felt his task for the night was complete and prepared to take his leave. Please stay. Zhao Haidang called him back, shifting the conversation. I wonder if you'd be interested in taking on a private assignment part-time. A private assignment. Shen Changan paused. Killing or smuggling? Neither. Zhao Haidang let out a soft laugh. I'd simply like to ask you to mentor a newcomer from our Zhao family. Also a freshman this year. Shen Changan frowned slightly. A freshman from our cohort. Who? Zhao Haidang pulled a photo from the drawer beside her and slid it across to Shen Changan. The photo showed a young girl in a black training outfit around 17 or 18 with a hint of resemblance to Zhao Haidang in her brows, but less charm and a sharper, more spirited edge. She held a wooden sword still in its sheath, her expression cold and stern. This is my sister Zhao Jin. She's also a freshman this year. Zhao Haidang introduced her. 18 years old, at the Third Realm, specializing in the way of the sword. Shen Changan was puzzled. Third Realm? That's top tier among freshmen, isn't it? With the Zhao family's deep foundation, why would you need me to mentor her? Precisely because she's too outstanding. The family wants her to face some setbacks. Zhao Haidang sighed softly. She's a martial fanatic, too proud. The family originally wanted her to hit walls in the elite circles of Magic City to learn there are always greater masters. But unfortunately, she paused, a note of helplessness in her voice. She's basically beaten all the cultivators of her generation in Magic City. As for the prodigies from other major families, they can't spar casually. Besides, she's single-handedly killed several 4th Realm demons and 4th-rank monsters on the outskirts. Ms. Zhao, my studies keep me quite busy. Shen Changan cleared his throat, ready to decline. An additional 50,000 contribution points per year, plus 50 million in activity funds. Zhao Haidang laid out her terms. His impending refusal caught in his throat as his eyes widened at the woman. You might not know the rules of the Night Watch Bureau here in Magic City, Shun. As a specially recruited student at Magic City University, you don't receive a base salary. With so many new Night Watch members arriving in Magic City each year, paying everyone a base salary would consume enormous resources. Shen Changan was taken aback. Besides, you think you can earn contribution points by slaying demons? Impossible. Zhao Haidang chuckled. In Magic City's urban area, even the lowest tier demon that shows its head is instantly swarmed by hundreds of cultivators desperate for points. You won't even catch a glimpse of the demons. For contribution points, you'd have to compete with veterans at the edge of rifts, a near-death gamble. 3 seconds later, Shen Changan shot to his feet, bowed slightly, and grasped Zhao Haitang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Ms. Zhao, you have a keen eye. A lost lamb like your sister needs a soul mentor like me to guide her. Rest assured I'll take the job. From now on, as long as I'm around, I'll make sure she learns the harsh realities of the world. I'll ensure she feels the warmth of my guidance. Watching Shen Changan's dramatic 180-degree shift like a face-changing act in Peking opera, Zhao Haitang finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid really wouldn't lift a finger without a reward. All right. Zhao Haitang suppressed her smile and withdrew her hand. They'll have Zhao Jin find you at school in the next couple of days. Time flew by, and it was 7 o'clock the next evening. Below the dormitory, Shen Changan and his 3 companions gathered on time. Jilin finally looked much more normal today. He was no longer wearing his eye-catching ancient-style robe, but had instead changed into a black sweatshirt printed with letters and cargo pants. Let's go and experience the talents of the youth in Magic City. The 4 of them walked along the main avenue of the campus towards the grand auditorium. Before they reached the entrance, a chaotic and unabashed wave of spiritual power surged out from the auditorium, creating an invisible boiling sensation in the air. Shen Changan raised an eyebrow. Upon entering, he saw that the large auditorium, which could accommodate 2,000 people, was already more than half full. In this gathering filled with the young hotheads of the Night Watch, everyone tacitly tore off the disguise they wore among ordinary people, unabashedly projecting their spiritual pressure outward. He slightly closed his eyes, his vast perception instantly covering the entire area. Most are at the peak of the first realm and the initial stage of the second realm. There are very few at the third realm. In these few seconds of sensing, Li Shiwan and Bai Yin beside him also noticed the unusual atmosphere. Li Ziwen's face turned slightly pale, such a strong sense of oppression. Shen Changan's gaze swept toward the small core area in the center of the auditorium, with excellent sight and position. There sat several groups of people, all centered around strong individuals of the third realm. Those young individuals of the third realm wore expressions of arrogance, as if they were lions surveying their territory, ruthlessly pushing the new students of the first and second realms to the outskirts. This, Shen Changan sneered, softly murmuring. It's only the second day of school, and they haven't even attended class yet they are already eager to classify everyone into ranks. He turned to Jilin beside him and nudged him with his shoulder. Release your peak third realm aura, be a little more arrogant. Jilin was taken aback and tapped his palm with his folding fan, complaining, Big brother, what are you doing pretending to be low-key as a fifth realm expert here? Just let your aura out. This group will probably kneel and sing conquer on the spot. Why should I be the one to stick my neck out? Shen Changan said confidently, Isn't it because my aura is a bit intimidating? I'm afraid that if I release it, the glass in this auditorium will shatter, and then I'll have to pay for it. Who knows how much the procurement cost of such unified assets is? What if I can't afford it? Jilin thought for a moment. It seemed he had a point. All right, just watch this, young master. Jilin took a deep breath, and the unmatched aura of the peak third realm erupted from him. He held his head high, strutting like a proud peacock, leading the way. Feeling the powerful pressure of the peak third realm, the new students originally crowded around the central area changed their expressions and began to part like the tide. Even those few young hotheads at the early third realm furrowed their brows upon sensing Jilin's aura, silently averting their gazes, choosing not to confront him directly. The 4 of them swaggered to the best spot in the middle and sat down. As time passed, the auditorium quickly filled to capacity. Shen Changan boredly tapped his fingers against the armrest, once again confirming the number of high-end combatants present, approximately 123 at the third realm. All around 18 years old at the third realm. Shen Changan sighed inwardly. Indeed, heroes are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. And this was just a small fraction of the 1,400 young individuals transferred from the Night Watch. One must remember that over 20,000 practitioners from various sects and top families were also stationed in this city, Magic City. At that moment, the lights in the auditorium suddenly dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on the podium. A tall figure walked up to the standing microphone. It was none other than the group leader, Zhou Nianzi. Shen Changan looked up. The woman at the podium was dressed in a well-tailored dark gray women's suit with a pencil skirt paired with flesh-colored stockings and black stiletto heels. She wore a pair of frameless glasses on her nose, her features beautiful, yet cold, exuding a strong scholarly aura, yet her figure was strikingly curvaceous, creating a breathtaking silhouette in the suit. However, before the energetic new students below could start whistling, Zhou Nianzi adjusted her glasses, and her originally gentle gaze instantly became sharp. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of the peak fourth realm crashed down on the entire audience like a tangible wave. Put away your petty thoughts of bravado and the projection of your spiritual power. What? You just arrived in Magic City and already want to stake your claim, compete for size, and show off. As her voice fell, the previously boiling wave of spiritual power in the auditorium suddenly stopped, as if a rooster had its neck grasped. All the new students obediently retracted their auras, and the hall became quiet enough to hear a needle drop. Seeing the atmosphere calm down, Zhou Nianzi withdrew her spiritual pressure, opened the folder in her hand, and began the dull reading of rules for the evening. Magic City University has many practitioners, and ordinary students will inevitably come into contact with this level, so the first iron rule: anyone using extraordinary powers to bully ordinary classmates is strictly forbidden. Once discovered, their cultivation will be directly abolished, and they will be expelled from the Night Watch. Second rule: if there are personal grievances between practitioners, and you feel unsatisfied, that's fine. The school has a designated spiritual power sparring arena. Sign a life and death agreement, and go fight. If you engage in private fights or damage public property in the dormitory area or academic buildings, a compensation fee will be deducted tenfold from your contribution points. Next followed half an hour of tedious rules and regulations such as dormitory curfews, credit acquisition, attendance in theoretical classes, etc., causing the audience to feel drowsy, and Shen Changan yawned 3 times in a row. Wake up, it's time for the main topic. Zhou Nianzi tapped the blackboard. Regarding the division of majors. Apart from the ordinary majors you are enrolled in, within the Night Watch, everyone must choose their practical training specialization within 3 days. It is mainly divided into 2 categories: physical arts and magical arts. Internally, it is further subdivided into melee combat, heavy fire suppression, elemental destruction, array support, and more. Zhou Nianzi adjusted her glasses and offered a realistic suggestion. My personal advice is, if you are an exceptionally talented top genius, I suggest you develop comprehensively, try to make up for your weaknesses, and not leave obvious fatal flaws. But if your talent is limited, then pick a path and stick to it. Choose the area you are most skilled in and master it. In future team battles, as long as you can demonstrate your irreplaceability, you will survive. And there's one last thing, the most important one. In your 4 years of university, I hope each of you can quickly find a teammate you can trust your back to and form a stable team. Zhou Nianzi's voice echoed in the auditorium, carrying a hint of heaviness. You are all elites drawn from across the country. Perhaps you think that being a lamplighter in your local bureau dealing with those low-level monsters was already quite impressive, but I want to tell you that was just child's play. It is the easiest job in the Night Watch. The true cruelty of this world and the terrifying things that the Night Watch really suppresses with their lives, you have yet to see. After the assembly, the freshmen surged out of the auditorium like a tide. A few of them chatted about the departmental division issue that Zhou Nianzi had just mentioned. Changan, which department do you plan to choose? Ji Lin asked, waving his folding fan. The spell department. After all, with his monstrous physical strength, he had no need for a physical arts instructor. What he lacked most were flashy spell techniques. Ji Lin nodded. All right, I'll also apply for the spell department. But I plan to develop comprehensively, so we'll also audit some physical arts classes. Li Xuan pondered seriously. He'll also go for the spell department. I have no talent for close combat, so it's better to specialize. Bai sucking on a lollipop mumbled vaguely. I'm easygoing. Wherever you go, I'll follow. As they chatted and descended the wide steps before the auditorium, Shen Changan suddenly halted. In the center of the square ahead, a figure stood silently. It was a girl in a black, form-fitting tracksuit, her long hair tied into a sharp, high ponytail, exuding an aura of valor. Even amidst the bustling crowd in the square, her cold, beautiful features and an air that kept others at a distance still drew many sidelong glances from the freshmen. Shen Changan recognized her at once. Zhao Jin, the second daughter of the Zhao family. He hadn't expected this benefactor sister to act so quickly, blocking his way on the second day of school. At the same time, Zhao Jin keenly caught Shen Changan's gaze, her icy eyes locking onto him instantly. I have something to take care of. Shen Changan turned to the 3 beside him. You all head back first. Hearing this, Ji Lin and the others exchanged glances. Instead of leaving, a blazing curiosity for gossip lit up in their eyes as they tacitly slowed their pace, trailing behind Shen Changan, ready to watch the drama unfold. Shen Changan walked straight up to Zhao Jin and, out of politeness, extended his right hand. Hello, let's get acquainted. I'm Shen Changan. Your sister asked me to. Slap. Before he could finish, his outstretched hand was ruthlessly slapped away. Zhao Jin didn't even glance at his suspended hand. Her frosty face remained expressionless as she coldly spat out a few words. Follow me. To the training ground. With that, she turned and walked away without any hesitation. Shen Changan looked at his reddened hand, the corner of his mouth twitching as he muttered under his breath. What the hell? A fight right at first sight. This 50 million salary really isn't easy to earn. Despite his grumbling, he didn't refuse. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and followed. Training ground. Their conversation hadn't been deliberately lowered, and the surrounding freshmen, who had just been scolded into silence by Zhou Nianzi and were itching to vent their energy, perked up their ears instantly. Holy crap. A sparring match on the second day of school. Let's go. Let's watch the show. See who the tough guy is. The freshmen, eager for excitement, erupted in a frenzy and flocked after them. The training grounds of Moda University were built in spacious underground facilities, numerous and fortified with sturdy defensive arrays. Zhao Jin was clearly familiar with the place. She led Shen Changan directly to the largest one arena in underground zone A, having already paid the venue fee in advance with her card. Go handle the safety waiver at the side, then get the hell up here. Zhao Jin stood at the edge of the arena, coldly tossing back a remark before vaulting onto the platform. Shen Changan was speechless, his forehead dark with lines. I said we're just having a private spar and some pointers. No need to make such a big deal, right? Zhao Jin closed her eyes and began adjusting her breathing, completely ignoring him. Fine. Shen Changan let out a bitter laugh as he walked over to a nearby machine to scan his fingerprint, muttering, "Looks like I'll have to teach this girl a lesson on behalf of Boss Zhao, or else I won't be able to do my job later." In a few minutes, they prepared word spread like wildfire through the freshman community. The originally empty one training ground in Zone A saw its thousands of tiered stands packed to the brim in no time. In the front row of the stands, Li Shiwan looked at the imposing girl on the arena with concern, tugging at Ji Lin's sleeve. Ji Lin, who is that girl? Why does she seem so hostile towards Shen? Hostile? It's practically murderous intent. Ji Lin put away his folding fan, frowning slightly. That's Zhao Jin, a prodigy from Moda's top-tier Zhao family. An 18-year-old third-stage sword cultivator, an absolute martial fanatic and ruthless fighter. I heard she single-handedly fought a fourth-stage demon outside the city during summer break. How did Brother Shen manage to provoke such a female Tyrannosaurus Rex as soon as he arrived? Bai-in carefree crunched on potato chips beside them. Who cares? She's definitely going to get beaten up anyway. After completing the formalities, Shen Changan leisurely climbed the steps onto the arena made of special material. As he walked, he casually remarked, "Boss Zhao said you're at the third stage. Alright, since I'm getting paid for this, I won't bully you. I'll only use third stage cultivation to fight you." His voice wasn't loud, but in the venue that had fallen silent for the match, it reached every ear clearly. The audience erupted with gasps of shock. Holy shit. Did he just say he'll only use the third stage? Is he implying his real level is beyond the third stage? An 18-year-old fourth stage, big shot. Bullshit. I know Zhao Jin. Who's this guy? Wearing a shabby t-shirt, looking poor. Which rural branch did he come from? Probably trying to show off in front of the goddess. He's going to hit a steel plate now. On the arena, hearing Shen Changan's words, Zhao Jin's beautiful brows knitted tightly, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. She walked to the weapon rack at the edge of the arena, pulled out a gleaming, unsharpened steel longsword, and casually pointed at the rack. Pick your weapon. I practiced the killing sword. Blades have no eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. No need for a weapon. Shen Changan stood still, hands still in his pockets, his expression languid. Just giving you some pointers. No need for a weapon. Zhao Jin's gaze turned icy cold, and her long sword let out a crisp ring. Arrogant fool. With those 4 words, the 1,000-strong audience erupted into chaos. Is this guy insane? Barehanded against Zhao Jin's sword. Does he even know who Zhao Jin is? She's the tigress who defeated all the aristocratic scions of her generation in Modu. Last month, that arrogant third-stage young master from the Huang family was slashed into serious injury by Zhao Jin's sword and all, and spent half a month in the hospital. Too cocky. Goddess, Zhao, don't waste words on him. Cut him down. Amid the roaring cheers egging him on, Shen Changan slowly pulled his hands out of his pockets, twisted his neck, and a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. Come on, let me see what your killing sword is made of. But let me make one thing clear. I never know how to go easy on someone. You'd better prepare yourself for the hospital. I won't cover the medical bills. This statement stirred another wave of commotion in the stands. Where did this guy get his audacity? He's way too full of himself. Damn, talking to Goddess Zhao like that. He'll probably end up carried off the arena on a stretcher. Silence. The Jinya division instructor, acting as referee, raised his hand and brought it down sharply. The spar begins. The moment the voice fell, the air above the arena erupted with a sound explosion. Zhao Jin's figure resembled a swift black panther, instantly leaving a remnant shadow in place. The steel longsword in hand produced a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, thrusting directly at Shen Changan's face. So fast, many spectators couldn't react in time. However, Shen Changan didn't even shift his feet. A buzzing sound echoed as a semi-transparent crimson flame barrier instantly formed before him. The ordinary spiritual flame manifestation of a protective talisman appeared. The tip of the sword slammed heavily against the flame barrier, sparks flying everywhere. Seeing the first strike blocked, Zhao Jin unhesitatingly flipped her wrist, the sword light slashing down like a storm, continuously striking the same spot. With a crack, the barrier shattered. The sharp blade, accompanied by a fierce wind, halted just 3 inches from Shen Changan's nose. Facing the sword's edge, so close, Shen Changan casually commented, "The lethality is decent and the speed of the strike is quite good." Hearing such a condescending tone from an elder, the killing intent in Zhao Jin's eyes intensified. With a flick of her wrist, the longsword transformed into a venomous serpent-like glimmer, launching a fierce thrust directly at Shen Changan's throat. This time Shen Changan moved. He tilted his body slightly, and the sharp sword light brushed closely. Immediately after, Shen Changan, disregarding martial ethics, extended his right leg and accurately tripped Zhao Jin at the shin bone. This forceful maneuver caused Zhao Jin, who was charging forward, to lose her balance in an instant. However, it must be said that this Zhao family prodigy indeed possessed exceptional combat qualities. At the moment she was about to fall, she quickly reacted forcefully, exerting her waist to dissipate the momentum, completing a standard tactical roll on the ground and creating distance. However, just as Zhao Jin knelt on one knee and was about to raise her head, a sharp earthen brown stone spike had unknowingly broken through the ground, accurately stopping right before her forehead. It was less than half a centimeter from her skin. Shen Changan looked down at her first life. If that stone spike had advanced just half an inch further, your head would have blossomed by now. After saying that, Shen Changan snapped his fingers, and the stone spike instantly transformed into a pile of dust scattered on the ground. Zhao Jin's back was immediately drenched in cold sweat. She hadn't even sensed when the stone spike had appeared. The freshmen in the stands were also in an uproar. That was close. Goddess Zhao almost got hit. Someone exclaimed, patting their chest. However, in the front row of the stands, a few truly perceptive geniuses had serious expressions, gasping in shock. Close my ass. That guy on stage was holding back. Look closely. The moment the flame barrier shattered, that guy not only obscured Zhao Jin's line of sight with the flames, but also set up a complete circle of ground spike traps in her rolling path. No matter which direction Zhao Jin rolled, if she lifted her head, it would be a dead end. That's too sinister. Where did this old sneaky bastard come from? On the arena, Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, a glint of stubbornness and unwillingness flashing in her eyes as she felt mocked. Come again. She leaped up, this time opting for a different approach. She swung her longsword, and simultaneously 3 realistic sword energy remnants erupted from the sword, sealing Shen Changan's escape routes from above, middle, and below. Meanwhile, her true self, using the cover of the sword energy, stealthily glided into Shen Changan's blind spot, aiming a sword strike at his dead angle. Exquisite and cunning combat skills. Just as the sword blade was about to slice through Shen Changan's clothing, a large bony hand seemed to have foreseen the move, piercing through the layered sword shadows, accurately gripping her wrist, while the other hand flicked lightly on the spine of the sword. Ding! A crisp sound of impact echoed. A surge of violent power traveled down the blade. Zhao Jin felt a numbness in her tiger's mouth. Her entire right arm lost sensation in an instant, and she stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before barely stabilizing herself. Shen Changan withdrew his hand, looking at the panting Zhao Jin, a flicker of genuine admiration finally crossing his eyes. Using sword energy as a distraction to cover your true self and counterattack from a blind spot. Very clever. This move is quite practical in real combat. Hearing such light praise, Zhao Jin felt great humiliation, her hand gripping the sword trembling. In the front row of the stands, Ji Lin focused intently on every exchange in the arena, unconsciously closing his folding fan. Is the gap between these two really this vast? Ji Lin gasped. He could see that Shen Changan had hardly disrupted his footing throughout the entire match. Suddenly, he recalled a remark his sister once made: Shen Changan's combat talent is the most exaggerated I've ever seen, bar none. Continuously being outmatched, Zhao Jin was completely enraged. Her delicate face became frost-like, and the steel longsword in her hand emitted a piercing hum, transforming her into a whirlwind, instantly entering an all-out suppression mode. The countless sword shadows enveloped Shen Changan like a torrential storm, causing him to retreat repeatedly, seemingly forced into passive defense. Whoosh! Shen Changan tilted his head to avoid a sword energy slicing close to his eardrum, casually commenting, "Not bad," finally willing to show some real skill. The savvy freshmen in the audience were already dumbfounded. Wow, this sword energy, this lethality is absolutely on par with the 4th realm. If it were me up there, I wouldn't last 3 seconds. Facing Zhao Jin's increasingly fierce assault, Shen Changan formed a hand seal with one hand. Flame Spirit Transformation. The fire elements in the air erupted instantly, and a 2-meter-tall crimson flame figure formed in Zhao Jin's visual blind spot, unexpectedly swinging a punch towards the back of her head. Break! Zhao Jin, with extremely quick reflexes, didn't even turn her head, countering with a fierce sword light that directly shattered the flame figure in half, sparks flying. However, Shen Changan's follow-up moves had already arrived. Create a prison. The ground beneath Zhao Jin's feet instantaneously softened like a quagmire, several earth pillars rising like a cage. Zhao Jin let out a cold snort, lightly tapping her toes, soaring into the air like a swallow, forcefully evading. However, being midair, her old strength had been exhausted and new strength had yet to materialize. A flicker of triumph flashed in Shen Changan's eyes as he brought his hands together. Wind flame barrier. In an instant, a fierce wind swirled with terrifying crimson flames, like an inverted sea of fire almost completely filling the entire airspace and the arena. Faced with this unavoidable sea of fire, Zhao Jin, suspended in midair, gripped her sword with both hands, squeezing her internal spiritual energy to the utmost. Open for me. A blinding sword light, 3 zhang long, forcibly cleaved a vacuum passage through the sea of fire. The moment she landed, Zhao Jin immediately launched a counterattack. She slapped a hand against the ground. Earth wall. Boom. Instantly 4 or 5 thick earthen walls shot up from the arena, completely obstructing Shen Changan's line of sight, trying to obscure my vision and close the distance for close combat. Shen Changan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the towering earthen walls before him. Sure enough, in his perception, Zhao Jin's figure was using the cover of the earth walls, moving with terrifying speed, stealthily closing in. Seeing this, the freshman in the stands instantly became excited. Zhao Jin is serious now. This tactic is too clever. Yes, the guy earlier relied purely on tricks to sneak a hit. I can see that he's been using spells the whole time with unsteady footing. His physical skills must be quite average. Once he gets close to a sword cultivator, he's dead meat. Jilin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the discussions around him. Average physical skills. A bunch of fools. When Shen Changan's superintelligence tells him he needs to use overwhelming strength to break through, you'll know what true ruthlessness is. Come again. On the arena, the murderous intent surged. Swish. Zhao Jin, like a specter, struck from the left side of Shen Changan. The sword light flowed like an unending stream, sealing off all of Shen Changan's escape routes. Bang. The flame barrier that had just formed around Shen Changan was instantly shattered. Faced with the unavoidable storm of blades, Shen Changan staggered backwards 3 or 4 steps, as if he were intoxicated with a strange gait. His stance looked utterly awkward, yet astonishingly, he managed to evade all those lethal sword lights from an incredible angle. Taking advantage of the backward momentum, Shen Changan casually picked up a stone from the ground left by the shattered earthen wall and tossed it into the air. He then quickly formed a hand seal. Little stone transformation. The tiny shard of stone, originally the size of a fingernail, instantly expanded hundreds of times in midair, transforming into 7 or 8 massive boulders weighing several tons, descending upon Zhao Jin with terrifying shadows and howling winds. Zhao Jin gritted her teeth and swung her sword repeatedly, her fierce sword energy instantly slicing the 3 foremost boulders into fragments. But there were just too many boulders, she simply couldn't cut them all down. Without hesitation, she decided to use an explosive step to force her way out of the boulder's coverage. However, just as she was about to exert herself, her peripheral vision caught sight of something among the shattered stones. There, a hidden crimson rune was flickering. Control character. Swish. Several chains entirely made of flame and solidified into reality shot out from the pile of stones, instantly ensnaring Zhao Jin's calf with a speed faster than lightning. A trap within a trap. As the giant boulders above threatened to turn her into a pulp, a glimmer of madness flashed in Zhao Jin's eyes as she forced all her remaining spiritual energy. Flash! A terrifying sword light, almost draining her of all her strength, shot up into the sky, effortlessly shredding all the boulders overhead and the surrounding earthen walls into a cloud of dust. As the residual waves settled, that sword light even struck the barrier of the formation at the edge of the arena, creating a violent ripple and a piercing alarm. The audience was silent. Everyone unconsciously swallowed hard. With the last few desperate strikes from Zhao Jin, let alone a newcomer, even seasoned seniors from the 2nd or 3rd year would likely not emerge unscathed. Huff! Huff! On the arena, Zhao Jin knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her long sword, gasping heavily as sweat poured down her cheeks. Her spiritual energy had completely run dry. That guy, he must have exhausted his spiritual energy too. A spectator muttered. However, just as the dust began to settle, a blazing red light illuminated the scene. A 2-meter-tall silhouette of a red flame stood silently behind Zhao Jin, its terrifyingly hot flaming fist hovering just 3 inches away from the back of her head. There was no killing intent, but it was filled with intimidation. The dust had completely settled. Shen Changan stood a few meters away, hands in his pockets, unscathed, with not even a hint of disturbance in his breath. He looked at the sweat-drenched Zhao Jin and calmly uttered 4 words, "Second life." He then refrained from attacking, intending to see if Zhao Jin would concede. Zhao Jin took a deep breath. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her previously disheveled gaze sharpened once more like a blade as she suddenly lunged at the unprepared Shen Changan. "Open!" she shouted angrily, burning the last remnants of her spiritual energy without hesitation. The long sword transformed into a dazzling white streak, rushing fiercely toward Shen Changan's heart. "If you don't surrender now, I'll have to resort to physical techniques," but I doubt it will feel good. Oh, prepare yourself mentally. Facing this seemingly grand strike, he neither dodged nor avoided. At the moment the sword tip was about to touch his chest, his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Zhao Jin's wrist. Bang! A merciless knee strike slammed into Zhao Jin's soft abdomen. Ugh! Zhao Jin couldn't even scream. Her body instantly curled up like a shrimp. Shen Changan did not relent, following up with a powerful side kick precisely hitting her shoulder. Zhao Jin was once again sent flying by the immense force, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Her originally fair and delicate face was already marred with bruises, and blood even trickled from the corner of her mouth. A one-sided beating. There was no beauty in it, and not a shred of concern for her well-being. The newcomers in the audience were in an uproar. What the hell? Is this guy even human? He's going so hard on a girl. So utterly shameless. Pervert. Where are the instructors? Where's the referee? Stop this now, he's just venting his anger. The furious curses surged through the entire venue like a tsunami. On the arena, Zhao Jin struggled to stand up. But after 2 heavy blows and her completely depleted spiritual energy, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Humiliation, unwillingness, anger. Countless emotions intertwined wildly in her mind. Suddenly it felt as though something within her had shattered. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy far exceeding the limits of the third realm erupted from Zhao Jin's body, without warning. The one-stri meridians were instantaneously widened, and the newly regenerated spiritual energy flowed like a torrential river, producing a faint roar like that of a river. The previously scattered sword aura coalesced once more, even overflowing from her body, carving glaring scratches on the arena. What the hell? Did she break through? Fourth realm. Spirit River realm. Goddess Zhao broke through in the heat of battle. The audience in the stands was momentarily stunned, then they all stood up in excitement, cheering wildly. Let's take down that pervert. Show him the power of the fourth realm. Feeling the surge of powerful energy within her, Zhao Jin slowly straightened her body. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, red dripping her long sword, her gaze fixed on Shen Changan with intensity. Shen Changan, draw your weapon and use your full strength. Otherwise you will die. Her voice was cold and confident, but Shen Changan did not reach for his weapon, his aura still firmly resting at the peak of the third realm. He even shook his head helplessly. Are you mistaken about something? What? Zhao Jin frowned. Just in case you didn't know, let me remind you. A person like you in the fourth realm I killed 3 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Changan's gaze changed in an instant. If just moments ago he was merely completing a task in a formulaic manner, now there was finally a trace of genuine killing intent in his eyes. Bang! Explosive step. The ground was dented as Shen Changan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Zhao Jin's pupils constricted as she instinctively unleashed sword energy that stretched 5 zhong long. Whoosh! The fierce sword energy grazed Shen Changan's shoulder and cheek, leaving several thin lines of blood. The audience erupted into ecstatic cheers, believing victory was in sight. However, the next second their cheers abruptly halted. Shen Changan, enduring the slicing of the sword energy, had already closed the distance to Zhao Jin, less than half a meter away. With a powerful straight punch unadorned, he slammed into Zhao Jin's abdomen. Zhao Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, her grip on the sword instinctively loosening. Before she could retreat, Shen Changan's left hand pierced through her defenses, firmly grasping the hilt of her steel sword with his bare hand. His right hand swiftly twisted her wrist outward. Crack! The sickening sound of dislocated bones rang clearly across the arena. Zhao Jin's right arm instantly went limp, the steel sword clattering to the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Shen Changan's right leg lashed out like a whip filled with power, striking fiercely towards Zhao Jin's head. Zhao Jin barely raised her intact left arm to block, yet she was still shaken by this terrifying force, half her body going numb. Finally, Shen Changan stepped forward, delivering a powerful palm strike, precise and fierce, directly impacting Zhao Jin's chin. Bang! This blow completely severed the blood supply to Zhao Jin's brain. Her eyes rolled back instantly, and her body collapsed to the ground like a marionette, with cut strings, losing consciousness entirely. From her breakthrough to the fourth realm to being knocked out cold by Shen Changan, in a pure melee battle, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Shen Changan slowly stood up, raised the back of his hand, and casually wiped a trace of blood from his cheek, caused by the sword energy. He glanced at the unconscious Zhao Jin and said, the sword energy is indeed sharper than before, not bad. The referee swallowed hard and announced, Zhao Jin has lost consciousness. Shen Changan wins. As soon as the words left his mouth, a team of medical personnel that had been prepared rushed out from the corner of the arena. They quickly lifted Zhao Jin onto a stretcher and evacuated the scene. After a brief silence, an unprecedented wave of anger erupted from the stands. You beast! How could you strike so hard against a defenseless girl? Don't you understand what camaraderie means? Exactly. You don't even know the basics of cherishing the fairer sex, you're nothing but a psychopathic killer. Is it really necessary to beat someone to such a degree? Faced with this overwhelming moral condemnation, Shen Changan paused in his steps as he prepared to leave the arena. He turned around and looked at the indignant guardians of justice in the audience, a sudden smile breaking out. Cherishing the fairer sex. Shen Changan picked up the microphone at the edge of the stage, his voice resonating throughout the venue with a chilling mockery. What? When you go out on missions and encounter those bloodthirsty monsters, do you plan to lecture them on cherishing the fairer sex? Do you expect the monsters to bow to you before they eat you? This isn't life and death combat. You are just using fallacious reasoning. Someone in the audience shouted back, their face flushed with anger. Not life and death combat. Shen Changan was amused. Did I not give her a chance? I gave her 2 chances at life, otherwise she would have been dead long ago. I neither harmed her essence nor left her body crippled, I merely knocked her out. The audience was not convinced at all, and curses filled the entire venue. In an instant he became the target of public scorn. Realizing he couldn't reason with them, he casually threw the microphone on the ground, producing a piercing screech. Since you all love to talk about camaraderie and enjoy playing the saints. Shen Changan slowly walked to the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if looking down upon ants. Come. He extended a finger, arrogantly beckoning. Whoever shouted the loudest and feels unsatisfied, come down now. They'll give you a chance to be a hero. If one person dares not, you can call more to come together, it doesn't matter. Shen Changan cracked his neck. But let me make it clear. This time I won't be as gentle with Miss Zhao as I was before. Arrogant. Damn too arrogant. Brothers, let's... Several hot-blooded freshmen from the 2nd and 3rd realms could no longer hold back and were ready to jump down from the stands. Stop right there. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a tall figure appeared at the highest point of the stands. Zhou Nianzi, with a serious expression, pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and glanced at the few troublemakers preparing to jump down. This is the school's martial arts training ground, not a place for gang fights and turf wars. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I will immediately cripple their cultivation and kick them out of the night patrol division. Under this pressure, the hot-blooded freshmen instantly regained their senses and, drenched in cold sweat, retreated back to their seats. Put away your naive student mentality. Zhou Nianzi, in high heels, walked quickly down the aisle of the stands, her voice echoing throughout the underground venue. Do you think, just because you're called a genius back home, you are really someone important? Look at how incompetent and furious you all looked just now. Do you think others' strikes were too harsh? Do you think there should be limits between comrades? She suddenly pointed at Shen Changan on the stage, her gaze electrifying as it swept across the crowd. He, Shen Changan. Like you, he is only 18 this year. But the number of monsters and evil cultivators he has single-handedly slain has already surpassed 1,000. The venue fell silent. All the freshmen widened their eyes, dizzy from this exaggerated figure. Among you present, who has slain more Zhou Nianzi sneered. Don't even mention individual comparisons. I dare say that combined you have seen less blood than he has alone. Standing in the center of the stage, Shen Changan rubbed his nose, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. This was the first time in his 18 years that he had been publicly praised by a superior in front of so many people. Want to spar? Want to fight for justice? Sure. Then let's follow the rules, go through the proper challenge process in the martial arts arena. Don't yell from the stands like a sore loser. Listening to Zhou Nianzi's reprimands, the freshmen in the stands all turned red with embarrassment, unable. Meanwhile, he withdrew his hands from his pockets, wearing a gentle smile, and lightly clapped his hands towards clap, clap, clap. The crisp and slow applause felt abrupt in the silent venue, filled with mockery. I just love your look of not being able to stand me, yet being unable to do anything about it. Watching his arrogant demeanor, several hot-headed boys on stage nearly suffered an aneurysm, their back teeth grinding. Baiyin was directly amused by this scene, clutching her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. The boss still has some temper. He usually seems indifferent to everything, but his provocation skills are absolutely top-notch. Li Xuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Teacher Zhou is right. We're all civilized people, so let's follow the proper process. Shen Changan stopped clapping and slowly spoke. However, my appearance fee is quite expensive. Challenges aren't accepted for free. If you want to get hit. Oh no, if you want to spar, be prepared with your stakes. 500 contribution points per match, no credit. As he said this, the smile on Shen Changan's lips gradually faded. In the next moment, boom! A terrifying pressure of spiritual energy as vast and terrifying as an abyss erupted without reserve from his body. This pressure mingled with the solidified killing intent he had forged from the corpses of thousands of monsters. From freshman to senior, Shen Changan's feet caused the ground to crack, and under the embrace of that terrifying pressure, he declared word by word, I accept all challenges. The entire stands fell into a deathly silence. Under the tangible killing intent and spiritual pressure, several first-realm freshmen in the front row who were closer even felt their legs go weak and collapse to the ground, finding it difficult to breathe. Even Joni Yancey, standing not far away, couldn't help but tremble in her gaze upon sensing this unmasked aura glancing at the young man 2 more times. He really is at the 5th realm, Joni Yancey thought in shock. Once he finished showing off, Shen Changan naturally retracted all his aura, shoved his hands back into his pockets, and swaggered out of the underground arena along the aisle. Joni Yancey also cast a deep glance at the stands before turning to leave, until their figures completely disappeared at the end of the aisle. The area, a hall no. 1 which was quiet as a grave, suddenly seemed to release time from its pause, erupting into a terrifying wave of sound that nearly blew the roof off. What the hell? What did I just feel? 5th realm. That was the pressure of the 5th realm. My grandfather is at the 5th realm. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. A 5th realm powerhouse at 18. Is this the speed of cultivation that humans can achieve? It's impossible even if you start practicing from the womb. Accepting all singles. 500 contribution points per match. Is he trying to fleece all the resources of Magic City University? Crazy. This world is definitely insane. Listening to the freshmen around him descend into crazed howls and lamentations about life. Sitting in the front row, Ji-Lin unfolded his inkwash folding fan with a swish, looking at the several freshmen who had collapsed on the ground under the pressure of killing intent, shaking his head in admiration. Indeed, everyone at Magic City University is exceptional. Ji-Lin sighed. It's just a pity that Shen Changan is a freak. He is the dragon among dragons. Even amidst the gathering of heroes at Magic City University, he remained the fiercest dragon crossing the river. Shen Changan stepped out of the exclusive passageway leading from the underground training ground, the night breeze dispersing the lingering heat from his body. He found a quiet corner, took out his phone, and sent a message in a small group of 4. I'm at the exit. What should we eat soon? Just as the message was sent, Zhao Haitang's number called in. Shen Changan answered in a mature voice, tinged with amusement, came through the line. Well done, Shen. You're even more impressive than I imagined. In the study of Beverly Manor, Zhao Haitang was comfortably leaning against an exquisite velvet chaise longue. Her right leg crossed over the left, her fair and proportionate calf hanging in midair, with her delicate toes slightly pointed at a black stiletto heel, the heel swaying lightly in the air in tune with her mood. You flatter me, boss Zhao. Shen Changan leaned against the wall, his tone somewhat formal. I got a bit carried away earlier. My strikes were a little too hard. You won't deduct your sister's medical expenses from my activity funds, will you? Hearing this money-related concern, Zhao Haitang chuckled lightly. Don't worry, the Zhao family can cover this medical bill. She's not seriously injured. That's good. Regarding the follow-up private lessons, do you have any specific guidance, boss? It's simple, help refine her reckless spirit. But be mindful of the boundaries, don't completely crush her confidence. Zhao Haitang slightly curled her toes, balanced the stiletto heel on her ankle, and her tone turned serious. Additionally, she's following a pure sword cultivation path with family elders teaching her swordsmanship, so you don't need to worry about that. You will mainly be responsible for guiding her physical techniques and close combat. By relating it to other areas, you might learn something useful during battles. Understood. I'm familiar with physical training. Shen Changan nodded. I'll get the job done as long as I'm paid. Just a few minutes after hanging up, footsteps sounded at the entrance. Boss. Bayin bounced over like a rabbit, her eyes sparkling as she circled around Shen Changan. You were so impressive on the arena just now. When you released your aura at the end, a few guys in the front row were shaking like leaves. Ji-Lin and Li Shuang also came out, their eyes filled with uncontrollable shock and excitement. We're all peers here, just trying to enjoy college. I didn't plan to come in and dominate right away. Shen Changan helplessly put his phone in his pocket. If I have to play this role, I can't communicate without a good beating. He waved his hand, ending the topic. Let's go, I'm hungry after that fight. Oh, let's eat first. 2 days later, everyone had gotten somewhat familiar with the school. At the Business Administration Department of Magic City University, the first class meeting of Business Administration Class 5. To facilitate centralized management by the Night Patrol, this class had only 25 students, all of whom were exceptional young cultivators recruited this year. Shen Changan, Li Shuang, Bayin, and Ji-Lin found a row of seats in the back of the classroom. However, a strange scene unfolded in the classroom. Any seat within a 2-meter radius of Shen Changan, including his row, was completely empty, not a single shadow in sight. The new classmates who arrived either early or late collectively swallowed hard upon seeing the boy with hands in his pockets, head down, playing with his phone, and instinctively shifted their gaze, avoiding him, like a plague, squeezing into the front row and the opposite side of the classroom. The terrifying aura from the underground arena had deeply etched itself into the bones of these new students. Amidst this distinctly eerie atmosphere, the counselor walked into the classroom. He was a man in his 30s, dressed in a neat light blue shirt and black trousers, wearing black-rimmed glasses with a scholarly and composed appearance. Shen Changan glanced around, noting he was at the initial stage of the three realms. In a place like Magic City, where geniuses congregated, he was clearly just a pure office worker. Hello everyone, I am your counselor Gu Feng. Gu Feng stood firmly at the podium, offering a gentle smile. Without further ado, let's first go over a few important matters. First, submit your finalized practical training specialization to me within the next couple of days. Remember, choosing a specialization doesn't mean you can't attend classes from other departments. The main purpose of this specialization is to facilitate the school in assigning you a dedicated mentor. Once the course selection system opens, you'll be able to make a two-way choice between mentors and courses. If you have a preferred mentor in mind, feel free to contact them in advance. Having said this, Gu Feng paused, adjusted his glasses, and his expression turned somewhat awkward, even a bit embarrassed. Well, additionally, a reminder. Since you're all enrolled in the business administration program, if you ever feel tired from cultivation, feel free to attend some of our School of Economics and Management's professional courses. After all, you've been transferred to Magic City and don't have mandatory duty assignments. A proper balance between work and rest is good, right? Gu Feng's lack of confidence stemmed from knowing all too well the character of these specially recruited students from the Night Watch division. Previous cohorts of these formidable individuals were essentially unreachable once the semester started. They wouldn't even bother attending classes, let alone final exams. After all, this facade of being an ordinary college student was just a cover. A diploma was worthless, too rough for even wiping, to these cultivators who constantly lived on the edge of danger. The last matter directly concerns your interests. Gu Feng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. In Magic City, the Night Watch division doesn't pay a base salary. If you're short on contribution points, you can apply to join the secret forum of the Magic City Supernatural Mission Hall on the Night Watch division's internal app. It posts various missions daily for clearing monsters and capturing demons. However, there are too many peers in Magic City, and the competition is fierce. Whether you can snag a piece of the pie depends on your own speed and skill. Having finished the official matters, Gu Feng picked up the roster. Alright, you'll be classmates for at least the next 4 years. Next, in roll call order, each of you will come up and give a brief self-introduction. More friends mean more paths out. Cultivators specially recruited, especially those from aristocratic families raised on ample resources, were inherently proud and confident. Thus, whether they were renowned heirs or newcomers like Li Xuan, who had only stepped into the cultivation world less than a month ago, they all stood at the podium with poise, speaking eloquently, without the shyness or awkwardness typical of freshmen. Soon it was Shen Changan's turn. My turn. Shen Changan rose and sauntered to the podium with a lamp. When he turned to face the class, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Over 20 students in the front rows instinctively straightened their backs, barely daring to breathe, their eyes reflecting undisguised awe and tension. Hello everyone. Shen Changan placed his hands on the lectern, striving to appear as a cheerful, sunny college student, and flashed what he thought was a kind, friendly smile. My name is Shen Changan. I'm from Qingzhou District, Beijiang City. I'm very happy to be classmates with you all. I have a good temper and am easy to get along with. I hope you'll take good care of me in class. A very friendly speech. Yet the new students exchanged uneasy glances. Looking at the face that had declared it would beat everyone up last night, now smiling so amiably everyone felt a chill down their spines. A 3-second dead silence engulfed the classroom. Then sparse applause broke out. Frowning at the lukewarm response, Shen Changan furrowed his brow. He narrowed his eyes in slight confusion, slowly scanning the tense faces below, wondering to himself. Was his attitude not good enough? Why were they making such expressions? But the people below saw it differently. Damn, he thinks we're being perfunctory. He's unhappy. He's holding a grudge. He's definitely memorizing faces. Someone started it, and the next second, clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted in the multimedia classroom. A few boys in the front row even slapped their hands, red, afraid of clapping a split second slower than others. Hearing the sudden fervent applause, Shen Changan on the podium was even more puzzled, but he nodded in satisfaction and stepped down. In everyone's eyes, Shen Changan might not remember exactly who had clapped, but he was absolutely certain. Shen Changan returned to his seat, listening to the lingering applause around him, and rubbed his chin contentedly. Seems like they like me quite a bit. The classmates in Magic City are really enthusiastic. Ji Lin, sitting beside him, heard this shameless remark and twitched the corner of his mouth violently, silently turning away, utterly speechless. The self-introduction session ended quickly. As soon as the class meeting disbanded, Shen Changan's phone vibrated in his pocket. Opening it, he saw a message from Zhao Haitong: come to Beverly Manor. An hour later, Shen Changan stepped into this top-tier, exorbitantly expensive, wealthy district in Magic City once again. The old butler was still quietly waiting at the villa's entrance, flawlessly guiding Shen Changan to the second-floor office. Pushing open the heavy carved solid wood door, Shen Changan immediately spotted Zhao Jin standing by the large mahogany desk. The once arrogant Zhao family prodigy from the arena now stood there indignantly. Her several fractured bones were still wrapped in fixed bandages, and her cold, beautiful face bore patches of blue and purple bruises that hadn't even faded yet. Seeing Shen Changan enter, Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, fiercely snorted, and turned her head away, her face clearly screaming, "I am so not happy." Zhao Haitang sat in the spacious leather office chair, toying with an expensive pen, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth as she watched the two. "Student Shen, have a seat." Zhao Haitang pointed to the chair opposite. "You two have become acquainted through conflict. I called you here today mainly to finalize the specific training plan for physical techniques." Shen Changan sat down without hesitation. "Whatever arrangement boss Zhao makes is fine. I work for pay, and I can always make time." After several rounds of discussion, the schedule for this 50 million yuan private tutoring was set twice a week, with each session lasting at least 2 hours. One session was fixed on Saturday evening, while the other could be flexibly arranged based on their class schedules. "No problem." Shen Changan snapped his fingers and looked at the defiant Zhao Jin. "Classmate Zhao, remember to wear clothes that can withstand dirt during lessons. My teaching method relies solely on fists." Zhao Jin trembled with rage and was about to retort when a single indifferent look from Zhao Haitang silenced her. "All right, the plan is set." Zhao Haitang put down the pen and waved at Zhao Jin. "Zhao Jin, step out first. I have some private matters to discuss with student Shen." Zhao Jin bit her lower lip and reluctantly turned around. Before leaving, she shot Shen Changan a vicious glare, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Only 2 people remained in the room. Zhao Haitang leaned back in his chair, the smile on his face gradually fading as his expression turned serious. "Classmate Shen, I heard that a few years ago in Qingzhou district you killed quite a few monsters." "It was for work." Shen Changan nodded. "Are you interested in the Abyss Rift?" Shen Changan's pupils slightly contracted. As the lantern-bearer of the Night Watch, he certainly understood what the Abyss Rift signified. It was a weak point where the inner world intersected with the abyss, the true source of monsters flooding into the present world. Is there an Abyss Rift near the demon capital? If such a rift exists near a metropolis with a population of millions, it would undoubtedly be a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Not only is there one, but it is also quite significant. Zhao Haitang stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant night scenery. It's located over 100 kilometers away from the coastline of the demon capital in the East Sea Bay. That area has been designated as a permanent no-fishing zone, and the coordinates have been erased from the maps, prohibiting any vessels from entering. The Night Watch has collaborated with several top families in the demon capital to completely seal it off with a massive barrier. The low-level monsters in the urban area are simply not enough for geniuses like you. But the East Sea Rift is different. It is dangerous, and you could encounter high-level monsters or even other beings at any moment. It is a holy land for earning contribution points and undergoing life-and-death trials, but correspondingly, it is also a true slaughterhouse. Saying this, Zhao Haitang opened a drawer and took out a piece of warm and smooth jade pendant carved with the ancient script of Zhao, placing it on the table. Not everyone can enter the restricted area of the East Sea Rift. The Night Watch only opens a limited number of spots each day, and the majority are controlled by the families. Zhao Haitang pushed the jade pendant towards Shen Changan. "This is my pass. With it you can go to the front line of the East Sea Rift at any time." Shen Changan looked at the jade pendant on the table. He was well aware of the survival rules in the inner world. Zhao Haitang was a shrewd businesswoman. She was betting on his future ability to command influence in this world. "Thanks, boss Zhao." Shen Changan decisively pocketed the jade pendant. "Once I sort out the messy affairs at school, I will definitely go and have a look." As Shen Changan pushed open the solid wooden door, he immediately saw Zhao Jin standing in the corridor. She had a tense expression on her face, standing next to the old butler with a resentful gaze, looking like a small wife who had been greatly wronged, but had nowhere to vent her frustrations. Seeing the bruises on her face that had not fully faded, Shen Changan felt a rare pang of guilt and instinctively scratched his head. "Well, yesterday in the arena, I indeed went a bit too hard." Zhao Jin shot him a cold glance, turning her head away, leaving him with the back of her head that was filled with resistance. "Classmate Shen, miss, it's getting late. Let me take you back to school." The butler timely spoke, breaking the off. Shen Changan looked at the speeding streets outside the window, secretly muttering in his heart. This was going to be a 4-year expensive private tutoring course. With the relationship between the boss sister and him so strained, how could he continue teaching in the future? If he had known that, he should have held back a bit during that last set of combos yesterday, at least leaving her some face. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the gate of Demon Capital University. Before getting out of the car, the butler took out a set of keys with a sensing card from his suit pocket and handed them to Classmate Shen. "This is the key to the private training ground established by the Zhao family near the Demon University. The young lady specifically instructed to grant you access so that you can take her there for training at any time. Shen Changan took the keys and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. To have a private training ground in such a prime area around Demon Capital University. The power of capital is simply outrageous. The two got out of the car. Shen Changan looked at Zhao Jin standing under the streetlight, trying to ease the relationship. Classmate Zhao, we have already set the class schedule. Let me know when you're free. Oh, we can start the first lesson. Now. Zhao Jin coldly spat out two words. Huh. Shen Changan was taken aback. Zhao Jin fixed her gaze on his eyes, her expression filled with unyielding stubbornness. Let's go now and have another fight. No, you still have injuries. Shen Changan pointed to the bandages on her face and arms. Though my classes are expensive, I wouldn't let you fight while injured. It's just some superficial injuries. Do I want die? Zhao Jin gritted her teeth and roughly tore off the bandage from her arm, revealing the scabbed wounds underneath. Seeing this girl's relentless demeanor, Shen Changan was left with no options. Fine, since you want to work overtime. Half an hour later, Shen Changan, holding the keys, brought Zhao Jin to a high-end shopping mall less than a kilometer from them, taking the exclusive internal elevator straight down to the third underground level. With a ding from the sensing card, the heavy doors slowly slid open. The sight before Shen Changan left him inwardly astonished. This entire underground level was fully open, transformed into a vast top-tier private training ground. All kinds of testing instruments were available. Zhao Jin completely ignored Shen Changan's scrutiny. She walked straight to the nearby weapon rack, drew out a sturdy wooden long sword, skillfully twirled it, and took a stance in the center of the training area. Seeing her serious demeanor, Shen Changan stroked his chin. Since it was nominally a guiding lesson, it was indeed a bit unreasonable to go barehanded all the time. He walked to the long weapon rack on the other side, picked a white waxwood spear that felt reasonably good in hand, and casually weighed it in his hands. Although I do not know your Zhao family's sword techniques, Shen Changan held the spear with one hand, the tip angled towards the ground, looking at Zhao Jin across from him. Weaponry is a different path that leads to the same goal. The longer the weapon, the stronger it is. Today I will teach you the most basic. Watch the sword. Zhao Jin had no intention of listening to his rambling. With a sharp cry, her figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow, the iron-wood long sword piercing directly towards Shen Changan's heart with a piercing wind. Looking into her eyes, Shen Changan let out a helpless sigh. This first lesson had to start with him getting hit. Facing Zhao Jin's torrential assault, he held the midsection of the white waxwood spear with one hand, his wrist merely flicking lightly. Bam! The spearhead struck the spine of Zhao Jin's wooden sword with pinpoint accuracy, like a venomous snake. The tremendous recoil completely neutralized her attack, and before Zhao Jin could change her technique, the tail of the spear had already stealthily pressed against her throat. You're dead. First life gone. Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, silently stepping back 2 paces before charging forward again with her sword. For the next few hours, the massive underground training ground echoed with the dull sounds of wooden weapons clashing. The two tacitly refrained from using any spiritual energy, engaging purely in close combat and the contest of techniques. However, the gap remained despairingly wide. No matter how exquisite and tricky Zhao Jin's sword techniques or Shen Changan's spear, which appeared to have no method, could always intercept her blade at the most unimaginable angles, then declare her death in various cunning and ruthless ways. 10 minutes per life. This had almost become an unbreakable curse for Zhao Jin. An hour later, Zhao Jin's hand gripping the sword began to tremble violently, and uncontrollably blisters forming on her palm. She gasped heavily, her clothes already soaked with sweat. Take a break. If you can't even hold the sword steady, how can you fight? Shen Changan leaned on his spear, his face not showing a drop of sweat. Zhao Jin leaned against the wall, silently resting for less than 10 minutes before gritting her teeth and picking up the wooden sword, charging forward without a word. He did not waste any time either meeting her with his spear. Time passed quietly in the monotonous and tedious combat. They fought until past 6 o'clock the next morning. It must be acknowledged that there was a reason Zhao Jin was called the pride of the Zhao family. After an entire night of intense confrontation, the two exchanged no words at all. It was all Zhao Jin attacking, Shen Changan countering, and then retaliating. Yet Zhao Jin managed to rely on her astonishing battle intuition, quickly identifying the flaws in her techniques after each defeat and making immediate adjustments in her next offensive. This terrifying speed of improvement and resilience even startled Shen Changan. Clang! The wooden sword finally slipped from Zhao Jin's exhausted hand, crashing to the ground. She had truly exhausted the last ounce of her strength. Zhao Jin staggered to a corner of the training ground, curling up on a soft mat like a cat drained of its energy, not even having the time to utter a word before closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Her breathing quickly became even and prolonged. Shen Changan watched this scene, utterly speechless. Is this girl missing a screw in her head? He couldn't help but complain. In front of a man who just nearly beat her to death, she can still fall asleep in an instant. Reluctantly, Shen Changan took out his phone, preparing to send a message to Zhao Haidang to have someone come pick up Zhao Jin. Just as the message was successfully sent, click. The heavy door of the training ground was pushed open without warning from the outside. The old butler, dressed in a sharp tailcoat, walked in calmly. When did you arrive? His perception had been on high alert even while teaching Zhao Jin a lesson. Being of the fifth realm, even if the other party had a special technique to conceal their presence, as long as they approached this door, he could definitely catch a hint of weak spiritual fluctuations or airflow changes. Yet the old butler appeared as if he had materialized out of thin air, completely evading all of his senses. The butler seemed oblivious to Shen Changan's vigilance. He approached the soft mat, gently lifting the sleeping Zhao Jin, turning to nod slightly at Shen Changan. Thank you for your hard work, student Shen. I will take the second miss back to rest now. After speaking, he carried Zhao Jin and turned to leave the training ground. Until the door was closed again, Shen Changan remained standing in place, his brow furrowed, replaying the scene of the butler entering in his mind. Something's not right. This old man's strength is definitely not just the fifth realm. Shen Changan, the depth of the waters in Magic City is indeed far beyond what he had imagined. However, thinking about this now was pointless. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. I still have to rush back to school to deal with the tedious matters of selecting majors and courses. It's really troublesome. Beverly Manor. The morning sunlight spilled into the spacious and bright dining room. Zhao Haitong, dressed in a silk bathrobe, was enjoying her breakfast. Knock, knock. The dining room door was gently tapped. Come in. Zhao Haidang put down her knife and fork. The butler entered, respectfully reporting in a low voice. Miss, everything has been arranged. The medical team is conducting recovery therapy, and she is expected to fully recover by this afternoon. This girl has indeed gained some patience. Zhao Haidang picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth and casually asked, Is there anything else? The butler slightly bowed, his tone becoming somewhat grave. It seems the eldest young master has already sensed your investment in Shen Changan. Intelligence reports indicate that the eldest young master's people have been making some moves near Magic City University lately. Do you think we need to intervene? No need to rush. Zhao Haidang gently waved her hand. Since it's an investment, we have to see if he is truly worth that price. Let Shen Changan handle it himself and see how capable he is. If he can't even resolve this small trouble, then consider it charity. There's no need to continue wasting resources on him in the future. Understood. Additionally, go to the storeroom and fetch a batch of medium-grade spirit stones and select some practical recovery elixirs to send to Shen Changan's dormitory. Zhao Haitang instructed. Yes. In Shen Changan's single dormitory at Magic City University, he sat in front of the computer, hitting enter to complete the tedious process of selecting a major and courses. He stretched lazily, preparing to grab some clothes to take a shower and catch up on sleep when the doorbell rang. A black package with no sender information was delivered. Upon opening the box, a beautifully crafted silver ring lay quietly inside. A spatial ring. Shen Changan's eyelids twitched. This item was priced starting at 80,000 contribution points in the internal market of the Night Watchers. The phone on the table vibrated at the right moment. Zhao Haidang sent a message. Did you receive the package? I received it. I thank you, Boss Zhao. He probed a wisp of spiritual energy into the ring, and a storage space of about 10 cubic units manifested in his mind. Neatly arranged in the corner were several boxes of high-grade healing elixirs, while occupying the vast majority of the space were a pile of crystalline stones radiating rich spiritual energy. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Shen Changan couldn't help but smacked his lips. He had to marvel at the foundation of the aristocratic family. He had hardly used such pure spiritual energy crystals before. In the Night Watchers marketplace, spirit stones are not directly exchangeable. To obtain them with contribution points, one has to fill out a myriad of extremely complicated application reports. After all, we are currently in an era of diminishing magic. The ancient texts of the Night Watchers recorded that in ancient times the cultivation world was a golden age where heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everywhere, and spiritual energy was so abundant it could condense into water. But now every single spirit stone must be used sparingly. Looking at this large pile of strategic resources, Shen Changan was rarely a bit envious. He directly crossed his legs on the bed, took a medium-grade spirit stone in his hand, and closed his eyes. In just 2 or 3 seconds, with a soft crack, the spiritual energy within the spirit stone was instantly drained, turning into a grayish-white powder that slipped between his fingers. The absorption speed was astonishingly fast. Shen Changan did not pause, continuing to absorb one stone after another. Time flew by in the monotonous training. In the blink of an eye, the sky outside had completely darkened. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones had been absorbed by him, as if they were jelly beans. At this moment, a vast ocean appeared in Shen Changan's inner vision. This is the hallmark of the fifth realm, the sea of spiritual energy. He roughly estimated that the ocean of liquid spiritual power in his dantian had a diameter of just over 100 miles. He hadn't communicated much with other colleagues of the fifth realm, and wasn't entirely sure how large a normal sea of spiritual energy was. However, his sea was undoubtedly peculiar. The sky above the sea was not empty, but rather a catastrophic canvas reminiscent of the apocalypse. Endless black flames roiled and roared across the firmament. From time to time, a wisp of black flame would fall, making contact with the surface of the sea of spiritual power. With a hiss, the sea water was instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat, transforming into pure spiritual energy that surged upward, feeding back into the inferno above, making the writhing black flames burn even more violently. Shen Changan slowly withdrew from his inner vision, silently calculating. After absorbing a full 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, his sea of spiritual energy had only expanded by about 1%. Moreover, he felt that the edges of his sea of spiritual energy remained unfathomably deep, completely untouched by the so-called limit. Every practitioner's limit of the sea of spiritual energy is different. Once the limit is reached, the sea begins to collapse inward, and ultimately transforms into a spiritual abyss, marking the transition into the sixth realm of the fifth realm. Shen Changan had no intention of rushing to break through. He wanted to expand the sea of spiritual energy to its true physical limit before making any plans. He let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Just as he prepared to take a breath of fresh air, a strong smell of dust surged into his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Changan choked and coughed repeatedly. He focused his gaze and saw that the entire room, about 20 square meters, was shrouded in a haze from the powder of 1,000 spirit stones, making it look like a scene of severe smog. He could barely see the ceiling light. He hurriedly rolled and crawled over to push open the dormitory door and the balcony window, while forming a basic wind element spell in his hand. A gust of wind swept through, blowing all the powder out of the room. Shen Changan casually closed the balcony window and glanced at his phone screen. It was already past 11 o'clock. I should get some good rest now. He stretched and fell back onto the bed, quickly sinking into deep sleep. Just as he fell asleep, a sensation of weightlessness suddenly enveloped him, and his consciousness plunged into a gray-white strange space. The moment he entered this dream, the fatigue in Shen Changan's body vanished like ice and snow melting away, and his spirit instantly returned to its peak state. He stood up, his gaze instinctively directed towards a familiar figure not far away. That shadow, more familiar than any other, stood quietly amidst the gray-white realm. What are we learning today? Shen Changan paused for a moment, then immediately began to stretch his muscles, his bones cracking as he muttered, "Let's go." After all, his terrifying instinct for close combat had been forged through countless brutal encounters with this shadow in dreams. He was more than prepared for a beating. However, unexpectedly, the shadow did not leap into action as usual. It remained in place, slowly raising its right hand and casually waving it in the air. Whoosh! A ball of black flame ignited out of thin air. But this flame did not extinguish. Instead, it rapidly elongated and twisted in the air, ultimately forming a line of burning ancient script. Black flames have other uses. They can incinerate abyssal demonic energy and refine pure spiritual energy. Shen Changan was momentarily stunned. This was the first time in all these years that the shadow had communicated with him in such a manner. Refining spiritual energy. Are you saying it can directly burn demonic creatures to assist with cultivation? Shen Changan had just opened his mouth to ask for clarification when the black flames in midair shifted again, reforming into another short warning: go to the Eastern Sea Rift, be extra cautious. As soon as the words formed, the entire gray-white dream space began to tremble violently, without warning. The canopy above seemed like a shattered mirror, displaying large cracks, and massive fragments began to fall. The dream was collapsing. Hey, who are you? Seeing the world around him rapidly disintegrating, Shen Changan rushed forward 2 steps and shouted loudly at the shadow. The shadow did not respond. Just before the dream turned to dust, it slightly tilted its head, casting a deep gaze at him from a face devoid of features. Swish! Shen Changan suddenly sat up in bed, his chest rising and falling slightly. The night outside remained deep. He grabbed his phone and glanced at it. The time had barely passed 10 minutes. He lay back down on the pillow, closed his eyes, and tried to re-enter that space for clarity. However, after much tossing and turning, his brain fell into a genuine deep sleep, resting soundly until dawn broke and the shadow did not appear again. The next morning, Shen Changan raked his messy hair, climbed out of bed to wash up, and murmured, "Forget it, I'll ask clearly next time I dream." Just as he put on a t-shirt, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, Ji Lin stood outside, fully dressed, holding a textbook. He had no idea where he got it from. "Let's go. It's the first class of Early 8 Principles of Management." "Skipped it," Shen Changan decisively replied with 2 words. Ji Lin's eyes widened, and he tapped his folding fan against his palm. "You're skipping the very first class of the semester." So brazenly. Compulsory classes can be skipped. Elective classes must be skipped. Jilin paused for a moment. But this principles of management is compulsory. With me it's all elective. Shen Changan said confidently. What's there to be afraid of? Old Zhao specifically told me before coming that I should skip more classes. After all, this liberal arts diploma is useless anyway. Upon hearing this, Jilin found it quite reasonable, but still straightened his collar. That's true. However, I still have to attend class. After all, it's the first day, and I need to scout out if there are any pretty girls in the School of Management. Farewell. Just 2 minutes after Jilin left, another small head peeked in from outside. It was Li Shi. Today she wore a white cartoon t-shirt paired with loose light-colored shorts revealing a section of her straight, proportionate fair legs. On her feet were sneakers, and a portion of clean white socks peeked out at her ankles, exuding a freshness and vitality unique to the girl next door. Changan, are you going to the early 8 class? Li Shiwan blinked her bright eyes and asked softly. Oh. Li Shiwan nodded obediently, but did not turn to leave like Jilin. She clasped her hands behind her back, her toes tracing circles on the floor tiles at the doorway, looking as if she wanted to say something yet hesitated. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly asked, so, do you have any plans for the morning? I plan to wander around the teaching area of the spell department and get familiar with the place. Shen Changan casually replied. After saying that, he turned his head and noticed Li Shiwan still lingering at the door, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes occasionally glancing at him. Shen Changan was taken aback. He looked at the girl still standing at the door and casually asked, if you have nothing to do, would you like to go together? Li Shiwan, who had been tracing circles on the floor tiles, suddenly stopped her toe. She looked up, her clear eyes instantly brightened, and a smile that couldn't be contained appeared on her face as she nodded vigorously sure. Shen Changan casually changed into a set of casual clothes. The two walked side by side along the main path of the campus, bathed in morning light, drawing the attention of many passing freshmen. The Department of Spells at Magic City University is not located in a conventional classroom building. Its entrance is situated in the underground exhibition hall of the Art College on the easternmost side of the school. Following the directions from their phone, the two arrived at the interior exhibition hall of the Art College. After navigating around several avant-garde sculptures, they found a small room at the end of the hall that didn't even have a door plate. This should be it. Shen Changan glanced at his phone and reached out to twist the doorknob. Just as the door opened halfway, a sudden flurry of fabric noises and a gasp came from inside. Shen Changan and Li Shiwan focused their gaze and saw a young man and woman pressed together behind a discarded easel, disheveled and caught in a passionate moment. Their eyes met, and the air fell into a dead silence. Oh! The girl let out a scream and hurriedly buried her face into the boy's embrace. The boy, flustered, hastily pulled up his pants, his face flushed. He didn't dare to utter a harsh word, pulling his girlfriend like a pair of startled rabbits, heads down, as they darted past Shen Changan and bolted out of sight. Li Ziwen's cheeks flushed lightly as she awkwardly averted her gaze. Shen Changan, however, remained unfazed, casually closed the door and began to survey the cluttered room, saying, these university students really do wake up early. The room was a dead end with no passage leading to the Department of Spells. Shen Changan's gaze swept across the floor, and he took a step forward to lift an old carpet that lay in the center. Beneath the carpet was a circular magic array radiating a faint glow. Next to it were small characters explaining basic spell door opening technique. This is the first threshold to enter the Department of Spells. The function of this spell is simple. It can forcibly create a door on various dead ends, walls, or even spatial barriers. The difficulty of casting is entirely determined by the stability of the target space. The two leaned close to the magic array, beginning to learn the basic trajectory of spiritual energy operation. Let me try first. In less than 3 minutes, Shen Changan grasped the key. He formed a hand seal with one hand, his fingertips glowing with spiritual light, and suddenly pointed at the solid wall before him. Open. Boom. Accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation, a door indeed appeared on the wall. However, due to Shen Changan's excessive force and the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy infused, the door directly penetrated the entire architectural structure of the art exhibition hall. Through the doorframe, one could even clearly see an elderly sanitation worker sweeping the street outside the exhibition hall. A cold wind rushed in through the doorway. Damn it, miscalculated, too much force. Shen Changan hurriedly waved his hand forcefully, closing the door he had opened in the wrong place. Li Shiwan couldn't help but chuckle softly from the side, her eyes narrowed playfully as she said, let me handle it. The instructions on it stated that creating a passage cannot rely solely on brute force. One needs to adjust one's own spiritual energy to resonate in sync with the array's fluctuations here. Saying this, Li Shiwan stepped forward, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed for a moment. Then she skillfully formed a magical seal with both hands. A deep blue halo rippled out like water waves, and the space on the wall silently twisted into a deep blue teleportation portal. Let's go. Li Shiwan turned back and playfully winked. The two stepped into the teleportation portal one after the other. With a slight feeling of weightlessness, the portal behind them vanished instantly, and the scene before them opened up dramatically. This was a completely independent folded space. What greeted their eyes was the entire department of spells saturated in a rich, fantastical color. Floating in the sky were exquisite pavilions and towers, the architectural style, leaning towards ancient aesthetics with flying eaves and curling corners enveloped in clouds and mists. The most striking feature was a towering tree growing in the center of the space, blocking out the sky. The massive tree crown resembled a giant umbrella covering the entire space. The leaves emitted a faint glow, twinkling like stars scattered in midair. In midair, a series of transparent corridors formed by arrays connected those floating buildings. Cultivators dressed in various attires traversed these corridors. On several distant open stone platforms, bursts of radiant spell light and rumbling sounds occasionally erupted, clearly indicating that someone was sparring. So beautiful. Li Shiwan tilted her head back, unable to help but exclaim. It really is something special. Let's handle the paperwork first. Shen Changan looked around and led Li Shiwan toward the Office of Academic Affairs marked on the signpost. The office process was very efficient. After verifying their identity information, the two each received a jade identity token engraved with their names, as well as a set of uniforms exclusive to the Department of Spells. The staff specifically explained that this uniform is made from special materials, providing quite good physical defense and spell resistance, and can be worn as regular clothes. Next to the office was a changing room, and Li Shiwan curiously took the clothes inside. After a few minutes, the curtain of the changing room was drawn open. Li Shiwan walked out, and Shen Changan looked up to see a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. She wore a cleverly designed light blue long dress that retained the elegance and floatiness of ancient styles while integrating the sharpness of modern tailoring. The long dress fit her slender waist, and the hem was embroidered with subtly flowing magical cloud patterns, accentuating her already pure aura, making her stunningly beautiful and hard to look away from. Li Shiwan shyly looked down at her dress, then turned to find Shen Changan still in his casual outfit, holding the oversized mage robe meant for him. Changan, why don't you go change? Li Shiwan asked curiously. Shen Changan grimaced as he shook the robe, which had a wide hem. This outfit looks too troublesome, it seriously hinders my performance. Li Shiwan paused for a moment, then nodded in deep agreement. That makes sense. With still an hour before class, Shen Changan and Li Shiwan decided to wander around the spell department. The two strolled along the corridor, pausing now and then to admire the fantastical sights that could never be seen in the outside world. As they walked, a magnificent four-cornered ancient pavilion came into view, towering into the clouds with 3 grand characters inscribed on its plaque, Library Pavilion. After presenting their identity tokens, they smoothly entered. The interior of the Library Pavilion retained an antique charm, exuding a strong sense of historical. Rows of massive bookshelves made of golden thread nanmu were neatly lined with bamboo slips, jade tablets, and thread-bound ancient texts, while the air carried a faint scent of ink and spiritual herb preservatives. According to freshman privileges, we can only move around the first 3 floors, Shen Changan remarked, glancing at the guide map that showed the building had 7 floors in total. They briefly browsed the first 2 floors, where the shelves were filled with basic spells and elemental techniques. Shen Changan couldn't help but murmur inwardly, the heritage of this top-tier university is truly something else. Any improved version of a fireball technique or water summoning art here would cost at least 100 or 200 contribution points in the Jinya Division's internal exchange shop. However, after a thorough walkthrough, Shen Changan felt somewhat disinterested. The first 3 floors were open. Spells like small petrification or flame spirit manifestation, which possessed immense lethality and tactical value, were clearly not placed in low-privilege areas for public viewing. Having strolled around for a while, the time was approaching 9:30. The two left the library and walked along the corridor towards the main teaching area of the Department of Spells. The classroom was located in a spacious floating pavilion. It was a massive tiered auditorium capable of accommodating over 300 people, and at this moment, it was already filled to the brim with various colors of mage robes and casual clothes intermingling. As Shen Changan and Li Shiwan arrived at the classroom door, they spotted Bai Yin and Ji Lin, who had come early to secure their seats. However, Ji Lin was not alone. Standing beside him was a young woman dressed in a fitted deep blue mage robe. She wore a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, stood about 1.70 meters tall, and had a tall, slender figure. Her long, straight black hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, emanating an aura of maturity. At that moment, Ji Lin was fanning himself with a folding fan, saying something that made the woman cover her mouth and chuckle, creating a very harmonious atmosphere between them. In contrast, Bai Yin stood far away like a scapegoat, chewing on a lollipop with an expression of disdain. Seeing Shen Changan and Li Shiwan approaching, Bai Yin immediately ran over, as if he had found his backbone puffing up his cheeks, and pointing angrily at Lin, who was still preening himself. "What's going on?" Shen Changan whispered. "Boss, this Lin is so shameless." Bai Yin leaned in close to Shen Changan's ear, whispering. The person next to him is the teaching assistant he met during the early management principles class. In just one class session, he has already hooked her into the Department of Spells. They say she is a graduate student and also one of our night watch officers. Upon hearing Bai Yin's complaint, Lin finally noticed the two approaching. He walked up to the girl with him. "Changan Li, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Pei Shuyi, a second-year graduate student from the School of Management and also a senior in our night watch division." "Hello, I'm Shen Changan," he said, politely nodding in greeting. Pei Shuyi adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and looked Shen Changan up and down, smiling gently. "You're too polite, Shen. Your name is already well known. Since the start of the semester, you've swept through the new students and even claimed you would challenge all of them. This news has spread like wildfire, not just among the freshmen, but even among us seniors." "Really?" Shen Changan scratched his nose. "Those are just rumors, exaggerated. Class is about to start, senior. Let's go inside and find a seat." Lin interrupted the pleasantries at just the right moment, making a gentlemanly gesture to invite. He then led Pei Shuyi directly to an empty seat on the other side of the classroom. Watching the two leave side by side, Shen Changan couldn't help but mumble, "This guy. After breaking free from his sister's control, he's completely unrestrained. It's only been 2 days since the semester started, and he's already moving so fast to charm a senior girl." Ding! The class bell echoed in the spacious classroom. An elder dressed in a slightly faded gray-blue robe walked in leisurely through a small door at the side of the podium with his hands behind his back. The elder appeared to be at least 70 years old with graying hair, yet his back was straight. His slightly cloudy eyes radiated an aura of formidable authority. Shen Changan habitually scanned with a sense of perception. Sixth realm. Lingyuan realm. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, this elder was definitely a seasoned expert who had been at the sixth realm for many years. The elder stood at the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 300 new students below, finally landing on the few dozen who were not wearing the Department of Spells uniform. Among them was Shen Changan, who was dressed casually. "I am the lecturer for this course, The Origins and Evolution of Spells, Jiang. The elder spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. "In my class, you must follow the rules. Everyone is required to wear the designated attire, and today will serve as a small penalty for those who don't." As soon as Jiang finished speaking, he casually waved his right hand in the air without any incantation or preparation. Dozens of nearly invisible wind blades instantly ripped through the air, precisely locking onto those few new students not wearing uniforms. Swish, swish, swish. A series of faint slicing sounds rang out. Li Shiwan felt a gust of wind pass by her ear, and the boys in front of her let out terrified gasps. A few strands of their bangs or sideburns were cleanly sliced off by the invisible wind blades falling onto the table. If those wind blades had shifted just an inch lower, it would have been their eyeballs or throats that were severed. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. All were intimidated by the display of authority from this sixth realm powerhouse. Meanwhile, in the back row, Shen Changan observed the tiny wind blade heading straight for his face without even blinking. He simply raised his right hand, casually flicking his fingers in midair. Snap! That wind blade was shattered by pure physical force. Aside from Shen Changan, there were a few other talented students in the classroom who managed to block the attack either with rapidly condensed spiritual energy shields or with some protective talismans. The chaotic airflow lifted the skirts of some girls, and Shen Changan quickly glanced over, muttering, "Was this teacher being intentional, or was it an accident?" Beside him, Bai Yin pinched his arm. "When you were staring intently at the skirts, did it remind you of your childhood dream of becoming a scientist?" He replied without blushing, "A scientist would need a magnifying glass to look at those." Jiang Wen's gaze lingered on Shen Changan for a moment, revealing a trace of subtle admiration, yet his face remained stern and unyielding. "This is just a small warning. In the next class, if anyone still thinks their casual clothes are more effective than the Department of Spells anti-magic uniforms, don't blame my wind blades for hitting the wrong target." After establishing his authority, Jiang Wen turned and wrote the 2 characters' spells on the blackboard. "Now let's start the class. Everyone knows that the fundamental essence of spells is the practitioner's invocation and reorganization of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as their own spiritual power." Jiang Wen tapped the blackboard. "But I want to ask you a question. Under equal realms and equal spiritual power output, how can the power of a spell be strengthened?" As soon as he finished speaking, the tiered classroom was immediately abuzz with discussions. Compress the density of spiritual energy. Increase the speed of forming seals to gain the upper hand. Combine different elements to produce compound reactions. Listening to these diverse answers, Jiang Wen shook his head and mercilessly dismissed everyone's viewpoints. "What you mentioned are just techniques. The fundamental factor determining the upper limit of a spell's power is its vessel. He wrote the two characters vessel heavily on the blackboard. Our Donghuang's cultivation world has been inherited for thousands of years. Countless predecessors have summarized an iron rule through battles with demons. When spiritual power leaves the physical body, if not constrained, it will quickly dissipate in the air, greatly reducing its power. To lock in spiritual power, the best vessel is talisman. Jiang Wen turned to look at everyone, his gaze profound. This is why Donghuang's spell system ultimately derived the powerful talisman techniques. There are two types of talisman techniques. One is to draw talismans from thin air, and the other relies on physical objects as vessels. For instance, talisman paper, jade stones, or even the bones and blood of magical creatures. Jiang Wen pulled out a piece of ordinary yellow talisman paper from his sleeve, touched it with his fingertip, and it instantly ignited, without fire, transforming into a dazzling fireball. You should all realize that the stronger the material of the vessel, the greater the spiritual power it can withstand, and the more complex the runic structures it can inscribe. This means that spiritual power can be maximally retained and compressed before release. If in actual combat you casually execute a fireball spell with the same spiritual power, its power would be 1. However, if you infuse that same spiritual power into high-quality talisman paper beforehand and trigger it in battle, its power could at least reach 1.5 or even 2. Jiang Wen put away the fireball and concluded, the same principle applies to formations. Why are the protective formations of major families, and even the Night Watch's various branches, able to withstand the impact of evil cultivators and demons? It's precisely because their foundational formations are deeply buried underground, using top-tier spiritual veins or precious spiritual materials from heaven and earth. Hearing this, the eyes of the new students below lit up. Therefore, I give you the first core advice for your 4 years in university. If possible, try to transform all the conventional spells you currently master into the casting mode of talisman techniques. Even if there are no physical vessels available, developing the habit of drawing talismans from thin air can elevate the power and stability of your spells to a new level. If you have sufficient contribution points and budget. Jiang Wen paused. Go buy the best talisman paper, go buy the skins and bones of high-level demons. In the meantime, engrave your strongest talismans onto them. In the moment of life and death struggles, throwing them out will definitely lead to a qualitative leap in your combat power. Jiang Wen waved his large sleeves, and a gentle breeze swept across the entire venue. Immediately, a thin, ancient book appeared out of nowhere on the desks of over 300 students. This is the catalog of corresponding basic techniques and runes. Your only task now is to transform the most fundamental wind technique, breeze technique, from the traditional hand seals into drawing runes in the air. The method is all in the booklet. Think for yourselves and practice. After saying this, Jiang Wen ceased his words, returning to his grand teacher's chair at the back of the podium. The classroom was instantly filled with the sounds of pages flipping as everyone began to discuss enthusiastically. Shen Changan and a few others huddled together, opening the booklet to study it. Finding the corresponding runes isn't hard, it's just like looking up words in a dictionary. Jilin pointed at a few twisted symbols on the page with his folding fan, his brows slightly furrowed. But piecing this together is a huge hassle. The technique is a coherent series of movements, while the runes need to construct a three-dimensional array in midair. Which rune to place first, which to put above. If there's even a slight mistake, the whole structure will fall apart. Bain bit the tip of his pen, anxiously tugging at his hair. While they were studying, several eager newcomers in the class had already started to try their hands at it. However, there was evidently a vast chasm between theory and practice. As distorted runes took shape in midair, the airflow in the classroom was completely thrown into chaos. The gentle breeze that should have blown forward turned into a chaotic current, like headless flies wildly darting among the crowd. Who cast that spell? How did it happen again? The chaotic upward drafts lifted the skirts of several female classmates in casual attire. Even a few boys' loose shorts were puffed up, far stronger than the small gust caused earlier by Shen Changan. Watching the flustered girls covering their skirts, Shen Changan stroked his chin. No wonder this old man insists on forcing everyone to wear the specially made robes of the spell department. It turns out these clothes not only provide defense, but primarily serve to prevent wardrobe malfunctions. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Changan felt a chill on his back. He didn't know when Jiang Wen at the podium had opened his eyes, staring coldly at him. He coughed twice, quickly shut his mouth, and pretended to pick up the booklet to start trying. It's just drawing runes, how hard can it be? He concentrated, extending his index finger. With his level drawing, a few basic wind runes was naturally easy. In just a few seconds, 3 faint cyan runes formed at his fingertip. Shen Changan attempted to force them together according to his intuition and poured a massive amount of spiritual energy into them without reservation. Success. The next second, the rough, pieced-together runes in front of Shen Changan collapsed instantly under the enormous influx of spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy did not dissipate, instead it exploded in a twisted manner. Boom! A terrifying whirlwind centered around him instantly engulfed the entire tiered classroom of over 300 people. Damn it! Ji Lin was directly blown away with his chair, letting out a scream in midair. Bai Yin and Li Xuan also could not escape getting caught in the violent tornado and spinning in the air like clothes in a washing machine. The entire classroom instantly transformed into a disaster zone, with screams and wails nearly toppling the roof. This is chaos. Jiang Wen on the podium had a dark expression looking at the mess. He suddenly stood up and waved his large sleeves. An invisible force instantly enveloped the venue, and the tornado, which nearly threatened to tear down the building, was snuffed out like it was grasped by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace. Bang, 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 bang. With the wind support gone, hundreds of newcomers along with their desks and chairs fell to the ground like dumplings, and the wailing merged into one. Jiang Wen's temples throbbed as he pointed at the door, roaring, "Everyone, get out to the plaza outside." More than 300 disheveled newcomers were driven to the White Jade Plaza outside the spell department, scattering in small groups, continuing to awkwardly gesture at the air. Standing in a corner, Shen Changan's fingertips glimmered with cyan light as he forcibly tried to piece several runes together again. Whoosh! A gust of wind indeed took shape, but its trajectory was completely chaotic. This was far from the gentle breeze technique. It resembled a meat grinder rampaging through the air. The frenzied airflow scraped deep, white impressions into the few white jade tiles on the ground. In contrast, Li Xuan, not far away, appeared to be much more adept. As a top talent of the spell lineage, her perception and control far surpassed that of ordinary people. She closed her eyes and contemplated for a moment, her fair fingers gracefully tracing the transitions in midair. In just half a minute, a complete rune radiating a faint cyan glow steadily hovered in front of her. As the spiritual energy flowed into it, a gentle warm breeze blew forward accurately, lifting several fallen leaves. Wow, I did it! You mastered the rune structure so quickly, that's incredible. The surrounding newcomers cast amazed and envious glances at this scene. Hearing this, Shen Changan immediately stopped his work and moved closer to Li Xuan. To see the subtle structure of the rune in midair clearly, Shen Changan instinctively bent down, getting very close, almost pressing his face against Li Xiwen's shoulder as he observed. They were too close to each other. So close that Li Xuan could distinctly feel the warm breath Shen Changan exhaled brushing against her ear, and could also smell the faint scent of soap on him. Li Xiwen's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her heart skipping a beat. However, Shen Changan was completely oblivious to anything unusual. His eyes were solely focused on that rune. So the bottom part needs to curve back a bit. No wonder my spiritual energy was erratic earlier. Shen Changan stood up in realization, stepping back 2 paces to start copying the rune. He extended his finger, replicating the perfect rune Li Xuan had drawn moments ago in midair. Done, here it goes. He poured the massive spiritual energy within him into it. Boom! A terrifying wind column with a diameter of over 5 meters shot up from the ground, accompanied by an ear-splitting howling sound soaring into the clouds. The powerful wind pressure sent the surrounding classmates stumbling, even scattering several wisps of clouds. Everyone in the plaza stood in shock, staring at the towering whirlwind. Shen Changan clapped his hands in satisfaction, muttering, "Now this is more like it. This destructive power looks the part." Nonsense. Jiang Wen did not know when he had walked out of the classroom with his hands behind his back, gazing at the raging column of wind in the sky, his brow furrowed tightly. He first glanced at the perfect rune before Li Xuan, which had not yet dissipated, then looked at Shen Changan and asked, "What are your names?" "Student Li Xuan." "Student Shen Changan." The two answered truthfully. "Show me the rune." Jiang Wen took the rune drawn by Li Xuan, and a rare hint of approval appeared on his otherwise serious face. "The structure is perfect, and the spiritual energy output is stable. Not only is your comprehension good, but your mental power and spiritual energy affinity test scores should also be quite high. You are a natural talent for rune crafting." After praising Li Xuan, Jiang Wen turned to Shen Changan, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. "As for you, the rune was indeed drawn correctly, but how did you manage to unleash such outrageous power from a non-offensive wind spell? Even with abundant spiritual energy, the carrying capacity of low-level spells is fixed. How exaggerated must this kid's spiritual energy density be to force a basic spell into a storm?" Shen Changan scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't know either." Jiang Wen did not pursue the matter further, and suddenly turned to Li Xuan, saying, "Student Li, use rune paper to draw 2 identical wind runes. Now the more stable the better." Li Xuan did not dare to delay, and immediately took out 2 blank yellow rune papers and a cinnabar pen from her storage bag, focusing her mind. In less than 2 minutes, 2 identical wind runes were completed. He took the rune paper and handed one to Shen Changan. Then he turned to the other new students in the square and waved his hand. Everyone stepped back, retreat to the edge of the square. After everyone had retreated, clearing a large space, Jiang Wen stood about 10 meters opposite Shen Changan and said in a deep voice, "The carrying capacity of this rune paper is fixed. Now unleash it with all your might, directing it towards me. I want to see what tricks you can pull with the same rune medium." Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Changan's eyes. This old man was indeed a genuine 6th realm, Lingyuan realm powerhouse. Having broken through to the 5th realm for some time, he had never faced a 6th realm expert directly. Although it was just a test with a low-level rune paper, it was a perfect opportunity to gauge the depths of a 6th realm master. "Teacher, please be careful." Shen Changan gripped the rune paper, no longer holding back. Within his dantian, the vast ocean of spiritual energy surged violently, a massive amount of spiritual energy flooding into the fragile rune paper like a torrent breaching its dam. Buzz! The rune paper erupted with a dazzling azure radiance. Jiang Wen's gaze sharpened, and he too crushed the rune paper in his hand, unleashing his pure spiritual energy of the 6th realm in an instant. Boom! 2 azure gales collided violently at the center of the square. The terrifying shockwave from the collision instantly lifted the white jade tiles from the ground, and debris was swept into the storm, turning into lethal projectiles flying everywhere. The 2 gales only held their ground for less than 3 seconds. Shen Changan's storm, with an overwhelming force, completely overpowered Jiang Wen's storm, ruthlessly bearing down on Jiang Wen's face. Jiang Wen's expression changed. He could no longer care about maintaining the demeanor of a senior. He snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly slapping forward. Boom! The 2 gales exploded in midair, transforming into chaotic currents, dispersing in all directions. Although he forcibly suppressed the gale, Jiang Wen's originally neatly combed gray hair was still blown into a disheveled mess by the explosion's aftermath, and his gray robe fluttered wildly, making him appear quite disheveled. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone stared in shock. With a basic low-level rune paper, he had forced a 6th realm mentor into such a predicament. Jiang Wen coughed a couple of times, forcibly suppressing his astonishment, ran a hand through his disheveled hair, and with a stern face managed to utter, "Not bad in power." After saying that, he turned his back, not looking back as he walked towards the teaching building. What a freak! Where did this monster come from? Just how vast is his spiritual sea, and how terrifying is his spiritual energy density to unleash a mere wind rune to such an extent? Not long after the class bell rang, everyone finally felt relieved. As Shen Changan and the others regrouped, Ji Lin approached with Pei Shui. "How about we have lunch together? I reserved a spot outside, and senior sister Pei will join us too." Shen Changan rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry, and nodded in agreement. "Sure." Half an hour later, the 5 of them arrived at an upscale private restaurant near the school, called by Ji Lin. This place may have a small exterior, but it holds a world within, featuring a tranquil, independent Chinese court. There was no main hall, only highly private independent compartments with the dishes tailored to the number of people, emphasizing luxury and tranquility. After seating themselves, they chatted while eating. Pei Shui's gaze fell on Shen Changan, still filled with curiosity about the earlier scene in class. "Shen, how did you manage that on the square?" Even though they were the same low-level runes, no matter how much spiritual energy was infused, it should not have made much. Shen Changan held his chopsticks and casually fabricated a reason. "Perhaps my spiritual energy reserves are relatively large, and the nature of my spiritual energy is rather domineering, just a bit of personal talent." Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Pei Shui smiled knowingly and did not press further. After taking a bite of rice, she turned to Shen Changan and asked in return, "Senior sister Pei, I heard from Ji Lin that you're in your 2nd year of graduate studies now. I always thought that practitioners in the Night Watch would just go through 4 years of university and be directly assigned to various branches for fieldwork. Why are you still pursuing graduate studies?" Upon hearing this question, a hint of helplessness flashed across Pei Shui's gentle face. "You are special recruits. The situation is different." Pei Shui put down her chopsticks and explained softly. "Actually, I entered Magic Capital University's School of Management through the regular college entrance examination back then. It was only after starting my freshman year that, due to some fortuitous circumstances, I was specially recruited into the administrative reserve of the Night Watch, gaining exposure to the cultivation world. I started practicing at 18 too late, and I have no talent for cultivation." Pei Shui shook her head self-deprecatingly. "Now at 24, I have barely managed to grind my way to the initial stage of the 2nd realm. If I were to go fight magical beasts, I would just be delivering food. So I can only choose to continue my graduate studies, hoping that after graduation I can secure a stable job in logistics or administrative roles within the Night Watch with my high academic qualifications." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In a place like Magic City where monsters abound, the survival pressure for ordinary cultivators is indeed astonishingly great. Senior sister, what is generally the strength level of the seniors from previous years? Bain asked curiously while nibbling on sweet and sour ribs. The small internal meeting held by the Night Patrol Department 2 days ago only gave you a limited understanding of the overall situation for the new students in Magic City. Pei Shi recalled the data she had seen earlier and said, "Let me give you a clearer picture. Counting you from the Night Patrol Department along with the people from various major sects and families, there are probably about 20,000 new cultivators in Magic City this year. Among these 20,000, around 1,000 to 1,500 can reach the third realm by the age of 18, which constitutes the backbone of the new students. After 4 years of various resources accumulated and trials of life and death, by the time they graduate in their senior year, this group will likely produce about 500 experts in the fifth realm." Pei Shi paused, her tone turning somewhat reverent. As for the sixth realm, that cannot simply be achieved through resources. It requires extremely high comprehension and fortune. Out of 20,000 in a single cohort, there might not even be a few who reach the sixth realm, and most have to refine themselves to the limit in the fifth realm before choosing to break through, so most geniuses will remain at this level for a long time. Hearing this, a few of them couldn't help but nod in agreement. For years, pouring countless resources from the third realm to the fifth realm, that is what is called a top genius. Thinking of this, the 4 people who were originally eating in the private room almost simultaneously stopped their movements. Ji Lin's folding fan ceased to sway. Bain stopped chewing on her ribs. Li Xuan and Pei Shi also put down their cups. For pairs of eyes turned in unison, fixating on Shen Changan, who was about to put a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. While others aimed for the fifth realm by graduation, he started at the fifth realm. Sensing the suddenly quiet atmosphere, Shen Changan halted, his hand holding the red braised meat in midair. He blinked in confusion and chewed his rice a couple of times. "Why are you all staring at me instead of eating?" Hearing Shen Changan's murmur, everyone cleared their throats in unison and tacitly returned their gazes. Bain swallowed the ribs in her mouth, her curiosity piqued again, and turned to Pei Shi. "Senior sister Pei, since you have been in Magic City for so long, have you seen real battles between those top geniuses from the academies?" Pei Shi nodded, putting down her teacup. "I have seen them. The school holds internal selection competitions every year, followed by city-level competitions, and finally leading to national competitions, which are the National Youth Championships. Tickets for such high-level events are hard to come by. I once had a friend get me 2 tickets for the inner arena, and I watched a few matches live. What was it like? How exaggerated is their combat power?" Bain's eyes widened as she pressed for more information. Pei Shi's expression grew serious as she recalled, "Very strong. They exist on a completely different dimension. Every year, those who make it to the top few of the city-level competitions, or even advance to the national competitions, are basically core descendants of various top families. Their talents, mastery of advanced spells, and even the magical treasures they possess far exceed those of ordinary cultivators." At this point, Pei Shi adjusted her glasses, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Shen Changan, lowering her voice. "Besides these usual means, what truly makes people wary of those families are their family secret techniques. For example, Zhao Jin, who previously fought with junior brother Shen, the Zhao family in Magic City, has some terrifying secret techniques passed down through generations." Shen Changan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Secret techniques?" "Yes," she replied. "I once witnessed a genius from the Zhao family use it in a match. At that time on the arena, I saw that person swing a knife, and it seemed capable of splitting all tangible objects in front into 2. Pei Shi took a deep breath and continued, "That swing of the knife ended the battle in an instant. I remember clearly that his opponent was also a genuine expert in the fifth realm, yet in the face of that blade's light, he couldn't muster even the slightest bit of resistance. The protective spells and defensive artifacts were sliced apart, as if made of paper, a one-sided crushing victory." Hearing this, Ji Lin, Bain, and Li Xuan all looked astonished. To be able to instantly kill an opponent of the same fifth realm with a single swing, not even giving them a chance to resist. Is there really such an unreasonable trump card in this world? "This was just a competition within Magic City," Pei Shi said with a bitter smile. "At the national level competitions, I haven't seen the geniuses from the capital or other hidden great sects. Therefore, many talented individuals from small places, when they first arrive in Magic City, are often full of pride, but once they witness battles of this caliber, they all feel a profound sense of powerlessness. On the path of cultivation, the further one goes, the greater the gap, brought by resources, secret techniques, and foundational depth, becomes to a point that it feels utterly despairing." The private room fell into a brief silence. Bain silently set down the half-eaten rib in her hand and muttered with a face full of disillusionment, "This is just too monstrous. I still want to go back to Qingzhou and be my mountain king. This place is just too dangerous." After finishing their meal and bidding farewell, to pay Shen Changan, and the others strolled towards the direction of their dormitory. Recalling the earlier topic at the dining table, Shen Changan turned to Ji Lin, who was shaking his folding fan, and casually asked, "Hey young Master Ji, your family is at least a local power in Zhejiang province. Do you have any ancestral secret techniques?" Ji Lin paused with his folding fan, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "How would I know? Such core secrets are probably only known to the family head and a few core elders. If you really want to know, you'd have to ask my sister. But with her temper, it's highly likely she won't tell you." "Come on, aren't you one of the future heirs of the Ji family?" Bai Ying leaned in curiously. "They don't even disclose this kind of thing to you." "Ere my foot." Ji Lin rolled his eyes and sarcastically replied, "Do you guys have some misunderstanding about the breeding capabilities of big families? I have so many biological siblings and half-siblings that I can't even count them on both hands. This doesn't even include the numerous cousins from the collateral branches. Altogether, there are definitely 30 or 40 people in my generation. Moreover, my grandfather is still alive and healthy, likely to live another 10 years without issue. At least for the next few decades, the position of family head won't fall to our generation to worry about. Moreover, my grandfather is still alive and healthy, likely to live another 10 years without issue. At least for the next few decades, the position of family head won't fall to our generation." After listening to Ji Lin's complaints, Shen Changan and the others exchanged glances, unable to hold back their whispers. The waters of big families are really deep. There's indeed a lot to this matter. All right, let's not discuss such disheartening topics anymore. Shen Changan shifted the subject, bumping Ji Lin with his shoulder. "You sure are quick on the draw." He opened a secret forum group called the Extraordinary Network of Magic City and presented it to the three and take a look at this. It's the comprehensive white paper on extraordinary combat power and attractiveness compiled by those idle upperclassmen. Inside, there are not only profiles of the top talents from various departments, but also the most authoritative attractiveness rankings. The three leaned in to take a look and were all stunned. On the screen, various detailed rankings were densely listed. Not only were there the regular rankings for campus beauties and handsome boys, but they were even categorized by style into cool and distant types, cute and lively types, and first love types. Even more outrageous, at the very bottom, there was a separate demon clan style rank featuring high-definition photos of shape-shifting female demons with fox ears or cat tails. How idle must these people be? Shen Changan twitched the corner of his mouth. And that's not all. There's a male ranking below. Ji Lin swiped the screen, revealing various cringeworthy titles like Cool Handsome Boy rank, Younger Puppy rank, and Stable Father Figure rank. Shen Changan roughly browsed through the male rankings and suddenly saw a familiar profile picture at the 50-something position of the Flirtatious Handsome Boy rank. "What the heck, you're actually on the list." He pointed at the name ranked 56th and read the introduction below. Ji Lin, young master of the Ji family from Zhejiang province with a 3-stage cultivation, elegant demeanor, and always carries a Chinese fan. Shen Changan looked at him with disdain. "If you can make the list, isn't this just a ridiculous wild list?" "Nonsense. This is called charm. Do you think anyone can break into the top 60 in this school of tens of thousands? I rely on this handsome face and outstanding temperament. Let me see. Bai Ying excitedly snatched the phone and started scrolling wildly through the female rankings. "Hey, Senior Pei is also on here. Ranked 22nd in the cool and intellectual rank. Oh, she is on the list too." Bai Ying continued scrolling and pointed at the first love rank in surprise. Li Xiwan, a freshman, pure and lovely. Ranked 87th. Shen Changan leaned in to take a look and shook his head. "Only 87. That's too low, absolutely too low." He turned to Li Xiwan and seriously commented, "With your looks and temperament, you should at least be in the top 10 in this entire school. This ranking is too ridiculous." Li Xiwan was momentarily stunned, and her cheeks, which had been curiously staring at the screen, suddenly flushed. She lowered her head in a bit of a panic, her 2 index fingers nervously twisting together, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "I'm not that good looking, really. This is the freshman ranking for the first week. Many people haven't scored yet, so the rankings are still temporary," Ji Lin explained. Shen Changan took the phone and browsed through various handsome boy rankings for a long time, his eyes getting sore, yet he still couldn't find his name or photo. "I told you, this is definitely a wild list. This broken list is filled with oddballs, and they don't even have my name." Shen Changan unhappily tossed the phone back to Ji Lin. Ji Lin caught the phone. "You're indeed not on the attractiveness list. But don't worry, your name is definitely on the list, and it's ranked quite high." "Oh, which list?" Ji Lin swiped to the bottom of the screen and opened a special list marked in blood red font. "The Evil Person List of Magic City University." His name prominently hung in the 9th position. The photo used was one taken when he was beating Zhao Jin on the arena that day, captured from multiple angles. The introduction below was even bolded and highlighted in red. Shen Changan. Freshman 5 stages. Extremely arrogant and reckless, ruthless in action, devoid of camaraderie and lacking compassion. once claimed to challenge everyone in the school. A reward of 500,000. Just hoping some senior can give him a beating, the rewarder will take full responsibility for any consequences. He stared at this bounty for 2 seconds, then turned to Jilin. Can I claim this 500,000 myself? Why don't the three of you take this bounty task? Then we can arrange a match in the underground arena, and I'll pretend to lose letting you hit me a couple of times, just for show. Once that's done, we'll split the 500,000 60-40 with me taking the larger share. Jilin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think the entire school is stupid? The four of us have been hanging out together these days. Who doesn't know we're a group? Besides, look closely at the supplementary requirements below the bounty. The employer clearly stated that it needs to be a real beating, preferably so severe that even their own mother wouldn't recognize them. How could your light-hearted act possibly fool anyone? Then forget it. He sighed in regret, completely abandoning the thought of cashing in. Li Xuan looked at him with some worry. Chang'an, you should still be careful. Since the evil person list has you ranked so high, many upperclassmen will definitely come to find trouble with you for the bounty or to show off. There will definitely be no shortage of incidents around you recently. It doesn't matter. I also want to see what kind of characters the seniors at Magic City University are. After returning to the dormitory, Shen Changan and the others casually registered accounts on the internal network. As expected, by the afternoon, the forum's martial arts exchange section had completely exploded. A slew of posts directly naming Shen Changan to spar with him sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Third-year Wang Ming heard that freshman Shun is exceptionally strong, especially coming to seek guidance. Fourth-year Li Feng 5 stages initial wanting to meet the so-called 5-stage freshman. The posters were all upperclassmen from the 3rd and 4th years. Though they mostly dressed their words in the guise of friendly exchanges, the underlying intention of wanting to teach this presumptuous freshman a lesson was apparent to even the blind. Looking at the screen full of challenge posts, Shen Changan wasted no time and directly used his real name to post a pinned challenge notice. Taking orders. From freshmen to seniors. Sparring is fine, but bring your chips. A match is worth 500 contribution points of hard currency priority for rune carriers. Those who want to fight, just send a challenge. No credit, no medical fees, covered injuries are self-responsible. Additionally, I'm very busy, only taking 1 order a day, first come first served. As soon as this post was made, it was like pouring a ladle of cold water into hot oil. The comments section instantly rose with thousands of layers, all filled with upperclassmen furious at this attitude. Jilin's message popped up immediately. This post is way too arrogant, right? You're going to offend all the seniors from the 3rd and 4th years. Are you really not worried? Shen Changan replied, it's fine. Someone has to set some rules, otherwise I'll be bothered to death by this group of flies every day. After closing the chat window, Shen Changan looked at the hundreds of dual invitations flooding into his private messages. He was too lazy to look at them one by one, directly closed his eyes, and randomly clicked on an application, pressing the accept button. Dual invitation confirmed. Opponent 3rd year physical arts major Lei Huang. 5 stages initial. Time 8 p.m. tonight. Location large arena No. 3 in area A. Tonight will just be practice. Shen Changan tossed his phone onto the bed and rested his hands behind his head. Practicing in school, and in a couple of days I'll go check out the situation over at the Rift. With the dual notifications sent out to the entire school, this challenge quickly spread throughout the campus. Look, that arrogant freshman has accepted the challenge. Oh my god, he drew Lei Hung. That guy is a powerhouse from the 3rd year martial arts department. He just broke through the 5th realm last semester, and his physical skills are so strong that they can't even be pierced by spells of the same tier. This kid ran into a wall in his first match. Tonight's going to be a good show. Due to the high topic engagement and controversy, what was supposed to be an ordinary sparring match instantly attracted half of the school's attention. In the forum system, the number of people applying to watch the live duel was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. It was 7:30 in the evening. Shen Changan and Jilin walked side by side into the large open-air venue number 3 in Area A. As soon as they stepped through the door, a deafening roar of noise hit them. This place could accommodate about 3,000 people. At this moment, the circular stands were already packed with the old students who came to join the excitement, and some new students watching the show. The atmosphere was electric. Wow, this place is huge. Jilin opened his folding fan and surveyed the area. You guys find your own seats. I'm going to check in at the contestants area. Shen Changan casually said this, then stuffed his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked towards the backstage. A spot with an excellent view on the upper level of the venue. Zhang Qingqing wore a simple pair of light blue jeans and a loose-fitting white casual t-shirt topped with a low-brimmed baseball cap. She sat at the edge of the stands, her gaze fixed intently on the familiar figure walking towards the backstage. Next to her sat a girl in hot shorts and a black crop top, her hair dyed a striking pink, very eye-catching. This was a friend she had just gotten to know, and their personalities clicked quite well. Hey, I say, Qingqing, are you suddenly interested in this kind of fighting duel today? Zhang Qingqing replied, I just came to take a look since I have nothing else to do. Do you know that person down there? Wu Xiao followed Zhang Qingqing's gaze and asked tentatively. She stiffened slightly, quickly snapping back to reality, and shook her head in denial, saying, I don't know him. I just suddenly became interested in the battles of these practitioners. Come on, what's so interesting about it? It's just pure physical brawling, fighting, and killing each other. Wu Xiao pouted. In the front row of the VIP seating area, Bai Ying was holding a large bucket of popcorn, munching happily. In her other hand, she held her phone, browsing the betting lines online. Most of the well-known matches in the school had odds opened by Lao Zhuang. These old students really underestimate the boss too much. Bai Ying pouted. The current odds are 1 to 5, with the vast majority of the funds placed on Lei Heng. Ji Lin leaned over to take a look, tapping his palm with the folding fan. This is a money-making opportunity. With the odds this high, we should discuss how much to bet quickly. Li Xuan also leaned over. We can't bet too much. This betting line is just opened privately by the students, and the fund pool isn't very large. If we suddenly throw a huge amount in, it could alert the bookmaker, and they might close the betting or forcibly lower the odds. That makes sense. Ji Lin nodded. Then let's just play around. I'll bet 1 million. I'll bet 1 million too. Bai Ying raised her hand in agreement, then turned to look at Li Xuan. Xuan, how much are you betting? Li Xuan, feeling a bit shy, pinched the edge of her clothes and took out a card from her bag. I don't have that much money. I'll bet all my savings 300,000. Alright, it's a done deal. Bai Ying quickly completed the bet on her phone and cheerfully said, Don't worry, Shishi, this round is definitely a surefire profit. If by any chance we really lose, we'll just ask the boss to reimburse us. After all, the boss has plenty of money. After Shen Changan finished checking in, he walked up to the arena along the steps. As soon as he stood firm, a sense of pressure rushed toward him. Standing opposite was Lei Heng, whose physique had an overwhelming visual impact. He stood at least 2 meters tall, a full head taller than Shen Changan. His body was muscular, wearing a sleeveless black compression shirt with arms that resembled thick, reinforced concrete pillars. As the representative figure of the third-year martial arts department, Lei Heng had a record of facing and defeating fifth-realm experts in the arena, earning high praise among the older students. Shen Changan, you're quite arrogant, huh? Lei Heng looked down at Shen Changan, his voice booming like thunder in the arena. Shen Changan casually moved his wrist, his tone flat. Not bad. Let's start quickly. I'm in a hurry to go home and sleep. Hearing this provocative remark, Lei Heng sneered and stopped wasting words. The referee walked to the center of the arena and announced loudly, This is a standard sparring match. Strikes are to be controlled and lethal moves are strictly prohibited. The match will end immediately if one side loses combat capability or concedes. Don't worry. Lei Heng cracked his knuckles, the joints making a popping sound as he stared at Shen Changan. I won't kill him. At most, I'll make him bedridden for a few days to teach him a lesson. Shen Changan glanced at the weapon rack at the side of the arena, thought for a moment, and walked into the center empty-handed. Since he was facing the top physical practitioner of Magic Capital University, it was a perfect opportunity to test the limits of his pure physical skills. Begin. The referee shouted and quickly retreated to the side. Boom. Lei Heng's massive body suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed that was completely inconsistent with his size. He stomped down on the ground, creating a depression. Simultaneously, the fifth realm's spiritual energy erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption. Thick earth attribute spiritual energy quickly enveloped his body, forming a hard armor that resembled granite. With immense momentum, Lei Heng charged at Shen Changan. Like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle, his fist the size of a sandbag, tearing through the air, crashing toward Shen Changan's chest with a piercing shriek. It was too fast and too fierce. Shen Changan didn't evade, but crossed his arms in front of him, choosing to take the hit head-on. Boom. At the moment their fists collided, a deafening thud erupted. Visible shockwaves exploded from beneath their feet. Under the tremendous impact, Shen Changan felt his arms sink, and his entire body was blasted away like a cannonball. He arced through the air, crashing hard against the transparent defensive barrier at the edge of the arena with a loud bang, sending ripples across its surface. The stands erupted with a wave of astonished gasps. What the hell? He was sent flying in one hit. With Lei Heng's earth attribute rock armor and pure physical strength, this is terrifying. At the edge of the barrier, Shen Changan landed. He shook his slightly numbed arms and couldn't help but mutter, looks heavy, but the strength is really something else. Lei Heng in the center of the arena saw this scene, and a hint of unexpected surprise flashed in his eyes. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch. If it had been an ordinary fifth realm practitioner, their arms would have been shattered. But this kid, he just shook his hand off like it was nothing. Come again. Lei Heng shouted angrily, and his earth attribute spiritual energy surged again, charging forward like a rampaging rhinoceros. Come if you dare. Shen Changan's eyes darkened, his spiritual sea surging, not retreating, but advancing, rushing toward Lei Heng. Lei Heng took advantage of his momentum to deliver another heavy punch. Shen Changan raised his left hand to block Lei Hang's wrist while his body lunged forward, his right fist shooting out like a bullet slicing through the air, with a howl striking ruthlessly toward Lei Hang's face. Lei Hang reacted swiftly, immediately tilting his head to evade this strike, while his left hand transitioned into a palm strike aimed at Shen Changan's shoulder. Bang, 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 bang. The two engaged in a fierce melee in the center of the arena. The sounds of their fists whooshing through the air mixed with the rolling waves of energy. There were no fancy spells exchanged, only raw physical might. Lei Hang relied on the absolute defense of the rock armor and his overwhelming power, while Shen Changan depended on his finely honed battle instincts and speed, delivering each blow with precision and ferocity. In just a short span of 10 seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of blows in a hard-hitting exchange, reaching a completely, evenly matched situation. Boom. Once again, a fierce collision of fists occurred, and the terrifying recoil traveled down their arms, causing both to slide back 7 or 8 meters, creating a distance on the ground. The two distanced themselves. Lei Hang gasped for breath, his eyes fixed intently on the youth before him. As the ace of the junior year's physical combat department, being evenly matched in pure hand-to-hand combat against a freshman was an utter humiliation for him. Lei Hang let out a furious roar, unleashing his spiritual energy without reservation. The rock armor covering his body thickened further, even sprouting sharp stone spikes on its surface. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and transformed into a berserk earth-yellow war god, charging again with an aura of utter destruction. Shen Changan took a deep breath and assumed his stance. Bang! Lei Hang threw a heavy, powerful hook, punched the wind of the strike, kicking up dust from the ground. Shen Changan twisted his waist, sliding past the colossal fist. However, Lei Hang was equally experienced in combat. As his punch missed, he immediately drove his elbow down sharply. The sharp stone spikes on his rock armor tore through Shen Changan's blocking left arm, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. At the same time, a sharp gust of wind grazed Shen Changan's cheek, slicing a bloody gash across his face. Blood dripped from his chin. But Shen Changan didn't even furrow his brow. Seizing the moment of close proximity, he fully infiltrated Lei Hang's inner defensive blind spot. "It's over," Shen Changan murmured. He stomped his right foot, using the ground's reaction force to unite his waist and legs. A fierce, unmatched elbow strike like a cannonball slammed into the rock armor on Lei Hang's chest. Crack! A clear fissure instantly appeared on the seemingly indestructible rock armor. Lei Hang's pupils shrank. Before he could retreat, Shen Changan's fists had become a blur. Bang! 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 7 or 8 consecutive punches in less than a second struck precisely the same point on the armor's crack. Each punch carried a terrifying inch force that penetrated the body, jolting Lei Hang's internal organs. Boom! A final unreserved uppercut smashed from below into Lei Hang's chin. With a deafening explosion, the rock armor on Lei Hang's chest and face shattered completely, scattering into countless stone fragments flying in all directions. Lei Hang's massive 2-meter-tall body was lifted off the ground by the sheer force of the punch, falling backward in midair. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips as he crashed heavily onto the arena floor. The entire third venue, with over 3,000 spectators, fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide at the incredible scene on the arena. The ace of the junior year's physical combat department had had his defense shattered by a freshman in barehanded combat. On the upper stands, Wu Xiao was dumbfounded. Beside him, Zhang Qingqing adjusted her cap, a faint, imperceptible smile curling at the corner of her mouth. In the center of the arena, Shen Changan stood still, his chest heaving slightly. Blood dripped from his lowered left arm, splattering onto the ground drop by drop. Lei Hang lay on the shattered floor, convulsing twice, his eyes rolling back as he fell completely unconscious. The nearby referee, snapping out of his daze, rushed onto the arena to check Lei Hang's injuries. Confirming he was merely unconscious, he raised his right hand high. The referee took a deep breath, his voice amplified by a sound-enhancing formation throughout the venue. Lei Hang of the junior year physical combat department is incapacitated. The winner, freshman Shen Changan. Shen Changan walked off the arena and went straight to the notary station at the side, claiming the wager Lei Hang had pledged before the match, 5 fine, smooth wusher jade plaques. These items were priced at 100 contribution points each in the Xingye department's internal store. As the match concluded, the crowd on the stands began to disperse, their faces filled with shock and lingering excitement. Shen Changan passed through the player tunnel and soon saw Li Xiwan and the other two waiting at the exit. The boss is mighty. Baiyin bounced with excitement, greeting him with joyful leaps. Compared to Baiyin's excitement, Li Ziwen's gaze was fixed on the bloodstains on Shen Changan's cheek and left arm. Her eyes were full of concern. She quickly fumbled in her small bag for a wet tissue and handed it to him, her voice a little tight. "Changan, you're bleeding a lot. Maybe we should go to the school's medical department to get that bandaged." No need, just a scratch. Shen Changan took the tissue and casually wiped the blood off his face. Jilin, who was beside them, snapped open his inkwash folding fan with a flourish and smiled reassuringly. Miss Li, don't worry so much. He's tough-skinned, his endurance is even more terrifying than Lei Hang's. Come on, we made a small fortune on the forum's betting pool earlier. Tonight's on me. Let's hit the food street outside for some late-night snacks and have a blast. Half an hour later, the four of them sat in a lively food street near the school. They ordered a large table of grilled skewers and crawfish, eating and chatting. Changan, you've been making waves since school started. What's your plan next? Still taking orders in the arena? Jilin asked, taking a gulp of iced beer. Shen Changan shook his head, biting into a piece of lamb. Not for the next couple of days. I plan to head to the Abyssal Rift in the East Sea tomorrow. Do you guys want to come along and see it? At the mention of the Abyssal Rift, Jilin and Bai Yin's hands froze mid-motion, then they shook their heads vigorously like rattles. No way, no way. Bai Yin waved her hands repeatedly. I'm too small and weak, would barely be a snack for them. Jilin nodded in agreement. That's a place for you battle maniacs. I'd rather stay at school and exchange spell insights with the senior girls. Much safer. Li Xuan put down her bamboo skewer, hesitated for a moment as she glanced at Shen Changan, then spoke softly. Changan, I want to go. Shen Changan looked at her and refused without hesitation. No. Why, oi? Li Xuan pouted slightly. You're only at the early stage of the first realm. That place is too dangerous for you. Even a low-level demon could kill you. If I run into trouble, it'll be hard to protect you. Once you've reached a higher realm and can defend yourself, I'll take you. Hearing Shen Changan's promise, a sweetness welled up in Li Xiwen's heart, and she nodded obediently. Okay, you'll stay at school and cultivate diligently. After eating and drinking their fill and chatting for a while, they walked back to the dormitory together. The next morning, Shen Changan donned a sleek black combat uniform, stowed the June into his spatial ring, checked his equipment along with some water and food, and took a taxi directly to the coastal port on the eastern side of Magic City. The port along the East China Sea was astonishingly vast. In addition to the usual civil and commercial docks, there was an area at the far edge that was isolated by tall barbed wire and a protective magical barrier. Shen Changan got out of the car and, following Zhao Heitang's directions, found a nondescript little shop at the port. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a faint smell of the sea. An old man with one eye sat behind the counter smoking. Shen Changan approached and placed the jade token given by Zhao Heitang on the counter. Upon seeing the ancient seal of the Zhao character on the jade token, the old man hurriedly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and adopted a respectful demeanor. So it's a distinguished guest arranged by the young lady. How may I assist you? I want to enter the Abyss Rift, but I don't know how to get in. That's simple. I'll contact the support boat to come pick you up. While waiting for the boat, the old man took out a price list and began to explain. This is your first time going to the Rift. That place is dangerous, but it's filled with treasures. After a magical beast dies, it yields several highly valuable core materials. For instance, the mutated bones and claws of high-level magical beasts are excellent materials for crafting weapons. The old man lowered his voice and tapped the counter. As long as you can bring these materials back alive and deliver them to my little shop, whether for healing pills or converting them into contribution points for the night patrol, the price will definitely satisfy you. No problem. Shen Changan agreed readily. The one-eyed old man pulled out a black tactical watch from the drawer and handed it over. Young man, heed the advice of an old man. The space inside the Abyss Rift is very complex, and each person may encounter entirely different sights and magical beasts once inside. Remember this: the Abyss influences people, and people influence the Abyss. Shen Changan took the watch and put it on his wrist, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean? Literally, you'll understand once. The old man pointed at the watch. This has positioning and distance measurement functions. Remember, no matter what you encounter, absolutely do not venture deeper into the rift than 10 kilometers. If you exceed the safe distance, the watch will sound an alarm. Also, if you encounter a rift within the rift, never enter, as no one knows where that leads to certain death. If you find something you can't handle, don't worry about your pride, just turn around and run. Alright, thanks. Shen Changan nodded, committing the old man's warnings to memory. Soon a black speedboat docked at the pier. This was a single-person support boat. Shen Changan jumped aboard, and the speedboat immediately sliced through the waves, heading deep into the East China Sea. Along the way, the scenery of the sea looked no different from an ordinary ocean. The azure sea and blue sky were calm, with the occasional seagull flying overhead. However, as the speedboat reached the designated coordinates under radar guidance, a massive, translucent magical barrier appeared in the sky, ahead, stretching from the heavens to the earth. The driver quickly input a series of complex commands on the control panel. The surface of the barrier rippled like water, then slowly opened a gap, just wide enough for one person to pass through. This is it, the driver called out loudly. The barrier's opening can't be maintained for long. Please enter quickly. Shen Changan leaped and passed through the gap. The moment he crossed the barrier, the sound of the sea wind abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling, ominous rumble. His spiritual power flowed beneath his feet, allowing him to stand steadily on the surface of the water. When he raised his head and saw the scene before him, his pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. The sky had split open. In the air, hundreds of meters above the sea, a massive black rift stretched over 10 kilometers long. The edges of the rift displayed a twisted, shattered sensation. Even more outrageous was that the water beneath was seemingly devoid of gravity, transforming into countless thick streams of water, cascading upward, spiraling violently, as they were forcibly drawn into the dark rift. Beneath these reversing waters, a group of cultivators in uniform stood vigil. All of them wore the insignia of the night patrol on their chests. Some stood on floating magical discs, while others like Shen Changan stood directly on the water's surface, clearly responsible for guarding this area. Noticing someone entering, a man in his early 30s quickly walked over the waves. "Who goes there? What business do you have here?" The man stopped a few meters away, eyeing Shen Changan warily from head to toe. "Night Patrol Shen Changan, I have the identity token from Zhao Haidang." Shen Changan took the jade token from his pocket and showed it. "I intend to take a look inside the rift." The man's expression shifted slightly. Such a prestigious family token was not something just anyone could possess. The wariness in his eyes faded instantly as he stepped aside to clear a path. "So you have the Zhao family token?" The man nodded, pointing at the swirling water below. "Entering is quite simple. Just walk beneath those water columns, relinquish your spiritual grip on the water's surface, and the internal gravity of the rift will naturally pull you in. Good luck." Shen Changan thanked him and walked beneath the thickest waterfall of reversing water. With a thought, he dispersed the spiritual energy that maintained his balance beneath his feet. In the next moment, a vast and strange pulling force emanated from above the rift. Shen Changan's body instantly felt as light as a feather, slowly drifting towards the gaping maw of the abyss in midair. As he drew closer to the massive black rift, the surrounding light visibly dimmed. A thick, suffocating chill and a nauseating scent of blood assaulted him. The malevolent thoughts and aura of the magical beasts engulfed him like a cold tide. On the outskirts of a high-end seaside cafe belonging to the Zhao family along the East China Sea, Zhao Yi, the second young master of the Zhao family, dressed in a pure white suit, raised a cup of hand-brewed coffee to his lips and took a gentle sip. "Second young master." An assistant in a black suit hurried to the table, slightly bowed, and reported in a low voice. "Did that person go in?" Zhao Yi set down his coffee cup, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. "Reporting to second young master, Shen Changan has boarded the support boat, entered the barrier, and passed the night patrol's entry inspection. He is now fully inside the abyss rift. Since he's gone, and let's make our move. Be clean about it. This is a place where even corpses are hard to find, perfect for dealing with those arrogant geniuses. Should we notify the eldest young master? Won't he be unhappy if we act rashly?" "No need. He's just a country bumpkin. If he dies, he dies. He's Zhao Haitang's companion, and my elder brother wanted to deal with him anyway. I'm just helping him out a bit early." Before long, two figures passed through the barrier and arrived at the entrance of the rift. Beneath the entrance, the troops of the night watch were stationed. The man who had just allowed Shen Changan to pass frowned slightly as he looked at the two suddenly appearing individuals. Both were dressed in black and masked, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. "Who are you?" He pressed his hand against the weapon at his waist. The leading figure in black remained silent, simply producing a piece of jade tablet carved with the ancient seal of the character Zhao from his bosom and handed it over. He took the jade tablet and examined it, confirming its authenticity. Although he found the behavior of this group somewhat suspicious, as an ordinary sentinel, he could not interfere too much in the affairs of the aristocratic families. He waved his hand and said, "Let them pass." The man in black retracted the jade tablet, and without a word dissipated the spiritual energy beneath his feet, swiftly ascending through the reversed flow of seawater and plunging into the massive pitch-black rift. Bang! As a slight sensation of weightlessness ended, Shen Changan's feet firmly touched down on a piece of hard dark brown earth. He glanced at the tactical watch given to him by the one-eyed old man on his wrist. The screen lit up, displaying a depth of 0 kilometers, and accurately marked his current coordinates at the initial entrance on the map. "It's quite useful." Shen Changan nodded in satisfaction, selected a higher terrain direction, and began to advance. The Tribulation Cloud Spear instantly appeared in his hand. The heavy metallic feel brought a sense of reassurance. He carried the spear deeper into the rift. He only stopped when the watch displayed a depth of 5 kilometers, carefully surveying the legendary inner world of the abyss. The scene here was nothing short of a bizarre alien tapestry. In the far distance behind him, the dark rift remained clearly visible, resembling a terrifying scar hanging in the sky, forcibly connecting two utterly different worlds. In this world, the sky was not blue, but presented a oppressive purplish red hue. Above the firmament, two suns emitted faint red light, casting an eerie twilight over the desolate dark brown land. The monsters that the Night Watch needed to guard against in the outside world were as common here as wild dogs by the roadside. Shen Changan tried to take a deep breath only to furrow his brow immediately. There's no spiritual energy. He was astonished to discover that the air in this space contained not even a trace of the world's spiritual energy. This meant that once a cultivator exhausted their spiritual energy here, they could not naturally recover it through meditation and breathing like they could in the outside world except by consuming pills or absorbing spirit stones. No wonder the outside world referred to this place as a land of peril. The inability to recover spiritual energy alone was enough to exhaust most high-tier cultivators. No recovery. Shen Changan rubbed his chin. He suddenly remembered the words left by that shadow in the dream spoken amidst flames. Let's give it a try. He immediately opened his left hand. With a thought, a wisp of black flame quietly ignited in his palm. He carefully controlled the flame to touch a wisp of abyssal demonic energy drifting in the air. It was like a spark falling into a barrel of gasoline. The originally corrosive black-gray demonic energy upon contact with the black flame instantly melted and burned away like snowflakes meeting a hot iron. Where the demonic energy was completely incinerated, a wisp of entirely absent transparent spiritual energy slowly emerged like a spring bamboo shoot. Holy cow, it really works. He felt that weak yet pure spiritual energy and couldn't help but mumble, this entire rift is filled with demonic energy. If I unleash my hands and burn wildly, wouldn't this place be an ultimate cultivation holy land with infinite spiritual energy for me? Then let's get started. Shen Changan suddenly raised both hands, the spiritual sea within him churning wildly. Boom! The black flame erupted from his body, transforming into a sea of black fire with a diameter of over 10 meters, completely enveloping him. The ferocious black flames devoured the thick, appalling, abyssal demonic energy in the surrounding air like a greedy beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of intense burning melded into one. The ferocious black flames devoured the thick, appalling, abyssal demonic energy in the surrounding air like a greedy beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of intense burning, that extremely pure spiritual energy poured into his limbs and bones, madly flooding into his spiritual sea through his meridians. This unrestrained feeling of devouring spiritual energy was even more intense than when he absorbed 1,000 spirit stones. In this world dominated by monsters, the vast and pure celestial spiritual energy that appeared out of nowhere was like several barrels of fresh blood poured into a shark tank. Hiss! Roar! After a brief silence, the wilds from all directions suddenly erupted with spine-chilling howls. Shen Changan suddenly opened his eyes, halting the absorption. In his perception network, the monsters within a few kilometers were like sharks, smelling blood surging towards his position from all directions. The ground trembled, and the air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood and slaughter. They're coming fast. Shen Changan licked his lips, his eyes igniting with a burning fighting spirit instead of fear. Just right. I've been itching to fight after being cooped up during the first few days of school. It's been too long since I've hacked at these true monsters without worrying about life or death. His divine sense swiftly swept across the battlefield. There are about 100 low-tier monsters of the 3rd and 4th realms and 3 5th realm ones. Shen Changan tightened his grip on the Tribulation Cloud Spear. Buzz! He swung the spear with one hand, creating a floral pattern in the air. Let's clear the area first. Shen Changan shouted, and the black flames surrounding him erupted outward like a volcanic explosion. The terrifying sea of black fire transformed into clawing fire dragons radiating from him in a circular wave in all directions. Roar! The low-tier monsters of the 3rd and 4th realms at the forefront couldn't even let out a complete scream. As soon as they were touched by the black flames, their hard scales and flesh were instantly reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the beast tide, composed of hundreds of low-tier monsters, was wiped out, the air filled with a pungent, burnt smell, and the pure spiritual energy left after the demonic energy was incinerated. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures bearing terrifying pressure charged through the outer remnants of the black flames, violently rushing towards Shen Changan. They were 3 5th realm monsters, each over 5 meters in size. One was a giant two-headed wolf covered in sharp bone spurs. Another was a bizarre creature with a spider-like lower body and a human female face. The last one was a heavy-armored rhinoceros monster resembling a moving fortress. Come on. Faced with the onslaught of 3 magical beasts of the same rank, Shen Changan fished out a piece of mutton fat jade pendant he had won yesterday from his pocket. Etched in vermilion on the pendant was an ancient protective character. Shen Changan hung the pendant around his neck and directly infused it with a trace of spiritual power. Buzz! A barrier formed from black flames instantly expanded around him, firmly protecting him at the center. Roar! The two-headed wolf took the initiative. It leaped up both of its gaping maws, simultaneously spewing forth highly corrosive black-green venom. Sizzle. The venom frantically corroded the barrier, producing a harsh sound, yet the barrier merely quivered, rippling slightly, without a single crack appearing. A high-quality medium combined with the real talisman drawn using my spiritual power is indeed impressive. Shen Changan glanced with satisfaction at the unscathed barrier, then his figure surged, transforming into a remnant shadow, directly ignoring the wolf's venom, and charged beneath it heat and die. The Jiyun long spear transformed into a streak of dark red lightning, slashing upwards, bringing with it a furious spiral airflow, accurately piercing through the softest part of the two-headed wolf's belly. The force erupted at the tip of the spear. The dark red spear blade pierced through the wolf's back, splattering a large spray of foul-smelling black blood. Shen Changan exerted force with both arms, abruptly lifting the spear, and actually tore the several-ton magical beast of the fifth realm in half. Amidst the rain of blood, the human-faced spider demon let out a sharp shriek and pounced from the flank, its 8 legs forged, as if from steel, piercing fiercely towards the back of Shen Changan's head with overwhelming force. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing sounds of metal clashing rang out. The spider demon's sharp limbs, capable of easily slicing through tanks, struck violently against the black flame barrier generated by the protective character, only causing the barrier to shudder slightly, and itself was scorched by the black flames. This turtle shell is so hard that even I am afraid of it. Shen Changan used the recoil to forcibly twist his body in midair. The Jiyun long spear coiled like a venomous snake, weaving through the gaps in the spider demon's limbs, and at a tricky angle directly pierced through its eerie human face. Boom! The black flames of annihilation at the spear tip exploded instantly, the violent heat detonating from within, blowing the human-faced spider demon's head into a cloud of black blood mist. In less than 2 minutes of skirmish, 2 of the 3 magical beasts of the fifth realm had perished. The remaining heavily armored rhinoceros demon, witnessing the sudden demise of its 2 companions, displayed a flicker of instinctual fear in its crimson eyes, letting out a low growl as it turned to flee. Can you escape? Shen Changan sneered, his figure darting out like lightning, even too lazy to use spells. He wielded the Jiyun long spear like a club, smashing down with overwhelming force. Boom! In just a few swift moves, the heavily armored rhinoceros demon's proud, thick bone armor was smashed to pieces, its massive head pierced by the spear, crashing down to the ground. As the battle concluded, Shen Changan unleashed the black flames of annihilation, once more wrapping the 3 massive corpses of the fifth realm magical beasts along with the surrounding magical aura. With the intense burning of the black flames, a surge of spiritual energy, far greater than before, directly surged into Shen Changan's body. Hiss! So comfortable. Shen Changan couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling that the spiritual energy produced by burning the flesh and blood of high-tier magical beasts was simply more delicious and pure than the spiritual power floating in the air. Savoring the surging spiritual power within, he snapped his fingers in satisfaction. This purity is at least 99% an absolute rarity. After absorbing it, he flashed, continuing to charge deeper into the rift. Just a few minutes later, 2 figures descended at the place where Shen Changan had just fought. The 2 looked at the completely charred ground within 100 meters, as well as the few traces of magical beasts left, without even ashes. One of them slightly furrowed their brow beneath the hood. Even the bones of fifth realm magical beasts have been burned away. Is this the special black flames that the intel mentioned that kid possesses? One of the men in black crouched down, picking up a handful of the scorched earth. The destructive power is indeed great. No wonder the second young master sent us both here. No matter how great the destructive power, he is just a first-year college student, a brash kid. In this abyss, spiritual power cannot recover. If he recklessly squanders it like this, he is probably not far from exhausting his spiritual power. Let's not worry about that. We need to catch up and settle this quickly. The 2 exchanged glances and swiftly pursued forward, following Shen Changan's lingering aura. On the other side, Shen Changan pressed on, discovering that the space inside the abyss rift was incredibly vast, resembling an endless, independent wasteland. He raised his hand and glanced at the numbers on his tactical watch. Depth 9, 2 kilometers. He immediately halted his steps. As the saying goes, not listening to the words of the elderly brings misfortune. Shen Changan was quite obedient to advice, decisively abandoning the idea of further exploration, directly stopping at the invisible boundary of 9 kilometers, and then changing direction to begin parallel exploration along this depth line. Along the way, he encountered 2 waves of magical beasts wandering nearby. Relying on the defense of the protective character and the terrifying lethality of the black flames, Shen Changan was like a tireless meat grinder, cleaning up these magical beasts thoroughly. Boom! As the last wisp of black flame extinguished, Shen Changan greedily absorbed the massive surge of spiritual energy just burned. The pure energy wildly coursed through his limbs and bones, giving him a sensation as if he had just absorbed 3,000 or 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones in one breath. Every cell in his body was rejoicing in bliss, and his state instantly reached an unprecedented peak. Damn it, I should have come to this place earlier. Shen Changan felt refreshed, twisting his neck, unable to help but mutter, "This is no mere absolute land. This is clearly a tailor-made exclusive channel for me to stock up." He closed his eyes and introspected his spiritual sea. After absorbing the equivalent of 3,000 or 4,000 spirit stones worth of pure spiritual energy, the originally vast ocean of liquid spiritual power expanded by about 2%. 2%. Shen Changan looked at the still violently rolling black flames above the spiritual sea. I want to see how large this spiritual sea can be stretched before triggering a qualitative change at the 6th realm. He immediately found another batch of magical beasts. As the last 4th realm magical beast was nailed to the ground by his spear, the surroundings once again turned into a sea of fire. While he was burning the magical beasts to refine spiritual energy, about a kilometer away from him on a dark red desolate mountain, 2 figures had silently appeared at the mountain peak, watching the young man in the fire sea below from a height. After confirming their target, the 2 casually pulled off their black hoods and large cloaks that concealed their identities, revealing their true appearances. A man and a woman. The man's name is Huang. He has a robust and sturdy build resembling a moving mountain of flesh. The most striking feature is his face, marred by a network of terrifying scars. The woman's name is Lu Feng, whose appearance stands in stark contrast to Huang. She is exceptionally beautiful, yet that beauty evokes a sense of unreality. Her figure is nothing short of explosive, clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit that accentuates her exaggerated curves. Around her wrists and ankles are black collars adorned with sharp metallic spikes, adding an eerie air of danger. Is this kid the one? Huang's voice is raspy like sandpaper rubbing together. He does look a bit strange. Whether he's strange or not, you'll find out after you try. With a flick of her wrist, a massive longbow, entirely dark purple, suddenly appears in her hand. Accompanying it is a specially crafted metal arrow that glimmers with a cold blue light. Once he finishes off the monsters and his guard is at its lowest, he'll make my move. Lu Feng draws the bowstring, the arrowhead of her specially crafted arrow steadily locking onto the heart of Shen Changan below. In the barren land below, Shen Changan had just absorbed the last trace of spiritual energy into his body, letting out a satisfied breath as he prepared to turn and continue his sweep in another direction. At the moment he turned, a strong sense of life and death crisis suddenly exploded in his mind. Whoosh! A piercing sound sharp enough to nearly rupture his eardrums suddenly rang out. The specially crafted metal arrow, flashing with ghostly blue light, appeared at Shen Changan's back, with a speed nearly impossible to perceive. It was too fast, and the timing was exceptionally ruthless. Shen Changan didn't even have time to turn around. He could only rely on his terrifying battle instincts to force himself to shift half an inch sideways. Boom! The arrow violently struck the protective barrier formed by the jade token on his body, accompanied by a deafening explosion. That shield, which could withstand the frenzied attacks of 5 realms of monsters without a scratch, instantly cracked like fragile glass under the terrifying penetrating power of the ghostly blue arrow, and then bang! It shattered completely. Shen Changan was also knocked forward, staggering a few steps from the terrifying force. That was close. He quickly steadied himself without a hint of hesitation, directly retrieving another jade token from his spatial ring to hang around his neck, re-establishing his defensive barrier. He abruptly turned around, his gaze locking onto the distant hill like lightning. Before he could clearly see the assailant's face, whoosh! Whooshed! The second and third arrows followed closely behind, slicing through the air with a piercing. The lethality and penetration of these 2 arrows were clearly not as terrifying as the first, but to Shen Changan at this moment, they still posed a lethal threat. Bang! Crack! The 2 consecutive strikes slammed against the newly formed barrier, nearly shattering it, dimming it, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Daring to cause trouble here is asking for death. A murderous intent surged in Shen Changan's eye. He clenched the Jeyun-long gun, tightly exerting force beneath his feet, and with an explosive sound, he transformed into a streak of dark red light racing towards the hill, following the trajectory of the arrows. Heh! Just as Shen Changan dashed halfway, a hoarse, cold laugh suddenly echoed from the air ahead. Huang's massive frame, resembling a mountain of flesh, had fallen from the sky, like a meteor, precisely intercepting Shen Changan's path. Without any incantation for a spell, Huang raised his fist the size of a cauldron, sending forth a terrifying fist wind that seemed capable of collapsing space, slamming towards Shen Changan's face. Shen Changan's expression changed drastically with no time to change his stance. He could only horizontally raise the Jiyunlong gun to block this heavy punch. Dong! The collision resounded like a great bell echoing across the barren land. The terrifying force surged along the gun barrel, and Shen Changan felt his arms go numb as if he had been hit heat-in by a speeding train instantly sent flying. Crack! The jade token on his chest, already on the verge of collapse, was utterly shattered into dust by this brutal impact. Shen Changan tumbled through the air several times, his toes gouging deep trenches in the ground, before he barely managed to halt his retreat. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent blood in his chest, his gaze unusually grave. 2. In that brief moment of confrontation, whether it was the woman or this scarred face before him, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them were undoubtedly of the genuine sixth realm, Lingyuan level. The overwhelming sensation of that spiritual energy, as vast as an abyss, was identical to what Jiang when possessed. There was no time for Shen Changan to catch his breath. Just as he stabilized his form, the sky above suddenly turned crimson. Fall! Lu Fang's voice rang out from the hill in the distance. In the previously empty sky, hundreds of fireballs the size of basketballs instantly coalesced. These fireballs, like a meteor shower raining down, sealed all of Shen Changan's escape routes, crashing down towards him. Instead of retreating, Shen Changan advanced, bending his legs slightly, and leaped up. The Jiyunlong gun in his hand spun into a dense, impenetrable dark red light wheel. Ding 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 ding. The gun blade clashed violently with the fireballs, creating a dazzling and deadly shower of sparks. Shen Changan danced like a shura amidst the rain of fire, using his nearly perfect gun techniques to deflect and shatter all the incoming fireballs. Upon landing, Shen Changan did not recklessly launch another attack. He stood firm with his gun, the spiritual sea within him swirling violently, his external attributes being unleashed without reservation. The raging black flames swirled around him like a black tornado, distorting and deforming the surrounding air. Opposite him, Luo Zheng landed slowly, his entire body encased in a heavy mountain-like yellow-brown earth attribute armor. In the distance, Lu Fang also gracefully leapt down from the hill, landing beside Luo Zheng. In her hand, she held the massive bow surrounded by a ring of crimson flames. Black flames, yellow rock, red fire. The three distinctly different, yet equally imposing external attributes formed a standoff in this barren land. Shen Changan's gaze swept over the faces of the two, and he suddenly laughed. Two Lingyuan realm experts come to surround and kill a mere freshman. What a grand spectacle. So are you not going to introduce yourselves? Who exactly is so willing to spend resources to send you here? A sinister smile appeared on Luo Zheng's scarred face. He cracked his knuckles, the sound of bones cracking, making one's teeth ache. A dead person does not need to know the answer. His towering figure, akin to a mountain, vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared less than half a meter in front of Shen Changan. Die! Luo Zheng roared, his right fist covered in heavy rock armor crashed towards Shen Changan's chest with a piercing sonic boom. The force of this punch was terrifyingly intense, even compressing the air around Shen Changan into a vacuum. So fast, Shen Changan's pupils constricted. He had no time to evade, and could only instinctively cross the Jiyunlong gun over his chest, while the spiritual energy within him surged out like a flood. Bang! The gun barrel collided with the rocky fist, erupting with a thunderous roar. The terrifying force transmitted through the long gun to his entire body, and Shen Changan felt his chest surge with blood and energy, his feet carving out two long trenches on the hard ground as he barely stabilized his form. However, Luo Zheng's onslaught was relentless, like a torrential storm. After one punch failed, another followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! Shen Changan wielded the long gun, executing the techniques of block, defend, lift, and dissipate to perfection, each move narrowly deflecting Luo Zheng's terrifying fist winds capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Just taking hits won't do. After blocking another of Luo Zheng's heavy punches, Shen Changan's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly grasped at the air with his left hand. Buzz! 3 runes glowing with faint light instantly formed in midair. Control. Explode. Guard. Countless black chains appeared, beginning to entangle Luo Zheng's massive form. Meanwhile, the explosive rune detonated between the two, sending a violent shockwave that pushed Luo Zheng. The guarding rune transformed into a black flame shield standing before Shen Changan, granting him a precious moment to catch his breath. Enchant. Shen Changan growled as the extinction black flame surged from his arm into the Jiyunlong gun. The originally dark red blade was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of black flames. Kill. Seizing the moment when Luo Zheng was pushed back, he thrust the gun forward, the flame-laden spear aimed directly at Luo Zheng's throat. Faced with this fierce counterattack, Luo Zheng not only did not retreat, but instead let out a mad laugh. His body, once covered in yellowish rock armor, suddenly underwent a transformation. The hard rocks fell away, replaced by a layer of eerie dark red blood energy. This blood energy surged like burning flames, enveloping his body. Shen Changan keenly sensed that the spiritual energy within Luo Zheng had in that instant completely transformed into this violent and highly aggressive qi. What kind of technique is this? Shen Changan furrowed his brows. Before he could think it through, Luo Zheng had already thrown a punch towards the gun's tip. Boom! The flame-tipped spear collided with the dark red blood energy of the heavy punch, failing to pierce through, instead erupting into a powerful shockwave. Both retreated a few steps from the force of the impact. However, this brief moment of balance lasted less than the shield formed by the guarding rune before Shen Changan finally reached its limit after absorbing the residual force of several heavy punches from Luo Zheng, emitting a crisp shattering sound and scattering into a myriad of light. The moment the shield shattered before Shen Changan could adjust his stance, an even more terrifying sense of crisis enveloped him from above. Do you really think I don't exist? In the distance, Lu Fang quickly formed a complex seal with her hands in front of her chest. Heavens fall, Earth's burial. With her voice falling, the originally purplish red sky above Shen Changan was suddenly torn apart. A massive meteor over 100 meters in diameter and engulfed in blazing crimson flames plummeted towards his location. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Shen Changan's feet began to violently churn. Rumble. Thick geological pillars erupted from the earth, instantly sealing off all his escape routes like a massive cage. And that was not the end. Wind rise. As Lu Fang's seal changed, a violent wind-based spell descent. The howling wind whipped up swirling sands and debris, turning the entire battlefield into chaos, making it difficult to discern direction. This was the true terror of the Six Realms spell core. The interlinking and layering of spells could even temporarily alter local terrain and celestial phenomena, creating a despairing slaughter ground. Under this overwhelming composite spell attack, Shen Changan felt like a leaf in a raging storm. He quickly condensed several giant fire spirits to temporarily block the meteor above. Damn it, I must find a way to create distance or deal with that woman casting spells first. Shen Changan, as long as she mindlessly throws out big spells, this battle is impossible to win. Just as he was distracted thinking of a strategy, a dark red figure slipped through the storm like a ghost amid the swirling sands. Luo Zheng seized this fleeting opportunity. Kid, being distracted in battle can be fatal. Luo Zheng's scarred face suddenly appeared in front of Shen Changan, his blood-infused heavy punch breaking through the gun's defenses and smashing solidly into Shen Changan's abdomen. Bang! He felt a tearing pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs were about to shift. His body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut hurtling through the overwhelming spell storm and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood midair. Bang! Shen Changan crashed heavily onto the wasteland several hundred meters away, carving a deep groove into the ground. He braced himself with one hand on the ground, quickly rising in a carp-like motion, forcing down the tumultuous blood and chaotic spiritual energy within, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the storm of spells from the opponent showed no signs of stopping. In the distance, Lu Fang's hands frantically changed seals, unleashing a massive torrent of Six Realms spiritual energy without mercy. The terrain in the surrounding kilometers was forcibly altered under her red fire spell, as the originally hard black-brown earth began to melt, spewing forth blinding dark red lava, transforming into a landscape of volcanic magma. Rumble. At that moment, the earth began to tremble violently. From all directions on the horizon, numerous twisted shadows emerged. Countless howls converged into a hair-raising sound wave as hundreds of magic beasts charged towards this area with bloodshot eyes. Shen Changan glanced at his watch, the screen flashing the number 9. 5 kilometers. Ahead were 2 Six Realms powerhouses, sealing him off, surrounded by a tide of furious magic beasts. I can't worry about that anymore. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and with the Jeyun-long spear in hand, transformed into a dark red shadow, directly fleeing madly into the depths 10 kilometers away from the abyssal rift. Wanna run? Chase! Rozheng shouted angrily from behind, his blood energy erupting as he crushed a large area of the magma ground like a humanoid ferocious beast pursuing wildly. Lu Fang lightly tapped the ground, her form like a fiery red bird closely pursuing in midair. Don't drag this out too long, or we need a quick resolution. The demonic entities are increasing in number, and getting entangled would be troublesome. While pulling her massive bow in midair, Lu Fang shouted down at Rozheng. Both of them had evidently sensed the agitation of the demonic tide, and the murderous intent was growing increasingly palpable, wanting to eliminate Shen Changan in the shortest time possible. Whoosh! Several ethereal blue enchanted arrows with a piercing sonic boom shot from behind, heading straight for Shen Changan's back. In his frantic run, Shen Changan suddenly turned around, his left hand swiftly sketching in the air. Guard. A pitch-black rune instantly took shape. Immediately afterward, Shen Changan's left hand transformed again. Control. As the rune glowed the ground ahead of Rou Zhang and Lu Feng, who were in pursuit, suddenly erupted, without warning, spewing forth thick black flame chains like pythons. These chains, as if possessing life, crazily interwove into a large net, tightly coiling around Rou Zhang's legs at the front, while several chains lashed out like whips towards Lu Feng in midair. Get away from me. Rou Zhang's blood energy surged, his fists smashing like pile drivers, brutally shattering the black flame chains that had coiled around him, but his forward momentum was thus abruptly slowed. The horde of demonic entities rushing from all directions had now closed in, mindlessly blocking the path between both sides. Now is the time. Shen Changan's eyes sharpened, his left hand tightly clenched, and the last rune in the air was instantly illuminated. Explode. Boom. At that moment, the black flame chains that Rou Zhang had smashed and the remnants of black flames on the ground simultaneously erupted in a series of violent explosions. The terrifying black fire wave mixed with shockwaves not only obliterated dozens of demonic entities that had pounced from the surroundings, but also transformed into a wall of black flames that forcefully halted Rou Zhang and Lu Feng's pursuit. Taking advantage of the explosion's cover, Shen Changan charged deeper into the wilderness without looking back. The wind howled in his ears. These two work too well together. One close combat meat shield clings on relentlessly, while the other, a long-range spellcaster, outputs crazily. Even if my spiritual power is abundant, being controlled and attacked by them will eventually wear me down. I must split them up. As long as I can use the demonic tide and the complex terrain here to lure that meat shield away, I can find an opportunity to confront that fire-using woman unknown. I don't believe I can't kill her. Shen Changan plunged into the horde of demonic entities ahead, dispersing all his spiritual energy fluctuations, extinguishing the black flames on the Jeyun long spear. Relying solely on his physical strength, he weaved through the gaps in the demonic entities like a slippery loaf. Without the attraction of pure spiritual power, this horde of mindless demonic entities temporarily lost their target and could only rely on their eyes to capture the figure of their prey. Roar. Countless demonic entities roared as they turned to pounce on Rou Zhang and Lu Feng, whose spiritual power fluctuations were intense. Damn it. Demonic. Roar. Countless demonic entities roared as they turned to pounce on Rou Zhang and Lu Feng, whose spiritual power fluctuations were intense. Damn it. How did that kid vanish like a ghost? Rou Zhang looked at the tide of demonic entities surging around him and had to stop swinging his bloodied fists to clear the area. Lu Feng in midair also frowned, having to lower her altitude as the crimson flames surrounding her transformed into fiery rings, incinerating the flying demonic entities that lunged at her into ash. Seeking death. Just as Lu Feng attempted to reacquire Shen Changan's presence from the dense tide of demonic entities below, Shen Changan, hidden within the horde, chose to strike a dark flame, quietly igniting deep within his pupils. Fire-burned eyes. Without any warning, a ball of black flames suddenly ignited on Lu Feng's tight black leather outfit. Oh. This black flame appeared bizarrely and burned at an extremely high temperature, instantly piercing through Lu Feng's protective spiritual light. She let out a painful scream, desperately mobilizing her internal red fire to suppress this sudden black flame. At that moment, while Lu Feng was briefly thrown into chaos by the sudden situation, Shen Changan used a large ape-like demonic entity as a springboard, his legs explosively pushing off. Bang! The shoulder of the 5th-level magic ape was directly crushed under his foot, while Shen Changan transformed into a dark red lightning bolt, directly surpassing Rou Zhang, who was tightly entangled by the horde of demonic entities ahead, and instantaneously advanced to Lu Feng's front with an unbelievable speed. Lu Feng's enchanting face finally showed an unmistakable shock. She never expected him to close in so rapidly. But the battle instinct of a 6th-level mage saved her life. Flame shield. At the critical moment, Lu Feng pushed her hands outward with all her might. 3 solidified crimson flame shields blocked the path of Shen Changan's spear thrust. Break. Shen Changan's gaze was sharp as a knife. The black flames on the Jeyun long spear surged, piercing towards the flame shields with an unstoppable momentum. Crack. Crack. The 2 flame shields were forcibly shattered under Shen Changan's terrifying explosion. As the spear pierced through the 3rd shield, although its speed was significantly reduced, the spear tip still bore a deadly glint, viciously aimed at Lu Feng's throat. Lu Feng's scalp tingled, the wind howled beneath her feet, her form retreating like willow catkins in the wind, trying to create distance from this fatal close combat. But Shen Changan's spear was like a shadow following her. Swoosh. Although Lu Feng avoided the fatal blow to her throat, there was no way to escape her right shoulder. The Jeyun long spear, adorned with dark cloud patterns, brutally pierced through her right arm, which held the bow, and then suddenly swept upward. Ah! With a piercing scream, Lu Feng's right arm was severed at the root. Blood sprayed like a fountain across the air, and the giant Bao fell as well. The excruciating pain from losing an arm twisted Lu Fang's face, but her survival instinct compelled her to retaliate fiercely. I want you dead. Fire Lotus explosion. With her remaining left hand, she formed a hand seal, and a red fire lotus, exuding a sense of destruction, instantly condensed between the two, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom. The terrifying fire shockwave sent both of them